Under the awning of the Snow King milk tea shop, Qin Lang sipped on chilled lemonade, the glass straw producing a gentle clink against the cup's wall. Water droplets glided down the exterior of the cup, pooling into a small patch on his wrist before disappearing into the afternoon breeze. His black-framed sunglasses reflected the sunlight, partially concealing his face. Behind the lenses, his almond-shaped peach blossom eyes roved restlessly over the bustling pedestrian street, precisely scanning the dazzling fragments of moving figures. A girl in denim shorts zipped past him, clutching a skateboard, the silver chain on her ankle jingling with each stride. A woman in a sports tank top dashed by, shouldering a hiking backpack that was nearly as tall as she was, her arm muscles sharply defined in the sunlight. Even the street vendor pushing a food cart was a robust woman, skillfully wielding a spatula, her commanding voice mingling with the crisp sounds of metal clashing in the pan. Qin Lang's gaze swept through the crowd, and he swallowed hard. Slurp. He had been so engrossed in the scene that he nearly let his saliva betray him. This world is utterly absurd, he muttered under his breath, his words torn apart by the wind. Having traversed into this realm for 3 days, each day felt like an absurd dream. The history of this world took a peculiar turn over a century ago. It was said that in 1890, a meteor with a green tail fell into the Pacific Ocean, an unnoticed extraterrestrial visitor that brought with it an invisible virus. From that day onward, the birth rate of male infants plummeted, as if an invisible hand had clamped down on the faucet. 100 years later, technologies like in vitro fertilization and genetic screening barely stabilized the population, yet the gender ratio had plummeted to an astonishing 120. Even more sinister was the virus, seemingly a custom-made shackle for men. Not only had fertility rates sharply declined, but their skin had also become smooth and fair. Ironically, women had completely shed the monthly inconveniences and had physical attributes that rivaled the men of his former world, with even greater endurance. Just like in the street before him, where a woman in work attire briskly carried heavy boxes, another was repairing bicycles, and even the street vendor flipping food was a chef, whose muscular arms were evident. This reversal of gender roles was as though his previous understanding had been repeatedly trampled into the ground. Are you secretly filming me? Stop right there. Don't you dare leave. Produce your phone for inspection. Otherwise, I'll report you to the Male Protection Association. The voice was sharp and shrill, laced with an inexplicable arrogance, instantly drawing the attention of those nearby. Qin Lang parted the crowd to take a closer look, where a small group had gathered at the street corner, the source of the commotion at its center. Standing in the circle was a short, rotund man, barely reaching 5 feet tall and weighing at least 160 pounds. His garish beach shorts paired with a bright pink t-shirt clung tightly to his protruding belly. His face was thickly coated with foundation, eyeliner more exaggerated than that of any woman, and his lips were as red as if freshly stained with blood as he stood with his hands on his hips, chin tilted up, barking commands with an air of authority. Qin Lang's pupils dilated in shock. With such a figure, how could anyone be accused of filming? In his previous life, such a character wouldn't even qualify as an honest person unless they had at least $1 million or $2 to their name. The target of his ire was someone dressed in a Snow King mascot costume. In the sweltering heat of 35 degrees, wearing such a heavy costume was suffocating just to observe. The smiley face on the mascot's headpiece was drenched in sweat, and the plastic crown atop it hung askew. Qin Lang could instantly tell that the one in the costume was a girl in this world. Any female possessing certain attributes was treated like a cherished treasure. Forget about wearing a mascot outfit to hand out flyers in this heat. Even lying at home selling worn underwear would easily lead to wealth. Just a few days ago, he had seen a local forum where someone had posted an ad for a pair of men's used socks priced in the 5 figures, with a flurry of inquiries below asking, have they been worn for 3 days without washing? Hurry up and show me your phone. Stop dawdling. The short man raised his voice, impatience spilling over. If you don't cooperate, I'll call the Male Protection Association right now. You'll regret it. Inside the mascot's suit, Shin Youwei's hands trembled. Sweat trickled down her back, clinging uncomfortably to her skin, as though insects were crawling on her. Yet what unsettled her more was the man's accusation. She was a hardworking university student taking on a part-time job at the milk tea shop during summer break, and today was her first day. This man had suddenly rushed at her, claiming she was filming him, and she had no idea what was happening, but she dared not refute him. The male protection law in this world was excessively strict, and the Male Rights Protection Association wielded immense power. If a complaint were indeed lodged against her, even if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, a stain would forever mar her record. This would hinder her job search after graduation, impede her civil service exam prospects, and even block her chances of promotion. Tears welled in Shun Youwei's eyes, and she fought back the urge to cry. She opened her mouth to explain, but the words caught in her throat, leaving her to shake her head helplessly, her voice muffled within the confines of the mascot's suit. I didn't. I wasn't filming you. That wasn't filming? Then why were you smiling at me just now? The short man pressed forward, taking a step closer. That I see you have ulterior motives. Planning to film me and post it online. Let me tell you, a quality man like myself is not someone a lowly part-timer like you can simply covet. Whispers erupted from the crowd. This guy is too much, isn't he? Keep your voice down. Can't you see his attitude? Getting tangled up with him would be troublesome. That girl is really pitiful, wearing a mascot suit in this heat, and now facing false accusations. Though the murmurs were low, Shun Youwei heard them. A wave of indignation and panic washed over her, causing her shoulders to tremble uncontrollably. Her hands clenched tightly around the wrinkled flyers until her knuckles turned. White at that moment, the short man suddenly swung his hand, quick and forceful. Smack! A sharp sound rang out as the mascot headpiece atop Shun Youwei's head was knocked to the ground, rolling a few times before gathering dust. The sudden brightness made her instinctively squint, the sweat-drenched strands of hair sticking to her cheeks, revealing a face that had turned a shade of red from the suffocation. The murmurs around her abruptly ceased, as if the air had frozen for a few seconds. Outside the crowd, Qin Lang's pupils constricted, nearly dropping his lemonade. His mind was consumed with a singular thought. Wow, what a stunning face. A perfectly shaped oval face, the contours as soft as if sculpted with care. Her forehead was full, eyebrows slender and leaf-like, the slight droop at the corners of her eyes creating a quintessential peach blossom gaze. At that moment, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, giving her an ethereal quality that tugged at the heartstrings. Her nose was straight yet gentle, with a natural curve at the tip. Her lips, a delicate pink, had been pressed into a thin line due to her earlier anxiety, only enhancing their petite elegance. Most captivating was her expression at this moment, frozen in place, clutching the dislodged mascot head, her shoulders slightly quivering, tears clinging to her lashes, exuding an aura of vulnerability that could soften even the hardest of hearts. Shun Youwei, Qin Lang, was momentarily dazed, then instinctively stole a few glances. With such a face in his former world, she would undoubtedly be a top-tier beauty. Forget about meeting her in person. He would need to take 10 sleeping pills just to dream of someone so perfect, as such beauty was simply non-existent in reality. Around him, gasps of astonishment echoed. Clearly everyone was equally taken aback by Shun Youwei's appearance. Unable to remain seated any longer, Qin Lang stood up, determined to intervene. As he took his second step, his elbow was unexpectedly brushed against. A cautious voice whispered beside him, akin to a feather grazing the heart. Hey there, I noticed your lemonade is finished. Would you like me to dispose of it for you? He instinctively turned around, his gaze first landing on her long, slender legs clad in a pair of shorts that barely reached mid-thigh. But he gulped, thinking to himself, this girl must be quite striking. As he looked higher, her white, athletic tank top barely clung to her curves, revealing a hint of collarbone at the neckline. When his eyes finally met her face, his breath caught momentarily. Her round face, adorned with a hint of baby fat, featured large, round eyes that gazed shyly at him, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans with each blink. He silently acknowledged the truth. Indeed, youthful looks and allures seldom appeared in isolation. Noticing his prolonged silence, Su Xingtong felt her heart tighten, as if gripped by a powerful hand. Oh no, could this handsome young man think of me as a creep? What if he reported me? I can't have that. It would ruin my chances of becoming a charming little concubine in the future. Just as she was engulfed in regret, Qin Lang broke into a smile, his Adam's apple bobbing as he extended the empty cup towards her. Then I would appreciate your help. Not a bother at all. The girl quickly accepted the cup with both hands, her fingertips brushing against his, causing her to retract her hand as if shocked, her cheeks flushing a bright crimson. I'm Su Xingtong. Qin Lang, he replied, returning her smile. In that moment, Su Xingtong felt her heart race as if struck by a fawn. Wow, this young man has a beautiful smile. He even thanked me. Frozen in place with the empty cup, her mind swirled chaotically, fixated on a singular thought. Oh no, I think I might be ovulating. As she gazed at Qin Lang's retreating figure, hearts seemed to blossom in her eyes. Just a few steps away, a suppressed voice of frustration emerged behind her. Damn it, so close. A woman in a floral dress clenched the flyers in her hand, her knuckles turning white that I've circled around him 8 times, and yet I couldn't muster the courage to speak. Tell me about it, sighed another woman in professional attire. I've had my eye on him since he sat down, pacing back and forth countless times without any courage, only for this girl to swoop in first. Did you see that guy's leg hair? A tall girl in sportswear adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling. So dark and thick, it screams testosterone. If only. She trailed off, yet everyone understood, their gazes brimming with longing. Ah, too little too late. A cap-wearing girl lamented as she gazed at Qin Lang's silhouette. If only that cup was handed to me, I could keep it in the fridge for a year. A year? Please, I could keep it for 3. At that moment, a woman with curly hair scoffed, I'd encase it in beeswax and store it away. An abrupt silence fell over the group, all eyes turning to her, collectively gasping. That lady is something else, Su Xingtong mused inwardly, instinctively concealing the empty cup behind her. The floral-dressed woman noticed her action, her eyes lighting up as she leaned closer, whispering, Little sister, would you consider selling that cup? I'll offer 30,000. Su Xingtong recoiled like a cat with its tail stepped on, clutching the cup to her chest. Not for sale. Price doesn't matter. This was a gift from my brother. She emphasized my brother and shot a warning glare at the woman, hastily pulling out a triple-sealed bag from her purse to carefully encase the empty cup, which she then placed into a limited-edition designer bag. The woman regarded her purse with a resigned sigh. Clearly, the price was insignificant to someone of her means. That don't bother. Someone patted her shoulder. This girl clearly comes from a wealthy family. She wouldn't be short on cash. Su Xingtong paid no mind to them, her eyes fixated on Qin Lang's retreating figure. He had approached the girl in the mascot costume at the entrance of the milk tea shop. A twinge of jealousy struck her, but she felt relieved that she had gathered the courage to speak up. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have this empty cup. In this era, initiating conversation required more than mere courage. It was akin to gambling with one's life. The law was explicit. Forcibly disregarding a man's will could lead to imprisonment for 7 to 15 years. Constituting sexual harassment could lead to 5 to 7 years. Her earlier brush against Qin Lang's arm had skirted the edges of legality. Had he chosen to react unfavorably, branding her as a harasser, her life would have been irrevocably altered. Not only would finding a job become arduous, but even the prospect of marrying well and becoming a charming little concubine would be marred by such a stain. Fortunately, he remained unperturbed as Qin Lang arrived. The surrounding girls instinctively parted to create a path, not out of courtesy, but from a sincere desire to avoid unwanted attention from the authorities. With a nonchalant smile playing on his lips, Qin Lang lit a cigarette and stood beside Shen Yue, turning to face a short, stout man, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Isn't this enough? Gasps of awe rippled through the crowd. Goodness, he's so handsome. Oh my God, someone kill me. Don't move, I'm almost there. As Qin Lang posed, he felt his lips twitch. Was this really necessary? The stout man, interrupted, glared at Qin Lang with a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Who do you think you are? What's it to you? Don't you know boy helps boy? Qin Lang snorted dismissively, ignoring the man's outburst, focusing instead on the tearful Shen Yue, his tone softening unconsciously. Are you all right? Shen Yue lifted her tear-streaked eyes to meet his, momentarily stunned by the concern reflected in his gaze hidden behind sunglasses. She shook her head, whispering, I'm fine, thank you. Her voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy. Easing some of Qin Lang's irritation, he redirected his attention to the stout man, his expression turning icy. She has stated there was no filming. What more do you want? Do you wish to escalate this? How can I be certain she's not lying? The stout man retorted defiantly. Who knows if she has my picture on her phone? If it's leaked, my reputation is ruined. Shen Yue trembled as she retrieved an old phone from her mascot costume, presenting it to the stout man. The moment the phone was revealed, silence enveloped the crowd. It was an antiquated Nokia, devoid of any camera feature, Qin Lang could hardly believe it. In the year 2025, someone still used such a device. The stout man's face turned beet red upon seeing Shun Yue's Nokia. Qin Lang wore a mocking smile. Now, what do you have to say? Chapter 3. The phrase you uttered, referencing the heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys, seemed weightless yet bore the heft of 1,000 burdens. It shattered the last remnants of dignity possessed by the short, stout man. An exclamation of rage erupted, piercing the brief silence of the pedestrian street. The profound humiliation consumed his rationality entirely. He could no longer maintain the facade of a delicate gentleman. His visage contorted, and his eyes were flooded with crimson veins. "I'll mar your face," he bellowed, his corpulent form transforming into an unhinged projectile, claws adorned with transparent nail polish lunging towards Qin Lang's face. One that could incite madness in any woman. A gasp of suppressed astonishment arose from the crowd. No one anticipated his public breakdown, the eruption of violence he would unleash. In the distance, Su Xingtong felt a buzzing in her mind. Decorum? Fear? Modesty? To hell with them all. That wretched fat man was intent on harming her god. Her body reacted faster than her mind. Instinctively, she propelled herself forward, the heels of her limited edition stilettos emitting a mournful cry under the strain. With all her might, she surged forth like a cannonball, determined to shield Qin Lang with her fragile form. Beside Qin Lang, the timid Xin Yue was stirred into action. She beheld the resolute figure defending her, watching as that grotesque hand approached him. A tide of fervor washed away her insecurities and fears. Almost in a leap, she stumbled forward, arms outstretched, adopting a clumsy yet resolute stance to protect Qin Lang. Qin Lang's fingers, which held a cigarette, lingered momentarily in the air. Something flickered in the depths of his gaze. In the next heartbeat, he moved. His motions betrayed no hint of haste, exuding an elegance and calmness. He extended his arms, deftly encircling the shoulders of Su Xingtong and Xin Yue, gently guiding them backward. The two women felt an irresistible, gentle force, their bodies yielding to his will as they found themselves securely positioned behind him. Qin Lang stood alone, confronting the distorted visage of the stout man, not retreating a single step. Seeking death, he murmured, the words escaping his lips laced with the faint scent of tobacco. He raised his right hand, cigarette in tow, swift as lightning. As the man's claws neared his cheek, Qin Lang's hand expertly seized the man's wrist. A crisp crack echoed, a dislocation of bone. The man's forward momentum halted abruptly, his weight suspended in Qin Lang's grip, his expression frozen in shock. His wrist felt as though ensnared by a burning iron clamp. Agonizing pain surged through his body like a relentless tide. "Touch me." Qin Lang regarded him, pressing the cigarette but forcefully against the man's face. "Do you deserve it?" The short, stout man emitted a piercing scream, instinctively covering his face with his other hand, which had been scorched by a cigarette butt. Tears and mucus instantly smeared his features. Qin Lang released his grip. In that fleeting moment, as the pain caused the stout man to curl inward, Qin Lang lifted his right foot, adorned with a limited edition pair of sneakers. There were no flamboyant moves, only a swift and precise kick to the core. Bang! The sound of impact was so dull it made the hearts of onlookers constrict. The stout man's nearly 200-pound frame folded inward like a sandbag struck by a massive hammer, his feet leaving the ground as he was propelled 3 meters away. He crashed heavily onto the hard pavement of the pedestrian street, producing a resounding thud. Writhing on the ground, clutching his abdomen, he emitted inhuman howls, akin to a fat sea cucumber tossed ashore, grotesque and pitiful. The world fell silent. A woman in a professional skirt suit dropped her coffee cup with a clatter, brown liquid splattering onto her shoe, yet she remained oblivious. Another provocatively dressed girl instinctively whistled a loud, vulgar sound, only to hastily cover her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. The deathly silence lasted but a second. The murmurs of the crowd erupted like a lit powder keg. What the hell was that? Was that a movie effect? He took down that fat guy with one hand. And that kick, I can feel my ribs aching. A woman in a professional suit blushed with excitement, seizing her companion's arm, her voice cracking. My goodness. The way he flicked that cigarette, but it struck right at my heart. Her companion shot her a sidelong glance, coolly retorting, Sister, with your legs clamped so tightly, I suggest you say it hit your heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys instead. Don't compete with me. He is going to be my one and only male idol. The way he pulled those 2 girls behind him was simply fabulous. This man is tailor-made for us women. The gazes of the women shifted from innocent admiration to a fervent desire akin to that of spotting prime prey. It was a look infused with possession, conquest, and longing. Su Xingtong and Xin Yue, shielded behind Qin Lang, were utterly dumbfounded. Su Xingtong's mouth formed an O, her heart racing uncontrollably. She felt that her earlier actions paled in comparison to Qin Lang's, akin to childish play. Who knew that violence could appear so dashing? Xin Yue stared blankly at Qin Lang's broad back. In her tear-filled gaze, that silhouette resembled an unshakable mountain, shielding her from all storms and malice. At that moment, the stout man on the ground continued to howl in frustration. What are you looking at? Is everyone dead? Get him. Beat him up. Scratch his face. I've got plenty of money. I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. The group of women, initially taken aback, exchanged hesitant glances, their faces reflecting uncertainty. Yet, their long-standing dependence on men urged them to take action. They rolled up their sleeves and approached Qin Lang with hostile gazes. Were they truly insane? Would they really resort to violence over that pig lying on the ground? Lower your voice. If they hear you, they might accuse you of verbal assault. Before Qin Lang could react, Su Xingtong, standing behind him, exploded once more. Her excitement caused her chest to rise and fall rapidly. She forcefully pushed aside Xin Yue and rushed to Qin Lang's side, brandishing her latest model smartphone, directing the camera at the women. I've recorded everything. She panted, her voice sharp and filled with fury. Who dares to lay a finger on him? I will immediately send this to the employment committee. You will each find yourselves blacklisted. The mere mention of the employment committee felt like a bucket of icy water. The women halted abruptly, their fierce expressions visibly fading into apprehension and fear. Seeing this, Su Xingtong grew emboldened, pointing at the squat, pudgy man on the ground, and scolded, "You would sacrifice your entire lives for such a thing? If he has gone, you can simply find another to serve. If you end up in the employment committee's records, your careers, promotions, and chances of marriage will all be ruined. Do you want to be unable to even serve as a temporary concubine to a good man because of a criminal record?" Her words, though crude, were starkly realistic. The women were thoroughly awakened. They glanced between the puddle of filth on the ground and the tall, strikingly handsome man before them. The equation was quite simple. Just as they hesitated to retreat, Qin Lang, who had remained silent until now, finally moved. He raised his hand and, in a manner almost obsessive about cleanliness, leisurely wiped the fingers that had just restrained the pudgy man. Then, he lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the women one by one. Finally, his eyes returned to his fingertips as he spoke in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. I don't have many virtues. However, I possess an excellent memory. Every face here today, I have committed to memory. As his words settled, the women's faces paled dramatically. One of them wobbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. In the next moment, they scattered like frightened birds, disappearing into the crowd without a backward glance. Qin Lang did not even spare them a glance as he turned to face the still dazed Su Xingtong and Xin Yue. Chapter 4. Brother, no more treating me. If you do, I fear you may never marry. The bustling street was enveloped in an eerie silence, shattered by gasps of disbelief. All eyes were fixated on the squat, pudgy man who had been sent sprawling, contorted like a mass of filth on the ground. He clutched his belly, tears streaming down his face, emitting wheezing sounds. Unable to articulate a coherent wail, the kick just delivered was exceedingly fierce, so much so that every onlooker felt a dull ache in their chests. Am I not mistaken? A girl clad in shorts vigorously rubbed her eyes, her expression one of sheer disbelief. That kick, what was it even? Did you not witness the way he previously seized that hefty man's wrist with a single hand? Her companion, filled with excitement, clutched her arm, exclaiming, quick, precise, and ruthless. That 200-pound man was like a mere chick in his grasp. The power in his core, that explosive force, my legs feel weak. Truly magnificent, absolutely magnificent. This is the epitome of masculinity. In comparison to those delicate pretty boys, this is a dimensional crushing blow. The murmur of discussion erupted like boiling water. The stout man on the ground struggled to lift his head, his once fair face now a canvas of bruises, streaked with tears and mucus. His resentful gaze fixed firmly on Qin Lang. You wait for me, he rasped, his voice hoarse and filled with indignation. He attempted to utter some venomous words, but as soon as his eyes met Qin Lang's playful, yet indifferent, peach blossom gaze, all his spiteful utterances became lodged in his throat. It was a gaze devoid of any emotion, as if observing an insignificant ant. The stout man trembled all over, humiliation and fear engulfing him in an instant. He scrambled to his feet, disregarding the dust on his clothes, and, in a flustered manner, squeezed through the crowd, escaping in utter disgrace. Thus concluded the farce. However, the surrounding women were utterly invigorated. Their gazes converged on Qin Lang like countless spotlights, the intensity almost distorting the air. Yet, Qin Lang remained unfazed, completely oblivious to the searing attention directed at him. He turned to face the still stunned Su Xingtong and Xin Yue, a roguish smile once again gracing his lips. With a casual flick, he accurately propelled the already extinguished cigarette, but into a nearby trash bin, his movements elegant and brisk. "Which of you two would like some milk tea? My treat." As his words echoed, the crowd fell into an eerie silence once more. If Qin Lang's earlier action was a physical blow, then this statement served as a mental detonation against the entrenched norms of society. Did I hear that correctly? He wants to treat the girls to milk tea? Is he out of his mind? In this day and age, what man actively offers to spend money on women? Has his family fallen on hard times? Or is he simply unhinged? Shoo, keep it down. What if he overhears and thinks you're insulting him? The whispers in the crowd buzzed like mosquitoes. Su Xingtong and Xin Yue were also taken aback. Su Xingtong was the first to regain her composure, her face flushing crimson. Not from shyness, but from panic and urgency. She waved her hands repeatedly, her head shaking like a rattle. No, no, no. Brother, how can I let you treat me? That's absolutely out of the question. It must be me treating you. She was nearly jumping in her desperation. Qin Lang was left somewhat bewildered. Just a cup of milk tea. Is such a reaction truly necessary? He gazed at Su Xingtong, whose expression seemed to plead, "Brother, please don't treat me. If you do, I fear you may never find a spouse," leaving him in a state of bemusement. At that moment, a woman clad in a professional skirt suit could no longer contain herself, stepping forward with an expression imbued with admiration and a hint of affection in her eyes. "Young man, your family must have sheltered you exceedingly well," she remarked, pausing for effect, her tone laced with a sense of rightful pride. "Men are treasures, and all expenses incurred while venturing into the world should fall upon the shoulders of women. If a man is made to spend, it reflects our incompetence and negligence, leaving us open to scorn." Another woman joined in, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. "Indeed, young man, you are so handsome, possess such a gentle temperament, and exhibit remarkable abilities. You are truly a national treasure. How could we allow you to bear any costs? Not only for a cup of milk tea, but if you desired the stars from the heavens, we would find a way to procure them for you." Listening to their words, Qin Lang's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Goodness, has the world finally gone mad to the extent I had always envisioned? He comprehended that his simple offer of treating them was, in their eyes, akin to a woman in a previous life declaring that she would forego a dowry while additionally contributing a luxurious car and a substantial sum as a marriage gift. Equally shocking, Su Xingtong, fearing he might persist, seized his arm and unceremoniously pulled him toward the milk tea shop. "Brother, please don't be polite. Order whatever you wish. I shall cover the bill." Her tone brooked no refusal. Unable to resist her insistence, Qin Lang followed her into the establishment. Xin Yue trailed behind them silently. Her head bowed, hands tightly gripping the hem of her costume, her knuckles paling. She observed the silhouettes of Su Xingtong and Qin Lang standing together, one a radiant heiress, the other a man glowing with celestial brilliance, a perfect match, a union of talent and beauty. And what of her? Merely a girl clad in a cheap costume, wielding the oldest version of a mobile phone. Yes, an orphan. In this era, giving birth to a male child is akin to winning the lottery, capable of transforming a family's fortunes. Thus, countless women borrow money, take loans, and venture into the black market to procure life's essence, all in pursuit of a male heir. She was one of them, abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep just a month after birth. A profound sense of inferiority surged within her, inundating her like a tidal wave. She halted, unable to proceed further. Inside the milk tea shop, Su Xingtong exuberantly scanned the menu, swiftly ordering 3 of the most expensive drinks. Once the payment was made, she seemed to exhale in relief, turning to Qin Lang with her bright, sparkling eyes. "Brother, may I have your contact information?" The tremor in her voice betrayed her nervousness, as her hands fidgeted anxiously before her, even her signature tuft of hair slightly elevating due to her agitation. In this era, The act of proactively requesting a man's contact information is akin to traversing a treacherous landscape fraught with peril. Should one inadvertently be perceived as a nuisance, the repercussions could be devastating for the remainder of one's life. Qin Lang observed the blend of anticipation and trepidation on her face, finding it somewhat amusing. He produced his mobile phone and displayed the QR code, inviting her to scan it. "Ah, yes," Su Xingtong nearly squealed, her excitement palpable as she fumbled to retrieve her latest smartphone. In her eagerness, she struggled to unlock it several times before finally succeeding. With a satisfying beep, the friend request was accepted. "Yay!" Su Xingtong exclaimed, bouncing on her feet, her smile radiant like a blooming sunflower, her playful lock of hair bobbing joyfully. She had successfully added the contact of her idol. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze drifting past her to the solitary figure standing by the entrance. Shen Yue remained clad in her cumbersome costume, her head bowed, resembling a forsaken creature abandoned by the world, exuding an air of desolation. Approaching her with the freshly prepared milk tea, Qin Lang extended one cup towards her. Shen Yue looked up abruptly, her eyes widening in surprise at the offering. "No, it's fine. I'm not thirsty, thank you," she stammered, retreating in astonishment. Without a word, Qin Lang pressed the milk tea into her hands, then extended his own. "Your phone." Shen Yue was taken aback. "To exchange contact information." His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable insistence. Her mind went blank in an instant. Did he truly wish to add her contact? A surge of overwhelming, indescribable joy erupted from within, akin to a volcanic eruption, obliterating all her insecurities and fears. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Trembling, she retrieved her old Nokia from within her costume. Amidst the array of modern smartphones, this antiquated device, devoid of a camera, felt out of place. Shen Yue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her newfound courage dissipating as she wished to vanish into the ground. Yet Qin Lang remained unfazed. He took the Nokia, deftly typed in his number, and dialed it. Once his phone rang, he returned the Nokia to Shen Yue. "Save it." Hom. Shen Yue nodded vigorously, clutching the old phone tightly, as if it were the most treasured possession in the world. Happiness came upon her unexpectedly. She felt as though she were dreaming, her spirit light and buoyant, nearly overwhelmed by elation. Casting a glance towards the nearby suitcase, Qin Lang addressed both of them. "All right, I must be on my way." Just as he reached for the suitcase, Su Xingtong darted forward, effortlessly lifting the sizable bag. "Brother, where are you going?" "I'll drive you," she exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation. "I'm heading to Magic City University for enrollment," Qin Lang replied casually. "Magic City University?" Su Xingtong and Shen Yue exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, an unprecedented brilliance erupted in Su Xingtong's eyes. How fortuitous. "Brother, I am also a freshman at Magic City University. We are in the same school." Shen Yue also covered her mouth, her heart racing wildly. "He, too, is at Magic City University? What a twist of fate." Su Xingtong grew even more enthusiastic, thumping her chest and proclaiming, "Brother, you needn't take a cab. I shall drive you in the brand new Palamara my mother just bought for me. It will be quick." Shen Yue opened her mouth, wishing to say something, but ultimately remained silent. She glanced at Su Xingtong's gleaming pink sports car parked not far away, then turned her gaze back to herself, her eyes dimming little by little. Indeed, Su Xingtong could drive a luxury car worth millions to offer him a ride, could treat him to the finest milk tea. And what about her? She was merely a struggling student who had to toil endlessly to earn her living expenses. What right did she have to approach someone so radiant as he? Just as Qin Lang was about to nod in agreement with Su Xingtong, a cold, mechanical voice, foreign to this realm, resonated unexpectedly in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host is over 18 years of age. System binding initiated. 130700100. Ding. System has been activated. Chapter 5. The rigorous system. The chilling mechanical voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind, rendering him momentarily frozen. He observed the crowd before him, which had erupted into a frenzy due to his mere utterance, and then glanced at the two girls who appeared to be in a state of shock. A peculiar feeling stirring within him. What was happening? Emotional value collection successful. From Su Xingtong, shock 100, embarrassment 80, admiration 150. Emotional value collection successful. From Shen Yue, shock 120, insecurity 90, gratitude 130. Emotional value collection successful. From bystander A, incredulity 80, Envy 70. Emotional value collection successful. From bystander B, astonishment 90. Curiosity 60. A series of notification sounds rapidly filled his mind, with numbers fluctuating wildly. Qin Lang suddenly comprehended. With a flicker of thought, a translucent panel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Emotional system, host, Qin Lang total emotional value, 13720, available for allocation, current attributes, physique, 65 appearance, 90 spirit, 68 stamina, 62 daily emotional value limit, 500, 005, 0000 system level, LV1, 010, functions, attribute conversion. Lucky draw. Qin Lang's gaze settled on his attributes. Physique 65, appearance 90, this was rather low. The system seemed to sense his thoughts and responded mechanically. The average for ordinary adult males in the previous life was 60. In this world, male attributes hold no reference value. Qin Lang's lips subtly twitched, revealing his disdain for the world around him. Indeed, this sentiment held truth. Men in this realm have been cradled in comfort since birth, with few taking the initiative to manage their physique or appearance. Just moments ago, he had passed by a self-proclaimed little immortal man, whose waist was nearly equal to his height, a description of slightly plump being exceedingly generous. His gaze returned to the emotional value column, where a figure exceeding 10,000 caused him to momentarily gasp. How could a mere casual invitation to dine result in such an accumulation of emotional value? In this world, where women outnumber men, the assessment of a man's worth had undeniably reached an absurd level. At that moment, a cold voice echoed once more. Ding. Emotional value system activation complete. This marked the true beginning. A faint smile finally graced Qin Lang's lips, and a sharp glint of realization flickered in the depths of his peach blossom eyes. This subtle shift in expression caught the attention of Su Xingtong, causing her already racing heart to momentarily halt. My goodness, how could he be so handsome? Su Xingtong felt the heat in her cheeks spiraling out of control, her eyes nearly bursting with pink heart-shaped bubbles. Yet within Qin Lang, elation had given way to clarity. It had come 3 days into his journey. Although the golden finger had arrived tardily, it was indeed here. He quelled the surging thoughts and calmly inquired in his mind, System, my birthday has long passed. Why is it only activating now? Ding. According to Greenwich Mean Time and the geographical coordinates of the host's birthplace, you have just turned 18, precisely to the millisecond. Qin Lang's brow twitched slightly. This system was excessively meticulous. This system is the emotional value system, designed to assist the host in elevating oneself through the collection of emotional value, ultimately striving to stand at the pinnacle of the world. The system's self-introduction was brief and cold. After listening, Qin Lang extended a finger, gently stroking his chin. In other words, as long as the emotional value was sufficient, one could exchange it for attributes, participate in lotteries, and acquire all manner of skills and items. Was this not a license to act with impunity? He felt a deepening light in his eyes. By the rules, is there a novice gift pack? Ding. The novice gift pack has been automatically distributed to the system's storage space. Please retrieve it yourself. Qin Lang silently contemplated, claim. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the novice gift pack reward, Eye of True Sight. A fleeting glimmer flashed within the depths of his consciousness. He waited in silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. The sounds of people, traffic, and wind continued as usual, but his mind remained silent. Qin Lang could not help but ask, is that it? A basic probing function has merely dismissed me? Please strive to earn emotional points. Unlock and experience more enriching system functions. Qin Lang's gaze instantly dulled with disinterest. Alas, what a frugal and tedious system this is. Better to have it than not. He turned his head, his eyes once again resting on Su Xingtong beside him. With a mere thought, a pale blue virtual panel materialized above Su Xingtong's head. Name, Su Xingtong. Age, 18. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Attractiveness, 90. Charge count, 0. Affection level, 89. Note, rich second-generation young lady. Go for it, young man. If you failed to embrace a wealthy woman in your past life, seize the opportunity in this one. As Qin Lang read the final line of the note, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. System, you are rather cheeky. With that, he called out to Su Xingtong, who was still lost in her infatuation, then raised his hand and lightly flicked the ear of Shun You's teddy bear. The plush fur trembled, the sensation akin to a faint electric current. Xin Yue jolted, inhaling the crisp scent of tobacco lingering on the boy. She opened her mouth, her voice barely a whisper. I still need to finish distributing the flyers. The store manager, poking his plump head out from behind the counter, grinned like a lucky cat. Your salary will be dispersed as usual today. Plus, I'll give you a red envelope with triple the bonus. Little Shun, attending to customers is paramount. His words buried Shun Yue's hesitation. She suddenly bowed deeply, nearly bumping her forehead against Qin Lang's chest. Thank you, manager. In the next moment, she snatched the handle of the suitcase beside Qin Lang. The cold metal felt almost scalding in her grip, yet she clung to it tightly, reluctant to let go. Su Xingtong had already unfurled the pink strawberry-patterned sunshade, tiptoeing to hold it high, attempting to shield Qin Lang entirely from the sun. Brother, this side is sunny. She beamed brightly, her steps light and lively. The three walked side by side towards the street corner. Behind them, the entire pedestrian street erupted in chaos. Quick, that cigarette, but is still on the trash can. Don't step on it. That's the male deity's original flavor cigarette, but a throng of women frantically surged toward the metallic trash can, its sides clanging from the impact. Meanwhile, a long line had already formed at the entrance of the milk tea shop, stretching to the street corner. I want the same as the handsome guy. No ice, extra lemon. And the straw? It must be the same. Colorful banknotes waved in the air. The manager, smiling, swiftly pulled out his phone, operating it rapidly in the background. New product launch, male deities special blend. Price, 68 yuan. Stock status, sold out. Chapter 6. Have I transcended or reborn? A pink Panamera navigated through the traffic, the air conditioning inside set to a chilling level. Qin Lang leaned back in the passenger seat, his eyes closed in a semblance of slumber. Yet, within his mind, a cacophony rivaled the bustling pedestrian street outside. Ding. From bystander C. Frenzy, emotional value 50. Ding. From bystander D. Jealousy, emotional value 40. Ding. From the milk tea shop owner. Ecstasy, emotional value 200. A relentless series of notifications erupted in his mind, akin to the sound of coins being consumed in an old arcade game. His total emotional value had effortlessly surpassed 15,000. All he had done was engage in a fight, casually uttering the words, "It's on me." Qin Lang could vividly visualize the scene in his mind. A group of women, fighting tooth and nail by the trash can over a cigarette, but he had flicked away with little thought. Absurd, yet undeniably real. This world was delightfully chaotic. Are you really a freshman at our Shanghai University, God? Su Xingtong, driving the car, couldn't help but steal glances at Qin Lang through the rearview mirror. Her cheeks still flushed. The tuft of hair atop her head bobbed slightly with her excitement. Qin Lang responded, not even lifting his eyelids. That's wonderful. Which college are you in? Su Xingtong's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. Mechanical automation. This was his major from his previous life, an old mechanic. In his past existence, he had perished from exhaustion while working on non-standard project quotes, leading to his transmigration. In this life, if given a choice, he naturally opted for the most relaxed path. Mechanical design was a simple matter. He could easily attend classes and pass. Indeed, this was a choice he had made himself. The leniency of this world towards men was astonishing, allowing one to change majors freely even before formal registration. The original host had chosen the currently popular field of psychology, chatting with wealthy women for substantial monetary rewards, albeit with high risks. A single misstep could lead to being locked down by a domineering partner. Wow, I'm in business administration. Our colleges are quite close. Su Xingtong exclaimed, nearly pressing the accelerator to the floor in her excitement. Suddenly recalling something, she shifted the conversation. What about you, Yue? In the back seat, Xin Yue had been quietly clutching Qin Lang's suitcase. At the mention of her name, she involuntarily trembled slightly and softly replied, I'm also in mechanical design. I saw online that this major has good employment prospects. Su Xingtong nearly lost her grip on the steering wheel in disbelief. Jealousy is tearing me apart. I want to change my major. However, this thought was fleeting, as she quickly regained her composure and declared confidently, Don't worry, God. I'll handle the registration for you. I have a senior sister volunteering at the orientation. With one call, I'll ensure she comes down to greet us and arrange everything for you. Finally opening his eyes, Qin Lang regarded Su Xingtong's proud expression, exuding confidence as if saying, Leave it to me, and couldn't help but smile. Before he could respond, Su Xingtong had already dialed her phone. Hello? Is this Senior Zhang? It's me, Xingtong. I am about to bring a friend to the school gate. Indeed, he is also a freshman. Could you come down to greet him? Oh, and just to clarify, he is not a female, but rather an exceptionally handsome young man. A brief silence enveloped the phone line, only to be shattered moments later by a scream that pierced through the receiver, louder than the bustling crowd on the pedestrian street. Wow. Xingtong, just wait for me. I'll be there in a flash. The call was abruptly terminated. Su Xingtong triumphantly waved her phone and playfully winked at Qin Lang. He shook his head helplessly and leaned back against the chair. It seemed that this university life would be far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. 20 minutes later, a pink Panamera gracefully traced an arc and came to a steady halt at the majestic entrance of Magic City University. The campus, buzzing with the fervor of the welcoming season, was teeming with a vibrant crowd, the air thick with youthful exuberance and the intoxicating scent of hormones. Rows of welcome tents lined the path, with volunteers clad in colorful t-shirts weaving through the throngs. However, the moment the door of the Panamera swung open and Qin Lang stepped out from the passenger seat, the world seemed to have been muted. The clamor of voices, the announcements from various clubs, and the distant sound of honking. All sounds were instantaneously siphoned away. A senior, who had been directing a younger student, froze mid-gesture, her mouth forming an astonished O. A girl distributing flyers let them slip from her grasp, scattering like snowflakes across the ground. The surrounding uproar felt as though it had been grasped by an invisible hand, plunging into an eerie silence. In the next instant, this silence was explosively shattered. Ding. Shock from Junior A, emotion value 100. Ding. Envy from Senior B, emotion value 120. Ding. Admiration from a passing female professor, emotion value 150. The notifications of emotional values crescendoed in Qin Lang's mind, transforming into a euphoric symphony. Am I seeing things? Is that truly a person? Is that a divine figurine that has fallen to the mortal realm? Such beauty could render every male celebrity in the entertainment industry obsolete. Quick! Someone should inquire if he is from our university. If so, my happiness for the next 4 years is assured. A wave of speculation surged through the school gate. A multitude of fervent gazes, akin to searchlights, fixated upon Qin Lang. At that moment, a tall girl clad in a volunteer's red vest seemingly materialized from the crowd. Just moments before, she had been impatiently reprimanding a lost junior. Look at the form yourself. It's all written there. Next. Now, a sycophantic smile stretched across her face, nearly reaching her ears, as she dashed towards Qin Lang with a voice dripping in sweetness. Xingtong, is this the young man you spoke of? Her gaze was utterly ensnared by Qin Lang, unable to divert elsewhere. Indeed, Senior Zhang, this is my brother Qin Lang, Su Xingtong replied proudly, puffing out her chest. Hello, brother Qin Lang. Sister Zhang immediately performed a deep bow, her enthusiasm almost overwhelming. Oh dear, on such a hot day, you must have had a tiring journey. Come, allow me to handle your registration. You needn't concern yourself with anything, just stand and rest. Before she could finish her sentence, the surrounding girls could hardly contain themselves, rushing toward them. Hey handsome, which college are you from? Let's exchange contact information. Look at me, I'm fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, and I can cook and do laundry. Step aside. Let me through. My father is associated with the student union. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Su Xingtong and Xin Yue immediately took on a protective stance. Su Xingtong spread her arms wide, shielding Qin Lang behind her, and called out loudly, Everyone, calm down. Don't crowd. What if you frighten my idol? Although Xin Yue trembled in fear, she clutched tightly to the hem of Qin Lang's shirt, using her slight frame to create a barrier against the oncoming tide of girls. Qin Lang surveyed the chaotic scene, feeling a headache brewing. He retrieved a black baseball cap and a disposable mask from his pocket and donned them expertly, concealing his face that could incite a frenzy. A chorus of disappointed sighs echoed through the crowd. Ding. Collective disappointment from onlookers, emotional value. 888. Noticing this, Sister Zhang promptly seized the suitcase from Xin Yue's grasp, exclaiming, Brother Qin Lang, let me take you to the dormitory. Our male dormitory is the finest in the entire school. You must settle in and rest. She led the way with the suitcase, chattering excitedly about their accommodations. Our male dormitory at Magic University is truly unparalleled. It's a standalone building with elevators directly accessing each floor, and we have a round-the-clock concierge service to meet any of your needs. Her tone brimmed with pride. Each room is over 120 square meters, featuring luxurious suites equipped with an entire smart home system. The materials used for the decor were personally selected by the principal during his trips abroad. Absolutely eco-friendly and non-toxic. She continued, however, each room is a 3-bedroom. 2 living room setup, so you'll have 2 roommates. At this point, her tone softened, laced with a hint of trepidation, as if fearing Qin Lang might be displeased. Junior, you wouldn't mind, would you? If you're concerned about getting along with your roommates, feel free to reach out to me anytime. She paused, turning to face him, her gaze becoming somewhat intriguing. I've rented a spacious 150 square meter flat off campus. You could come sleep over at my place. I also have a cat that can do backflips. Following behind, Qin Lang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth beneath the mask at her words. Really? Girl, are you even trying to act? I hope that backflipping cat is indeed a cat. While he hadn't seen a backflipping cat, 2 little felines on the verge of fluffing up were in front of him. Su Xingtong's silly hair was practically standing on end as she stepped forward, firmly shielding Qin Lang. Xin Yue also stood defiantly in front of him, glaring at Sister Zhang. Zhang Xuejia, Zhang Xinman, merely smiled alluringly, her fingers lightly tracing her collarbone. Junior, a woman's jealousy can be quite potent. It may even hinder your chances of finding a boyfriend. Su Xingtong expressed her concerns as she glanced back at Qin Lang. In return, she was met with Qin Lang's gentle smile and a reassuring touch upon her head. The head pat. In an instant, Su Xingtong felt a surge of electricity coursing from her tailbone, gradually enveloping her entire being. She melted, her gaze shimmering, her legs feeling somewhat weak. Qin Lang, momentarily taken aback, thought, is this for real? I merely offered a casual gesture, and you respond as if I unleashed a powerful move. If we were alone, you might have gone full Nami on me. Zhang Xinman gazed at Su Xingtong with envy, pondering how fortunate this young lady was to encounter such an exceptional male deity. The phrases large-breasted yet brainless and fools enjoy foolish blessings seemed to perfectly encapsulate Su Xingtong's situation. Xin Yue, mustering courage, timidly suggested, Seniors, Su, let us hasten our departure. On such a sweltering day, we girls can manage, but Qin, being a rather delicate boy, could suffer severely from the heat. Qin Lang stared at Xin Yue in astonishment. Oh, Yue, you appear earnest with your expressive features. How can you utter such fabrications without a hint of embarrassment? Did you not witness how I effortlessly sent that charming lad flying? Admittedly, Xin Yue's cheeks flushed, not due to her words, but because of Qin Lang's gaze. Although Qin Lang found Xin Yue's statement somewhat absurd, Su Xingtong and Zhang Xinman surprisingly nodded in agreement, momentarily suspending any disagreement. Indeed, Yue speaks truth. Our male deity awaits. Before long, they arrived at the front of the boys' dormitory. As they approached, the anguished cries of 2 young ladies reached Qin Lang's ears. "And Hong, I love you. And Hong, I cannot bear to be apart from you. And Hong." Qin Lang mused to himself, am I in a different era, or have I been reborn? This scene, such a dramatic display of affection. Chapter 7. The gatekeeper Andy is also aesthetic conscious, following closely behind Zhang Xinman. The relentless calls for An Hong made Qin Lang feel as if he had stepped into a grand emotional scam. The tone, the atmosphere, it was all too familiar. Such theatrics. Who is An Hong? Qin Lang could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Zhang Xinman, straining to pull Qin Lang's seemingly modest suitcase, replied without turning. Her tone laced with disdain born of experience. A social media influencer, an emotional broadcaster, who preys upon love-starved yet affluent women. Every night at 8, she goes live, using her raspy voice to lull people to sleep with her tired phrases like "good night, darling, may you find joy today." Su Xingtong, visibly irked, interjected, exactly. I have a roommate who fell for it. Spent 3,000 yuan on some exclusive goodnight service, and every night at 10:30, that An Hong would call, repeating the same few lines. Have you eaten? Sleep early. Are you tired today, darling? Just a handful of phrases for 3,000 yuan. It's quicker than robbery. Qin Lang shook his head in disbelief. It seemed that regardless of the world, the growth patterns of the gullible remained consistent. Ding. Strong emotional resonance detected from the host. The Emotional Collection System Analysis module has been activated. Current environmental emotional concentration, moderate. Primary emotional sources, infatuation, from the girl downstairs. Admiration, from the girl downstairs. Jealousy, from Zhang Xinman. Anticipation, from Su Xingtong and Shen Yue. System recommendation. The current scene presents social barriers. Breaking through these barriers can efficiently stimulate target emotional fluctuations and enhance collection efficiency. Qin Lang understood the implication. In simple terms, it was time to stir things up. As the group conversed, they arrived at the legendary boys' dormitory. Rather than a dorm, it resembled a luxurious apartment complex. The building featured a minimalist modern design, with expansive floor-to-ceiling glass shimmering under the sun. Below, there was even a landscaped garden with a fountain, where two girls in light attire gathered, each holding a large green drink, sipping while chatting animatedly. Zhang Xinman retracted the handle of her suitcase, her signature flirtatious smile returning as she tidied her hair and cast a sultry glance at Qin Lang. Junior, watch and learn. Aunt Wang, the building's notoriously strict manager, was known for her uncompromising nature, and it was nearly impossible for anyone to gain entry. But I have a good relationship with her. Getting you inside will be a breeze, she added, sashaying towards the dormitory entrance. Su Xingtong and Shen Yue exchanged nervous glances. However, before Zhang Xinman could approach the door, a figure burst forth from the guardhouse, a thunderous voice booming like thunder. Halt! A middle-aged woman in a deep blue security uniform stood like a wall at the entrance. Though appearing to be in her 50s, she was sprightly, her gaze sweeping over them like a searchlight. Zhang Xinman's smile faltered, quickly replaced with a placating expression. Aunt Wang. It's me, Xinman. I'm bringing the freshmen to check in. You? Aunt Wang scrutinized her, releasing a disdainful snort, her voice dripping with contempt. When have you ever come without claiming to bring freshmen? Last time you lingered in the boys' dormitory, the young man was so frightened he called me to complain, saying a female rogue had entered. If it weren't for the building manager's quick intervention, were you planning to settle down there? Have you no shame? Her words rang out with such force that several girls near the garden turned their heads in curiosity. Heat rushed to Zhang Xinman's neck, her face flushing a deep crimson. Wishing desperately for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole, unable to utter a single word. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Su Xingtong could not contain her laughter, quickly covering her mouth in an attempt to stifle the sound, though her shoulders still quivered with mirth. Shen Yue, too, kept her head down, the corners of her mouth curling upwards in delight. It seemed that this senior, Zhang Xianman, had quite the illustrious past. Aunt Wang's gaze shifted from Zhang Xianman to Su Xingtong and Shen Yue, her tone softening slightly. You two must be freshmen, right? You look somewhat familiar. However, rules are rules. Girls are not allowed in the boys' dormitory. Hurry along. Auntie, we are merely helping a classmate with their luggage, Su Xingtong attempted to explain. Helping? Do either of you possess my stature? Hand it over. I shall carry it. Aunt Wang waved her hand, her demeanor resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, Zhang Xianman found a semblance of balance, watching Su Xingtong and Shen Yue with a smirk that seemed to convey, see, if I can't enter, neither can you. The situation became momentarily tense. Desperate, Su Xingtong and Shen Yue turned to Qin Lang for assistance. Just then, Qin Lang silently removed his cap and lowered his mask. Taking a step forward, the afternoon sun illuminated him perfectly, casting a radiant glow on his flawlessly handsome face. He remained silent, merely offering Aunt Wang a gentle, courteous smile. Hello, sister. These two words appeared to possess an enchanting quality. Aunt Wang, who had previously exuded an intimidating presence akin to that of a guardian deity, fell abruptly silent. She stood frozen in place, her hawk-like eyes widening before she blinked vigorously, seemingly questioning whether the sweltering heat had caused her to hallucinate. Moments later, a miracle unfolded. The fierce scowl on Aunt Wang's face visibly melted away, her previously stern demeanor dissipating like snow in the warmth of the sun, replaced by a demeanor that could only be described as benevolent and amiable. No longer with her hands on her hips, she fidgeted, unsure of where to place them, awkwardly brushing her uniform. Oh my, this child, Aunt Wang's voice softened, a hint of youthful shyness emerging. I could be your grandmother. How can you still call me sister? This dramatic transformation left Su Xingtong and Shen Yue in a state of disbelief. Zhang Xianman, too, was left agape, her mouth open wide enough to accommodate an egg. Is this really happening? Qin Lang retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extending it with a respectful flourish. Auntie, you appear so youthful that people would believe you are my sister. My name is Qin Lang, and I just registered today. These two classmates are kindly helping me with my luggage, considering the heat. Could you possibly make an exception and allow them to assist me upstairs before they come back down? Aunt Wang's eyes brightened as she glanced down at the cigarettes. Oh, soft Zhonghua. Young man, you are too kind. Not only are you handsome, but you are also so considerate. While she spoke graciously, her hands were honest. Accepting the cigarettes and carefully tucking them into her breast pocket, patting it gently as if cherishing a treasure. As she raised her gaze to Qin Lang once more, her expression could no longer be described as affectionate. It was akin to that of a long-lost grandmother gazing upon her beloved grandson. Oh, you sweet-talking child. How could I possibly bear to refuse you? With that, she turned on her heel, her demeanor shifting to one of sternness as she faced Su Xingtong and Shen Yue. Though the previous harshness had dissipated from her tone. You too. You may go up, but you must be swift in your return. Drop off what you need and come back down immediately, do you understand? No running about in the building, and certainly no disturbing the other boys' rest. Yes. Thank you. Auntie, we'll be right down. Su Xingtong and Shen Yue nodded eagerly, their delight palpable. Lastly, Aunt Wang's gaze turned icy as it sliced towards Zhang Xinman, her expression as frigid as ice. As for you, don't even think about entering. Stay right here. Ding. Jealousy from Zhang Xinman, 200. Ding. Resentment from Zhang Xinman, 150. Ding. Favor from Aunt Wang, 150. Ding. Admiration from Su Xingtong, 100. Ding. Admiration from Shen Yue, 100. A cascade of system notifications echoed in Qin Lang's mind. Zhang Xinman gritted her teeth, her exquisitely made-up face contorted with rage, yet she dared not retort. Forced to watch as Qin Lang, accompanied by the two girls, entered the dormitory building under Aunt Wang's gentle reminders to proceed carefully down the steps. Chapter 8. The subordinate is willing to devote herself to the male god. Before entering, Su Xingtong turned back to wave triumphantly at her, making a face. This gesture nearly caused Zhang Xinman to erupt with fury. Ding. Jealousy from Zhang Xinman, 350. Ding. Resentment from Zhang Xinman, 288. Inside the dormitory, the elevator ascended smoothly. Su Xingtong excitedly grasped Shen Yue's hand, whispering in awe, "Oh my goodness! The male god is truly remarkable. That Aunt Wang was as fierce as a lion just now." Shen Yue's cheeks flushed, and she nodded vigorously, her voice a mere whisper. I thought my heart would leap out of my chest. I was certain we wouldn't be allowed in. The two gazed at Qin Lang's broad back, their eyes shimmering with admiration. The elevator chimed softly as it reached the 6th floor. Upon the door's opening, a delicate fragrance, imbued with the scent of polished wood, wafted forth. The corridor was adorned with thick, sound-absorbent carpeting that muffled their footsteps. Room 601, they had arrived. Qin Lang's steps halted before a deep brown door, and he raised his hand, his well-defined fingers tapping 3 times on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound resonated clearly in the hushed corridor, carpeted in silence. Su Xingtong curiously tiptoed, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation as she eagerly awaited to uncover the identity of the male god's roommate. Within, there was a profound stillness. Time seemed to elongate, and just as Su Xingtong began to believe no one was home, a faint sound of fabric brushing against itself broke the silence. Immediately, the peephole on the door darkened. A pair of eyes was silently scrutinizing from behind the door, dissecting the 3 individuals outside with the precision of a surgical scalpel. Moments later, a voice, as fine as a thread, inquired, "Who is it?" Each word resonated with palpable vigilance. Su Xingtong promptly raised the sweetest of smiles, her voice ringing clear. "Hello, we are here to welcome the newcomers. This is Qin Lang. He should be your new roommate." As she introduced him, the gaze from the door gradually and mechanically shifted to Qin Lang's face. In an instant, the pupil of that eye contracted to the size of a pinprick, only to suddenly expand to its fullest extent. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door was violently slammed shut, the gust of wind nearly striking Su Xingtong in the face. Stunned, both Su Xingtong and Shen Yue exchanged bewildered glances, the corridor echoing only with the reverberation of the door's closure. What was this? Just as Qin Lang arched an eyebrow, preparing to knock again, an uproar erupted from within the room. Crash! It sounded like a coat rack had toppled over. Perhaps a glass had shattered, accompanied by a muffled grunt of frustration. Just a few seconds later, a click echoed as the door lock turned once more, and the door swung open fully. A young man stood behind it, clad in a set of pale pink silk pajamas that shimmered with an air of luxury. His hair was meticulously styled, every strand perfectly in place. Most striking was his skin, unnaturally pale, akin to exquisite mutton fat jade, so smooth that pores were virtually invisible. At that moment, his exceptionally beautiful large eyes reflected a blend of lingering shock and forced composure. He fixed his gaze intently on Qin Lang, his Adam's apple bobbing. "You are my new roommate?" Qin Lang found his theatrical reaction somewhat amusing, yet maintained his calm demeanor as he nodded. "If this is room 601, then I suppose so," he replied nonchalantly. "My name is Qin Lang, from the School of Mechanical Automation." The young man behind the door, Xiao Xiannan, seemed to have made a decision. His body still tense. He took a deep breath and awkwardly stepped aside, creating a passageway. His voice trembled slightly. "I am Xiao Xiannan, studying psychology. Please, come in." As the three entered, Xiao Xiannan stood guard at the threshold, forcing a strained smile as he gestured toward the distant sofa. "Make yourselves comfortable." Qin Lang's gaze fell upon the electric pig prod, approximately 1 meter long, which Xiao Xiannan had been concealing behind him. After a 2-second silence, he remarked, "Brother, could you possibly put that thing down before we continue our conversation?" Xiao Xiannan's ears turned crimson, and he awkwardly tucked his hands behind his back, stammering, "My mother says that boys need to protect themselves outside." The object in his hand, entirely metallic with a blue glow emanating from the front, buzzed ominously. Looking far from a legitimate electrical appliance, it resembled an upgraded version of a slaughterhouse tool. "Brother, you intend to use that for self-defense?" Su Xingtong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xin Yue also curved her lips. The tense atmosphere shattered in an instant. Qin Lang patted Xiao Xiannan on the shoulder, suppressing his laughter, and said, "All right, very spirited, keep it up." Xiao Xiannan became even more flustered, his eyelashes fluttering like a startled rabbit. He stiffly turned to lead the way. "The 3 rooms and 2 halls are all of equal size. I fear the sun, so I chose the north side. The 2 rooms on the south are vacant. You may choose." Qin Lang casually rolled his suitcase into the first room on the right and turned to look at the 2 girls. "Care to come in and sit?" Su Xingtong's eyes brightened, and just as she lifted her foot to step forward, Xin Yue tugged at her sleeve. "Auntie said to put down your luggage before heading out," she reminded in a hushed tone. Su Xingtong pouted, murmuring softly, "But Auntie isn't here." Qin Lang chuckled and waved his hand at them. "You've worked hard today. I'll treat you to milk tea another day." The 2 exchanged glances, instantly standing tall, chests out and heads held high in a salute, their movements synchronized. "Not hard at all. We serve our idol." Their voices rang out crisply, startling Xiao Xiannan. Qin Lang's lips twitched. "Ladies, mind the impact. Your enthusiasm is almost overwhelming." He cleared his throat. "Well then, take care." Su Xingtong inhaled deeply and suddenly stepped forward, her voice lowering to a mere whisper. "Idol, may I have the opportunity to pursue you?" Xin Yue also looked up, her eyes shining brightly. The air grew eerily still. Before Qin Lang could respond, a sudden buzz erupted beside him, and the blue light flared dramatically. Xiao Xiannan had raised the electric baton before Qin Lang, his arm trembling like a leaf, yet he feigned ferocity, exclaiming, "Why are you girls so forward? After just a little help, you already seek ulterior motives. If we were to share a meal, wouldn't you devour him whole?" Su Xingtong's cheeks flushed crimson with indignation. Xin Yue was equally astounded, rendered speechless. Qin Lang face-bombed. "Brother, did you accidentally switch scripts? Oh, this is a world where girls outnumber boys, and I am the protagonist. So, it's fine, brother, continue." Su Xingtong stomped her foot in frustration. "My pursuit of my idol is none of your business." Xiao Xiannan trembled at her outburst, nearly dropping the pig-catching device, yet stubbornly continued to shield Qin Lang. I am his roommate. I have the duty to protect him from wicked women." "Wicked women?" Su Xingtong pointed at her own nose, her tone rising in pitch. "Who are you calling wicked?" As the argument threatened to escalate, Qin Lang swiftly pressed down on the weapon in Xiao Xiannan's hand, which continued to buzz menacingly. "All right. Enough. Everyone calm down." He reached into his pocket, hoping to find a cigarette, only to remember that he had already given them to Aunt Wang. At that moment, Xiao Xiannan hurried back to his room, quickly emerging again with an unopened pack of cigarettes, which he thrust into Qin Lang's hands. Qin Lang grinned broadly, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks, buddy." Xiao Xiannan's cheeks flushed, his smile betraying his embarrassment. "It's no trouble at all. Boy helping boy, right? My mother always says, all right." "Your mother is absolutely right," Qin Lang interjected promptly. Xiao Xiannan looked at Qin Lang with a hint of grievance, unable to finish his thought. Qin Lang pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with a practiced ease, taking a deep drag as the smoke billowed from his lips, obscuring his handsome features, leaving only his eyes visible, watching Su Xingtong with a teasing glint. Do you truly wish to pursue me? His tone carried a languid playfulness. Yes, yes, my idol. You are the most perfect man I have ever encountered. I aspire to be your devoted concubine for life. Su Xingtong declared, her eyes ablaze with ambition. However, her fervor was soon doused by a harsh reality. Mother says that new women with such loose tongues are destined to marry at least 8 times in their lifetime. She exclaimed, glaring at Xiao Xiannan. In this world, marriage was not regarded as a blessing. The law stipulated that every adult male must have 1 primary wife, 2 secondary wives, and at least 7 concubines, with no upper limit on the number of concubines. Yet, due to systemic issues, men in this world were generally averse to marriage unless absolutely necessary. They would only take another wife when their current ones could no longer meet their daily needs. Thus, the notion of marrying 8 times was indeed a vicious curse. Qin Lang waved his hand dismissively, while Xiao Xiannan pouted in indignation, crossing his arms and stepping aside with a huff. He then playfully ruffled Su Xingtong's hair, causing her to shiver, almost as if struck by a sudden revelation. Her large, glistening eyes gazed at Qin Lang, silently pleading for prior notice next time. Retracting his hand, Qin Lang's lips curled into a sly smile. Are you hoping for an opportunity? Su Xingtong instinctively nodded, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and anticipation. Then be my intern girlfriend. Qin Lang's voice was soft, yet resonated like thunder in her ears. Your subsequent performance will determine if you earn a permanent position. What do you say? Her eyes widened in astonishment, as if enchanted by celestial melodies. Su Xingtong's gaze expanded to its fullest, her spirit soaring as if lifted by an overwhelming wave of euphoria. Mother, I've made it. Am I dreaming? I've become my idol's intern girlfriend. Despite the title being merely interim, many women would never even hold a man's hand in their lifetime. Today, however, Su Xingtong had received the coveted head pat from her idol, not once, but twice. She bent deeply, nearly to a 90-degree bow, her voice quivering with excitement, yet ringing out vibrantly. Thank you, esteemed idol, for this blessing. The subordinate humbly offers her sincere devotion to the revered male deity. Beside her, Shen Yue felt the light in her eyes gradually dim as she quietly lowered her head, concealing her despondent expression. All of this was perceptibly noted by Qin Lang. He was not one to show favoritism. After all, who could resist an 18-year-old beauty, reminiscent of Nakashima Mika, exuding an aura of fragility? Qin Lang took a step forward, employing the same charming gesture, the beloved head pat. In an instant, Shen Yue's mind went blank, and within 3 seconds, she transformed into a flustered maiden. A playful voice from above her echoed, "You too. If you perform well, you might just earn a permanent position." How extraordinary. The revered male deity is willing to let me become his intern girlfriend? What have I done to deserve this? Tears welled up in Shen Yue's eyes, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Mimicking Su Xingtong, she bowed deeply, her voice thick with emotion. Thank you, revered male deity. I will strive diligently to earn a dowry, hoping to become your true girlfriend as soon as possible. Standing aside, Xiao Xiannan nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. It seemed that Qin Lang's promise of an intern girlfriend was indeed deserving of their gratitude. Qin Lang nodded approvingly. Very good, full of spirit. By the way, from now on, call me Lang Gu. Referring to me as the revered male deity feels rather odd. Chapter 9. The proud Sundara beside them. Xiao Xiannan's face flushed crimson as he eagerly raised his hand like the most enthusiastic student in class, with a slight lift of his eyelid and a playful smile. Qin Lang said, "Xiao classmate, please share your thoughts." Lang Gu. Xiao Xiannan's voice was tinged with a sweet shyness. Is it okay if I call you that too? The hopeful gaze and yearning in his eyes sent a chill up Qin Lang's spine. Brother, that look is rather unsettling. Qin Lang discreetly took half a step back. The most despairing thing is when a brother stabs you in the back, and even more so when he uses something other than a knife. Well, Xiao classmate. Shen Yue shot Qin Lang a reproachful glance, her gaze captivating enough to nearly provoke him to throw a punch. Lang Gu, just call me Xiao Xiao. It feels too formal otherwise. Before Qin Lang could respond, Xiao Xiannan had already switched roles, twisting his body like a protective hen, spreading his arms to block Su Xingtong and Shen Yue. All right, The audience with the revered male deity has concluded. If you two aren't leaving, are you waiting for our Lang Ge to treat you to dinner? Su Xingtong, bold by nature, stepped forward eagerly, waving her hands in a flurry. Her face adorned with just the right amount of shyness and anticipation. No, I want to treat Lang Ge to dinner. I wonder if he would do me the honor? How outrageous. Xiao Xiannan crossed his arms indignantly. Lang Ge has already granted you a tremendous favor by allowing you to become his intern girlfriends. Do not overstep your bounds. As she spoke, she cast a reassuring glance towards Qin Lang, conveying a sense of confidence in her actions. Su Xingtong did not retreat. Instead, she stood tall, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Xiannan. Classmate Xiao, I have invited Lang Ge, not you. Why are you so agitated? Lang Ge, I know of a restaurant that has recently introduced a couple's set meal, and it's absolutely delightful. Xiao Xiannan, flustered, jumped in front of Qin Lang with arms outstretched, exclaiming, no way, absolutely not. My mother has said that boys should not casually dine out with girls. It's unsafe. Lang Ge, do not be deceived by her sweet words. Qin Lang observed the farcical scene before him and chuckled softly, addressing Su Xingtong. I appreciate your sentiment. But having just arrived at school today, I find myself rather fatigued. How about you send me the restaurant's address, and I shall treat you another day? Satisfied? Su Xingtong shot a triumphant glance at Xiao Xiannan, taking hold of Shen Yue's arm as she left, glancing back 3 times. Qin Lang found amusement in Xiao Xiannan's exaggerated demeanor, as if he were preparing for a formidable battle, diligently upholding the principles of masculinity instilled by his mother. It was rather fortuitous to have such a loyal companion. It would undoubtedly save him considerable trouble in the future. Xiao Xiannan leaned closer to Qin Lang, busily tidying the mess on the table, while muttering, Lang Ge, you must not show any weakness. My mother has said that boys must protect themselves when they are out. They should not be easily won over by girls, otherwise, they will not cherish them. My mother also mentioned that boys should always put girls to the test. Qin Lang quietly regarded the incessantly chattering Xiao Xiannan, who began to feel uneasy under Qin Lang's calm gaze, swallowing hard. Lang Ge, why are you looking at me like that? My heart is racing. Qin Lang grinned. My friend, allow me to share a secret. My grandfather lived to 90. Looking as though he was only 40. Would you like to know his secret? Xiao Xiannan's eyes brightened like searchlights, nodding eagerly. Yes. Qin Lang lit a cigarette and said thoughtfully, it's because my grandfather never gossiped. Xiao Xiannan, as if caught in a vice, was rendered speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he finally murmured, Lang Ge, you are quite mischievous. Qin Lang offered him a cigarette, but Xiao Xiannan, blushing, waved his hand in refusal. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. If you don't smoke, how do you have one? As Xiao Xiannan picked up some fruit from the table, he casually replied, my mother says that having more friends while out opens more paths, so I should maintain good relations with my roommates. She advised me to bring some along for emergencies. Qin Lang pondered for a moment before hesitantly agreeing, your mother is right. Lang Ge, please take a seat. I will prepare you a glass of fruit juice to replenish your vitamins. It is highly beneficial for the skin of boys. Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly, casually shedding his short-sleeved shirt onto the chair, and flopped onto the sofa, relishing the softness that enveloped him. He let out a comfortable groan, exclaiming how utterly exhausted he felt. In truth, he had longed to undress, having spent the entire morning wandering outside and working up a sweat. It was merely his mindset that held him back. Had there not been a girl present moments ago, he would have stripped off his shirt without hesitation. In his previous life at university, male dormitories were a different realm altogether. Not only would they go shirtless, but the lads in his room often roamed about in nothing but their shorts, carefree and unrestrained. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Lang pretended to engage with his phone while secretly communicating with the system in his mind. System, show me the display panel. Host, Qin Lang total emotional value, 23. 546, allocatable, current attributes, physique, 65 appearance, 90 spirit, 68 stamina, 62 daily emotional value limit, 2, 354, 650, 000 system. How do I allocate points? And what about the lottery? Ding. Every 1,000 emotional points converts to 1 attribute point. If an attribute exceeds 90 points, every 10,000 emotional points converts to 1 attribute point. Beyond 100 points, special items are required to continue allocation. The lottery is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, corresponding to 10, 000, 100, 000, and 1, 0.000 points respectively. Higher-level lotteries can be unlocked upon upgrading the system. Qin Lang stroked his chin, realizing he could convert 23 emotional points now. As the saying goes, the body is the foundation of revolution. Deep Blue, allocate points. Add 5 to my physique and distribute the remaining 18 to stamina. System. That being said, what man can resist the allure of a one-night stand? Ding. System expresses exasperation. 350 points. Qin Lang chuckled heartily. It appeared the system had a sense of humor. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he pondered. System. Are you male or female? System refuses to answer your question and expresses disdain for your trivial taste. Minus 100 emotional points. System, your attitude is quite chilling. From now on, spare me the incessant notifications. They are quite bothersome. Change the emotional value alert sound to a sultry voice. Understood, master. Wow. This sultry voice is intoxicating. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction, feeling invigorated. Keep up the good work. Once you level up and take form, I shall ensure you have a place among my concubines. Ding. System refuses to respond and goes offline. System message, scoundrel. I deserve at least a principal wife. Not merely a concubine. Qin Lang burst into laughter, finding the system's pride amusing. Putting away his phone, he cast a glance at his own physique. With a mere 5 points added to his constitution, it had reached a commendable 70, revealing the faint outline of abdominal muscles. Ah, truly, it is I who am remarkable. Others achieve their abs through protein supplements and strenuous workouts, their foundation unstable and fleeting. Yet, I am different. My enhancements are derived from the system, solid and reliable. At that moment, Xiao Xiannian had just finished preparing juice, turning around to inquire if Qin Lang preferred his drink chilled or extra icy. However, as he spun, his words caught in his throat. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Lang had shed his shirt, lounging on the sofa with a relaxed demeanor. Wisps of smoke curling from the cigarette held delicately between his fingers. What sent Xiao Xiannan's heart racing was the transformation of Qin Lang's physique. It was no longer the slightly slender form he remembered, but rather a body adorned with a subtle yet defined layer of muscle. The contours of six-pack abs were distinctly visible, exuding a primal and fluid sense of strength, coupled with a face that was strikingly handsome and an air of nonchalance. It was enough to elicit a scream akin to that of a soprano, echoing throughout the dormitory. Chapter 10, Astonishing. A heartfelt plea in 10,000 words. Xiao Xiannan's hand shot up, covering his eyes, his movements swift as if to shield himself from a blinding light. Yet, a gap stubbornly remained between his fingers, and his gaze uncontrollably slipped through the darkness, greedily tracing the outline of the body on the sofa, inch by inch. A flush of heat spread from his neck, quickly engulfing his ears, and his entire exquisite face blushed with an unnatural hue. His breath grew short, his chest rising and falling erratically, each inhalation accompanied by a faint whistling sound. In his eyes swirled disbelief, and deeper still, a palpable envy that almost materialized. Langu, the words escaped his lips, elongated and strained, the final note rising uncontrollably, laced with an unexpected sheen of emotion he himself had not recognized. You are quite the beauty. Just as Qin Lang brought the cigarette to his lips, he froze at the remark. The pressure of his fingertips faltered, causing the newly lit cigarette to be crushed unconsciously. Tobacco crumbling and ash cascading onto his bare abs, bringing a slight, inconsequential warmth. Beauty? His eyelids drooped as he surveyed his own form. The definition of his muscles was striking, each contour seemingly calculated to perfection, embodying a restrained power ready to erupt. He lifted his gaze again, locking eyes with Xiao Xiannan, whose face was more exquisite and refined than most school beauties he had encountered in his previous life. Qin Lang's mind stalled for a mere 2 seconds before a thought flashed through his brain, connecting all the confusion and dissonance. In this world, the notions of beauty and ugliness, strength and weakness, and the societal roles and aesthetic standards between genders were entirely inverted. Women embody beauty through their stature, strength, and vigor. They serve as the backbone of society, synonymous with resilience. Therefore, when a man employs the term woman to describe another man, it is far from derogatory. Rather, it is the highest form of praise. It mirrors the camaraderie of yore, where a good brother would pound his fist on your shoulder, eyes alight, exclaiming, "Goodness, my friend, you are truly formidable, a real man." Realizing this, Qin Lang could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. He smiled silently, tacitly accepting this unusual accolade. Leaning back once more, he allowed himself to sink languidly into the softness of the sofa, resembling a satiated leopard in repose. With one hand, he unlocked his phone, his fingers deftly gliding across the screen, tapping on an app adorned with a vibrant red musical note. As a mature man, one must always learn to strategize before taking action. The screen illuminated. Boom. A thunderous bass reverberated, exploding from the phone's speaker like a battle drum, instantly filling the entire dormitory. The visuals revealed a series of statuesque young women. Their muscular contours were smooth yet robust, twisting to the pulsating rhythm of the music with an explosive sense of power. High ponytails sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce whoosh. With every swivel of their hips and swing of their arms, the biceps flexed powerfully, contracting and expanding, while beads of sweat cascaded down their taut skin, reflecting a vibrant and wild glow under the lights. Each movement exuded a captivating aesthetic of strength. This is art. This is what deserves critique and appreciation in its elegance. Qin Lang, with an untainted and focused gaze dedicated to enhancing his artistic sensibilities, absorbed the display with intent. He nodded in quiet satisfaction. Just as he became engrossed in this profound exchange of art and thought, a chilling mechanical alert echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Warning: a substantial influx of emotional value detected in a short period, exceeding conventional thresholds. This abrupt notification disrupted Qin Lang's contemplation. Following closely was a barrage of alerts. 233 anger from Zhou Li, 199 disdain from Wang Fang, 301 resentment from Li Qian. A relentless stream of system notifications surged forth like a torrent, overwhelming his consciousness, scrolling so rapidly that it left only a blur, with no signs of abating. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. Just how many minutes had passed? Had he already reached his emotional value acquisition limit for the day? No, something felt amiss. He questioned within, brow slightly furrowed. What have I done, and who are these people? The system's languid yet magnetic voice of the commanding lady resonated at an opportune moment. Her tone steady and devoid of emotion, simply fulfilling her function of providing prompts. Master, the emotional value has reached its limit. Attribute points can now be allocated. No sooner had her voice faded than a cacophony of vibrations erupted from the phone in Qin Lang's hand. The high-frequency tremors made him feel as though he were clutching not a communication device, but rather an enraged hornet disturbed from its nest. At the top of the screen, a banner for a message from Feixin materialized. Before he could discern its content, a second, third, and fourth message surged forth like relentless waves, swiftly displacing the previous one. At that moment, only a solitary friend remained in his Feixin contact list, identified by the ID, willing to win Qin's heart. This ID, bold and unabashed, could only belong to that impudent girl, Su Xingtong. Qin Lang opened the dialog box that was flashing with a red dot. The torrent of messages that appeared on the screen made his eyelid twitch involuntarily. Langgu, hurry and look. Someone is slandering you online. Link, blood-curdling accusation. In broad daylight, a national treasure-level handsome man is ruthlessly bullied by an unnamed burly woman and a brutish man. They caught you on camera. The whole internet is cursing you. Langgu, where are you? You must see this. In just a minute or two, the unread message notifications skyrocketed to 99. Qin Lang disregarded the anxious and concerned messages, raising an eyebrow slightly. Cyberbullying? This was hardly cyberbullying. This was clearly a procession of villagers lining up to deposit money into my pockets. This was no ATM. It was practically a money-printing machine. He exited Feixin and, with a gentle tap of his fingertip, opened the blue and white Weibo app. In the search bar at the top, he leisurely typed in 2 keywords, enunciating each letter: walking street, candid photography. He clicked search. The next moment, a massive and glaring red word, explosive, appeared prominently among the top 10 trending terms, strikingly eye-catching. Qin Lang clicked on it. Just a glance at the article's title elicited a smile from him, a genuine, heartfelt smile akin to witnessing a bountiful harvest. Blood-curdling accusation. In broad daylight, a national treasure-level handsome man is ruthlessly bullied by an unnamed burly woman and a brutish man. Where's justice? Was it really necessary? Such a dramatic blood-curdling accusation, and an extensive essay at that. The lambs of the field had grown rather lush. A verdant expanse, surely satisfying to harvest. Chapter 11. Setting aside the facts, do you bear no fault? Gazing at the fervently indignant comments, Qin Lang's smile blossomed even brighter. Anger, contempt, resentment. These emotions are pure, radiant energy, coalescing into a surging river of stars within the cosmos of his consciousness. He could even sense the total emotional value in his mind, which, upon reaching its limit, continued to accumulate at a terrifying pace, as if threatening to burst an invisible vessel. Warning: emotional value reserve pool has reached 9,899. Reserve pool is full. System upgraded. Please strive harder, host. The current daily emotional value acquisition limit is 500,000. The system's prompt carried a subtle hint of exhilaration. This was no online harassment. It was akin to the fervent support of neighbors. Fearing that his money printing machine might run out of fuel, rushing through the night in fuel tankers to refuel him. Such enthusiasm was overwhelming. He switched back to Feixing, where Su Xingtong's 99 messages were bombarding him with urgent words. Langgu, please respond. That green tea man has posted again, claiming you are too timid to show your face. I've mobilized my sisters to help you manage the comments, but they are relentless, like rabid dogs. And it's impossible to contain them. Langgu, don't be afraid. I've asked my mom to trace the IP of that poster. We will definitely expose this little scoundrel. Qin Lang chuckled and shook his head. Respond? Of course, he would respond. Not adding fuel to the fire of these passionate supporters would be a disservice to their fervent performance. He switched back to Weibo and precisely located the highest rated, most vehemently criticized comment in the lengthy post's comment section. That brutish man is nothing but a coward. If he has the guts, he should confront me openly. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth curled into a playful arc. He leisurely replied to that comment with 3 simple words. Oh, is that so? These 3 words, devoid of punctuation, radiated a casual mockery. It was as if a single droplet of water had fallen into a boiling oil pan, causing the entire comment section to erupt. Wow, he has appeared. This ID belongs to that brutish man. How dare you show your face? You bully of the weak. Hurry and kneel to apologize to the original poster. What about your father? You dare to be so arrogant after doing something shameful? Just wait. WeVe already called the police, and the authorities will be here soon. At that moment, the original poster, the guardian of the charming young man, personally entered the fray, swiftly replying to Qin Lang's comment, his words dripping with the superiority of a victor. Sir, I know you are tall and strong, but the internet is not a lawless realm. I merely hope you can sincerely apologize for your barbaric actions. Is that so difficult? QEQ, once this reply emerged, his supporters were invigorated as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. Did you see? Our original poster is so kind, even now offering you a chance. The timid turtle, apart from uttering, "Oh, really?" What else can you do? If you possess any courage, reveal your face and let us behold your true ugliness. Apologize quickly, or we shall hunt down your entire family. Qin Lang observed the frenzied barrage of insults flooding the screen, a more pronounced smile gracing his lips. From the proud protector of the finest little celestial man, the comments read with glee. From the furious celestial man's guard team, the outrage echoed. Excellent, the moment has arrived. The fish have already leapt onto the searing iron plate. It is time to grant them an ultimate physical transcendence. Qin Lang leisurely opened his phone's photo album, though he did not select any images. Instead, he extracted a brief 10-second video he had casually recorded on the sofa. He refrained from posting it directly. Rather, he utilized his account, which had been derided as the timid turtle, to respond once more in the thread of that little celestial man. This time, he typed not a single word, merely a video. Click send. Then, he reclined comfortably back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and awaited the grand display of fireworks. Initially, the comment section continued its wild tirade of insults. However, it was not long before the first viewer of the video uttered a dreamlike comment. What the hell? This comment was swiftly drowned out. Yet soon after, a second and a third, and increasingly bizarre comments began to appear. Wait a moment, stop the insults. Everyone go watch the video he posted. Am I blind? Is the person in this video that savage, brutish man? What international joke is this? Curiosity piqued. Individuals eagerly clicked on the video that had been elevated to prominence. The video lasted merely 10 seconds. There was no accompanying music, only the faint sound of electric currents. The camera began somewhat shakily, focusing on a well-defined array of muscles. Glistening bronze skin adorned with beads of sweat that subtly rose and fell with each breath. These were not the lifeless muscles sculpted in a gym, but rather exuded a potent and explosive sense of power. Each contour of the abdominal muscles resembled a piece of art. The camera slowly ascended, gliding past the alluring V-line and solid chest, ultimately resting upon a face. The overhead light cast deep shadows across a visage so handsome it incited both admiration and envy. The man lounged languidly on the sofa, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, as wisps of smoke curled around him. He raised his gaze towards the camera, his deep-set eyes reflecting a hint of casual mockery and absolute dominance. Then, with a slight lift at the corners of his mouth, he silently formed the words, "Is that all?" Boom! If the comment section had previously been a boiling cauldron, it was now a nuclear explosion. The uproar continued for a good 10 seconds. The once frantically scrolling comments had seemingly been paused by an invisible hand, sinking into an eerie silence. After a brief interval of several seconds, a torrent of comments erupted with a ferocity 100-fold, 1,000-fold greater than before. However, this time, there was a cataclysmic shift in sentiment, akin to a seismic upheaval. Ah! My eyes! They have been cleansed. Mother, I proclaim that my previous statements were mere folly. I apologize for my remarks. To my idol, I beg your forgiveness. Is this what they call a brutish villain? No, this is a walking embodiment of testosterone. This is Apollo descending from the Athenian temple to survey the mortal realm. Is the one who posted this truly so misguided in their understanding of the term brutal? I admit my outburst was a tad excessive. I apologize, dear idol. I was wrong. I should not have condemned you without discernment. I implore you, push me with your impressively muscular arms. I beg you, can the affairs of a handsome man be deemed bullying? No, that is training. That is passion. Oh, darling, do you not recognize the immense fortune that has befallen you? The previous comment, which had brazenly called for the unmasking of Qin Lang, was swiftly buried, replaced by a fresh, fervent remark that garnered thousands of likes per second. Allow me to translate the idol's expression. Is this all? These two words, brimming with disdain for that green tea man and compassion for us mere mortals, compel me to declare that the mere shock of his beauty is insufficient. This is a dimensional assault. This comment ignited a spark in everyone's thoughts. To the one above, I have lived over 20 years without encountering a man so handsome. How could such a paragon of beauty ever bully another? It must be that the original poster instigated the conflict. I dare to speculate that the poster, envious of the idol's looks, intentionally provoked him to tarnish his reputation. Such a cunning individual. This green tea man is truly fearsome. Dear sisters, it seems we have misdirected our ire. Not merely misdirected. We have effectively handed a knife to the devil, stabbing an angel. Quickly, report that green tea man's post. We cannot allow such individuals to corrupt our online environment. Soon, the classic phrase was elevated by the indignant yet ashamed netizens to the pinnacle of popular comments. Setting facts aside, does that charming boy bear no fault? This phrase acted like an incantation, awakening everyone instantly. Indeed, setting facts aside, why not reflect upon yourself? Why does the idol trouble no one else but you? Is it not because you harbor your own issues? Exactly. A fly does not land on a seamless egg. If you conduct yourself with integrity, would you be bullied? You deserve it. I declare that from this day forth, I am the idol's #1 fan. Whoever dares speak ill of him, I shall confront them. Idol, look at me. I will buy you 1,000 headbands. Qin Lang leisurely exhaled a ring of smoke, observing the complete reversal of sentiment on his phone screen as an overwhelming surge of anger and resentment from the charming boy and his remaining fans flooded in once more. He smiled. The chives, once harvested, can sprout anew. How delightful. Chapter 12. The Noble Lady's Perilous Pursuit. The glow of the mobile screen illuminated Qin Lang's face. Casting a dance of light and shadow, the comment section had entirely succumbed, transforming into a one-sided revelry. Those erstwhile indignant users, who had wished for his utter destruction, were now fervently offering their apologies and declarations of affection, adorned with the most exquisite phrases and in the humblest of postures. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth had not ceased to curve upwards. He reclined deeply into the sofa, his shoulders heaving slightly, a suppressed chuckle escaping from his throat, reminiscent of a weasel that had pilfered a hen. Chime. From the guardian of the best little celestial man. Resentment 1999. Chime. From the celestial man's guard. Lily. Collapse 1001. Chime. In his mind, the sultry voice of the system prompt had transitioned from a hurried announcement to a delightful, ceaseless background melody. This was no mere chive. It was evidently an automatic harvester, one that had fueled itself and driven straight into the field. How splendid. Brother Lang. A faint, cautious voice, tinged with trepidation, drifted from nearby. Qin Lang's laughter paused as he turned his head. He noticed Xiao Xiannian had, at some point, set aside his juice cup and stood a short distance away, his beautiful eyes brimming with a complex array of emotions, shock, curiosity, and a hint of admiration that had quietly taken root within him, though he himself had yet to recognize it. "Have you encountered something joyful?" Xiao Xiannian inquired softly, his gaze unconsciously flitting between Qin Lang's mobile screen and his smiling visage. "Oh, it's nothing." Qin Lang casually locked his phone, the screen dimming. "Just a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning." Yet, the grin that stretched across his face, revealing his back molars, belied the insignificance of the matter. The joy emanating from within him threatened to overflow from every pore. A sudden, untimely sound disrupted the delicate atmosphere in the dormitory. Qin Lang glanced down at his abdomen. The well-defined muscles seemed to respond to the protest with a slight undulation. He checked the time on his phone. Noon, precisely. "Shall we go eat?" Qin Lang gestured with his chin towards Xiao Xiannian. "To the cafeteria?" Xiao Xiannian's body visibly stiffened for a brief moment. His complexion paled slightly, a flicker of palpable panic flashing in his eyes, as though Qin Lang had suggested venturing into a den of dragons. He hesitated, his delicate fingers unconsciously entwining, knuckles turning pale. Ultimately, he shook his head vigorously, as if having made a resolute decision. "No, I want to go." His voice dropped further, tinged with a hint of pleading. "Lang, the outside world is perilous. It would be better if I prepared something for you to eat in the dormitory, wouldn't it?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow at his companion's demeanor. He was not particularly keen on dining in the cafeteria, it was merely a casual inquiry. However, another thought crossed his mind. Unlocking his phone, he bypassed the social media notifications and opened the banking app. A string of numbers clearly illuminated the screen. Balance, 30. 125 yuan. The present Qin Lang bore a rather tragic past. This amount of 3,000 yuan was the entirety of the meager savings accumulated by the vanished soul during their time at the maternal and child healthcare hospital. Frugally saved little by little. After paying the tuition and purchasing this new phone, his 18 years of savings had dwindled to almost nothing. 3,000 yuan represented the totality of the original owner's frugal accumulation. Having settled the tuition fees and acquired a new phone, very little remained. Truly, he was impoverished beyond measure. Qin Lang sighed inwardly. "Very well." He put away his phone and nodded at Xiao Xiannian. "I appreciate your help. Not a hassle at all. Not in the slightest." Upon receiving the affirmative response, Xiao Xiannian's eyes sparkled with delight, a pure, unadulterated joy. It was as if being able to do something for Qin Lang was an immense privilege. With a cheer, he bounded towards the small kitchen in the dormitory, resembling an exuberant little rabbit. Soon, the sounds of the refrigerator door opening echoed, followed by the rhythmic splashes of water rinsing vegetables and the crisp, rhythmic clattering of knives against the cutting board. The air quickly filled with the refreshing aroma of cucumbers. Leaning back on the sofa, Qin Lang lit a cigarette. As the smoke curled around him, his gaze deepened with contemplation. It was not in his nature to be idle. Should I not perhaps seek a part-time job? Once this notion emerged, it became inescapable. However, the dilemma lay in what to pursue. Images of male-exclusive professions in this world began to surface in his mind. Would it be as a suave salesman in a department store, adorned in splendid attire and applying meticulous makeup, charming female customers with a captivating smile? Or perhaps as a cutesy live-streaming host, sweet-talking into the camera and affectionately addressing viewers as sister? Or even as a male emotional masseur in upscale establishments, offering companionship and solace to affluent women? Damn it! The corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched. These occupations were not inherently undesirable, yet they were incongruous with his persona. Engaging in such roles would be more painful than a swift demise. What were his strengths? His fingertips gently caressed his chin in contemplation. Looks? That could be one. A score of 90 in attractiveness in this realm was undeniably top tier, a capital that could drive women to madness. However, he certainly cannot rely solely on his handsome visage to lead a life of ease. Although, it seems, it is not entirely impossible. Ahem. Qin Lang shook his head, momentarily discarding this precarious notion. Beyond his good looks, he possessed a system, the emotional value system. This was his greatest asset. As long as he could consistently harvest emotional values, he would grow stronger indefinitely. Today's online uproar unveiled a new, sustainable avenue for collecting emotional values. Becoming an internet celebrity? evolving into a distinctive, unconventional male idol. This idea appeared rather intriguing. With his current appearance and physique, complemented by a touch of post-editing, attaining online fame seemed exceedingly effortless. In due time, those who admired him would contribute admiration, joy. Conversely, those who despised him, like that green tea man and his followers today, would incessantly furnish anger, resentment, jealousy. Regardless of the nature, each emotion represented the energy he craved. This was undoubtedly a lucrative enterprise. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed to Qin Lang. He picked up his phone once more and opened the vibrant short video application. Instead of perusing the voluptuous figures of curvaceous women, he navigated to his own profile. It was utterly barren. The avatar remained the system's default gray silhouette. His username read user18384394. After a moment's contemplation, he tapped the screen to alter his nickname to 5 words, seeking wealthy women in distress. Chapter 13. The Celestial Boy's Recipe, Seizing the Moment. Qin Lang decided to initiate a live stream. Eager to test the waters with a fresh wave of followers, he enthusiastically pressed the live button, only to be met with a cold system notification. Your follower count has yet to reach 1,000. You cannot activate the live feature at this time. Qin Lang's actions froze. There was a threshold to this. He resolved not to dwell on it further, casually activating the front camera and capturing a selfie of his extraordinarily handsome face. In the photograph, the man's features were strikingly deep-set, with a high nose and lips curled into an enigmatic smile. The backdrop displayed a somewhat disheveled sofa, lending him an air of relaxed domesticity. He tossed the photo onto his homepage without a second thought, too apathetic even to compose a caption. After completing this task, Qin Lang tossed his phone aside, no longer glancing at it. "Brother Lang, dinner is ready," came the cheerful voice of Xiao Xian Nan from the kitchen. Qin Lang rose and took a seat at the dining table. The next moment, he found himself utterly stunned. Before him sat a crystal-clear glass bowl containing a small handful of eye-searingly green vegetable salad, accompanied by a diminutive dish of bland dressing. On the plate lay 2 slices of dry whole wheat bread, a solitary fried egg seasoned only with a sprinkle of salt, and a slice of bacon so thin it was almost translucent. Qin Lang's gaze lingered on this meager lunch for a full 3 seconds. He slowly lifted his eyes to face the opposite side. Xiao Xian Nan, brimming with anticipation, gazed at him with sparkling eyes, reminiscent of a pet yearning for its owner's praise. Lang Gu, do taste it, how is it?" The voice was laced with a palpable desire for validation. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched involuntarily. He extended a finger, pointing at the exquisitely presented dish. "No, my friend. Do you call this a meal? This is fit for feeding rabbits, isn't it?" Xiao Xian Nan nodded earnestly, a hint of pride gracing his fair complexion. "Indeed. My mother says the most important thing for boys is to manage their physique and maintain their appearance. Eating too many carbohydrates and fats will deteriorate the skin and distort the figure." As he spoke, he proudly produced 2 items from beside him, a palm-sized high-precision electronic scale and a compact calculator. And this, too. Every meal's calories must be meticulously calculated. Absolutely no exceeding the limit. Qin Lang regarded the 2 items, his eyes twitching once more. "Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a meal?" "Lang Gu, please eat. Don't be shy," Xiao Xian Nan urged. "I've been eating like this since childhood. I'm accustomed to it." Observing his innocent demeanor, an inexplicable wave of pity surged within Qin Lang. With such meager sustenance, it was no wonder he resembled a sprout. In reality, Xiao Xian Nan's height of 1.75 meters was not considered short among men in this world. Yet, his physique was so slender that a gust of wind could easily topple him. And he likely weighed less than 110 pounds, fully clothed. Qin Lang felt that even a simple sneeze from him could leave this delicate figure in a state of illness. Glancing at himself, standing at 1.85 meters with a solid, well-defined physique, he perceived himself as a veritable anomaly among men. He grasped a fork, disinterested in further conversation, and swiftly consumed the rabbit-like meal in a few bites. The taste was bland and insipid. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and abruptly stood. He walked behind Xiao Xian Nan, extending an arm to wrap around his slender neck. "Ah!" Xiao Xian Nan, still recovering from Qin Lang's tempestuous eating pace, was startled by the sudden gesture, finding himself lifted from his chair. Lang Gu, what are you doing?" His voice quivered with a hint of panic. Qin Lang dragged him towards the door, unceremoniously admonishing, "With a physique like that of a chick, If you ever encounter a woman as fierce as a wolf, I fear you'll be left with nothing but whimpering. Come, I shall take you to the cafeteria, where you can indulge in the fare of ordinary folk. Wait, wait. Xiao Xiannan's face instantly paled, desperately striving to break free. Lang Guo, please release me. I have yet to change my clothes or apply my makeup. Qin Lang pondered for a moment and concurred. This was not a previous life. Allowing Xiao Xiannan to venture outside in his silk pajamas would likely result in him being devoured by the women outside. He reluctantly loosened his grip. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The dormitory door was forcefully kicked open from the outside, slamming against the wall with a thunderous bang. A man donned in an ostentatious pink suit, adorned with oversized sunglasses that obscured half his face, swaggered into the room. Following him were 3 women. They were not clad in the latest fashions, yet they hefted substantial bags of men's belongings, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles. As the man removed his sunglasses, he revealed a rather handsome face, albeit heavily made up. Just as he was about to utter a word, his gaze, along with that of the 3 women behind him, froze in the center of the room. Their attention was riveted upon a man standing bare-chested, clad only in loose-fitting athletic pants. His bronzed skin glistened under the light, radiating a healthy sheen. The smooth and powerful lines of his muscles stretched from broad shoulders to a slim waist, culminating in 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Then, an eruption of exclamations ensued. Wow! Oh my goodness! The 3 women trailing behind the man in the pink suit collectively gasped in awe. Their eyes, akin to iron filings drawn to a magnet, remained fixated on Qin Lang, unable to divert their gaze. The intensity of their stares was fervent, unabashed, filled with the most primal desire. A playful smirk curled at the corners of Qin Lang's mouth. Well, this is quite the warm welcome. He could distinctly sense the emotional values representing admiration and joy on the system panel rising at a slow, yet unwavering pace. Admiration from Fan Xiao Xian 11, joy from Huang Wenju 12, admiration from Song Wanning 15. Although they were not his suitors, these emotional values were undeniably tangible. The expression on the face of the man in the pink suit visibly darkened. His meticulously orchestrated, splendid entrance for the orientation ceremony had been utterly disrupted by this bare-chested savage. What was most infuriating was that the 3 assistants he had brought along now gazed at the savage with a fervor 100 times greater than they directed toward their principal. Ahem. The man in the pink suit coughed heavily twice, attempting to redirect the attention of the 3 women. Yet, it proved futile. Their gazes remained as if permanently affixed to Qin Lang. Among them was a woman slightly older, perhaps in her late 20s, well-preserved, who instinctively took a step forward, murmuring to herself, "Now, this is what a man should be." The face of the man in the pink suit turned an unmistakable shade of green. Sister Fan. He nearly bit down on his own teeth as he uttered those words. The woman addressed as Sister Fan seemed to awaken from a dream, yet her gaze lingered longingly on Qin Lang's chiseled abs. "What are you looking at?" The man in the pink suit felt his blood pressure surge. "Who is this? How can such a crude man exist in our dormitory?" He extended a finger, polished with clear nail polish, directly pointing at Qin Lang. "Hey, you. Yes, you. Put some clothes on. You're polluting the environment." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Oh, this little fop is quite bold. He not only remained still, but also leisurely crossed his arms. This simple gesture made the contours of his pectorals and latissimus dorsi stand out even more, creating a striking visual impact. Chapter 14. I am your father. Lu Rian looked at Qin Lang's unyielding demeanor, nearly exploding with rage. Throughout his life, wherever he went, he was treated like a precious gem. Which woman did not flatter him and serve him with utmost care? How dare this muscle-bound brute look at him with such disdain? Are you deaf? Lu Rian screamed, his slender finger, polished with clear nail polish, nearly poking Qin Lang's nose. "I command you to put on some clothes. Now." Immediately, the last trace of amusement vanished from Qin Lang's eyes, replaced by a chilling abyss. His voice, though not loud, struck like a heavy hammer upon every heart present. "Did your mother never teach you not to point at others when speaking? What did you say?" Lu Rian's face instantly turned a deep shade of crimson, akin to a firecracker igniting. "What do you think you are, daring to lecture me? Let me tell you, from this day forth, this dormitory will be governed by me." He jabbed a finger at Qin Lang's nose, his voice piercingly shrill. "The air conditioner, the television, the washing machine, and that refrigerator. Without my permission, no one is allowed to touch them. And you, He suddenly turned, pointing at the previously silent Xiao Xian Nan in the corner. From now on, you better behave. Don't think that just because you look decent, you can act all high and mighty in front of me. Just seeing your face annoys me. Xiao Xian Nan's cheeks flushed instantly, not from shyness, but from fury. He bit down hard on his lower lip, his body trembling uncontrollably, as tears of humiliation and anger welled up in his clear eyes. Upon witnessing Xiao Xian Nan's near-tearful expression of indignation, Qin Lang's anger erupted entirely. He suddenly laughed. But that laughter held no warmth, only a chilling frost. I am indeed your progenitor. Must I indulge your foul habits? Do you dare to insult me? Lu Ruyin had completely lost his sanity. He screamed, lunging toward Qin Lang with wild abandon, resembling a frantic pet cat, utterly devoid of menace. A glimmer of extreme disdain and impatience flickered in Qin Lang's eyes. At the very moment Lu Ruyin charged forward, Qin Lang made his move. His actions were so swift that they left only an afterimage. With a sudden sidestep, his right hand grasped Lu Ruyin's incoming arm with the precision of an iron claw, while his left hand struck like lightning, seizing the back of his neck. With a surge of power from his waist, muscles taut, he executed a clean and forceful shoulder throw. Bang! The resounding thud echoed heavily, sending Lu Ruyin crashing onto the floor. The dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Lu Ruyin's mind went blank, feeling as though his insides had been rearranged. A wave of metallic sweetness surging in his throat. He wished to utter a fierce retort, but when he opened his mouth, only a fragmented whimper, akin to a mewling kitten, escaped. Tears and snot gushed uncontrollably, smearing his meticulously crafted makeup, rendering him a pitiful sight. Qin Lang slowly crouched down, gazing at the convulsing figure on the floor as if admiring a piece of art. He leaned in close to Lu Ruyin's ear, his voice a mere whisper meant for their ears alone, akin to a devil's murmur. Just now, you stated that you are in charge of this dormitory? Lu Ruyin trembled violently, his pupils filled with boundless fear. Now, I shall reiterate. Qin Lang's voice bore the chill of ice shards, each word chiseling into Lu Ruyin's bones. In this dormitory, I am the law. Understand? Not if you do. Lu Ruyin, bereft of any defiance, nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice, tears streaming more fiercely, his body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Lang rose, dusting off his hands as if merely brushing away some dust. Lu Ruyin, feeling as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to the door, hiding behind 3 women, desperately clawing back a semblance of security, and shouted with false bravado, "Are you all blind? Did you not see me being attacked? Come help me." The 3 women exchanged glances, their feet feeling as though weighed down by lead. Help? How could they assist? The sheer force and presence this man had unleashed moments ago were utterly inhuman. His smooth, bronze muscles, that face so handsomely infuriating, and that breathtaking shoulder throw. There was no way they could contend with him. Seeing their hesitation, Qin Lang's lips curled into a wicked grin. He gradually assumed a combat stance, the lines of his muscles tightening once more, brimming with latent power. At that tense moment, a sudden, hair-raising crackle of electricity erupted from the corner of the room. Everyone turned abruptly, stunned into silence. In the corner stood the unyielding Xiao Xian Nan, who had somehow acquired the colossal electric pig prod. This device was considerably thicker and longer than an ordinary police baton, its tip flickering with ethereal blue arcs, emitting a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. His face bore no trace of timidity. Instead, it was replaced by a grim determination and a fierce resolve. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this fellow had brought an electric pig prod to university. You 3. Xiao Xian Nan's voice was soft, yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. Dare to touch my brother Lang? He raised the prod, aiming it at the 3 women. Let me remind you, this device does more than merely make your hair stand on end. Fan Shaoxian and Huang Wenju instinctively recoiled a step, their faces etched with apprehension. However, standing in the center, Song Weiniang gazed at the crackling apparatus in Xiao Xian Nan's grasp, not only unafraid, but her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Qin Lang activated his true vision instantly. Name, Song Weiniang. Status, extremely excited, detected special constitution, adversity awakening type. Note, intense feelings of oppression and conquest will evoke profound pleasure and a desire for submission. Qin Lang mused, goodness, when this prod strikes, is it a punishment or a reward? He glanced again at Xiao Xian Nan, whose demeanor was dark and brooding, silently commending him. This fellow was loyal, yet possessed a hint of cunning. However, as his gaze lowered, he found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Xiannan's calves were trembling as though he were about to break into a tap dance. Well, it seems he is merely a loyal brother with a tough exterior and a soft interior. From Lu Ruyuan, Hatred 999. From Lu Ruyuan, Fear 666. From Fan Xiaoxian, Shock 233. From Huang Wenju, Excitement 188. From Song Weining, Admiration 299. The system notifications flooded in, and Qin Lang felt elated. This wave of emotional points had filled his coffers splendidly. All right, Qin Lang raised his hand, signaling Xiao Xiannan to put away the lethal device. He flexed his wrist, the joints cracking crisply, and cast a detached glance at Lu Rian by the door. The rules, I have already stated. In this dormitory, my word is law. A playful smirk graced his lips. Do you have any objections? Feel free to voice them. We can discuss it thoroughly. Just a reminder. These three cannot accompany you 24 hours a day. Wishing to request a dormitory transfer? Certainly. However, the process will take at least a week. And both this brother and I must sign off on it. That should give us ample time to discuss. Lu Rian jolted, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle. Change. Not a chance. A week? I suspect my bones would be dismantled. No objections. Brother Lang. I have no objections. His address had shifted in an instant. Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the three women still burdened with their belongings. The icy demeanor on his face melted away, replaced by a warm smile. You've worked hard as well. Please bring the items inside. With that, he strode directly toward the large double-door refrigerator. Xiao Xiannan immediately understood and hurried over, eagerly pulling open the fridge door to reveal an abundance of imported beverages and fresh fruits within. Qin Lang casually took out 3 bottles of chilled sparkling water and approached the 3 women. It's so hot. I hope it's not too much trouble for you. Lovely ladies. His voice was gentle, imbued with just the right amount of magnetism. Here, take these to quench your thirst. The reactions were immediate and varied. Shock from Lu Ruyan, astonishment from Fan Xiaoxian, excitement from Huang Wenju, and admiration from Song Wanning. This display left Lu Ruyan utterly dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he exuded a fierce, intimidating presence capable of instilling fear, and now he transformed into a considerate, gentle neighbor. The stark contrast was even more jarring than the earlier display of strength. The gazes of the 3 women shifted entirely. They were filled with a fervent mixture of awe, admiration, and passion, especially Song Wanning. She fixated on the water Qin Lang offered, then glanced back at the disheveled Lu Ruyan, who appeared pitiful in comparison. One was a lion that crushed everything in its path, while the other resembled an abandoned pet. The disparity was painfully clear. A flicker of resolve crossed her eyes. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and accepted the water from Qin Lang. Then, in a move that shocked everyone, she kicked Lu Ruyan's suitcase aside and deeply bowed to Qin Lang. Lu, my dear. She straightened up, her voice ringing clear and bright. I am no longer at your service. Lu Ruyan stared in disbelief at Song Wanning. What do you mean? You're not going to be my backup anymore? Are you out of your mind? Backup? Song Wanning laughed, a sound filled with unprecedented relief tinged with disdain. I was blind before, mistaking you, a mere decorative pillow, for something valuable. Now, my vision is cleared. With that, she turned, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang. Bold and direct. Lang Gu, are you still in need of an assistant? I can provide for all my needs, gifts for every holiday. And I'm at your beck and call 24 hours a day. Qin Lang could not help but admire the striking figure of the tall, elegant woman before him, who could easily score an 80 with just a touch of makeup. He mused inwardly about this perfectly competitive world of women. It was undeniably intriguing. Chapter 15. She held her phone with both hands, her posture reverent, carefully aligning it with Qin Lang's screen. Ding. A soft chime echoed. The friend request was successfully added. Song Waning's face flushed crimson as she deeply bowed to Qin Lang, stepping aside, her excitement causing her to grip her phone tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Fan Xiaoxian and Huang Wenju exchanged glances and promptly followed suit, scanning their codes in succession. Their movements exuded the same reverence, their faces adorned with a blush of astonishment. Lang Gu, we shall take our leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command us. The 3 bowed once more in unison before reluctantly departing, glancing back as they left. Thus, a world where only Lu Ruyan was wounded had been established. Qin Lang's gentle smile gradually faded, leaving behind a mere veneer of indifference. He tilted his head, casting a glance at Xiao Xiannan. Xiao Xiannan paused momentarily. Although uncertain of Qin Lang's intentions, he knew to comply. He turned, grasping the doorknob with all his might and pulling it inward. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed shut. The resounding thud severed all light and noise from outside. The room's illumination dimmed abruptly. The sound reverberated like thunder, striking Lu Ruiyan's heart directly. He felt the last flicker of light within him extinguish completely with the closing of that door. The sky turned dark. Qin Lang unhurriedly fetched a stool from the dining area and sat before Lu Ruiyan. His legs spread casually, yet his gaze bore an oppressive air of domination. Xiao Xiannan instantly understood. He clutched the massive electric pig prod, standing like an iron tower behind Qin Lang. He straightened his back, attempting to embody the stance of a legendary martial artist, his expression stern. Qin Lang caught a glimpse of his posture from the corner of his eye, and his skin involuntarily twitched. Buddy, standing behind me with that thing is quite the pressure. He refocused his attention on the trembling figure before him, who was nearly falling apart. Lu Ruiyan guarded his chest with both hands, the other instinctively shielding his vulnerable areas. He curled inward, pressing his back against the cold dormitory door, wishing to meld into it. His demeanor resembled that of a maiden about to be accosted by a bully. Qin Lang's brow furrowed even deeper. You look as if I intend to do something to you. At ease. Stand at attention. Qin Lang's voice, though not loud, possessed an irresistible penetrating quality. Lu Ruiyan's body jolted, instantly stiffening, every muscle taut as though drawn to their limits. Yet his exquisitely lined eyes brimmed with tears, gazing at Qin Lang with a misty, pleading expression. Name? Lu Ruiyan. Age? 19. What brings you here? Lu Ruiyan was utterly bewildered, her mind in a state of disarray, a blank slate. Xiao Xiannan stealthily tugged at Qin Lang's sleeve from behind, lowering his voice to offer a discreet reminder. Langgu, we seem to be in the wrong scene. Qin Lang cleared his throat a couple of times, skillfully masking the residual effects of his past life in a crime drama. Lu Ruiyan? Lu Ruiyan? Indeed, regardless of the world, one cannot escape the classic allure of a figure like the Emperor of Smoke. He cleared his throat again, his expression regaining its gravity. I would like to announce the central tenet and two fundamental principles of our dormitory. Qin Lang's tone was serious, prompting Xiao Xiannan behind him to stand a little straighter, his gaze fixed intently on him, brimming with anticipation. The central tenet is to maintain absolute loyalty to the dormitory leader, who is, by the way, myself. The two fundamental principles are as follows. First, whatever the dormitory leader says is generally correct. Second, whatever the dormitory leader undertakes must be resolutely executed. As his words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Not only Lu Ruiyan, but even Xiao Xiannan wore an expression that read, Are you joking with me? In the midst of this frozen atmosphere, the solemnity on Qin Lang's face suddenly dissolved into a warm smile. I was merely jesting. After all, we are brothers who will share this roof for 4 years. Harmony is paramount. His voice took on a softer, ethereal quality. Anyone daring to scheme behind our backs, engage in petty conflicts, or harbor ulterior motives. He casually picked an apple from the fruit platter on the table, tucking it under his arm. The muscles in his arms subtly flexed, the smooth lines radiating a restrained power. Crack! A crisp, jarring sound reverberated through the dormitory. The plump, ruby-red apple shattered upon impact, its fragmented flesh and icy juice splattering across Lu Ruiyan's face. Her pupils constricted to pinpoints, her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the floor. Xiao Xiannan, on the other hand, gazed with unprecedented fervor, his eyes shining brighter than when he had first glimpsed Qin Lang's abs. In unison, they exclaimed with tremulous, fervent tones, Coach, I want to learn that. Xiao Xiannan's inner voice roared. This is what it means to be a real man. If I master this move, who would dare to have designs on me from the outside? With a single effort, I could crush them. As for where to crush them, that is of no consequence. Just then, a growl emanated from Qin Lang's stomach. His face flushed with embarrassment. It was too early for breakfast, and his body urgently required energy after the enhancement. One must say, Lu Ruiyan was quite perceptive. With a swift glance, she scrambled to her feet, her face adorned with ingratiating smiles. Brother Lang, I happen to have not eaten, otherwise I would treat you and this gentleman, Xiao Xian. Just call me Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xian said with a blank expression, striving to maintain his aloof demeanor. Oh, Shall we have lunch with Brother Xiao Xiao? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. The lad was quite perceptive. Where shall we go to eat? Immediately, Lu Ruyan, under the astonished gazes of the two, retrieved 6 mobile phones from her bag. 6 of them. All the latest models. Qin Lang felt a pang of envy. Damn it, as a man, what kind of life was he leading? It was time to make money. He must earn fiercely. Lu Ruyan lined the 6 phones up on her lap, unlocking them in succession. She opened an app and, with her fingers dancing across the screens like a pianist, simultaneously pressed the voice message buttons, speaking in a tone that was just right, tinged with a hint of grievance and coyness. Baby, I've arrived at the dorm. The guys here are all handsome. Their voices are pleasant, each one a talent. And they're inviting me to dinner. I'm so happy. But I heard there's a new Michelin vegetarian restaurant nearby that costs over 2,000 per person. I feel bad making the new friends spend so much. With a flurry of 6 voice messages, each delivered with perfect timing, intonation, and emotion, it was a veritable performance art. Lu Ruyan clapped her hands and flashed a triumphant smile at Qin Lang, exuding an air of professionalism and confidence as if to say, this is merely my usual routine. Brother Lang, it's done. Qin Lang was left astounded. Buddy, you are the answer to this world. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The 6 phones nearly chimed in unison. Lu Ruyan executed a dazzling series of maneuvers, receiving 6 large monetary transfers, each amounting to far more than the cost of a meal. Xiao Xian watched in disbelief, his face quickly contorting into disdain and contempt. Unable to resist the urge to mock. So you're a money-grabbing man. It's people like you who tarnish our reputation. However, Lu Ruyan was not angered this time. Instead, she elegantly wiped her hands, carefully stowing away the phones. She then lifted her gaze, casting a penetrating look filled with philosophical insight at Xiao Xian, smacking her lips before uttering a phrase that left both Qin Lang and Xiao Xian in shock. Is that all? They ought to thank me for giving them the chance to treat me. Chapter 16. The tiger's back, the wasp's waist, and the praying mantis legs. Qin Lang spoke, his voice tinged with impatience born from hunger. Stop the nonsense. I'm about to starve to death. Where did you say that place is? Lu Ruyan pondered for a moment, swiped open one of the phones, and checked the map. It's not far, Brother Lang. A ride will take about an hour. Qin Lang's expression froze for a moment. An hour. An hour's journey, plus ordering and waiting for the food, by the time they arrived. Not just the daylilies, but even their fossils would have grown cold. He was too lazy to engage in further conversation. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arms around the necks of the two and forcefully dragged them toward the door. Wait, Langu, I haven't put on my makeup. Langu, my makeup is ruined. I need to touch it up. The veins on Qin Lang's forehead throbbed slightly. You both have 10 minutes. Hurry up. As soon as he finished speaking, they nodded and instantly transformed into fleeting shadows. One darted back into the dormitory, while the other abruptly yanked open his suitcase and began rummaging through it. 10 minutes, to the second. 2 impeccably polished and exquisitely refined young men reappeared before Qin Lang. Lu Ruyan and Xiao Xiannan's gazes, tinged with subtle differences, landed on Qin Lang. Langu, aren't you going to tidy yourself up? Qin Lang smacked his forehead, finally remembering that he was still bare-chested. He casually grabbed the black t-shirt draped over the chair and slipped it on, nonchalantly brushing off non-existent dust from his shoulders. All right, this will do. Seeing that the two still seemed intent on commenting on his attire, Qin Lang had lost his last shred of patience. He reached out again, unceremoniously taking one by each arm and bolting out of the dormitory. He was ravenous and needed to eat immediately. The 3 youth, each with distinct styles, strode down the campus's tree-lined path, turning heads at an astonishing rate. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light. The air was imbued with the fresh scent of grass and earth, mingled with countless fervent gazes. In the brief span of 500 meters, Lu Ruyan adeptly employed his practiced, appropriately aloof politeness to graciously decline the advances of 4 or 5 girls who approached, eager to exchange contact information. Sorry, I have plans with my friends. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in the ears of every eavesdropper, provoking a chorus of wistful sighs. Xiao Xiannan was even more overwhelmed. He merely furrowed his brow, constantly sidestepping those who unwittingly bumped into him. He radiated an aura of cold detachment, his handsome face unmistakably conveying a message of dismissal. Yet, the more he acted this way, the more excited the girls became, as if they were encountering a rare and protected species. As for Qin Lang, it was a different story altogether. Don't even ask. Not a single girl dared approach him. His excessively muscular build and stern demeanor created an invisible barrier. Women only dared to linger in the distance, hiding in the shadows, casting heated glances that greedily traced the contours of his muscles outlined by the t-shirt, quietly drooling. Xiao Xian then looked on in disdain, lowering his voice to remark to Qin Lang, "These are all beneath us." Upon entering the cafeteria, the trio was instantly met with a multitude of stares, converging upon them like searchlights, scrutinizing them without restraint. The cacophony of the bustling cafeteria momentarily paused, silenced by their mere presence. Soon after, a wave of fervent discussions ensued. Xiao Xian, well acquainted with the surroundings, led Qin Lang directly to the second floor, towards the boys' dining window. Upon seeing the trio, the serving auntie's eyes instantly sparkled, her face lighting up with a beaming smile. "Annie, I would like this, and this." Qin Lang casually pointed at several dishes. "All right, dear student, hold steady." The auntie's enthusiasm peaked at the sight of Qin Lang's robust physique and his virile countenance. With a resounding clap, a generous scoop of braised pork, dripping with rich sauce, landed firmly in the plate without a tremor. Another thud echoed as a heaping spoonful of spicy diced chicken cascaded down, forming a precarious mound. Finally, the last scoop of fish-flavored shredded pork prompted the Annie to scrape an additional half-spoon from the pot, piling it high atop the others. 3 resounding thuds marked the arrival of 3 dishes, creating a veritable hill of meat and vegetables in Qin Lang's plate. As he gazed at the nearly overflowing bounty before him, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It was astonishing that this cafeteria auntie seemed oblivious to the ancient art of portion control, a skill that had struck fear into the hearts of countless students since time immemorial. She glanced at the towering mound on Qin Lang's plate, then down at the pitifully sparse contents of her own. Her expression darkened instantly. The spicy shredded meat contained only scant morsels of meat. The tomato and egg dish featured a mere few pitiful strands of egg, and the most outrageous of all, her cumin beef was predominantly filled with onions and cilantro. Her chest heaved with indignation, and her anger flared momentarily before she quelled it. Stealing a glance at Qin Lang's bulging biceps, she silently swallowed her resentment. After all, he was a delicate boy in need of substantial energy to grow so robustly. "Hey, student, hurry up and swipe your card. There are others waiting in line, eager to catch a glimpse of the handsome lad." "Indeed, don't obstruct our meal," exclaimed another. "With these 3 handsome boys around, I could easily devour 3 bowls today." Qin Lang, unfazed by the chatter, found a seat and dove into his meal with gusto. A suppressed sound of someone nearby swallowing echoed. Look at that boy in the pink suit. He seems so flamboyant. If he were to sit down here, I wouldn't even dare to imagine." The girl beside her scoffed, a glimmer of superiority in her eyes. "Clearly, you've never seen much of the world. Just look at the most handsome one." As the old saying goes, LK has 3 virtues: light-footed, supple, and easily toppled. Before she could finish her thought, a third voice rudely interrupted. "Oh, please move aside. You may have seen some sights, but not many. That robust one with the physique of a tiger and the legs of a mantis. I'd willingly be beneath him." The owner of that voice unabashedly revealed his desires, his gaze piercing as he fixated on Qin Lang, who was engrossed in his meal. One glance at those leg hairs made it evident that he was a young man brimming with testosterone. A punch from such a lad would undoubtedly be an extraordinary experience. "I am finished." The 2 girls who had been critiquing moments ago turned their heads in unison. "We had thought that our lewd duo was invincible, yet it appeared there were still masters among us." They exchanged glances filled with admiration and respect for the girl who had just spoken. For a moment, a sense of camaraderie blossomed. "May I inquire?" The girl waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor generous. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Badong, a 3rd-generation test tube baby, determined to experience the embrace of a true man in this lifetime." Impressive indeed. Qin Lang listened to the unabashed, predatory words surrounding him, nearly choking on his food. In contrast, the pair across the table, Xiao Xian and Lu Ruyan, continued to eat leisurely, their movements graceful, as if they were entirely accustomed to such displays. At that moment, an abrupt ringtone shattered the atmosphere. Qin Lang pulled out his phone to find a string of 4 zeros on the caller ID. He paused, bewildered. Even after traversing realms, there were still overseas telecom scams? He casually pressed the hang-up button. Yet, the number stubbornly called again and again. Chapter 17. Rewarding oneself upon arrival? Qin Lang's incessant hanging up caught the attention of the two. Lu Ruiyan craned his neck, peering at the caller ID, and chuckled with a smile that radiated a knowing ambiguity understood by all men. Beside him, Xiao Xian was no different, though a notch lower on the scale of maturity. His cheeks flushed crimson. Now, Qin Lang was baffled. "What are you two looking at me for?" They exchanged a glance, and Xiao Xian shot Lu Ruiyan a look. Lu Ruiyan cleared his throat, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, leaned closer to Qin Lang, and whispered, "Lang Gu, aren't you still unmarried?" Qin Lang was taken aback. "Wait, you might want to reconsider that statement. I am only 18. Isn't the legal marriage age 22? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he froze. "Damn, I forgot. I've crossed over. In this world, the legal marriage age for men is indeed 18. What are you asking about?" Lu Ruiyan playfully nudged Qin Lang with his elbow and, with a mischievous grin, said, "Oh, come on, Lang Gu, we're all brothers in the same dormitory. What is so embarrassing about answering a call from the family planning office? It's merely a duty that every adult man should fulfill." This line of reasoning left Qin Lang utterly perplexed. Lu Ruiyan observed his utterly oblivious expression and swiftly extracted her mobile device, promptly accessing a resplendent official website for the Welfare Center for Male Citizens of Xia Country. Qin Lang focused intently, feeling utterly dazed. The leniency afforded to men in this world reached a staggering level of outrage. Yet, for the sake of human propagation, the law remained rigidly enforced. Every male citizen reaching the age of 18 was mandated to undergo a monthly examination of reproductive material quality and storage at a medical facility. In simpler terms, it required the donation of sperm. Furthermore, the marriage law stipulated that any adult male who had not wed by the age of 19 must contribute monthly to scientific research. Naturally, the state compensated handsomely, with remuneration fluctuating between 12,000 to 30,000 yuan based on a composite score of the individual's education, physique, and appearance. Upon marriage, this obligation was absolved. However, the couple was required to engage in intimate communication on a monthly basis, under the vigilant supervision of the maternal and child health hospital, with all expenses covered by the state. Should one remain partnerless after 19, fortune smiled upon them, as the government would automatically match them with a wife following a rigorous questionnaire. Qin Lang felt his lips twitch, having traversed into this new world for merely 3 days. Whom was he to wed? Bestowing himself a reward upon arrival. Did this even make sense? It was one thing to indulge himself before his journey. Now, he was expected to fend for himself. Was this not an absurdity to the utmost degree? Sensing something amiss, Qin Lang cast a dubious glance at Lu Ruiyan, who stood with arms crossed, chin raised, her face radiating triumph, reveling in the opportunity to best Qin Lang for once. "I, being of modest talent, have already taken a concubine since reaching adulthood. My little concubine is currently applying for a transfer to the bustling metropolis and will soon be here." Qin Lang's gaze shifted to the blushing figure of Xiao Xian Nan beside him. Upon being scrutinized, Xiao Xian Nan's voice emerged, delicate as a whisper. "Lang Gu, my mother arranged a betrothal for me since childhood. I received my marriage certificate immediately after turning 18, and she is my equal wife. Damn it, even you, with your thick brows and bright eyes, have betrayed the cause. So, it appears I am the only solitary dog left. However, with the nutritional subsidy guaranteed to exceed 10,000, wouldn't it mean that with each shot fired, golden treasures would abound? With one encounter after another, would he be reporting to the underworld?" A shiver coursed through Qin Lang. This was unequivocally a sale of his own allure. He needed to devise a means to refuse. Lu Ruiyan, relishing in the spectacle, opened a video, lowering her voice. "Do you think the hospital is some treacherous den? It is, in fact, a paradise. It specializes in immersive companionship. Do you comprehend?" In the video, a promotional clip for the first affiliated hospital of Medical University in the bustling metropolis played. Rows of young ladies donned in pristine white nurse uniforms moved in synchrony, their faces aglow with sweet smiles. Their skirts were perfectly tailored in length. The necklines were enticingly deep. The stockings varied from pure white to seductive black, and from fishnet to suspender styles, presenting a dazzling array that left one utterly captivated. At the conclusion of the video, a nurse, exuding an air of intelligence and grace, turned to the camera and smiled gently. "We pledge to provide every contributor with the utmost and top-tier, comfortable, and compassionate service. Here, you are not merely a contributor. You are our hero." Each of your visits is a triumphant celebration of both body and spirit. Qin Lang felt an involuntary motion in his throat. With a sudden burst of indignation, he switched off the video, declaring, "Such impropriety. Absolutely outrageous. Am I, Qin Lang, the sort of man who covets beauty?" Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, an hour had elapsed. Standing beneath the sign of the first affiliated hospital of the medical university in the metropolis, Qin Lang adjusted his mask, pulling it up tightly against his face. Why should I, Qin, need to explain my actions to anyone? Indeed, he was resolutely not a man swayed by allure. I donate. I take pride. I contribute to the nation's future. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he glanced around, sensing the gazes of those nearby scrutinizing him. It was no surprise. With his stature and physique, even clad in a burlap sack, he would stand out distinctly. Qin Lang sighed softly to himself and quickened his pace, plunging into the maternal and child health department. This department proudly occupied an entire floor. Instantly, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him. Though you might wonder which part of him it affected, dear reader, that is of little consequence. What truly mattered was, who on earth instructed you all on how to don nurse uniforms in such a manner? Before him stood a multitude of charming young ladies dressed in pristine white nurse dresses. The skirts were absurdly short, accentuating their alluring curves to an exquisite degree. The neckline of the uniforms was perfectly designed. Having perused countless images, Qin Lang had never encountered such an understanding of human sentiment in design. The deep and enticing lines left him utterly mesmerized. Furthermore, he swore that in his entire life, he had never seen such an array of stockings. Black, white, gray nude, fishnet, suspender, reflective. His mere presence transformed him into the focal point of the gathering. A collective gaze from the nurses converged upon him, resulting in a silent yet intense battle of glances. Eventually, a striking young lady, adorned in 10D reflective black stockings and boasting a figure that was undoubtedly at least a 34F, emerged. With a sweet smile gracing her face, she bounded toward him, her long legs moving gracefully. "Coach, that's a foul," she asked, sprinting with the ball. The young lady reached Qin Lang, executing a perfect 90-degree bow, her voice dripping with sugary sweetness. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Qin Lang awkwardly touched his nose. The nurse and Yue, noticing his flustered demeanor, brightened up and couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Her smile held a power akin to a tsunami. To describe it, one might say it was like the wild surges of waves during such a tempest. She blinked playfully and spoke again, her tone dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Sir, are you here for the quality testing and storage of human reproductive materials?" Chapter 18. Rigorous questionnaire under the gentle explanation of an Yue. Qin Lang came to realize that this process was far more humane than he had initially imagined. Prior to making a commitment, one must first register their courtship criteria within the system. As soon as a suitable match appears in the database, the center will promptly notify Qin Lang. With a mere nod of his head, arrangements for a meeting can be swiftly made, even leading directly to obtaining a marriage certificate. And Yue led the way, her high heels clicking sharply against the polished floor. Qin Lang's gaze discreetly followed her swaying figure, silently contemplating. A blue luminescent screen, visible only to him, unfurled above an Yue's head. Entry name, an Yue. Definition, name, an Yue. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Beauty score, 95. Charge count, 0. Affinity, 85. Remarks, theoretical hero, practical dwarf. Notable achievement of 1,300 points in the props peak competition. Qin Lang's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. A theoretical hero, yet a practical dwarf? Props peak competition? His gaze uncontrollably drifted toward Yue's curvaceous silhouette. Goodness, he hadn't anticipated that this girl with thick brows and large eyes, appearing sweet and charming, was secretly a competitor in the props tournament. And Yue sensed a burning gaze that felt as if it could see her through her nurse's uniform, lingering on her most cherished attributes. A blush surged to her cheeks, rendering her face hot. Yet, her slender waist twisted with renewed vigor. This was a rare opportunity. With Qin Lang's physique and masculine aura, even if he merely glanced at her, or if he were to scold her, she would find joy in it. Silently, and Yue guided Qin Lang to the innermost office in the corridor. She halted and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." A slightly deep male voice responded from within, sounding to be in his 40s. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. This was the first man he had encountered working in such a medical setting since his arrival. And Yue cautiously pushed the door open, stepped aside to let Qin Lang enter, and offered him a slight smile, her eyes sparkling, before thoughtfully closing the door behind them. As Qin Lang focused his attention, he noticed a middle-aged man in his 40s seated on a single sofa with a desk before him. This gentleman appeared to possess considerable medical expertise. The reasoning was simple. The sparse hair atop his head shimmered with a brilliance of wisdom under the light. The doctor adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. "Please, have a seat. You must be Mr. Qin Lang. For the following questionnaire, kindly answer truthfully." Qin Lang settled into the chair opposite the man, his expression serious as he nodded slightly. After all, this was a significant matter in the pursuit of a life partner. He was not the type of man to swindle a woman's dowry and vanish. It demanded his utmost sincerity. Qin Lang clasped the warm teacup before him, gazing earnestly at the doctor. "Doctor, I am prepared. Let us proceed." The doctor nodded with satisfaction, adjusting his glasses as he began his inquiries. "Pray tell, do you prefer a thunderous experience or a more subdued one?" Cough, cough, cough. Qin Lang nearly choked on a mouthful of tea, erupting into a violent coughing fit. His face flushed crimson as he stared incredulously at the doctor. "Doctor, is this truly a scientific and serious questionnaire?" The doctor maintained an expression devoid of any fluctuation. According to the authoritative paper published by Academician and in The Lancet in 2010, a man's psychological satisfaction correlates positively with the probability of his partner conceiving a male child. "Mr. Qin, please respond to this question directly." Qin Lang's lips twitched in disbelief. The world felt utterly topsy-turvy. He had initially assumed this was a multiple-choice question, only to realize it was a singular choice. What man would prefer to be unable to discern in the dark? His gaze instantly transformed into one of unwavering determination, reminiscent of an impending oath of allegiance. "Thunderous," he declared, his voice resolute and unequivocal. The doctor marked a note on his recording sheet, nodding in approval as he continued with his inquiries. "Long legs or short legs?" "Long," came the reply. "Fair skin or dark skin?" "Fair skin." "Dominant woman or youthful girl?" "The former." "Final question, black stockings or white stockings?" A hint of disdain crept into Qin Lang's smile. In the face of allure, cuteness held no value. Undoubtedly black stockings. At this, the doctor abruptly raised his head, giving Qin Lang a thumbs up. "Great minds think alike. What a commendable young man. Thank you for your cooperation." He retrieved a beautifully packaged black gift box from his drawer and handed it over, his eyes glinting with meaning. "This is a token for you. One that will give you a distinct advantage in critical moments. Please seek out the staff member who will guide you. She will assist you in completing the subsequent contributions. Nutritional fees can be collected at the front desk in cash or directly transferred to your account. Once a suitable match is found, we will notify you promptly." A spark of intrigue flickered in Qin Lang's heart as he accepted the gift box, which felt notably weighty, suggesting it was no ordinary item. "Thank you, doctor." He exited the room, and in the corridor, he indeed found Yue waiting outside. However, the situation seemed amiss. A bespectacled gentleman, appearing refined, obstructed in Yue's path, sporting a self-satisfied grin as he prattled on. "Missin, I just completed the questionnaire as well, and my compatibility with you is an impressive 80. Perhaps we could exchange contact information and get to know each other better?" And Yi appeared deeply troubled, her head bowed, her hands awkwardly clutching at the hem of her clothing, her body instinctively shrinking back. Upon seeing Qin Lang emerge, her eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had spotted a savior. The bespectacled man also noticed Qin Lang. He adjusted his glasses and scrutinized him with a hint of disdain. "Is this one here to make a contribution to?" "My friend, there's a protocol of precedence." Missin and I were engaged in conversation. Qin Lang disregarded him entirely, striding directly to Yi's side. He did not utter a word, merely resting the hand that held a black gift box casually on her delicate shoulder. The weight and warmth of his palm penetrated through the thin fabric of her uniform, transmitting a palpable sensation. And Yi's body initially stiffened, but then the tension dissipated as if it had been drawn away in an instant. She softened and unconsciously leaned towards Qin Lang. Her petite face flushed crimson, nearly as if it might bleed, her breathing becoming erratic. Only then did Qin Lang cast a frosty glance at the bespectacled man, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "She is my guide," he implied, rendering the man insignificant. The color drained from the man's face, turning a shade akin to liver. his body trembling with indignation at this silent derision and display of dominance. "You, get lost." Qin Lang spoke a single word, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The bespectacled man felt a chill race up his spine beneath Qin Lang's piercing gaze, as if he were being hunted by some primeval beast. His legs turned to jelly, and he dared not utter another sound, scurrying away in defeat. And Yu Yi's affection level, 5, current affection level, 90, secretly smitten. Qin Lang chuckled coldly to himself. Such a wretch dared to compete with him? He lowered his gaze to the docile Yu Yi, who resembled a timid kitten in his embrace, his previously icy demeanor transforming into a blaze of warmth. What thoughts occupied her mind, so absorbed? Did she not realize she was backed into a corner? He teased her deliberately. And Yu Yi suddenly awakened from her reverie, wrenching herself from his embrace, only to stumble due to her weakness, almost falling. Yet Qin Lang caught her effortlessly, cradling her securely once more. "Mr. Qin, I wasn't thinking of anything," she stammered, nearly fainting from embarrassment, her voice as faint as a whisper. I heard everything outside the door." "Heard what?" Qin Lang feigned ignorance, knowing full well. "Big, long, white, mature lady, big waves, black silk." And Yu Yi's voice dwindled to a murmur. I wore 10D reflective black silk today. Do you like it, Mr. Qin?" Summoning her courage, she lifted her large, watery eyes to gaze intently at Qin Lang. Qin Lang felt a stir within him. Good heavens, this was not mere innocence. This was pure allure at its zenith. Coupled with the note on the panel indicating a peak score of 1,300, words flashed through his mind. The future is promising. A wider smile graced his lips. "Every aspect of you perfectly aligns with my standards, even surpassing them significantly." An exquisite flush of happiness and shyness radiated from Yu Yi's delicate face, as if her very skin were about to overflow with emotion. "Shall we proceed to select the auxiliary tools?" she suggested eagerly, reaching out her small hand to grasp the hem of Qin Lang's garment, her tone imbued with an unrecognized impatience. Observing the girl who had completely captured his heart, Qin Lang felt a surge of triumph within. Why consider any other candidates? Was she not the perfect choice? With her striking beauty, captivating personality, and a figure that perfectly embodied the ideal, he could not resist. No longer would he need to frequent hospitals to contribute to the nation. He could now devote himself entirely at home. As Yu Yi used her access card to unlock a heavy metal door, Qin Lang found his perspective dramatically transformed. What an astonishing sight! This spectacle rivaled an armory, or perhaps a museum of passion. Chapter 19. Qin Lang's rebellious spirit. As Yu Yi slid open the formidable metal door, the world before Qin Lang was illuminated. The scene was so astonishing that even he, a seasoned theorist who had traversed 2 lifetimes and witnessed countless spectacles, experienced a brief moment of bewilderment. This was no mere department. It was not a storage room. This was, in fact, a veritable ultimate armory dedicated to LSP. Before him stood meticulously arranged glass display cases. Under the cold white light, various auxiliary tools lay in serene display, glimmering with a chilling yet enticing luster. The walls were adorned with an array of garments. From the classical to the modern, and from the innocent to the seductive, everything one could imagine was present. Qin Lang's gaze swept over a section showcasing a plethora of tails. An overwhelming variety. The label read, "Tail accessories, 873 types." If he were to change daily, it would take over 2 years to exhaust the options. He felt like a novice, fresh and inexperienced. And Yu Yi's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor and anticipation, reached his ears. Her cheeks blushed like ripe apples. Yet her eyes sparkled as they flitted over the dazzling array of props, eventually shyly returning to Qin Lang's face. "Mr. Qin, this area features our hospital's latest immersive auxiliary section. All tools have undergone rigorous disinfection and safety certification. You may select with confidence." Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of trepidation. Qin Lang diverted his gaze to the girl beside him. She nervously clutched the edge of her nurse's uniform, her fingertips turning pale, her body slightly trembling, yet striving to maintain an upright posture, exuding professionalism. This combination of innocence and desire, shyness and yearning, struck every chord within Qin Lang. Suddenly, he smiled, casting his eyes deeper into the space. He beheld an area with even more meticulous classifications. Beneath each section lay hundreds of sub-items. Their imaginative designs and audacious creativity left Qin Lang in awe. In a secluded corner, he beheld a shelf marked with the exclusive insignia of HM literature, adorned with a variety of aprons and several dresses that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Qin Lang's throat involuntarily constricted. Mr. Qin? And Yue, noticing his prolonged silence and his gaze fixed into the distance, could not help but softly interject. Following his line of sight, upon spotting the HM literature label, her delicate face flushed a deeper crimson. The auxiliary garments in this area demanded a high standard of physique and temperament from their wearers, making them a rarity in choice. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and turned to Yue, who was clad in an immaculate yet excessively short nurse's dress, revealing her long, slender legs perfectly encased in reflective black stockings. Her figure was proportionate and voluptuous, particularly accentuated by her striking 34F bust, which rendered the nurse's attire into a breathtaking silhouette. A subtle smile graced Qin Lang's lips as he strode purposefully towards the HM literature shelf. And Yue, momentarily taken aback, hastily followed in petite steps, the sound of her heels echoing with a hint of urgency. He halted before a well-tailored black dress, extending his hand to reach over Yue's shoulder, deftly retrieving a piece from the row of garments hanging on the wall. It was an audaciously cut black dress, commonly referred to as the HM dress. He casually picked up a pair of Balenciaga high-end stockings from the adjacent shelf, and Yue's breath became erratic. As she gazed at the two items in Qin Lang's hands, she felt her blood rush to her head, her legs weakening beneath her. Have you made your selections? Yes. Qin Lang affirmed with a nod, his gaze scrutinizing her with a profound significance. Let us proceed to the isolation room. And Yue, feeling utterly disarmed under his scrutiny, could hardly maintain her composure. Avoiding his gaze, she lowered her head and responded in a barely audible voice, "Please, follow me." She turned and led Qin Lang deep into the designated area, where a heavy metal door awaited. Clutching the garments, she swiped her access card once more and pushed the door open. Beyond it lay a warmly arranged room, illuminated by soft lighting, furnished with a comfortable sofa, and featuring a generously elastic bed. And Yue placed the clothing at the bedside, then turned to face Qin Lang, nervously clutching the hem of her attire. Mr. Qin, according to regulations, to ensure the utmost vitality of the research outcomes, I must assist you throughout the entire process. As she spoke, her voice dwindled to an inaudible whisper, her head bowing deeply, leaving only a charming earlobe tinged with a rosy hue for Qin Lang to behold. His gaze fell upon Yue, whose cheeks glowed like ripe apples. Yet, within her glistening eyes, there lingered an unmistakable eagerness. With utmost care, she set aside the garments in her hands and turned toward the dressing area nestled in the corner of the room. Qin Lang followed her with his eyes until her tall silhouette vanished behind the screen. Moments later, the sound ceased. Mr. Qin, I am ready. And Yue's voice emerged from beyond the screen, laced with palpable tremors and uncertainty. With tentative steps, she emerged. The instant she was fully illuminated by the light, the very air in the room seemed to solidify. Qin Lang's pupils contracted sharply. She stood there, a vision of grace and beauty. Most strikingly, she had adorned herself with a pair of exquisitely slender black stilettos with red soles, an embodiment of confidence. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing a smooth, full forehead and delicate earlobes. Perhaps this ensemble imparted a psychological transformation, for the shyness on her face had considerably faded, replaced by a bright, focused gaze that radiated an air of feigned professionalism and a subtle thrill. Mr. Qin, please lie down on this bed, and Yue's voice, though still soft, carried an undeniable professionalism. He complied, reclining as instructed. The ensuing half-hour became a grueling endeavor for Qin Lang, akin to a torturous research project. And Yue's theoretical knowledge was nothing short of impressive. Every movement and guiding word she uttered exuded a textbook-like precision. Mr. Qin, please relax and maintain emotional stability. According to the third edition of the correlation between male reproductive material activity and psychological state, excessive tension can affect. Before she could complete her sentence, Qin Lang unexpectedly grasped her wrist, pulling her toward him. Nursen, could you please refrain from reciting research papers? And Yue froze, the blush that had just faded returning with a vengeance. I just want to ensure Mr. Qin's experience is optimal. Stop talking and focus. Time flowed swiftly, and a half-hour later, the project concluded. And Yue, entirely spent, leaned against Qin Lang, her gaze imbued with a sense of lament. She looked at him with a hint of reproach. This man was exceedingly uncooperative. Throughout the process, she found it bewildering how someone so strikingly handsome could persistently argue with her. Each time he spoke, the wealth of theoretical knowledge in her mind turned to a muddled mess, rendering her speechless. Ultimately, she had to yield to his whims. Qin Lang, observing her miffed demeanor akin to a wronged little wife, couldn't help but chuckle. He extended his hand, gently grasping her delicate chin, compelling her to raise her head and meet his gaze. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? And no. And Yue found herself in a flurry of emotions, her gaze evasive. Qin Lang lowered his head, leaning closer to her ear, whispering in a tone meant solely for their ears. How about becoming my concubine? And Yue's body jolted in shock. Her large, glistening eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with an overwhelming, ineffable joy that erupted like a volcano, instantly shattering her composure. It felt as if she had struck the jackpot. The suddenness of her happiness left her dizzy, her legs weak beneath her. I am willing. Her voice, tinged with exhilaration, grew sharp and even cracked slightly. In the next moment, as if recalling something, she abruptly broke free from Qin Lang's embrace, frantically rummaging through her pockets. She produced a black bank card and a set of keys adorned with charming trinkets, thrusting them into Qin Lang's hands without hesitation. Sir, this is my salary card. The password is my birthday, and this is the key to my home. Everything I have is yours now. Qin Lang held the still-warm card and keys, gazing at the flushed girl before him, her excitement rendering her speechless, stirring a surge of ambition within him. The nation of Xia boasts a population of 14 billion. One must ponder, how many reside in his specific region? From this day forth, he would commence the establishment of his own harem, within Yue as the inaugural member. In Chapter 20, 3 words led her to lavishly offer me 15 million. Qin Lang looked at the alluring Yue in his arms, his throat tightening. The air in the room was thick with sweetness and intimacy, mingled with her distinctive fragrance that ignited a primal fire within him. He lowered his gaze, fixating on the damp strands of hair clinging to her flushed cheeks, her face aglow from the rigors of her research project. An intense impulse surged from the depths of his being. He desired her now. With a slight tightening of his arm, he flipped their positions. Looking down at the girl beneath him, her eyes still dazed. His voice, laced with a restrained huskiness, pierced the air. Nursen, the theoretical lesson has concluded. Shall we not proceed to the practical segment? And Yue's body stiffened instantly. Her once sparkling eyes widened, the remnants of springtime warmth replaced by fear and confusion. Like a startled deer, she instinctively pressed her hands against Qin Lang's chest, shaking her head vigorously. No, Mr. Qin. Absolutely not. Her voice carried a quiver of desperation. Qin Lang halted, his brow furrowing slightly. This reaction was unexpected. Just moments ago, she had appeared to be entirely at his disposal. And Yue noticed the displeasure etched on Qin Lang's face, and her countenance paled in fear. Hastily, she employed her soft, mellifluous voice to explain, Mr. Qin, your health is of paramount importance. A man's body is inherently more fragile, and subjecting it to such continuous strain is exceedingly detrimental. Furthermore, at this juncture, her cheeks flushed crimson, almost as if they would bleed, and her voice diminished to a whisper. I have yet to acquire the qualification certificate for being a concubine, and according to the Husband Cooperation Act, I am not legally permitted to engage in such matters. Qin Lang's mind momentarily stalled. What on earth? A concubine qualification certificate? In all his lifetimes, he had never encountered such a requirement. Observing Qin Lang's perplexed expression, and Yue assumed he was unaware and hurriedly began to enlighten him. The assessment for this certificate is quite rigorous, designed to select exceptional women who can provide comprehensive and devoted service to men, thereby effectively enhancing the birth rate of male infants. Only upon obtaining this certificate can one be legally recognized as your concubine. Listening to her, Qin Lang found the notion somewhat absurd, yet upon reflection, he discerned a modicum of logic. In this world, such seemed to be an obligatory norm. If he were to proceed without proper formalities, it would indeed be disrespectful to the conventions of this realm and to her as well. It was prudent to follow the procedures, to act with legitimacy. With this thought in mind, he dismounted from Yue and gently pulled her along. Very well, let us first attend to the formalities. When Yue saw that he was not angry but rather in agreement, her heart swelled with immense joy. She leapt from the bed, swiftly assisting Qin Lang in straightening his slightly wrinkled garments. However, upon finishing, She turned around only to find Qin Lang still holding the key and bank card she had previously offered, having not accepted them. Her smile instantly froze, and a wave of indescribable anxiety and fear surged within her. Could it be that Mr. Qin was dissatisfied with her? In the next moment, Yue performed an act that left Qin Lang utterly astounded. With a thud, she knelt on both knees and deeply bowed, executing a perfect Dajiza. She raised the black bank card high above her head, her voice filled with earnest supplication and humility. I implore you, Mr. Qin, to accept this small token of my affection. Qin Lang, exasperated, pressed his forehead. What kind of spectacle was this? Please rise. Must you do this? Yue slowly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, gazing at him through a misty veil, her lips quivering slightly. The sight of her on the verge of tears softened Qin Lang's heart. He felt compelled to acquiesce, lest she weep uncontrollably before him. With a resigned sigh, he stepped forward and took the bank card from her grasp. All right, I accept it. Now please get up. Upon witnessing him accept the card, Yue's worry transformed into elation, and a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. She swiftly rose from the ground and bowed deeply to Qin Lang, expressing her gratitude for his shelter. Observing her demeanor, Qin Lang could not resist teasing her. Still calling me Mr. Qin? Yue's cheeks flushed at his words. She bit her lip, her gaze dimming as she spoke pitifully. According to the rules, a concubine is not entitled to address her husband. Moreover, any actions contradicting a man's wishes during marriage could lead to immediate expulsion and, in severe cases, even imprisonment. Qin Lang was taken aback, realizing the absurdity of the laws in this matriarchal world, which seemed almost fantastical. However, being addressed as Mr. Qin felt overly formal. He waved his hand dismissively. We don't adhere to such customs here. You may call me husband from now on. Yue trembled slightly, a flicker of joy crossing her eyes, soon replaced by concern. Tentatively, she asked, Qin, no, husband, won't he the senior wives be upset? In her eyes, a man as handsome and masculine as Qin Lang must already have his rightful wife and concubines filled with women of prestigious backgrounds and exceptional qualities. Qin Lang found her cautiousness amusing. I have never been married. You are my first concubine. This revelation resonated in Yue's mind like a thunderclap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Good heavens, I would never have dared to dream this. She thought, am I truly the first woman of my husband? How fortunate am I to encounter such a gentle and handsome husband for the first time? The overwhelming sense of happiness nearly made her faint. Yet, as a thought crossed her mind, her nose tinged with emotion, and tears welled in her eyes. She was 4 years older than Qin Lang. I was born before you, and by the time you were born, I was already old. This thought plunged Yue into sorrow, and tears began to roll down her cheeks unbidden. Now it was Qin Lang's turn to feel a bit flustered. Just moments ago, everything was fine. How had it turned to tears? What is this crying about? Yue sobbed as she articulated her inner worries, her words coming in fits and starts. Upon hearing her, Qin Lang smiled gently, amused by this endearingly naive girl. He reached out, tenderly wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertip, his voice low and imbued with a captivating magnetism. It is not that you are older than me. It is I who have missed the flower of your youth. I am willing to spend my life making up for those empty years you endured. Will you accept this? In a world where women outnumber men. Such words held the explosive power of a nuclear bomb. Yue remained dazed for a moment before suddenly pulling out her phone, her slender fingers frantically tapping away at the screen. Qin Lang inquired with curiosity, what are you doing? Yue lifted her head, casting a gentle smile towards Qin Lang, her tear-stained cheeks still glistening, yet her smile was astonishingly sweet. Husband, I believe the dowry I provided is still insufficient and does not befit you. I shall request a bit more from my mother. Otherwise, people will look down upon you. Please wait a moment. I will be right back. No sooner had she spoken than her phone rang. Yue shot Qin Lang an apologetic glance before turning to the corner, lowering her voice as she answered the call. Her voice was soft, yet Qin Lang managed to catch fragments of her conversation. Why does he deceive me and not others? It's simply because he has feelings for me. Oh, my husband is too handsome to be a fraud. Mother, you do not understand how wonderful he truly is. A moment later, Qin Lang's phone vibrated in his pocket, emitting a clear notification sound. He retrieved his phone and unlocked the screen. A message lay quietly awaiting his attention. Xia Country Bank. Your savings card ending in 2290 received an amount of 1,500 0.000 yuan on August 31st at 1546. Current balance 1, 500, 124, 850 yuan. Staring at the long string of zeros, Qin Lang felt his breath momentarily catch. In his past life, he had only seen such a number on the paper money burned during the New Year celebrations. He lifted his gaze to the girl still striving to explain herself to her mother, a surge of indescribable pride swelling within him. 3 simple sentences had compelled a woman to spend 15 million for him. Truly, I am remarkable. Chapter 21, just obtained the certificate. And my wealthy, beautiful concubine buys me hardware. Qin Lang glanced at the academic calendar displayed on his phone. There was a class meeting for all new students scheduled for the following morning. He intended to return to school. However, Yue seized his hand. The striking red Maserati parked by the roadside like a blazing flame. She tilted her face slightly upwards. Her doe-like eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief and an irresistible plea, her voice soft and melodious. Husband, we just received our marriage certificate today. We have yet to attend to the formalities. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, about to remark that visiting the Civil Affairs Center was indeed a formality. But Yue had already pulled him to the car door. Preparing a proper outfit for my husband is the priority. Without further ado, she ushered Qin Lang into the passenger seat, took the driver's seat herself, and with a press of the accelerator, the Maserati roared seductively. Heading straight for the most prestigious luxury goods center in the Magic City, the Hang Lung Plaza. In our country, it is customary for a boy to receive the 3 golds and 5 items from the girl's family upon marriage. Otherwise, he will be the subject of ridicule. And Yue explained authoritatively as she drove, I cannot allow my husband to endure such indignity. Leaning back in his seat, Qin Lang gazed at the rapidly retreating streets outside, his heart filled with delight. He was growing increasingly fond of the customs of this world. The car came to a stop in front of a jewelry store, lavishly adorned like a temple, where the doorman respectfully opened the car door. And Yue grasped Qin Lang's hand, resembling a queen surveying her domain, and strode confidently inside. Bring forth your finest treasures suitable for gentlemen, for my husband to try, she commanded, her voice soft yet imbued with authority. A meticulously made-up sales associate, her gaze laced with a hint of arrogance, scrutinized Qin Lang from head to toe. Dressed in ordinary attire, he hardly resembled a scion of wealth. The sales associate smirked dismissively, her tone condescending. Sir, our styles are all custom designed by top-tier designers and come at a considerable price. Perhaps we should start with the entry-level options? Implicit in her words was the question of his financial capability. Before Qin Lang could respond, Yue's expression turned icy. Are you questioning my husband's taste or my purchasing power? From her bag, she produced a sleek black gold card and lightly slapped it against the glass counter, producing a sharp sound. Or should I summon your manager to discuss what constitutes entry-level? The sales associate's complexion drained, recognizing the card as a prestigious unlimited overdraft card from the bank. Beads of sweat formed on her brow, and she bowed deeply, her voice trembling. I apologize. I failed to recognize your stature. I will fetch our finest selections at once. Moments ago, the sales associate had exuded arrogance. Now, she flitted about like a startled chick. Soon, a substantial yet elegantly understated gold necklace adorned with dragon motifs, a steady gold ring engraved with a Qilin totem, matching bracelet, earrings, and even a Patek Philippe watch with a solid gold case and diamond embellishments were meticulously arranged before Qin Lang. My husband, do give these a try, and Yue said, her demeanor softening as she delicately placed the gold watch upon his wrist. Qin Lang reveled in the moment, content to let Yue navigate such trivial encounters. This was not only a reward for turning the world upside down, but also a means of establishing their relational dynamic. As he gazed into the mirror, the coldness of the gold contrasted with Yue's gentle touch, evoking a profound sense of control. Very well, Qin Lang remarked nonchalantly. I shall take them all. And Yue addressed the sales associate as if she were merely purchasing a cabbage. Upon exiting the jewelry store, Yue's shopping fervor ignited. It was as if she had activated a peculiar mode of cultivating her husband, pulling Qin Lang into a whirlwind of extravagant shopping. My husband, as a university student, must possess top-tier electronic devices to excel in research. Without waiting for Qin Lang's response, she dragged him into a specialty fruit store. Half an hour later, they had acquired the latest fruit-themed smartphones, tablets, laptops, and smartwatches, all arranged for swift delivery to a specified address. Next came clothing. My husband must wear only the finest fabrics. From bespoke suits to trendy casual brands. Whenever Qin Lang merely glanced at an item, and Yue's black card swiftly followed suit. The store attendants trailed behind, their hands trembling under the weight of the shopping bags. As they passed a men's underwear store, and Yue paused, her cheeks flushing with a sudden warmth. She hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately steeled herself and pulled Qin Lang inside. A husband of this caliber deserves only the finest. Her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze bore an earnest intensity, as if she were on a sacred mission. She did not solicit the sales assistant's recommendations, but instead took matters into her own hands, feeling the softness of the pure cotton and the smoothness of the ice silk. In a hushed tone, she inquired of Qin Lang, "Husband, which do you prefer?" Observing her face, which was nearly crimson with embarrassment, and her eyes brimming with curiosity, Qin Lang found the moment amusing. He deliberately lowered his voice, leaning closer to her ear. "You choose for me. After all, it will be you who does the washing in the future." Boom. It was as if a firework had exploded in Yue's mind, rendering her entirely flustered, her body softening to the point of nearly dissolving. She nodded fervently, purchasing a dozen of the finest styles in both materials, and hurriedly checked out, as if fleeing. It was only when the trunk and back seat of the Maserati were stuffed to the brim, with not a sliver of space remaining, that Yue reluctantly ceased her shopping spree. Qin Lang, surveying the mountain of shopping bags within the car and glancing at the contented girl beside him, whose rosy cheeks had yet to fade, suddenly changed his mind. Forget about returning to school. A moment spent in spring is worth 1,000 gold pieces. He reached out, gently lifting Yue's chin, his gaze searing as it locked onto her like a lion fixated on its prey. "Let us go to your home." It was not a question, but a command. And Yue's face instantly flushed deeper, her heart skipping a beat, her breath quickening. She was acutely aware of Qin Lang's true intentions. Drawing closer to her ear, his warm breath caressed her sensitive skin, his voice low and magnetic, laced with an undeniable dominance. "Now, you are officially on duty. You wouldn't refuse me again, would you?" Feeling the warmth of his breath and the assertive proclamation, and Yue melted entirely. With a seductive glimmer in her eyes and a voice as delicate as a whisper, yet trembling with promise, she replied, "Husband, how could you say such a thing? To satisfy you is a lifelong duty I must strive for." Qin Lang regarded her alluringly innocent demeanor, as if she were ripe for the picking, and smiled knowingly. "Then, what more is there to discuss? Drive, let us head home." Chapter 22. A true man must 1v1 solo the engine of the Maserati silenced in the tranquil underground garage, and Yue took Qin Lang's hand, leading him into an elevator that required a specialized magnetic card to operate. The elevator ascended smoothly, finally halting at a penthouse suite. With a soft beep, the heavy black sandalwood door slowly swung open. The dazzling night view of the Huangpu River unfolded like a flowing tapestry of stars, unabashedly displayed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Qin Lang's breath caught for a moment. Beneath his feet lay warm hardwood flooring, and the air was infused with the subtle elegance of high-end aromatherapy. The entire space designed with luxury and sophistication. In this place, he had only heard of Tang Chun Yi Pin in finance magazines and urban legends in his previous life. He had initially thought that Yue was merely a small, affluent woman, only to discover that she was, in fact, a remarkably wealthy heiress. This journey had truly uncovered a treasure. However, when his gaze swept across the most prominent position in the living room, he was utterly astounded. A line from Yue's profile flashed in his mind. Peak competition score of 1300, verifiable. The reputation was indeed well-deserved. In stark contrast to Qin Lang's astonishment, Yue's mind went blank the moment she beheld that wall. The rosy hue of happiness on her face drained away, replaced by a pallor of despair. Oh no, she had forgotten to put away her collection. Would her husband think her a wayward woman? Would he perhaps come to despise her and abandon her? As this thought took root, an overwhelming fear seized her heart. Tears brimmed in Yue's eyes, cascading down her cheeks unbidden, and the more she contemplated, the more sorrowful she became, ultimately unable to stifle her quiet sobs. Qin Lang regained his composure, only to find the girl who had just been smiling brightly was now weeping pitifully. His resolve hardened. He felt a surge of protective instinct. Without a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around her with a fierce possessiveness. The sound of her crying ceased abruptly, and Yue, caught off guard, stiffened in his embrace, momentarily frozen and unable to respond. The intoxicating mix of faint tobacco and masculine musk enveloped her completely. Instinctively, she buried her face deeper into his chest, inhaling deeply. Wow, is this what a man's scent is like? Fragrant yet slightly pungent, but utterly delightful. A charming smile graced Qin Lang's lips as he looked down at the girl in his arms, who had ceased her tears. What's wrong? No more crying? And Yue, flushed with embarrassment, wished to hide her entire face in his armpit, her voice barely above a whisper. I am worried my husband will think I am a pervert and no longer want me. Will you abandon me, husband? Qin Lang gently pinched her soft, slightly chubby cheek. How could I? I cherish you too much. He paused before continuing. Besides, how do you know I don't appreciate these things? The way he called her and stirred a wave of emotion within her. She could feel that Qin Lang's affection was genuine, not mere consolation. The tension in her heart finally relaxed. Resolute, she stood on tiptoe and leaned closer to whisper a few words into his ear. Qin Lang's eyes widened in astonishment. His ears perked up like antennas, eager to catch every word. He lifted Yue effortlessly and carried her to the spacious double gaming bed in the master bedroom, preparing to boot up the computer for a round of duo matches in League of Legends. Husband, wait a moment. Qin Lang frowned, wondering why initiating a game was as unpredictable as a sudden storm. Noticing Qin Lang's rising agitation, Yue hastily explained, Husband, it's sweltering outside. And I've worked up quite a sweat. I haven't even had a chance to wash up since returning. If you could allow me to freshen up and retrieve my newly purchased gaming peripherals, I promise to join you for the duo matches afterward. Qin Lang broke into a grin. Of course. He released his hold on Yue. As she slipped from his embrace, a fleeting look of wistfulness crossed her face. But she quickly sprang into action like a whirlwind, hopping off the sofa and darting into the master bedroom to grab a small makeup pouch before disappearing into the bathroom. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had elapsed. Qin Lang sprawled across the expansive bed, measuring an impressive 2 meters and 3 in length, feeling as if each second stretched into eternity. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor approached rhythmically. Qin Lang's ears perked up instantly. He recognized the sound, the unmistakable clatter of a fashionable bunny girl outfit, which had once taken the world by storm. It was well known that Qin Lang had an insatiable curiosity, always eager to delve deeper into matters. Today, he was determined to investigate whether donning cosplay attire while gaming would enhance one's performance. With a swift motion, he seized Yue and pressed her down onto the gaming bed. It was also common knowledge that Qin Lang was an athletic and cheerful young man, with a penchant for various sports, particularly excelling in competitive games. Among them, he held a particular affection for football and basketball. Thus, before they embarked on their gaming ranking for the day, the duo engaged in a simulated bowling game for a warm-up. As a novice, Yue found herself utterly outmatched by Qin Lang's prowess, feeling akin to a fledgling in comparison. She sighed inwardly, realizing that only through duo matches could she hone her skills. Deciding against further physical games, she launched League of Legends for a 1v1 solo match. Qin Lang selected Jarvan 4, wielding this champion with such finesse that he navigated the Summoner's Rift with the precision of a deity, directing his attacks with unerring accuracy. Yue opted for the River King, managing to hold her own against him with her Q skill. However, it was well known that Qin Lang was not one to back down easily. His competitive spirit was legendary throughout the bustling streets of Shanghai. Fortunately, in the second solo match, he chose the Troll King, while Yue picked Nami. Just as their intense confrontation began, an urgent knocking echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yue trembled, akin to a child caught gaming secretly by their parents, flustered and alarmed. Husband, husband, wait a moment. It seems someone is coming. Qin Lang furrowed his brow. Anyone else, in the heat of an exhilarating game, would be utterly vexed at the interruption of a delivery call, especially when they were on the brink of breaching the enemy's high ground and shattering their crystal. This disconcerting feeling was truly tormenting. He disdainfully curled his lip, leaning close to Yue's ear and whispering, It's nothing. Let them knock. The game is of utmost importance. The two resumed their focus on the fierce battles within the Summoner's Rift. One was a fledgling summoner yet to be ranked, while the other was a transcendent master in the pinnacle of the 1,300-point item league, engaging in a 1v1 solo in the mid lane. The knocking at the door grew increasingly urgent. Qin Lang, almost unconsciously, quickened his pace on the keyboard. He commanded his Troll King to unleash the E skill, followed by the W skill, The time for the troll had arrived, and Yue, controlling her level 24 Nami, concluded the skirmish with an ultimate move. The doorbell continued to ring frantically. Qin Lang casually pulled a blanket over Yue, then, irritated, picked up the beach shorts she had just purchased from the floor, donned them, and grabbed a cigarette from the nightstand, striding towards the door. Let me see who dares to disrupt my good fortune. Just as he reached the door, before he could even grasp the doorknob, it clicked open. Chapter 23. Our most powerful support, mother-in-law, makes her dazzling entrance. The cigarette in Qin Lang's mouth momentarily paused, ashes cascading down onto his bare foot, bringing a fleeting sting. Standing at the entrance was a mature and alluring woman. She wore a well-tailored professional suit that accentuated her voluptuous figure perfectly, her jet black hair meticulously styled into an elegant updo, revealing a smooth forehead and a long neck. Her brows and eyes exuded an imposing authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger. Her face bore a striking resemblance to an Yue, yet devoid of youthful innocence. It was imbued with the unique maturity and sharpness that time bestows. Qin Lang's heart constricted suddenly. Mother-in-law. The term exploded in his mind, stirring a tempest of emotions. At this moment, he stood bare-chested, with only a loosely fitted pair of beach shorts hanging at his waist. His muscular chest and sharply defined eight-pack abs laid bare under her scrutinizing gaze. This manner of introduction was rather too candid. The anger on Yue's face had yet to fully dissipate. Upon receiving her daughter's call, she had grown increasingly uneasy, fearing her daughter might be deceived, prompting her hasty arrival. After knocking for a prolonged period without a response, she had heard faint sounds from within and, in her frustration, used a spare key to enter. Just as she was about to scold, her gaze froze. She beheld a man of remarkable presence. Broad shoulders, a slender waist, and muscles that exhibit a seamless, explosive grace. Every inch of him seems meticulously crafted, radiating an aura of primal, virile power. Beads of sweat cascade down his defined physique, exuding an irresistible allure. Quietly, and Jing Shu swallowed hard, her throat parched. As an esteemed member of the National Medical Academy, she had studied male physiology for many years, having encountered no fewer than 800 male volunteers for her research projects. Yet none could compare to the man before her. Every aspect of him perfectly aligned with the optimal data points of her scholarly inquiries. He was a living marvel of human procreation. A faint blush crept to her ears, her gaze shifting from mere scrutiny to a professional curiosity, even flickering with a momentary intensity. Just then, a figure leaned against the wall and stumbled out of the master bedroom. Clad in a still unremoved cosplay outfit, she emanated a languorous, almost lethargic charm. "Mom!" And Yue exclaimed delightfully, her voice tinged with a husky note. This exclamation shattered the tension at the doorway, like a rabbit that had found its anchor. And Yue hurried over, affectionately wrapping her arms around Jing Shu, burying her head in her mother's embrace. With exuberance, she introduced, "Husband, this is my mother." She tilted her head back, her face aglow with pride as she added, "Mom, this is my husband, Qin Lang." And Jing Shu's gaze finally shifted from Qin Lang, reluctantly landing on her daughter, her brow instantly furrowing in dismay. And Yue's heart raced. Only then did she realize, to her horror, that she was still clad in that embarrassing outfit. Oh no, she felt mortified in front of her mother. The color drained from her cheeks, leaving her pale, wishing fervently to vanish into a crack in the ground. Qin Lang, noticing Jing Shu's displeasure, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. In this life and the last, this was his first encounter with his mother-in-law, and it was under such an awkward circumstance. He forced a strained smile, suppressing the turmoil within, and greeted, "Auntie, please, come in and sit." And Yue snapped back to reality, hurriedly squatting down to fetch slippers from the shoe cabinet, fidgeting as she helped Jing Shu change. Once inside, Jing Shu's frown deepened. The air was thick with a faint, peculiar scent reminiscent of a battlefield-esque smoke. Embarrassed, Qin Lang walked to the balcony and flung open the large floor-to-ceiling window. The night breeze from the river rushed in, dispersing the lingering tension and clearing his muddled thoughts. He turned his head to see Yue, like a chastised schoolgirl, sitting on the sofa with her head bowed, her expression one of distress as she nervously twisted the hem of her clothing. Quiet and graceful, Jing Shu dragged a dining chair and positioned it directly opposite the sofa. With her arms crossed and legs crossed in a relaxed manner, she sat down firmly. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire living room, creating an atmosphere thick with judgment. Observing this, Qin Lang silently gritted his teeth. The predicament was of his own making. He could not allow a woman to bear the brunt of it alone. His gaze sharpened as he stepped beside Yue and took a seat next to her. The sofa sank slightly under his weight. Sensing the familiar aura and calmness emanating from him, Yue trembled slightly, stealing a glance at Qin Lang, her eyes brimming with dependence and helplessness. Qin Lang gently and resolutely took her icy hand, shielded by the back of the sofa, offering a reassuring glance. As Yue felt the warmth and strength radiating from his palm, that power seemed to travel through her arm and into her heart, dispelling all her anxieties. An unprecedented sense of security surged within her, causing her to instinctively straighten her back a little. Finally, Jingzhu spoke. Her frigid gaze locked onto her daughter, and her tone was laced with disappointment. Yue, you are truly being reckless. The words plunged Qin Lang's heart into despair. It was over. A tempest was about to ensue. Yue flinched, too frightened to meet her mother's gaze, stammering, "Mom, I was wrong." "Of course, you were wrong." Jingzhu shot her daughter a fierce glare, her tone brimming with disappointment. "What were you thinking, indulging him like this?" Another blow to Qin Lang's heart. He lowered his head in shame, bracing himself for the impending storm. Yue also dared not look up at her mother, her shoulders trembling slightly as she muttered, "Mom, I don't speak." Jingzhu abruptly turned to Qin Lang, her expression softening into one of warmth, even tinged with a hint of affability. "You must be Xiaoqin, right? Oh dear, look at you. How can you allow Anan to act so recklessly? Honestly, how can you neglect your health like this? I heard you exerted yourself for a research project today. How could you expend yourself so much again tonight? Boys' health is precious. They are the treasures of humanity and must be preserved. Your health is the foundation of your endeavors. You cannot indulge her like this. What will happen if you marry in the future?" Yue's face flushed crimson, like a shrimp boiled in water. "We are already married." She couldn't help but stamp her foot, her voice filled with indignation and urgency. "It is legally registered and certified." Jingzhu, with a deep frown etched on her forehead resembling a pronounced character, seemed capable of crushing a fly. She scrutinized her daughter with the gaze reserved for rare species, filled with disappointment. "You wretched child, have you no forethought even when lying?" Her voice abruptly escalated, sharp and piercing. "Marriage? What do you have to register? Those girls at the Civil Affairs Bureau would surely throw you out. Have you even obtained your concubine qualification certificate?" Each word struck directly at Yue's vulnerabilities. Jingzhu was practically seething, extending her index finger to emphatically tap on her daughter's smooth forehead. "Look at you. At 24. You can't even pass a respectable graduate entrance examination. My entire reputation has been tarnished by your lack of ambition." As her agitation grew, her chest heaved violently. "If it weren't for Xiaoqin's excellent qualities and kind nature, with your disposition, what man would even look your way? Do you think men are cabbages, abundant on every street?" A heavy sigh finally allowed some of her fury to subside, softening her tone. "Darling, listen to your mother. As women, we must strive for progress throughout our lives. Otherwise, we become a burden to men, causing them to endure hardship. If this were to spread, our dignity would be utterly shattered." Yue, chastised, hung her head low, nearly burying it in her chest, her voice as faint as a mosquito's wings. "Mom, I understand my mistakes. Tomorrow, I will begin my studies for the graduate entrance exam." Before she could finish, a thunderous interjection interrupted her. "Are you foolish?" Jingzhu's expression was filled with disappointment, as if her heart were breaking. "You're already married. What business do you have with exams?" Her finger jabbed with increased fervor, as though trying to implant the logic directly into her daughter's mind. "Your immediate priority is to ensure Xiaoqin is comfortable and happy. You truly infuriate me. Is your brain filled with mush? You have no clarity at all." Qin Lang stood quietly by, observing the exchange between mother and daughter. His mind felt as though it had been smoothed out. Failing to pass an entrance exam meant no right to marry. Once married, one's primary duty was to serve the man. The logic of this world struck him like a heavy hammer, shattering the worldview he had constructed over the past 2 decades and then brutally reshaping it. Watching the glimmer of tears well up in Yue's beautiful almond-shaped eyes, Qin Lang felt compelled to act. He picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the coffee table, twisted off the cap, and handed it to her. A gentle smile graced his face, his voice calm. "Auntie, please do not say such things about Anan. She is truly remarkable. and I quite like her." This seemingly simple phrase shone like a ray of divine light piercing through the clouds. And Yue abruptly raised her head, and her dim gaze was suddenly illuminated with dazzling brilliance. She stared, entranced, at Qin Lang's gentle and handsome profile, admiring the flawless contours of his jawline and the straightness of his nose. Every detail was impeccable. A surge of warmth rushed from her heart to the top of her head, enveloping her in a feverish glow. In her heart, she silently screamed with all her might, "I must strive doubly hard. I must ensure my husband enjoys the finest life in the world, indeed the entire universe." In stark contrast, and Jingshu's reaction was even more exaggerated. Upon witnessing Qin Lang's gesture of offering water, she froze entirely. The expression on her face transformed from fury to astonishment, then to an almost incredulous ecstasy, finally settling into a state of utter astonishment. Instinctively, she hastily wiped her hands on her expensive tailored outfit before extending them, cautiously cradling the bottle of water as if it were a sacred relic. In a world where women are outnumbered and men hold an exceedingly high status, men have long been indulged to the point of arrogance and entitlement, to say nothing of proactively offering water to women. Even when men resort to physical aggression against women in public, the women nearby must force smiles and apologize, lest they provoke the temper of these national treasures. Thus, Qin Lang's gentle, considerate, and courteous demeanor is indeed a rarity, a treasure far more precious than the genuine giant panda. And Jingshu held the cool bottle of mineral water in her hands, yet it felt heavier than 1,000 pounds, scalding to the touch. Her eyes sparkled intensely. Her lips moved, and in a volume only she could hear, tinged with a trace of imperceptible grievance and anticipation, she murmured, "Still calling me auntie, even after we are married?" This sound was as light as a feather, almost inconsequential in the spacious living room. However, to Qin Lang, whose hearing had transcended human limits, it resonated clearly, as if she were whispering directly into his ear. He felt a surge of clarity within. The moment had arrived. He stepped forward, his warm smile perfectly genuine, brimming with familiarity. "Mom." This utterance echoed like thunder in a serene landscape, and Jingshu's facade of maternal authority crumbled instantaneously. Her facial muscles erupted into uncontrollable laughter, wrinkles blossoming like a resplendent chrysanthemum at the peak of autumn. She excitedly grasped Qin Lang's hand, her fervent palm nearly melting his. "Ah, my dear son-in-law." Her voice trembled with excitement. "I can truly entrust this child to you. It is such a relief." However, as she shifted her gaze to her daughter, a hint of disdain returned. This child has never possessed any remarkable qualities. Her only notable skill was learning to paste the character for Fortune upside down after watching me do so during the new year. Qin Lang could hardly suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. In his heart, he silently gave a thumbs up to this mother-in-law. "Oh my goodness, you truly excel at flattery. In the future, should she ever falter or cause you discontent, dear son-in-law, do not hesitate to take matters into your own hands. If you find yourself too weary to act, simply call your mother. I shall arrive forthwith and handle it myself." As she spoke, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to slap her forehead with vigor. Her gaze landed precisely upon Qin Lang's bare, well-defined torso. She swiftly turned her head and lightly tapped the arm of the still giggling Yue. "Laugh, laugh, laugh. How can you still have the audacity to laugh?" And Yue, feeling sweetly pleased by her mother's analogy, was blissfully aware that her husband's perfect visage and physique were indeed a treasure beyond her reach. Suddenly interrupted by the light tap, she pouted in mild grievance. "You have no sense at all. What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch your husband a shirt. What if he catches a chill?" And Yue, as if awakening from a dream, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains and dashed into the wardrobe, leaving a fragrant breeze in her wake. Shortly, she returned, clutching an exceptionally soft black t-shirt, her face adorned with a bashful yet tender smile as she meticulously helped Qin Lang into it. The fabric was delicate to the touch, carrying a subtle fragrance. Qin Lang found himself blushing slightly from the enthusiastic interplay of the mother and daughter, and Jingshu once more grasped Qin Lang's hand, pressing him gently onto the sofa. Her tone earnest. "Dear son-in-law, I understand that being with our Enin may feel like a burden to you." Qin Lang's gaze subtly roamed the wall of the living room, adorned with an array of exquisite collectibles, his throat feeling somewhat parched. In truth, it seemed he was not as burdened as she presumed, oblivious to his fleeting expression. And Jingshu continued, "Has Enin offered you 20 million as a dowry?" Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat, sensing the impending shift. A prelude of sweetened words followed by an abrupt downturn. Was she preparing to reclaim the funds? Just as he was about to speak, and Jingzhu interrupted him directly. Dear son-in-law, Anin can be rather petty and immature, lacking in understanding and vision. I shall take it upon myself to rectify this and ensure you receive a total of 30 million. Rest assured, this sum is a voluntary gift from Anin, protected at the highest level by the marriage law. No one shall reclaim it. She gestured towards the lavish penthouse beneath their feet. This apartment will be transferred into your name tomorrow, with Anin accompanying you to the registry. Not for any other reason, but to provide you with the most fundamental security for your life together after marriage. An indescribable current surged from Qin Lang's tailbone, shooting straight to the crown of his head. In his mind, a background score played, always asking of you, yet never uttering thanks. He suppressed the impulse to exclaim, If you do not forsake me, I would gladly kneel and call you mother. Qin Lang, for the first time, took the initiative to firmly grasp in Jingzhu's hands. This time, his palms radiated warmth, conveying an unparalleled sincerity. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he poured forth every ounce of emotion he had cultivated, each word steeped in profound sentiment as he called out, Mother, and Jingzhu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. The scorching droplets cascaded forth uncontrollably as she enveloped Qin Lang in a tight embrace, fervently patting his broad back. Oh, my dear son. Just as this touching atmosphere of maternal affection reached its zenith, the doorbell chimed. Chapter 25. The overprotective husband. The three of them were momentarily taken aback, and Yu Yi's lips involuntarily pursed in discontent. What a day of misfortune. In the usual span of 3 to 5 months, visitors seldom graced their doorstep. Yet on such a special occasion, they were inundated with unexpected guests. Frustrated, she dragged her feet towards the door, each step feeling as though she were treading on cotton, imbued with an undercurrent of resentment. At the threshold stood a group of individuals, their uniforms impeccably tailored, exuding an air of solemnity. Leading the group was a woman of striking stature, her epaulets reflecting a harsh light under the illumination. Her gaze was penetrating, scanning Yu Yi with an unmistakable sense of scrutiny and authority. And Yu Yi froze, instinctively lowering her voice. Hello, comrade. How may I assist you? The woman did not respond immediately. Instead, she produced an identification badge, nearly thrusting it before Yu Yi's face. The badge bore the image of a commanding visage, eyes sharp enough to pierce the soul. You must be Miss Yu Yi, she stated, her voice resonating with a metallic quality akin to her piercing gaze. I am the captain of the local security team, Shen Jiaqi. Our system indicates that you registered for marriage today. We are here to execute a post-marriage rights protection visit as per the Husband Protection Act. And Yu Yi's mind buzzed with realization. She was acutely aware of the societal rules. Males were seen as rare commodities, treasures of society, and thus, particularly vulnerable to exploitation. Many men were coerced into marriage under duress or temptation from women. The post-marriage visits aimed to ensure that the rights of these men were not infringed upon in any way. Oh, Officer Shun, please come in, she said, her voice barely concealing her unease. Shun Jiaqi, accompanied by her cadre of officers, stepped into the room, the sound of their boots thudding against the floor resonating dully. Her gaze swept like a searchlight across the lavish space, momentarily pausing at the wall adorned with an array of collectibles, a fleeting smirk gracing her lips. And Yu Yi felt her toes instinctively curl in embarrassment, wishing to burrow into the opulent wooden flooring. It was mortifying. She felt as though she were dying socially in that moment. Eventually, Officer Shin's attention settled on the imposing figure of the man seated on the sofa. A cigar clenched between his lips, smoke swirling around him. Indeed, Qin Lang has undergone a transformation. Just moments ago, my mother-in-law quietly and resolutely declared that smoking is detrimental to one's health, suggesting that indulging in cigars may be a slightly better alternative. She even personally retrieved her prized collection of H. Upmann from the climate-controlled humidor and was now elegantly preparing red tea for Qin Lang. With my mother-in-law presiding over the cigars, I thought to myself, let life unfold in this manner, without a word of protest. When Shun Jiaqi caught sight of Qin Lang's face, even she paused for half a second, breathless. Yet, she quickly regained her professional composure, though her hand, tucked discreetly by her side, instinctively tightened into a fist. This surge of indignation was not directed at Qin Lang, but rather aimed squarely at Yu Yi. What right does she have? Prior to her arrival, Shin Jiechi had perused in Yue's background. At 24, her credentials were utterly unremarkable. She had secured a nursing position solely through family connections, having failed to even obtain a certificate for a concubine's qualification. Apart from her decent appearance, such a woman could easily be found in abundance in the bustling metropolis. The only attribute that set her apart was her rather scanty endowment. Shin Jiechi instinctively straightened her posture, feeling a sense of suffocation in her chest. I am not inferior. Missin, Shin Jiechi interjected, her expression devoid of emotion as she interrupted in Yue, who was about to brew tea. We are here for a routine inquiry. I kindly ask that unrelated individuals excuse themselves. Her frigid gaze swept past in Yue and bore directly into Jingzhu. Jingzhu offered an awkward smile, recognizing the cue, and set down the tea set. She cast a lingering glance at the commanding Shin Jiechi, her lips curling into an ambiguous smirk before she retreated into the master bedroom. The door clicking shut softly behind her as if locking away something. Yue watched her mother's figure vanish beyond the door, opening her mouth to speak. But no words emerged. Her anxious heart plummeted, feeling utterly defeated. This time, she had truly suffered a complete social demise. Shin Jiechi approached Qin Lang, her expression swiftly shifting to one of formal, yet gentle professionalism, a transformation that even startled Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, greetings. I apologize for the intrusion. Her voice softened as she continued. We are merely here to conduct a brief inquiry. Please, remain seated. Qin Lang nodded, settling back into his seat. Very well, Officer Shun. Please proceed. Yue immediately positioned herself anxiously beside Qin Lang, like a protective hen. Qin Lang reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, conveying reassurance through his gaze. This small gesture further chilled Shin Jiechi's demeanor. Rather than addressing Qin Lang, she turned her attention to Yue, her tone suddenly sharp. Missin, before questioning Mr. Qin, I would like to inquire about you first. Yue was taken aback. Me? Yes, you. Shin Jiechi stepped forward, her aura commanding. We have reviewed your background. It is quite ordinary, your abilities rather mediocre. In contrast, Mr. Qin stands as an exemplary man of the highest caliber from any perspective. I must ask, what methods did you employ to persuade Mr. Qin to agree to marry you? Is it the forces behind you? Or is it all this? She gestured towards the opulence surrounding them, acquired through wealth. As her words hung in the air, a palpable tension enveloped the room. Yue's face drained of color, her mind reeling from the unrelenting interrogation, her lips trembling, struggling to articulate a coherent response. I did not. What are we? Shin Jiechi pressed on, relentless. True love, Missin? What makes you think you are worthy of Mr. Qin's genuine affection? Yue's eyes brimmed with unshed tears of indignation. She yearned to retort, yet every utterance from her adversary pierced her silence like daggers. Indeed, aside from her wealth and esteemed lineage, she seemed to possess little of value. Just as Yue teetered on the brink of despair, a warm hand enveloped her icy fingers. Qin Lang rose, gently drawing Yue behind him, shielding her from Shin Jiechi's scrutinizing gaze. He regarded Shin Jiechi with an unwavering smile, yet his tone bore an undeniable authority. Officer Shin, I believe you have misconstrued a critical point. First, my marriage to Inen was pursued by me of my own volition. There was no coercion or inducement involved. If any pressure existed, it was I who compelled her, enticing her to wed me. Tears welled in Yue's eyes. She sought refuge behind Qin Lang, her large, glistening eyes fixed upon his broad back. On the verge of tears. Husband. Truly, I could weep. To have such a wonderful husband, I must have saved the galaxy in my past life. Shin Jiechi found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her fellow officers murmuring behind her, their eyes brimming with envy. Qin Lang continued, tenderly ruffling Yue's hair, soothing the girl who was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, before turning back to Shin Jiechi, speaking softly yet distinctly. Second, I am enamored with her as a person, not her wealth. When we began our relationship, I was entirely unaware of her affluent background. For me, her kindness, charm, and the way she blushes, her joy brought forth by my words, is more than sufficient. A dowry is merely a gesture, whether it exists or not is inconsequential. For she, Yue, is the most treasured gem in my eyes. In that moment, not only Yue, but even the young officers behind Shin Jiechi were moved, their expressions intertwined with admiration, jealousy, and astonishment, creating a tapestry of complex emotions. In this day and age, Did such gentle, considerate, yet fiercely protective young men still exist? Such a man was truly beyond the realm of dreams. I am so envious. Shinjichi found herself utterly speechless this time. What could she say beyond envy? This damned, unplaceable charm was severely disrupting her authority. She inhaled deeply, attempting to uphold her dignity as the captain of the officers. Yet when her gaze met Qin Lang's gentle yet powerful eyes, the last bastion of her resolve crumbled. Ultimately, instinct triumphed over reason. She forced a smile, extending her slightly trembling hand towards Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, thank you for your cooperation. Should you require anything, please feel free to reach out. At that moment, Shin Jiaqian felt a wave of anxiety within her. This overt gesture of seeking a handshake was quite impolite, even offensive, in this world, particularly towards men. Yet, she found herself unable to restrain her impulses. Qin Lang responded with a gentle smile, taking her hand in his. Thank you, Officer Shen. If there's a need, I will indeed reach out. Shin Jiaqian's mind momentarily short-circuited. He held her hand. He truly held my hand. By golly, I must reward myself for this later. This hand, no washing for this year, or even the next 3. Shin Jiaqian was oblivious to how she managed to leave. Once outside, a group of female officers eagerly surrounded her, encasing her hand in a manner akin to admiring an exquisite treasure. Wow, boss, that young man is quite something. He really shook your hand. Oh, I'm so jealous. I wish I could experience the warmth of the male god's hand too. How about you let me touch it? Just once. No way. Another officer quickly interjected. By the rules, such privileges must be earned. I recorded the fastest time earlier. I should be first. Shaking hands with you is like indirectly shaking hands with Mr. Qin. Shin Jiaqian instinctively clutched her hand tightly against her chest. What are you all doing? Are you rebelling? Get back to work. I have something to attend to at home. The group of officers regarded Shin Jiaqian with disdain. We're all women here. Why are you being coy? As if anyone doesn't know anyone else. Despite Shin Jiaqian's thick skin, she found herself momentarily flustered. However, the lingering scent of the male god on her hand rendered everything else inconsequential. You laugh at your sisters for being too eager. I laugh at you for being single. It wasn't until Shin Jiaqian departed with her team that Yue finally exhaled, her body collapsing onto the sofa. She gazed at Qin Lang with a pitiful expression. Husband, you are so kind to me. Rest assured, I shall strive to learn and serve you and the sisters well. Qin Lang patted Anne's little head, his mind only occupied with one thought. Gratitude towards his past self for working diligently. Without such effort, how could he enjoy the comforts of this world? And Yue seemed to recall something, calling towards the master bedroom. Mom, the officer has left. You may come out now. After a long pause, there was no response from the bedroom. Qin Lang and Yue exchanged glances, then walked toward the bedroom. Upon opening the door, they were met with a bizarre sight. There stood Jingshu, one hand gripping a shiny needle, the other holding a children's deflation bag, her expression resembling that of a stern matron scrutinizing a novice. And Yue's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 26. My dear, you wouldn't want to be at the mercy of a female driver, would you? Mother, what are you doing? And Yue's petite face flushed crimson, almost as if it were about to bleed. She observed as Jingshu's composed demeanor, reminiscent of an esteemed academic, abruptly stiffened. In a swift motion, she hastily shoved the child's gas sack into the crevice of the bedside cabinet, her actions so rapid that they appeared to leave a blur in their wake. Well, dear, I was merely checking the quality of this item, she stammered. And Yue could scarcely bear to watch. Mother, your scheming is almost too much for me to bear. You're simply afraid that if we use this, you won't be able to hold your granddaughter. Her voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of grievance as she mumbled softly. But my husband doesn't even need this. He claims it affects his gaming experience. And Jingshu rubbed her hands together, the scholarly calmness evaporating as she felt the tension akin to that of a doctoral defense. She forcibly shifted the topic. Xiaoqin, I see the constable has left, so I won't intrude on you, and in any longer. I shall take my leave. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she fled the bedroom with an air of panic, her retreat marked by a sense of urgency. Within the room, only Qin Lang and Yue remained. They exchanged a glance, and the temperature in the air seemed to rise imperceptibly. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Shall we continue our gaming duo? And Yue's cheeks burned, and she remained silent. Instead, she silently extended her arms, wrapping them around Qin Lang's neck like a tendril. This wordless invitation was the most compelling of all. Qin Lang swallowed hard, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he boldly scooped her up from the bed, striding toward the expansive double gaming bed. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had elapsed. And Yue lay in Qin Lang's embrace like a cat whose fur had been meticulously groomed, lazily breathing in the intoxicating blend of sweat and masculinity that captivated her. She murmured softly, "My dear, can't you stay tonight?" Qin Lang's fingers tangled in her silky hair, his tone laced with resignation. "Anun, that's not possible. You wouldn't want me, a grown man, to stay out all night and have the school report me to the authorities, leading to you, the principal offender, being taken in, would you?" And Yue shivered involuntarily, her body trembling against her will. The sparkle in her eyes dimmed. Indeed, in this world, a concubine had no right to keep her husband overnight, unless the house was the man's private property and it had the mutual consent of both the owner and the matriarch. And Yue's gaze flickered, a thought crystallizing within her heart with remarkable clarity and resolve. She must expedite the transfer of this house into her husband's name. She longed to awaken each morning to more than just sunlight gracing her face. That was the life Yue truly desired. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Qin Lang had already changed into a new outfit. The old clothes were utterly saturated with an unpleasant odor, rendering them unwearable. And Yue struggled to sit up, but Qin Lang gently pressed her back onto the soft bed with a large hand. A tender kiss was placed upon her forehead. "Rest well, my dear. I must take my leave. The dormitory will close soon." A sense of emptiness enveloped in Yue's heart, and suddenly, as if recalling something significant, she grasped Qin Lang's hand tightly. "Husband, how do you plan to return?" Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. "Does it even need to be asked?" "Of course. I will take the bus." And Yue's voice instantly escalated, almost causing her to rise. "Husband, please don't. The news reports daily about buses being rife with male predators who specifically harass decent women. With your striking looks, you would undoubtedly be their prime target. So many women would surely take risks." Once again, Qin Lang was stunned. Had the state of public safety deteriorated to such an extent? He waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Then I'll take a taxi. That should suffice." And Yue's expression turned even more alarmed, her face paling. "Husband, surely, you wouldn't want to be taken to a secluded grove by a middle-aged female taxi driver, would you?" Qin Lang shuddered at the thought. The grotesque image flashed through his mind, sending chills from his scalp to his toes. If such an event were to transpire, he would rather suffocate himself in a corner than endure it. Resigned, Qin Lang spread his hands. "If that is not an option, nor is that. I suppose you cannot be my escort?" He glanced at her teasingly. "Forgive my candor, but you seem to struggle just to get up. How could you possibly accompany me?" And Yue's face flushed crimson, her voice sweet enough to draw water. "Husband, do you possess a driver's license?" Qin Lang nodded, a peculiar smile gracing his face. "Indeed. You may not believe it, but I acquired my license without spending a single penny." And Yue blinked her curious eyes, prompting Qin Lang to recount the amusing tale of how he had been mistaken for a living advertisement at the driving school, allowing him to learn for free. "You should have seen it. The driving school practically wanted to grant me every license from motorcycles to large buses. I had one-on-one instruction throughout the process, with an assistant bringing me tea and water. They nearly pampered me." Hearing this, and Yue giggled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. "And what happened next?" "When I departed, from the principal to the students, there was a chorus of tears, and female students even fought over the instructor vehicle I had driven." Qin Lang shrugged, his expression one of nonchalance. "I heard that vehicle was later dubbed Divine Male Number 1, and to reserve practice time. One not only had to pay extra, but also wait until the following year." "Anun, why do you inquire about this? You don't intend to let me drive your car, do you?" "That would not do. As a freshman, driving an extravagant vehicle would be too ostentatious." The light in Yue's eyes dimmed once more. However, she quickly seemed to recall something and turned abruptly to rummage through the nightstand. "Eureka!" And Yue excitedly thrust a car key into Qin Lang's hand, her palm warm. "Husband, this is the grocery cart my mother bought earlier. You can use it for transportation. Whenever you have the time, I shall accompany you to purchase a new one." Qin Lang lowered his gaze to the key in his palm, where 4 silver circles formed a distinctive emblem, and his heart sank. Is this the realm of the affluent? How ostentatious. A grocery cart is an Audi? He raised his head to meet Yue's steadfast and hopeful gaze. The words of refusal lingered on his lips, but would not escape. Reluctantly, Qin Lang accepted the key, gently ruffled her hair, and turned to leave the room. As the door clicked shut behind him, and Yue seized a nearby pillow, treating it as a foe, and unleashed a flurry of punches upon it with all her strength. And Yue, why are you so inept? You couldn't even endure a double row to the end. No, I must remedy this. What if my husband grows to despise me in the future? She promptly retrieved her phone and located a number, dialing it with urgency. Hello. Ran, this is Anin. I have a question I would like to consult you about. Chapter 27, Joyfully Acquiring an Audi. Freely riding the electric donkey unbeknownst to Yue's current distress, Qin Lang was blissfully making his way to the basement, whistling a cheerful tune. His steps bore a lightness to them. The echoes of his carefree whistle reverberated through the basement as he leisurely searched for his new vehicle. Beep. With a gentle sound, a brand new Audi A6 illuminated its headlights not far away. Qin Lang gazed at it, the corners of his mouth curving upward involuntarily. In a world where women outnumber men, life is simply splendid. He opened the car door, buckled his seatbelt, and with a press on the accelerator, the vehicle glided smoothly forward. However, his charm was short-lived. The magic of traffic in this city during peak hours was relentless, and he found himself creeping along at an average speed of 30 miles per hour. After a determined effort, he finally arrived at the school's entrance at 9:45. Upon arrival, he was taken aback, perhaps due to the influx of parents accompanying new students. Every public parking space was occupied. He looked up and noticed that the designated parking spaces for faculty were still somewhat available. Raising an eyebrow, he thought, "It's time to showcase my true skills." He drove directly to the barrier at the school entrance. Before Qin Lang could exit the car to greet anyone, two robust middle-aged women charged out of the security office, wielding flashlights and batons with an intimidating presence. "Hey, what are you doing? No outside vehicles are allowed." He calmly lowered the car window, revealing a visage so striking that it rendered the moonlight pale in comparison, accompanied by a dazzling smile that seemed to illuminate the air. "Good evening, sisters. I am the new student who just reported today." His speech slowed, imbued with a touch of well-timed helplessness. "I just went out to procure some daily necessities, and in a moment of distraction, I lost track of time. There was simply no other option. The parking spaces outside are all occupied, and surely, you wouldn't want a delicate young man like me wandering about for a spot at this late hour, would you?" The way he addressed them as sisters was both sweet and endearing. Coupled with Qin Lang's impeccable features and harmless smile, the hearts of the two security ants melted instantly. The sternness etched on their faces vanished, replaced by a radiant glow, as if they had been rejuvenated. They exchanged glances and swiftly made a decision. One of them, adorned with the warmest smile she had ever worn, gently spoke to Qin Lang. "Dear student, generally, outside vehicles are not permitted within the school grounds. However, ensuring the safety of young men is a responsibility we share, so today, we shall make an exception for you. Our school is quite lenient towards boys. Just apply for a designated parking space with your counselor tomorrow." The other ant chimed in eagerly. Yes, dear student. Do refrain from wandering alone at such late hours in the future. It can be quite dangerous." Her tone carried a hint of reproach. "One wonders how your little concubine manages, allowing such a handsome young man to return to school all by himself." Observing the ants advocating on his behalf, Qin Lang smiled warmly, remaining silent. They promptly raised the barrier, gesturing for him to enter. One even took the initiative to run ahead, waving a flashlight to guide him. "Forward, turn left, good. Now back, perfect. You drive quite well, young student, not at all like other boys," they exclaimed. Qin Lang chuckled softly. As he exited the vehicle, he casually retrieved 2 cigarettes from the passenger seat and offered them to the 2 ants. They were taken aback and quickly declined. Qin Lang feigned seriousness, his expression slightly stern. "Sisters, if you refuse, I shall be quite upset. This is not a bribe. Rather, it is a small token of appreciation for the safety of our campus. You endure long nights on duty for our safety, so please accept it." His words brought them immense joy, their faces glowing with delight, wishing they could salute him on the spot. Realizing they could not decline any longer, one ant finally accepted the cigarettes with a radiant smile. "Dear student, should you encounter any difficulties at school in the future, feel free to seek me out. Rest assured, I will secure your parking spot with a cone shortly, and should anything happen to your car, it will be on me." "All right, thank you, sister." The ant beamed with delight, her smile stretching wide enough to reveal her teeth, yet her words betrayed her true feelings. "Oh dear, look at you, child. I'm over 40. I could be your mother, And you still call me sister? Qin Lang feigned astonishment, his eyes widening. Really, sister? You don't look a day over young. The aunt's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Such a good child. From now on, just call me Aunt Zhang. The dormitory is about to close, so hurry back, or you won't be able to enter. Qin Lang nodded, bidding farewell to Aunt Zhang, and turned to leave. Wait a moment, student. Qin Lang looked back in confusion. He watched as Aunt Zhang jogged toward him, pushing a brand new electric bike from the security room. With a tone tinged with reproach, she remarked, "You're a good kid, but you really need to take better care of yourself. A boy's body is so delicate. What if you fall and hurt yourself? Ride the bike. It's parked at the base of the dormitory. Just return it whenever it's convenient for you." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that he was indeed benefiting from this generous offer. Aunt Zhang was genuinely kind, and she truly extended her help. Whenever it's convenient to return it. What if I find it inconvenient for 4 years during my university life? The school can't insist I return it, can they? He flashed a grateful smile. Aunt Zhang, my name is Qin Lang. You can call me Xiao Qin. Thank you so much. At that moment, Aunt Zhang felt almost entranced, her heart fluttering. She had never encountered such a handsome and polite young man in all her years. Take care, Xiao Qin. Her concern was palpable, nearly spilling over. Without looking back, Qin Lang waved his hand and twisted the throttle, the electric bike gliding away silently. Aunt Zhang watched his dashing figure, her smile uncontainable. Aunt Zhang, Aunt Zhang. Hearing someone call her from behind, she quickly composed herself, adopting a serious demeanor. Turning around, she saw a tall, attractive girl approaching with a flattering smile, holding out a pack of cigarettes. Aunt Zhang, I was caught up with something outside and returned late. Could you please open the gate for me? Aunt Zhang expressionlessly pushed the girl's hand away. Don't even try that with me. School rules are school rules. Where were you earlier? As a grown woman, can't you have a sense of time? Will you expect your future husband to wait for you too? With your attitude, I doubt you'll even qualify to be a concubine. She reprimanded her, yet still pressed the button to open the gate. Come in, you bunch of mischievous little monkeys. If I don't let you in, you'll probably climb over the wall, and if you break something, I'll have to fix it. The girl chuckled, her eyes darting playfully. Aunt Zhang, was that handsome young man your relative? Looking quite dashing, why not introduce yourself? A contact number would suffice, I assure you. You shall not be disappointed. Aunt Zhang cast a sidelong glance at the girl, letting out a scoff. Spare me your antics. How could someone as refined and courteous as him possibly take an interest in a rough woman like you? Focus on your studies, graduate, secure a decent job, and save up for a dowry. Only then might you find a husband who is not too rough around the edges. Such a handsome man is beyond our reach. Even if he were to fancy you, could you afford the dowry? Are you still dreaming of living off someone else? The girl's gaze dimmed momentarily, but then a fierce determination ignited in her eyes. Aunt Zhang, do not underestimate a poor girl. Aspiration is not measured by one's stature. Just you wait. My newly developed project is about to be launched, and by then, not only will I have a dowry, but I shall also provide him with a house and a car. With that declaration, she strode confidently toward the dormitory. Yet, after just a few steps, her bravado faltered, and she turned back, donning a charming smile. Aunt Zhang, could you kindly convey my regards to Aunt Lu from our dormitory? I suspect the dormitory is locked, haha. Aunt Zhang shook her head, ultimately resigned as she retrieved her phone. This bunch of mischievous youngsters truly knows how to keep one on their toes. Chapter 28. Must you? Yes, you must. Riding my beloved little scooter, it shall never be caught in traffic. Qin Lang hummed a cheerful tune as his electric bike glided silently along the campus paths under the night sky. The gatekeeper of the boys' dormitory was far more amiable than the one at the main entrance. Not only did she refrain from asking a single question, but she also went above and beyond, taking the electric bike from Qin Lang's hands and swiftly locating a socket to charge it. After bidding farewell to the kind-hearted aunt, Qin Lang swayed back to his dorm. As he approached the door, he instinctively softened his movements when reaching for his keys. He had noted earlier that his roommate, Xiao Xiannan, had an unwavering habit of beauty sleep, lying down promptly at 9 o'clock. It would be best not to disturb him. Click. The door lock emitted a slight sound. Yet, a blinding light abruptly burst forth from the gap in the door. Qin Lang froze. What had happened? Why were the lights still on at such a late hour? Nevertheless, if they were awake, it was a different matter. With a nonchalant demeanor, he pushed the door open. Brothers, I'm back. He bellowed, his voice full of vigor. In the next moment, he was taken aback. The scene before him made him momentarily think he had stumbled into a bizarre performance art exhibition. His roommates, Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyan, were seated opposite each other on the sofa. Both donned wrinkled silk pajamas, their hair disheveled as if they had just been through a battle, ignoring one another. They sat with arms crossed, their faces clearly displaying their indignation. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, their stiff necks creaked in unison, turning to face him. Qin Lang found himself in high spirits. "What scene are you two conjuring up now?" he mused. It was better when they were silent, the moment they spoke. The eyes of these two colossal men brimmed with tears, particularly Xiao Xiannan, whose countenance was so sorrowful it sent a shiver down Qin Lang's spine. He approached Qin Lang with an intoxicating fragrance, bashfully rushing towards him. As he ran, he excitedly called out with a distinctive, high-pitched tone, "Lang Gu, you finally returned. If you hadn't come back, I would have reported you to the authorities." Qin Lang instinctively raised his palm, forming a standard stop gesture. "What are you doing? Speak your mind without getting physical. I fear misunderstandings." Xiao Xiannan paused, casting a flirtatious glance at Qin Lang. A chill ran down Qin Lang's spine, leaving him with goosebumps. I was worried about you for nothing," Xiao Xiannan said, awkwardly, while giving Lu Ruyan a glare. "It's all this scoundrel's fault for scaring me. I thought when you went off to work on your research project, you had been abducted." Lu Ruyan, upon hearing this, lowered his head in shame. He approached slowly, his demeanor dejected. "Lang Gu, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have let you go alone to such a dangerous place. I should have accompanied you." Qin Lang was utterly bewildered. Dangerous? The imposing silhouette of an Yu flashed through his mind, and in a certain sense, it was indeed quite perilous. Laughing heartily, Qin Lang extended his arms, embracing the broad shoulders of both men. "What is all this fuss about? We're all brothers here," he said, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I have wonderful news to share with you. I'm getting married." What?" The two exclamations erupted simultaneously, their pitches wildly varying. Xiao Xiannan reacted the quickest, grabbing Qin Lang's arm with a look of worry akin to a hen protecting its chick. "Lang Gu, what is going on? Have you been deceived by some wicked woman?" Lu Ruyan, more concerned with practical matters, pressed on. "Yes, Lang Gu. How much did she bring as dowry? Does her wealth exceed $1 billion? She isn't some rough woman living off you, is she?" Qin Lang shook his head, leisurely retrieving the Audi car key from his pocket and dangling it before them. "Look at your lack of faith. My little concubine treats me well. She insisted on giving me her Maserati, but I found it too ostentatious and settled for this instead. The dowry is quite ample, rest assured. I'm sharp." Upon hearing this, both men visibly sighed in relief. It seemed Qin Lang was indeed enjoying himself. Embraced so closely by Qin Lang, Xiao Xiannan's cheeks flushed slightly, and his voice became as delicate as a whisper. "Lang Gu, are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare a late-night snack for you?" In an instant, the image of the small dish of cat food prepared by Xiao Xiannan flashed through Qin Lang's mind, and he immediately shook his head vigorously. He pushed the two of them toward the direction of the bedroom. "Enough of this nonsense. Consuming that concoction would be tantamount to eating nothing at all. It would be best for you to retreat to your beauty sleep. A bottle of beer suffices for me." Qin Lang completely disregarded Xiao Xiannan's forlorn gaze and forcibly ushered the two into their respective rooms. He casually removed his shirt, revealing a physique reminiscent of an ancient Greek sculpture with well-defined muscles. Retrieving a bottle of chilled beer from the fridge, he deftly popped it open with a lighter, lit a cigarette, and strolled to the balcony. The evening breeze was cool, brushing against his bare skin with a delightful sensation. Leaning against the railing, Qin Lang gazed at the distant city lights twinkling like stars, indulging in his solitary revelry. In the span of one cigarette, he emptied the beer bottle. With a contented burp, he patted his firm abdomen and turned back inside. There was a class meeting at 8 in the morning, necessitating an early rise. He heavily flung himself onto the soft bed, and before long, a satisfied smile graced his features as he slipped into a deep slumber. The day's events had been more surreal than a dream. The following morning, Qin Lang was jolted awake by the thunderous knocking of Xiao Xiannan at the door. Groggily, he sat up, his instinct compelling him to reach for a cigarette first. After lighting it, he took a deep drag. As he ruffled his disheveled hair, he awaited his brain to gradually come to life. With precision, he flicked the cigarette but into an empty beer bottle on the bedside table, rubbed his face, and picked up his phone. 6:30. He blinked in disbelief and checked again. Still 6:30. No way, buddy, are you serious? It's only 6:30. In his previous life, he had early classes at 8, waking up at 7:50, spending 5 minutes on personal hygiene, and 5 minutes racing to the classroom, just in time to sign in before slipping out to the restroom. Qin Lang, bare-chested and yawning, stepped out of the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with the sight of Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin, sitting upright on the sofa with solemn expressions. Both of their faces were covered in pale masks. Qin Lang scratched the back of his head. I must ask, what performance are you two putting on so early in the morning? Xiao Xiannan spoke slowly, his voice muffled beneath the mask. Brother Lang, today marks the first day of school and the class meeting. We must leave a perfect first impression on our classmates. Autumn is approaching, and with dry skin, not applying a mask would lead to makeup mishaps. Qin Lang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He rummaged through the fridge for a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it. Refreshing. Subsequently, he flung himself heavily onto the sofa, preparing to catch a few more winks. Just as he was about to drift off, a piercing sound, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, erupted nearby. Ah! Qin Lang jolted awake in fright, his eyes snapping open in annoyance. What now? Xiao Xiannan trembled as he extended his finger, pointedly indicating Qin Lang's neck and collarbone. There, the ambiguous marks left by an UE resembled deep crimson metals, strikingly conspicuous. Lang Guyu. Qin Lang's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. What is the matter? Xiao Xiannan's voice quivered. Lang Gu, have you been conquered? Qin Lang nodded with a casual air. Indeed. He added leisurely, it was my desire. Xiao Xiannan's mind momentarily short-circuited. Is it not her desire, and yet you succumbed? Lang Gu, it was your desire? Qin Lang affirmed with unwavering certainty, his gaze rife with nonchalance. Indeed. Xiao Xiannan's expression morphed into one of utter bewilderment. His lips moved silently as he murmured to himself. So, is this what it means to be a true man with exceptional physical prowess? His confusion transformed into astonishment and ultimately solidified into an unprecedented resolve. He suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes fierce. I understand. National fitness, starting with me. I shall commence with Pamela upon my return today. Witnessing Xiao Xiannan's peculiar exuberance, Qin Lang found his own sleepiness dissipating, prompting him to rise. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, shampooed, and blow-dried his hair. All set. He casually donned a black short-sleeved shirt and changed into shorts, admiring his undeniably handsome visage in the mirror. Nodding in satisfaction. Ah, still impeccable. Subsequently, he boldly seated himself on the sofa, idly awaiting the other two to complete their grooming. Lu Ruyin, adorned with a facial mask, inquired curiously, Lang Gu, aren't you going to apply makeup? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. My friend, I am naturally gifted. Do I require such trinkets? Lu Ruyin pouted. Being handsome is quite the achievement, I assent it. Had Qin Lang been privy to his inner thoughts, he would have crossed his arms, tilted his chin, and smugly replied, Indeed, being handsome is an accomplishment. Qin Lang watched the two as they fussed before the mirror until 7:30, when, unable to endure any longer, he urged them to finally depart. Although the three shared a dormitory, their fields of study diverged. Qin Lang pursued mechanical engineering, Xiao Xiannan studied psychology, and Lu Ruyin was in business administration. Fortunately, their respective classrooms were not too distant. With preparations complete, they set off. Today was the moment to validate Qin Lang's conjectures, and he felt a tinge of excitement. Chapter 29. Congratulations, my official girlfriend. As soon as he descended the stairs, Qin Lang was taken aback. Beneath the boys' dormitory, a throng of individuals filled the area. A sea of heads. Dozens. No, upon closer inspection, hundreds of girls, clutched exquisitely packaged breakfasts, completely obstructing the sole exit. The scene resembled a fan meeting for a top-tier celebrity. The dormitory supervisor even erected a barrier, wielding a megaphone and vociferously declaring, No pushing. Form a line. One at a time. Push again, and you'll lose credits. Qin Lang lowered the brim of his hat and discreetly inquired of Lu Ruyin beside him. What is going on? Has the school organized a food festival? Lu Ruyin crossed her arms, her chin raised high as if it might soar into the heavens, her expression brimming with pride, as if exclaiming, Behold, this is the empire I have built for you. Ah, a food festival? No, this is our selection ceremony for prospective brides. He surveyed the area with an air of arrogance. In the entire male dormitory of Magic City University, we are the sole T0 level legends of this version. Naturally, these are all our admirers. Qin Lang inhaled sharply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Was this the sensation of being the answer to the version? He had previously been a naive and unsophisticated novice. His gaze swept through the crowd with precision, quickly locking onto a slender figure at the forefront, whose eyes radiated unwavering determination. It was none other than Shen Yue. She clutched a simple breakfast in her hands, devoid of any embellishments, merely a plain thermal bag. At that moment, she was on her tiptoes, enthusiastically waving her arms at Qin Lang, resembling a kitten desperately seeking its owner in a bustling cat cafe. When their eyes met, the corners of Qin Lang's lips initially curled into a playful arc, which then blossomed into a warm and radiant smile. This singular expression was akin to dousing boiling oil with cold water, instantly igniting a frenzy within the crowd. "Ah," he smiled. That new, handsome junior smiled at me. "Mom, I think I'm in love." "Wake up, sister." He asked, looking in my direction. "Junior, I have 8-pack abs for you to admire." "Junior, I want to be your ATM slave. Spend freely, no repayment required." "Wait, how do you come with a built-in POS machine? This is too intense." As Qin Lang listened to the cacophony of exuberant chatter swirling around him, his smile grew ever more radiant. At this moment, the system notification in his mind had transformed into a cascading waterfall of alerts. Ding. Admiration value of 999 from the financial department's Belle, Lin Fei Fei. Ding. Jealousy value of 888 from the girlfriend of the basketball team captain, Zhang Qi. Ding. Conquest value of 1008 from the formidable female student of the architecture department, Zhong Tao. In the span of that one smile, his admiration points skyrocketed by a staggering 100,000. The speed of earning was swifter than a money-printing machine. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyan, Qin Lang leisurely retrieved his electric scooter from the dormitory matron. He swung one leg over the vehicle. Twisting his wrist on the throttle, the scooter emitted a cheerful hum. Following this, with a stylish and precise drift, the scooter came to a stop right in front of Shen Yue, the breeze it stirred gently tousling her hair. Qin Lang let out a sharp whistle towards the bewildered Shen Yue, tilting his chin in invitation to hop on. Her wide, sparkling eyes momentarily widened in disbelief. Her breath caught for half a second. She timidly pointed to herself, her voice barely above a whisper. "Me?" Qin Lang raised his brow, his tone imbued with an unmistakable blend of dominance and affection. "What else could it be? Is there another foolish one here, my trainee girlfriend?" With that, he beckoned her forward. Boom. Shen Yue's cheeks instantly flushed, resembling ripe apples, heat radiating to the top of her head. Tentatively, she stepped forward and perched on the back seat of the scooter. Her small face was flushed with excitement, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Tension rendered her body rigid, her hands gripping the iron frame of the back seat so tightly that her knuckles turned white, too nervous to overstep any boundaries. The onlooking girls watched in exasperation, lamenting, "My heavens, you have the chance, yet you squander it. Embrace him. What are you being coy about? Hurry up and seize the moment. I am anxious for you." Qin Lang furrowed his brow, casting a stern glance at her through the rearview mirror. "Do you wish to let go of your hands? Is that a secure grip? What if you fall?" "Oh." Shen Yue nodded fervently, but only dared to extend 2 fingers, timidly gripping the corner of Qin Lang's shirt. With a resigned chuckle, Qin Lang suddenly seized her hands, wrapping her arms around his waist, his palm covering the back of her hands, pressing firmly. "This is how you should hold on." His voice was deep and powerful, whispering close to her ear, "Hold tight. This exclusive seat of mine is not for just anyone." No sooner had he spoken than, disregarding Shen Yue's reaction, on the brink of blissful fainting, he twisted the throttle fully. The scooter shot off like an arrow, leaving behind a chorus of heartbreak from the crowd. "No, my junior. That boyish charm. Why does she get to be with him? Does my junior prefer this innocent yet alluring demeanor? I can be that too. Today you treat me with indifference. Tomorrow I shall make you feel unworthy. Never mind. Junior, I was just joking. I shall forever be your devoted admirer." At the parking shed beside the teaching building, Qin Lang brought the scooter to a steady halt. Just as he intended to remove the key and depart, he remembered there was still a living ornament seated behind him. Turning around, he found Shen Yue still in her embrace, her eyes vacant, a silly smile gracing her lips, clearly still lost in the thrill of the moment. Qin Lang approached, extending his finger to gently pinch her soft cheek. "Hey, come back to reality." "Ah." Shen Yue jolted, hastily releasing her grip and lowering her head in apology. "I'm sorry, Lang Gu, I was daydreaming." Qin Lang ruffled her hair, tousling her silky strands into a disheveled mess, reminiscent of a lion cub just awakening. Apologizing for daydreaming about me? What a curious notion, he retorted, bemused. Shen Yue, glancing shyly at Qin Lang, quietly explained, I researched numerous papers and materials yesterday, and they all suggested that learning to apologize is the first step in interacting with boys. Regardless of a boy's negative emotions, a direct apology is always the right approach. Qin Lang's lips twitched, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Damn it, this version T0 is truly a bit difficult to adapt to. He casually took the thermos bag from Shen Yue's hand, while naturally intertwining his fingers with hers, guiding her towards the teaching building. Hurry up, or your heartfelt breakfast will get cold. As they walked, he retrieved a small steamed bun from within, unceremoniously popping it into his mouth. With a single bite, the savory meat mingled with the wheat aroma of the dough, exploding in his mouth. Qin Lang paused momentarily, somewhat surprised. Not bad. Where did you buy these buns? They are more delightful than the dim sum at a five-star hotel. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her face radiating the joy of seeking praise. I'm so glad you like it. If you enjoy it, I'll make it for you every day. You'll make it? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Where do you find the time? I'm staying with Tong Tong, and Shen Yue explained shyly. We rented a small apartment off campus, and we discussed it yesterday. Since you are so kind to us, we want to do something in return. I wake up at 5 to buy the freshest meat and flour, timing it just right to ensure you receive it at the perfect temperature. Observing her enthusiastic recount, a soft spot within Qin Lang was touched. He halted, looking at her earnestly. Have you eaten? Shen Yue's eyes flickered in momentary panic. But she quickly nodded vigorously. Tong Tong and I have eaten. You should hurry and eat. Don't worry about us. Seeing her evasive gaze, Qin Lang realized she was lying. Without hesitation, he took the last 2 steamed buns and directly stuffed them into Shen Yue's mouth. Her cheeks were instantly filled, puffing out like a hamster startled by sudden feeding. Qin Lang brushed away the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, but his expression suddenly turned cold, his tone adopting a feigned sternness. Shen Yue, look at me. Shen Yue trembled slightly, startled by his sudden seriousness, instinctively raising her misty eyes. Next time, don't do this. Take better care of yourself. Qin Lang fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word. If you continue like this, I might just ignore you. Upon hearing this, Shen Yue shuddered, tears streaming down her cheeks without warning. She attempted to utter something through her muffled sobs, yet no words emerged. Qin Lang sighed, maintaining his stern demeanor. No more crying. If someone sees, they'll think I'm a gigolo who scammed you. At his words, Shen Yue, like a startled hamster, quickly chewed and swallowed her bun, bursting into laughter. That radiant smile left Qin Lang momentarily speechless. She then retorted, somewhat pouting, Langgu, you are so kind. You are the best boy I have ever met. You could never be a gigolo. Moreover, isn't this what us aspiring girlfriends should do? He extended his finger, gently lifting Shen Yue's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Now listen closely, classmate Shen Yue. In light of your exceptional performance in the Charity Breakfast Project and your impressive display of survival instinct during crisis management, referring to her tears, I, Qin Lang, hereby officially inform you, in my capacity as your boyfriend, that your probationary period has been concluded ahead of schedule. Congratulations, Shen Yue, from this day forth. You are my official girlfriend. Qin Lang's voice bore a captivating magnetism as he leaned closer, his warm breath caressing her ear. As for your next objective, it is to learn how to make me like you even more. I hope you continue to strive towards the esteemed role of a cherished partner. Shen Yue was utterly taken aback. Happiness arrived so unexpectedly. She had merely fulfilled her responsibilities. Now, she yearned to proclaim to the world, to announce to the dean, that she, Shen Yue, was indeed a woman with a boyfriend. Chapter 30. Qin Lang stumbles into a nunnery. Qin Lang grasped Shen Yue's hand, dashing into the silent teaching building. Ultimately, they were late. The echo of their hurried footsteps reverberated through the empty corridor, each sound striking Shen Yue's taut nerves. Her palms were slick with cold sweat, her body trembling slightly from the overwhelming tension. Throughout her life, she had been the model student in the eyes of her teachers. The concept of tardiness had never graced her personal lexicon. Knock, knock. Qin Lang rapped on the front door of classroom 2 of the mechanical engineering department. Within, a gentle and serene female voice abruptly halted. In the next moment, as if a switch had been flipped, 60 pairs of eyes within the classroom, infused with scrutiny, curiosity, and burning desire, simultaneously focused on the entrance. The door remained ajar. Qin Lang, leading the now trembling Shen Yue, who resembled a frightened animal, stepped into the classroom amidst the dense, palpable gazes. His eyes swept across the sea of female faces, a vibrant tapestry of youthful exuberance and boundless springtime allure. Indeed, he had transitioned from a monastery to a nunnery of enchantresses. In the mechanical engineering department, comprising 60 students, Qin Lang stood alone as the sole male. In such an environment, akin to a single drop of ink on a pristine canvas, the notion of slipping in unnoticed was nothing more than a fanciful dream. "Apologies, teacher. We are late." Qin Lang's voice was soft, yet resonated like a stone cast into boiling oil, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the classroom. The young woman at the podium. The counselor Su Wanqing, upon seeing Qin Lang, allowed a crack to form in her professional demeanor, revealing a glimmer of understanding and a smile. "You must be our mechanical engineering department's prize gem, Qin Lang. Do come in. The class meeting is just about to commence." She picked up the chalk and inscribed 3 elegant, powerful characters on the blackboard. Su Wanqing. I am Su Wanqing, your senior and the counselor for the next 4 years. If you require anything during your time at school, feel free to reach out to me at any moment. She set down the chalk, her gaze sweeping across the room before playfully settling on Qin Lang. "Let us commence with our only male classmate, shall we?" The enthusiastic response was thunderous, as if it might lift the roof off. Once again, all eyes unambiguously converged on Qin Lang. He chuckled softly, releasing Shen Yue's hand and gently squeezing her palm, conveying reassurance through his touch. With poise, he approached the podium. He took the chalk and, beside Su Wanqing's name, flamboyantly inscribed his own, Qin Lang. He did not hide behind the podium, but rather leaned casually against its edge, a posture that accentuated his already tall stature. He surveyed the room with calm confidence, showing no signs of discomfort. "Hello everyone, I am Qin Lang, 18 years old. I hope that over the next 4 years, we can all progress together." The moment he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted, echoing endlessly. Particularly, Shen Yue clapped so fervently that her hands turned crimson, oblivious to the world around her, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a light reserved solely for him. Suddenly, a girl in a strapless dress, her makeup impeccably done, stood up boldly and whistled. "Qin Lang, you are so handsome. May I pursue you?" Her name was Lin Mingyao, the acknowledged class beauty, now locking her gaze on Qin Lang with a predatory glint. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, and before he could respond, the classroom became a veritable powder keg ready to explode. "Pursue? How too subtle. Handsome. May I be your devoted admirer? The kind that pays you without expecting anything in return. The competition upstairs is too small. Handsome, I'll give you 200,000 yuan a month for pocket money and gather 7 sisters to form a team of Hulua with a different one each day. Handsome, look at me. I have social anxiety. Can you let me embarrass myself right here? Handsome, I can eat 80 star cups without a spoon in one go. My achievements can be verified. Handsome, I am the Xinhua dictionary, ready for your every query." A barrage of bold and brazen words surged forth, each voice louder than the last. Su Wanqing's expression darkened. She seized the metallic ruler from the desk and struck it sharply against the podium, producing a piercing crack. Silence. The din of the classroom was instantly severed by her commanding shout. "This is a classroom, not a nightclub." Her voice, though not loud, carried an icy authority. "Some students. Verbal harassment is still harassment. Those with severe infractions will have it noted in their records. Do you understand?" At this pronouncement, the classroom fell utterly silent. Subsequently, the class meeting transitioned to the standard self-introduction segment, yet the atmosphere could never return to normalcy. The students taking turns to present themselves each displayed increasing enthusiasm, dressed in ever more revealing attire. One particularly robust young woman, while introducing her passion for fitness, dramatically tore off her t-shirt, unveiling a sculpted set of 8-pack abs, and boldly thrust her waist in the direction of Qin Lang. What began as a simple self-introduction swiftly transformed into a lavish exhibition of personal charm aimed solely at him. Until, at last, it was Shen Yue's turn. The young girl, visibly nervous, blushed deeply, her ears turning a translucent pink. Yet her gaze was fiercely intense, unwavering, as if it pierced through the entire world to focus solely on Qin Lang. "Hello everyone, my name is Shen Yue, and I am 18 years old. Her voice, though soft and tremulous, resonated clearly in the silence that enveloped the room. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength, she unleashed a bombshell. I am Qin Lang's girlfriend. A wave of astonished murmurs swept through the audience, envious glances seemingly capable of penetrating her very being. Undeterred, she continued with her trembling yet resolute voice. I adore Qin Lang and detest everything he dislikes. Finally, lifting her chin defiantly to meet the 60 pairs of eyes, each reflecting shock, resentment, or disdain, she proclaimed a stunning declaration. My greatest dream is to become Qin Lang's apprentice concubine. Thank you all. With that, she seemed to expend her last ounce of courage, fleeing back to her seat beside Qin Lang. Burying her face deep within the crook of her arm, too shy to meet anyone's gaze, the classroom descended into a profound silence following her shocking words, only to be shattered moments later by a cacophony of jealousy, astonishment, resentment, and scorn. Qin Lang, observing her ears reddening to the point of near bleeding, leaned forward, lowering his voice to tease her in a hushed tone meant for only the two of them. Xin Yue, if you wish to be an apprentice concubine, you must work hard for it. At the very least, you need to pass the qualification exam. Chapter 31. The Revelation. I advocate for equal distribution. At the podium, Counselor Su Wanqing adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. Her cool voice resonated through the microphone, reaching every corner of the classroom. I have a few announcements to make. First, in 3 days, we will officially commence a 15-day military training for new students. Please be prepared. Second, this afternoon from 4 to 6, you can collect your military training uniforms on the first floor of the gym with your student ID. If the size is unsuitable, you can exchange it on the spot, but be prompt. All right, that concludes today's class meeting. Class dismissed. As Su Wanqing's words fell, the oppressive atmosphere of the classroom shattered, erupting into a buzz of animated discussions. Qin Lang stretched lazily, his joints cracking in a satisfying manner. Turning his gaze to the side, he found Xin Yue resting her chin on her hand, her eyes glazed over, drifting into an unknown reverie. Qin Lang extended his index finger and playfully flicked it against her smooth, full forehead. Snap back to reality, silly girl. Ah. Xin Yue shivered slightly, covering her forehead. A rush of warmth surged from her neck to her cheeks, swiftly tinting her entire face with an enchanting blush. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Lang Gu. Qin Lang leaned back against the chair, his hands resting behind his head, exuding an air of nonchalance. Class is over. What are you so absorbed in? Xin Yue's fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. A hint of tension laced her voice. I was thinking about this afternoon. Lang Gu, I might not be able to accompany you later. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Do you have plans? Xin Yue nodded, a shy smile gracing her lips, imbued with a sense of apology and helplessness. Yes, I've arranged a part-time job this afternoon to distribute flyers at the mall downtown. Distributing flyers? Qin Lang's brow furrowed. He had 50 million in his bank account, more than enough to support 10 Xin Yue's. Yet, as his gaze swept over her tightly pressed lips, he perceived the deep-seated stubbornness beneath her delicate exterior. She wished to prove her worth through her own efforts, rather than relying on anyone else. Very well. A plan began to form in Qin Lang's mind, and the expression on his face softened. He contemplated starting a live stream or engaging in some other venture, allowing her to be his personal assistant, providing her with a purpose while keeping her close, a win-win situation. All right, you go ahead then, and be careful. With Qin Lang's understanding, Xin Yue's eyes sparkled, filled with twinkling stars. She nodded vigorously, her joy nearly bubbling over. The two gathered their belongings, and just as they stepped out of the classroom, a frantic figure rushed down the hallway toward them. Wei Wei, Lang Gu. Su Xingtong sprinted towards them, slightly breathless by the time she reached them, her bangs dampened by sweat, drooping listlessly. Upon seeing her best friend, Xin Yue's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as she eagerly grasped her hand, lowering her voice to share her delight in a tone of treasured revelation. Tong Tong, I am official now. I'm now Lang Gu's girlfriend. Su Xingtong's eyes widened in shock. However, her excitement quickly deflated like a punctured balloon. Her spirits sinking, she lowered her head, even her signature bangs losing their vitality. Ah, congratulations, Wei Wei. Her voice brimmed with disappointment and envy, tinged with a sourness. Only then did Xin Yue realize, in her exuberance, she had overlooked her friend's feelings, and she turned to Qin Lang with a flustered expression. Qin Lang regarded Su Xingtong's dejected demeanor as if abandoned by the world, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The girl wore her emotions on her face, an endearingly guileless soul, charming and easily understood. He reached out and playfully tousled Su Xingtong's hair, rendering it even more disheveled. "All right, lift your spirits," he encouraged. Su Xingtong raised her head, her large, glistening eyes filled with a sense of grievance, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Qin Lang cleared his throat, donning a facade of feigned seriousness. "Classmate Su Xingtong." Su Xingtong's body trembled slightly as she instinctively straightened up, resembling a student awaiting a teacher's admonition. "In light of your commendable recent performance, your proactive demeanor, and your outstanding contributions to the Breakfast Charity Project, I, as your boyfriend, hereby formally notify you." Qin Lang deliberately elongated his words, delighting in the way Su Xingtong's eyes gradually brightened with fervent anticipation. "Your probationary period has concluded early. Congratulations. You are now my official girlfriend." Boom. Su Xingtong's mind momentarily short-circuited, a euphoric dizziness surging through her. She stood frozen, her mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a single syllable. It was Shen Yue who first regained her composure, her surprise and joy overwhelming as she embraced her stunned friend, bouncing with excitement. "Tong Tong, this is wonderful. Did you hear that? We're both officially recognized." "I am officially recognized too." Su Xingtong finally found her voice, tinged with a tearful joy. "Am I dreaming?" Slap. Qin Lang gently flicked her smooth forehead with his fingers. "Does it hurt?" "It does." "Then it's not a dream." Qin Lang withdrew his hand, leaning casually against the corridor wall, observing the two exhilarated girls with the satisfaction of an artist admiring his masterpiece. He nonchalantly remarked, "Let us ensure everyone shares in the good fortune, understood?" The two girls exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending his meaning. They stood at attention, pledging to Qin Lang with fervor. "Rest assured, Brother Lang, we'll handle the task of collecting our military training uniforms this afternoon. We're all about reliability." Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. "Now that's more like it. All right, I shall return to the dormitory first. You two can manage on your own." He waved goodbye to the still excited girls and turned towards the dormitory, fatigue from the early rise washing over him. He needed to catch up on some sleep. As for Yue, he would address that after his slumber. He planned to retrieve the clothing he had left at her home later that afternoon, as he had very few clean changes left in the dorm. Upon returning to the empty dormitory, Qin Lang flopped heavily onto the soft bed. Youth is a blessing. As he instantly succumbed to sleep, the weight of exhaustion enveloped him in an instant. Chapter 32. In Yue's sense of urgency, boys need rituals too. Tang Chenny Pin, Penthouse Duplex. The frigid marble floor sent a chill creeping through the soles of Yue's feet, penetrating her very being. Barefoot and adorned in a silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful curves, she resembled a captive specter, restlessly pacing in the excessively spacious living room. The glow of her phone screen was the sole beacon of light in the dimness, flickering on and off. For the 17th time, she opened the pinned chat, only to find it devoid of content, the most recent message still lingering from the previous day, a blinding void of white. Since awakening that morning, Qin Lang had not sent a single message, not even a punctuation mark. Was he angry? This thought, once it took root, spiraled like rampant vines, constricting her heart and rendering her breathless. Had she failed to satisfy him last night? And Yue's mind became a chaotic tangle, a myriad of disordered images flashing through. Qin Lang's robust physique, each muscle brimming with explosive strength, his commanding embrace, and that intoxicating aura of masculinity that made her utterly surrender, all contrasted with her own dismal performance, which felt nothing short of catastrophic. No amount of theoretical knowledge could redeem her. She could recite the childcare textbook verbatim and excel in practical simulations, yet in reality, she was a novice utterly lost, unable to keep pace with her husband's masterful rhythm. The more she pondered, the heavier her heart sank, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of crisis akin to icy waters submerging her entirely. No, she could not remain idle any longer. Grasping her phone, her fingertips whitened as she pressed with determination, swiftly navigating to the well-known number and dialing. The ringing shattered the silence, echoing twice before being abruptly answered. A robust female voice resonated like a cannonball. "Hello, and then what's the matter? Calling me in broad daylight. Did that national treasure of a man give you a hard time again?" It was her dear friend, Tang Yuran. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the grievances in UAE had bottled up all morning cascaded forth, her tone tinged with an uncontrollable tremor of tears. I think I messed up. Tang Yuran on the other end of the line fell momentarily silent. Messed up? What do you mean? Didn't you say you two had, you know? He didn't dump me. And Yue hastily shook her head, though the other person couldn't see her gesture. He hasn't said anything about ending things. But he hasn't contacted me all day. Not a single message. Her voice dwindled, laced with uncertainty. I'm worried he thinks I didn't perform well and has lost interest in me. A dramatic laugh erupted from the receiver, unabashedly expressing Tang Yuran's incredulity. What do you think this is? And Yue, are you foolish? What is your relationship with him now? And Yue was taken aback by the question, responding timidly, We are already registered as married. I am his concubine. Stop. Tang Yuran interrupted her brusquely. That is not what I asked. I want to know if you have formally confessed your feelings to him. And Yue was utterly stunned. Confess? The term was both familiar and foreign to her. In a world where women earn a living and dominate the economic landscape, is it not customary for a woman to present a generous dowry, itemize her assets, and receive a nod of approval from the man to seal the deal? Is a confession truly necessary? On the other end of the line, Tang Yuran's tone escalated, as if she wished to penetrate in Yue's mind. Oh my heavens, and Yue, have you read too many melodramatic romances to believe that men are nothing more than emotionless tools? Let me tell you, men require a sense of ceremony even more than we women do. You have yet to make a formal confession, yet you stumbled into a physical relationship without clarity. Why should he be invested in you? Do you think a mere dowry suffices? In this day and age, which woman aspiring to marry a quality man selling her possessions to prepare a dowry? Your advantages are insignificant in the presence of genuinely exceptional men. You must make him feel your love, that he is the only one, that you genuinely wish to share a lifetime with him, rather than viewing him as merely a beautiful object to fulfill a task. Tang Yuran's words pierced through in Yue's mind like countless icy needles. She felt utterly lost, nearly dropping her phone from her trembling fingers. Do boys also need a sense of ceremony? She reflected carefully, recalling their first meeting in the hospital, their registration at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and last night. Indeed, it seemed she had been passively accepting everything. Although Qin Lang treated her with kindness and tenderness, he had never explicitly expressed anything, and she, beyond her nervousness, shyness, and racing heart, had never once uttered a complete declaration of love to him. All that remained in her mind were fragmented, shameful words she had uttered in embarrassment. What should I do? And Yue's voice brimmed with helplessness and panic, akin to a lost child. Tang Yuran sighed heavily on the other end, her tone finally softening. What should you do? Get it together. Quickly, gather your spirits. Go pick out a gift right now, prepare for a romantic, formal confession ceremony, and make up for what you've missed. Remember, it must come from the heart. Men are sentimental. You must show him your sincerity. The call ended, and the busy tone echoed in her ears. And Yue remained in the position of holding the phone, sitting dazed on the sofa, staring at the screen. Tang Yuran's words reverberated in her mind, playing over and over again. Ritual and sincerity, indeed. How could I have forgotten such a significant matter? My husband, such a paragon of perfection, deserves the finest that the world has to offer. Yet, I have been miserly with even a formal declaration of love, measuring our relationship merely in terms of wealth and physical intimacy. Truly a grave dereliction of duty. And Yue deeply reflected upon her errors, engulfed by an unprecedented sense of shame that left her utterly mortified. In the next moment, the extinguished flame within her beautiful almond-shaped eyes reignited, burning with an unprecedented fervor. She sprang from the sofa, her movements so vigorous that her body felt momentarily weak, her legs trembling. Nevertheless, nothing could deter her resolve at this moment. She was determined to surprise her husband, a declaration of love that would be the most romantic and grand in the entire world. And Yue grasped the banister as she laboriously ascended the stairs to the second floor, rushing into a walk-in closet more extravagant than any luxury boutique. She was preparing for the afternoon's confession, meticulously selecting her battle attire. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Qin Lang was blissfully asleep, drool nearly pooling on his pillow. The incessant buzzing of his phone jolted him from his deep slumber. Who could it be, so lacking in awareness? Qin Lang furrowed his brow in irritation, eyes still closed, as he fumbled on the nightstand for his phone. Grasping it, he swiped the screen without a glance, intending to dismiss the call. However, the vibrations were not from a phone call, but a barrage of app notifications. Ding. The Have You Given Birth? App reminds you, according to the Marriage Act, the Central Intelligence System has found your genetically compatible partner. Ding. Your destined wife has been confirmed. Please click to agree to a meeting within 24 hours to initiate the marriage process. Ding. For the nation to reproduce, every man has a responsibility. Respond to the national call and create a beautiful future together. The incessant alerts gave Qin Lang a headache. He blinked his sleepy eyes open and recognized the app icons on the screen. Have you given birth? Oh, that's right. While at the hospital for a research project yesterday, a doctor had insisted he download it, claiming it was a blessing for every eligible single man. What an international joke. When have I, Qin Lang, ever lacked in romantic prospects? Do I really need the government to assign me a wife? Is the system's backend not properly recording my data and randomly matching me? Though his mind was filled with complaints, his body was decidedly obedient. Irritated, Qin Lang opened the app to see what this officially sanctioned blessing was all about. The interface was exceedingly simple. Upon opening it, a massive, high-definition identification photo filled the screen as if it were about to leap out from the phone. Below the image were several lines of cold, impersonal data. Name: Luo Li. Age: 19. Genetic compatibility: 9999. Destined level. Qin Lang's attention was entirely captivated by that photograph. His breath momentarily halted upon seeing that visage. What kind of countenance was it? The skin was as fair as the finest mutton fat jade, so delicate that not a single pore was visible, resembling a meticulously crafted porcelain artifact. The features were exquisitely refined, a perfect balance where an excess would be garish and a deficiency would render it insipid, so flawless that it seemed not of this world, as if it had emerged from a two-dimensional realm, kissed by divinity. Especially striking were those eyes, large and crystalline, with a light-hued iris that conveyed an ethereal detachment, akin to an otherworldly fairy, indifferent to the trivialities of the mundane world. Qin Lang found himself struggling to swallow. His throat parched. Could such a face truly belong to a carbon-based life form? This beauty was an overwhelming affront to human genetics. Instinctively, he zoomed in on the photograph, scrutinizing every detail. Perfect, utterly flawless. Ahem, let me clarify. Qin Lang is certainly not a lecherous individual. He murmured to the ceiling. I am merely fulfilling a civic duty, contributing to the nation's demographic strategy. Yes, indeed, it is purely a matter of responsibility. Following this almost hypnotic self-justification, any semblance of guilt that lingered in Qin Lang's heart evaporated. You inquire about the origin of this guilt? Naturally, it stemmed from his encounter with Inan just yesterday. His fingers, no longer hesitant, decisively tapped the large icon at the bottom of the screen. Agree to meet. The moment his fingertip descended, the screen refreshed instantaneously. A line of cold system text appeared. Meeting confirmed. Time: 3:00 p.m. Location: South Gate of Modi University, 7th Heaven Cafe, Booth 2. Please arrive punctually. Failure to comply will be recorded in your personal integrity file and will incur corresponding legal responsibilities. 3:00? Qin Lang glanced at the time in the upper right corner of his phone. 2:40. Only 20 minutes remaining. Goodness. He felt as if struck by a jolt of electricity, propelling himself off the bed. Running from the dormitory to the South Gate would take at least 15 minutes at maximum speed. Where was the time for a shower or grooming? He swiftly grabbed the cleanest white t-shirt and a pair of jeans from beside his bed, hastily tousled his somewhat disheveled hair, clutched his dorm key, and dashed out. Aunt Lu, I'm taking the bike. He shouted down to the dormitory manager, Aunt Lu, as he mounted the familiar second-hand electric scooter, revving the throttle to the max amidst her admonitions to be careful and take it slow. The little electric scooter emitted a lament of overwhelming burden, transforming into a streak of white lightning as it sped through the afternoon campus, capturing the attention of the younger students along the way. With a score of 258, Qin Lang executed a graceful drift, bringing the scooter to a steady halt in front of the cafe, his body carrying the dust of the journey and a hint of breathlessness as he pushed open the ornate wooden door. The wind chimes jingled softly. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, instantly locked onto a figure in a corner booth. In that fleeting moment, Qin Lang's racing heart abruptly ceased its rhythm. The light within the cafe seemed to drain away, converging entirely upon her. She sat serenely, clad in a simple white dress, her long, dark hair cascading down her back like a silken waterfall. In reality, she was tenfold, 100-fold more beautiful than in photographs. A pencil rested in her hand as she meticulously illustrated something on her sketchpad, her ethereal presence causing the surrounding clamor to dissipate into silence. Qin Lang instinctively softened his footsteps, even holding his breath as he approached her. As he drew nearer, he discerned the content of the sketch. It was a portrait of a young boy, leaning against a towering tree, with the afternoon sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. The breeze stirred, lifting the hair from his forehead, hinting at a smile at the boy's lips. However, strangely, the boy's face remained a blur. The girl completed the final stroke, gently setting the sketchpad on the table, turning her head to gaze out at the scenery. Qin Lang cleared his throat. "Hello? May I ask if you are Miss Luoli?" Startled, Luoli seemed to trigger some preset response, standing up abruptly. Her hands crossed demurely in front of her. Her delicate fingers tensed with such force that the veins became pronounced. Immediately, she bowed at a 90-degree angle, but before she could fully bend, Qin Lang quickly intervened. "Not for any other reason, but be careful. You're bowing right in front of a table. If I don't stop you, this heavenly beauty will surely find herself in a rather embarrassing situation. Be careful not to hurt yourself." "Oh." Luoli nodded expressionlessly, though the turmoil in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. The two stood facing each other, and Qin Lang felt as if a flock of crows had flown overhead. The atmosphere growing palpably awkward. Tentatively, he suggested, "Shall we sit down and chat?" Luoli gazed intently at Qin Lang, before plopping down into her chair with a thud. Her hands neatly arranged on the table, sitting upright like a well-behaved child. Qin Lang's lips twitched. This girl certainly had a rather intense sense of decorum. Chapter 34. She seems quite adorable. Qin Lang felt as though he were seated across from a meticulously crafted, yet unplugged, life-sized figurine. The rich aroma of coffee beans and the gentle strains of jazz music in the air could not dissolve the palpable awkwardness that seemed on the brink of solidifying into a tangible entity. He swore that even when he was once scrutinized like prey by 60 pairs of eyes in the mechanical Class 2 ferry den, he had never felt as restless as he did now. The girl sitting across from him, Lori, had maintained her posture of hands clasped and back straight since he took his seat, utterly motionless. Her strikingly light-colored eyes were fixed upon him, clear yet hollow, as if they could devour all light. There was no curiosity, no shyness, no desire, nothing at all. This left Qin Lang, who had been the object of admiration since his arrival, feeling as though he had struck an iron wall. Clearing his throat, he resolved to take the initiative and shatter the eerie silence. "What do you typically enjoy doing?" This was a universally safe opening line, one that could swiftly unveil the other's personality. However, Lori's response made his heart skip a beat. She hesitated for a moment, as if receiving a command. Then, to Qin Lang's astonishment, she leaned down and retrieved an item from her seemingly ordinary cloth bag. It was a thick, loose-leaf manual comparable to the Oxford English Dictionary. The cover bore a neatly printed title, Interaction Agreement with Mr. Qin Lang V10. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched. An interaction agreement? What on earth was this? Was this a state-issued partner complete with a user manual? Lori placed the manual on the table with a resounding thud, her expression solemn as if she were delivering an important academic presentation. Her slender, pale fingers swiftly turned the pages, producing a rustling sound until she paused on a specific page. She lifted her gaze, her ethereal eyes locking onto Qin Lang's, and in a monotone voice, articulated each word. According to Chapter 1 of the Interaction Agreement, Section 3, Interest Exploration Segment. In response to your inquiry about what you like to do, 3 standard answers have been preset to establish a preliminary rapport. She paused, raising a finger as white as a scallion. A. I enjoy quietly reading and painting, relishing my solitude. She raised a second finger. B. I am filled with curiosity about the world and love exploring the unknown. Finally, she raised a third finger. C. As long as I am with you, I enjoy whatever we do. After delivering her response, she gazed silently at Qin Lang, her expression tinged with a barely perceptible expectation, as though awaiting a satisfaction rating from the user. Qin Lang was utterly silenced by this bizarre operation. He opened his mouth, feeling as if his CPU was about to overheat. Was this a state-assigned, destined partner, or merely a beta version of an AI girlfriend released by some tech company? Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the absurdity swirling within him and managed to muster what he believed was a friendly smile. Could we perhaps dispense with this agreement? Let us just be ordinary friends and chat casually? Ordinary friends? For the first time, Loli's brow furrowed slightly. She lowered her head, her fingers swiftly flipping through the manual, akin to searching for keywords in a database. Moments later, she paused, a look of heightened confusion adorning her face. The protocol yielded no instruction set for the interaction mode of ordinary friends. Mr. Qin Lang, according to the matching results from the Central Intelligence Brain of the Marriage Alliance, our relationship is defined as a fated-level partnership, and the marriage process has been initiated. The notion of ordinary friends constitutes a logical error, which will lead to program conflicts. Qin Lang felt as though he might suffer a myocardial infarction. What does it feel like to date an AI? Today, he had thoroughly experienced it. No, this was not dating. This was akin to conducting a beta test on a new product. Yet, he had no intention of surrendering. As a former outstanding mechanical engineer and a seasoned jester, the debugging spirit within him ignited fervently. Are there bugs? Then it becomes all the more entertaining. Leaning back, he donned an expression of keen interest and gently tapped his fingers on the table. All right, let us not discuss ordinary friends. Continue. You haven't answered my question yet. ABC, choose one. Upon receiving the instruction, Loli seemed to exhale in relief. She glanced at the manual before returning her gaze to Qin Lang and spoke in her emotionless tone. According to the data, option C boasts a male satisfaction rate of 92.7 in past romantic cases. Therefore, I choose C. As long as I am with you, I enjoy doing anything. Qin Lang raised his hand to summon the waiter. Hello, 1 Americano and 1 hot milk, please. He glanced at Loli, who was sitting upright across from him, and took the liberty of ordering for her. This action evidently exceeded the bounds of Loli's protocol once again. Her body stiffened instantly, and in her beautiful eyes, a flicker of panic emerged. The protocol error in the beverage selection process should have involved a discussion between both parties, providing at least 3 options. She began to mutter softly to herself, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the pages of the manual, knuckles whitening. Observing her as though the underlying code had been attacked. On the verge of a blue screen restart, Qin Lang's initial thrill of mischief morphed into a bemused sense of helplessness, accompanied by an inexplicable pang of compassion. He leaned forward, lowering his voice in an attempt to soothe the robot. Don't be anxious. It's all right. Drink some hot milk. It's good for you. His voice seemed to carry a certain charm. Loli's murmurs ceased, and she lifted her head, gazing at him with a somewhat dazed expression. That look resembled a frightened deer cautiously peering out from the woods to observe a human. Qin Lang's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He suddenly thought that, despite her oddities, this girl seemed rather endearing. At that moment, his gaze fell once more upon the drawing board she had set aside. The sketch of a faceless youth. She paused, her eyes landing on the drawing laid out on the table. Qin Lang's gaze shifted accordingly. Who painted this? He finally inquired, voicing the question that lingered in his heart. Luo Li extended her finger, gently caressing the indistinct visage of the boy depicted in the painting. In that fleeting moment, her expression transformed into one of profound tenderness. A gentleness unlike any emotion he had previously encountered, as if transcending the confines of time and space. Her voice was as soft as a whispering breeze. It is my underlying logic. Underlying logic? What does that mean? Qin Lang approached with curiosity, his eyes brimming with inquisitiveness. Elaborate, he urged. Luo Li continued to tenderly stroke the painting before her, her pupils gradually losing focus. Qin Lang understood that she was delving into her memories. Soon, her gaze sharpened, and her voice, cool and serene, flowed like a gentle stream as she began to recount. When I was young, my family sought to cultivate my survival skills. Her narration was unperturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if she were reciting a report unrelated to her own existence. At the age of 5, I was left alone in the largest shopping mall in the city. The objective was to seek help and find my way home. Qin Lang's brow furrowed instantly. A 5-year-old child, amidst the throngs of people and the cacophony of noise, would be overwhelmed by fear and helplessness, enough to shatter an adult's psyche. I failed. Luo Li's voice remained flat, as if merely stating a cold fact. The unfamiliar environment and the overwhelming noise rendered me incapable of processing information. My logical faculties collapsed entirely. I curled up in a corner, weeping, clutching my knees. Her description, devoid of sentiment, inexplicably tightened Qin Lang's chest. He envisioned a small, solitary figure, engulfed by boundless terror in a chaotic world. It was then that he appeared. Luo Li's gaze returned to the painting of the indistinct boy's silhouette. And for the first time, a glimmer flickered in her once dull eyes. A little boy holding an ice cream cone. Unlike other boys, he was not boisterous. He patiently comforted me. He even offered me his ice cream and guided me to the mall's assistance station, helping me complete that survival task. As she recounted her story, Qin Lang's breathing grew heavy. An inexplicable agitation surged from within, prompting him to instinctively reach into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes. Deftly extracting one and placing it between his lips. Just as he prepared to ignite it, his movements froze abruptly. He raised his eyes to meet the calm, mirror-like gaze of Luo Li. The mere thought of lighting a cigarette in her presence felt sacrilegious. He instinctively tried to retract the cigarette. However, a slender, pale hand reached out, gently taking the cigarette from his fingers. Luo Li nonchalantly returned the cigarette to his lips. The crisp sound echoed in the air. A cluster of fiery orange flames danced between the two, instantly illuminating her extraordinarily beautiful eyes. In those eyes, which were typically vacant and devoid of spirit, his astonished face was now vividly reflected. The flames ignited the cigarette butt, releasing a wisp of blue smoke that ascended gracefully, awakening something that had long lain dormant. A faint yet remarkably assertive fragrance, emanating from her approaching fingertips, brazenly invaded Qin Lang's nostrils. It was not a scent of any perfume, but a clean, crisp aroma uniquely belonging to her essence. Boom! At that moment, the dam of memories burst forth. Countless chaotic, fragmented, yet profoundly real images surged forth, accompanied by a sharp whistling that tore through the barriers of his consciousness. Melted strawberry ice cream dripped onto the back of his hand, sticky and sweet. A little girl's heart-wrenching cries cut through the air like a dull knife slicing through his heart. A warm, soft little hand clung desperately to his own. "Hey, why are you crying? I'll give you my ice cream." That tender yet mischievous voice was unmistakably his own. Qin Lang emitted a suppressed groan from his throat. The veins at his temples throbbed violently, waves of stabbing pain crashing over him, causing his vision to darken. He abruptly raised his hand, gripping his nose tightly, attempting to halt the tempest of memories from shattering his consciousness entirely. In his heart, an absurd yet remarkably clear conjecture took shape with fervent urgency. He roared internally, in a tone he himself had not recognized. "System, ding, I am here. Show me her panel. Now." Instantly, True Sight activated. A blue light screen, visible only to Qin Lang, suddenly appeared around Luo Li. Name: Luo Li. Age: 19. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Beauty score: 99. Charging times: 0. Affinity: 100. Unwavering until death. Remarks: the pinnacle engenders hypocritical support. Dusk bears witness to devoted followers. Regardless of peaks or valleys, she shall forever be your most devoted believer. Qin Lang's pupils constricted to the size of the most perilous needle. The words in the remarks struck his heart like an invisible hammer. "System, what on earth is happening?" His voice trembled uncontrollably. "Why do I possess the childhood memories of the original host?" He distinctly recalled that when he traversed, the original host's memories had been shattered into disarray, leaving little behind. The system fell silent for a moment. "Host, strictly speaking, you are not merely a traveler. You are an indigenous resident who has awakened the memories of your previous life." Qin Lang's lips twitched violently. What then of my previous memories? Were they devoured by a dog? The disparity in worldviews led to the original personality collapsing upon the awakening of memories, unable to withstand the overwhelming impact, resulting in a self-dissolution and significant damage to the memory data. The system added in a soft tone, "After all, not everyone can accept with a calm demeanor the reality of having worked tirelessly for 8 years under the grueling 996 schedule for the sake of fortune." Qin Lang's expression transformed into one of peculiar strangeness. Enough said. Continuing would be somewhat impolite. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled, the smoke obscuring his features. His gaze returned to Luo Li, and this time, his eyes underwent a profound transformation. Shock, bewilderment, and ultimately, an emotion akin to unrecognized compassion surfaced for the girl who regarded herself as a foundational logic. This girl, who had persevered through her entire childhood based on his clumsy attempt at comfort, had always been here. Qin Lang extended his hand across the table, his movements gentle as he placed it atop Luo Li's head. Her body instinctively stiffened, a reflexive desire to evade rising within her. Yet, when that large hand descended, she remained still. The warmth emanating from his palm was not scorching, but carried a power capable of melting everything away. It was a warmth that had never faded from the depths of her memories, a familiar sensation that had supported her through countless dark nights. This feeling, Luo Li froze, and for the first time, ripples surfaced in her usually vacant eyes. In those beautiful eyes, often devoid of emotion and tranquility, something was shattering, something was surging forth. A scalding tear slipped from the corner of her eye without warning, splashing onto the table and creating a small, darkened stain. She herself remained unaware. She simply lifted her head, gazing at the man before her with eyes, now glistening with tears, that radiated an astonishing brilliance as if attempting to etch his likeness into the eternity of her soul. Chapter 36. Love is not discussed this way. A warm smile graced Qin Lang's face. He did not speak further, but took out his phone, his fingertips lightly tapping the cold screen. The display illuminated, revealing the complexity of his current gaze. The homepage of an official website appeared, Shanghai Fuyo Health Hospital. He turned the screen towards Luo Li, swiping with his finger to open the honor wall section of the site. A series of photographs unfolded, chronicling the growth of a boy, from a tender child still bearing baby fat to a slender youth with burgeoning charisma. Each image captured the passage of time. In the future, the youth you draw will have a face. Qin Lang's voice was soft, yet each word resonated clearly in Luo Li's ears. This statement shattered the final barrier she had erected through logic and programming. Luo Li's body could no longer hold itself together. She felt akin to a program that had unearthed a long-lost core key, as the entire world was instantaneously redefined. A torrent of emotional data cascaded through, obliterating all of her defenses. Tears, no longer restrained by any command, surged forth from her perpetually hollow eyes. 1 drop, 2 drops, and then an uncontrollable deluge. Why? Lori's lips trembled as they emitted a whisper akin to a gnat's murmur. Qin Lang could not discern her words, only observing the tear-streaked visage, which tightened his heart with an abrupt pang. What did you say? He leaned closer, his voice imbued with an instinctual tenderness. Lori gently placed one hand upon her chest, while the other pointed to her head, her eyes filled with an ineffable and pure bewilderment. Why does my internal monitoring system indicate a sharp increase in dopamine? Theoretically, I should be experiencing joy. Her voice quivered with the strain of tears, yet she endeavored to analyze the situation through logic. However, why does my chest feel constricted? As if something is obstructing the tears, which cannot be commanded to cease. At this juncture, Lori's body seemed to be struck by an invisible current, jolting her. She finally recognized her lapse in composure. This exceeded any preset scenario outlined in the interaction protocol. Facing Qin Lang, she abruptly rose from her seat, executing a flawless 90-degree bow. I apologize, Mr. Qin. Upon our first meeting, my behavioral module encountered a severe logical error, causing you distress. Qin Lang gazed at her, instinctively suppressing herself, attempting to restore order, and an unnameable fire ignited within him. This fire scorched his chest. He roughly tugged at the collar of his t-shirt and strode forward. His hands reached out, unhesitatingly cradling Lori's tear-streaked, yet still flawless face. He compelled her to lift her gaze and meet his eyes. Lori, do you wish to become my wife? His voice was deep, carrying an unmistakable authority. Lori's eyes flickered intensely, her vision blurred by tears. Instinctively, she activated the pre-embedded response program, softly stating, my mother's goal is to make me sufficiently exceptional, so that I may marry the most outstanding man and become his equal partner. Qin Lang shook his head, his gaze sharp enough to penetrate her soul. I did not inquire about your mother's desires. His thumb gently brushed away a tear on her cheek. I am asking you, Lori, do you wish to be my wife? For the first time, Lori's eyes were filled with utter confusion. This question had never appeared in any of her procedural manuals. She murmured me? She hesitated. That moment of silence was a tumult of countless internal codes clashing and reconfiguring within her. Moments later, the bewilderment in her eyes gradually transformed into a faint yet unwavering glimmer of determination. Hesitating, she asked in a tone bordering on supplication, Mr. Qin, may I become your wife? Upon hearing this, the corners of Qin Lang's mouth instantly lifted, revealing a smile that was 3 parts mischievous and 7 parts indulgent. In the midst of Luo Li's astonished gaze, he abruptly released her hand and enveloped her in his embrace. His palm rested on her shoulder, firmly anchoring her before him. Of course, he exclaimed, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his warm breath cascading over her sensitive earlobe. Now, dear wife, let us see where we proceed next in your interaction agreement with Mr. Qin V10. What steps should we take now? Luo Li seemed to awaken from a profound dream. Her body remained frozen in his embrace, yet she instinctively lowered her gaze to the thick manual on the table. Qin Lang's mouth twitched in exasperation. No way. Are you really going to consult the manual? Is this your user guide or a strategy guide specifically for me? By the way, Ali, he suddenly interjected. Luo Li's fingers, searching through the pages, came to a halt. Slowly, she raised her head, staring blankly at Qin Lang, her eyes, washed with tears, glistening with an unusual clarity. Did you call me Ali? Qin Lang spread his hands, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Why not? May I address you this way? Luo Li barely nodded. Her gaze akin to a clear spring, yet the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her inner delight. As Qin Lang observed the charming figure before him, an intriguing thought emerged. Having a robotic girl as a wife might not be such a bad idea. Just then, the rustling of pages ceased. Luo Li lifted her small head and earnestly reported to Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, the manual states that if the initial meeting process is deemed successful, I should extend an invitation for a shared meal. During the meal, I will demonstrate meticulous care for you and, at the appropriate moment, present you with a surprise. Qin Lang crossed his arms over his chest and gestured for a pause. Stop. Luo Li looked at him with confusion, a silent question hovering above her head. Mr. Qin, is there something amiss with the process? If so, please feel free to mention it. I can promptly revise the agreement. Qin Lang's tone softened. There is nothing wrong at all, he said, gazing into her sincere and perplexed eyes. It's just that love is not conducted in this manner. The moment the words left his lips, it felt as though Luo Li's mind had been instantly overwhelmed, rendering her completely speechless. A flicker of panic crossed Qin Lang's eyes. This is bad. I hope her CPU isn't truly overheating. He refrained from saying more, taking Luo Li's cool hand and leading her outside the cafe. Luo Li did not resist. She allowed him to guide her, calmly inquiring, Mr. Qin, where are we headed now? A familiar mischievous smile once again graced Qin Lang's lips. I'm taking you for a demonstration. An invisible question mark loomed larger above Luo Li's head. Upon reaching the familiar little electric scooter, Qin Lang retrieved a pink cartoon helmet from the trunk. Without hesitation, he placed this decidedly feminine helmet upon Luo Li's head. It belonged to Aunt Zhang, the dorm supervisor. Who would have thought that despite her age, she possessed such a youthful heart? A sudden spark of curiosity ignited in Qin Lang's mind, prompting him to ask, Ali, I only matched successfully at 2 o'clock this afternoon. How did you conjure such a thick notebook? Luo Li's gaze drifted, avoiding his eyes, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks as she murmured softly. My mother had me compile a detailed database of all the eligible and outstanding men in Magic City long ago. Her voice dwindled even lower. But for some reason, after seeing Mr. Qin's photo in the database, I only wanted to focus on compiling information about you. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang placed his hands on his hips, unable to contain himself any longer, and erupted into hearty laughter. His joyous sound echoed through the evening streets. It seemed this humanoid girl was not entirely devoid of emotions and preferences. Observing Qin Lang's sudden laughter, Luo Li's eyes sparkled with pure curiosity. Mr. Qin, did my statement trigger your sense of humor? Why are you so suddenly cheerful? Qin Lang shook his head, forcing his laughter to subside. It's nothing. Just reminded me of something amusing. Luo Li's gaze dimmed momentarily. Indeed, the academic papers were not mistaken. The thoughts of boys are an exceedingly complex nonlinear system, so difficult to decipher. By the way, don't call me Mr. Qin anymore, Qin Lang suddenly stated. Call me Brother Lang. Come on, hop on. I'll show you how to navigate the realm of romance. He assisted Luo Li onto the back seat of the scooter and donned his helmet. With a twist of the throttle, the little scooter emitted a cheerful hum, seamlessly merging into the evening rush hour traffic. Qin Lang turned his head, calling out to Luo Li behind him, Hold on tight. I ride quite fast. Upon hearing this, Luo Li obediently extended her arms, diligently following his instructions, and wrapped them snugly around Qin Lang's waist. Then, quite naturally, she gently rested her cheek against his solid back, testing the waters. Luo Li felt a hint of confusion. Why, despite the refreshing breeze, did her cheeks still feel warm? Chapter 37. Is this the disparity between people? Mounting my beloved little motorcycle. It seems to be perpetually ensnared in traffic. In a concealed corner of Loli, Qin Lang's lips twitched uncontrollably. He underestimated the situation. He had presumed that last night's peak hour traffic was insurmountable, yet today, merely an evening, he encounters an even more formidable challenge. All because he is transporting a lady. Along the journey, he has witnessed 3 women collide headlong into lampposts. A dazed female driver lingering at a green light for what felt like an eternity, and 5 rear-end collisions caused by drivers who, fixated on him, neglected to observe the road while turning. Adored by all, blooming like flowers, vehicles seemed to suffer punctures at the sight of him. Luckily, there were no blowouts. But a series of car accidents contributed significantly to the chaos. Qin Lang sighed inwardly, resolving to drive in the future, as riding this contraption feels undeniably perilous. After a bumpy and arduous journey, they finally arrived at their destination. At this moment, Lowly's small hands remained firmly encircled around his waist. Through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, she could feel the solid contours of his abdominal muscles and detect his unique masculine scent. A blend of sweat and a hint of tobacco. She wished this road would stretch into eternity. Qin Lang turned his head. "Hey, Ali, we've arrived." A fleeting glimmer of almost imperceptible disappointment crossed Lowly's eyes. "Oh," was her only response, yet her arms around his waist showed no sign of loosening. Qin Lang glanced down, his gaze falling upon the delicate, porcelain-like hands that clung to him. "Don't just say, oh, let go of my hand first." Following his gaze, Lowly felt as though a faint electric current had brushed against her. She abruptly released her grip, her fingertips retracting swiftly. A blush, reminiscent of a gentle intoxication, quietly crept onto her fair, almost translucent cheeks. Qin Lang expertly parked the little electric scooter in the underground garage, occupying a spacious spot originally designated for an Audi A6. He took Lowly's hand, the coolness of her touch stirring something within him. Just as he was about to stride towards the elevator, he hesitated. Was it too disrespectful to bring her up without informing Yue first? After all, she had legitimately paid and signed a contract as his concubine. It seemed rather gauche for him, as her husband, to bring his legally matched wife into the premises without so much as a word. It would be better to communicate first. He retrieved his phone, the screen reflecting the complexity of his current emotions. He swiped the screen and dialed Yue's number. The call was answered almost instantly, and Yue forcefully suppressed her racing heart, speaking in the sweetest and gentlest tone she had rehearsed countless times. "Hello, husband. Please feel free to instruct in." The voice, both soft and enchanting, caressed the eardrum like a feather brushing against it. Qin Lang felt a surge of tingling electricity shoot from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. It was utterly overwhelming. Truly, she was a beguiling little spirit. He cleared his throat, striving to make his voice sound a tad more normal. "Anin, I've just arrived at the underground garage, on the other end of the line." And Yue's eyes instantly sparkled, her tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Really, my lord? Should Anin come down to greet you?" Her voice rose an octave, nearly cracking with enthusiasm. "My lord, please remain where you are. Anin will be right down." Qin Lang quickly interjected, fearing that she might leap from the balcony in her haste. "No need, Anin. I can make my way up by myself." He paused, carefully formulating his words. "The thing is, I didn't come alone today. I would like to introduce you to a sister." A soft thud resonated through the line as Yue's phone slipped from her grasp, landing on the plush sofa. Had this day finally arrived? Indeed, it seemed she had been dismissed by her lord. "No. And Yue, you must rally. You must strive." "Dismissal? Impossible. My lord has merely brought back a sister. This is a test for you. It's a challenge to enhance your performance, not to cast you aside." "A dismissal? Impossible. My lord has merely brought back a sister. This is a test for you. It's a challenge to enhance your performance, not to cast you aside. You are a premium player. How can you be outdone by a free character matched by the system? You must exert all your efforts to please your lord. Compete fiercely. Outshine her." A fire ignited in Yue's eyes, her determination soaring. "My lord." Qin Lang's voice, laced with confusion, broke through her fervent thoughts. "Anin? Are you still there? What is happening on your end?" His voice pulled her back from her heated reverie, and a flicker of regret passed through her mind. "And Yue, how could you be so unsteady? You mustn't lose focus when conversing with your lord. How infuriating." She swiftly composed herself, retrieving her phone, her tone transforming once more into a gentle melody devoid of any hint of disarray. "My lord, I'm here. Is there anything you need me to prepare? Perhaps a room and toiletries for the new sister?" Noticing that Yue's demeanor remained unchanged, even exuding a touch more grace, Qin Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him, silently commending her professionalism. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Women in this world were remarkably adaptable. Nothing is required. Is there anything you would like me to bring up for you? And Yue promptly declined. Nothing, my lord. Your safe arrival is all that matters. Qin Lang acknowledged her with a simple Very well, then we shall meet shortly. He casually hung up the phone, grasping Luoli's hand as they entered the elevator. Meanwhile, the moment Yue ended her call, she rushed to the mirror, meticulously arranging her appearance, ensuring that every strand of hair was flawless. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized her phone, her fingers whitening from the force, and swiftly accessed the shopping platform. She navigated directly to the books category, her fingertips gliding rapidly across the screen until they halted on a cover that took her breath away. 100 Ways to Apply Force When Pushing, complete 9 volumes, at a promotional price of 1,288 yuan. Without so much as a blink, Yue clicked to purchase. In the remarks section, she fervently tapped the screen. Air freight. Urgent. Must be delivered within an hour. Money is no object. After completing this, she inhaled deeply, tossed her phone onto the sofa, and swiftly approached the door, her hands nervously clasped before her abdomen, her body taut and straight, quietly awaiting the opening of the door. Beep. The fingerprint lock emitted a crisp, unlocking sound. The door swung open. Qin Lang entered, leading a girl by the hand. Yue's gaze immediately fell upon Luoli's face, which was so impeccably beautiful it seemed beyond reproach. She gasped in astonishment. What kind of beauty was this? It was as exquisite as a master craftsman's painstakingly sculpted doll, yet radiated an ethereal aloofness that kept strangers at bay. Fortunately, Yue had read enough to refrain from exclaiming in shock. Instead, a line from Su Dongpa flashed through her mind. This is the endless treasure of the Creator. Was this the disparity that existed among people? In that instant, Yue felt her confidence shatter into pieces. In the next moment, instinct overtook her stunned mind. She executed a perfect 90-degree bow. Greetings, I am Yue, the concubine of my husband. My period is from the 8th to the 15th of each month. Qin Lang. Luoli. The ever-competitive Yue found it impossible to conceal her bowling ball. Chapter 38. A new style of palace intrigue. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. The muscles of Qin Lang's face were engaged in a high-difficulty, uncontrollable twitching performance. He swore that in his entire life, he had heard countless absurd self-introductions. From those boasting of cleaning toilets for Fortune 500 companies to self-proclaimed extraterrestrial princes left on Earth. Yet none could compare to the sheer absurdity of the scene before him. To start with a 90-degree bow and then, with the seriousness of a work report, disclose her menstrual cycle? What kind of innovative palace intrigue was this? Was she revealing her cards up front, indicating that there would be days this month when she would be unavailable for intimacy, thereby allowing her sister to take the moral high ground? As Qin Lang's CPU registered the immense impact from this world, he felt an overwhelming shock that surpassed even Luoli's interactive protocol. While he was grappling with this sensation, Luoli, struck head-on, experienced a complete system crash. 1 second, 2 seconds, time seemed to stretch like thick syrup. Yue maintained her standard bowing posture, her stubborn hair whirled defiantly facing Luoli, seemingly awaiting her sister's review and directive. Finally, Qin Lang shook off his stupor, realizing that if he did not intervene, his doorstep might soon resemble a site for some mysterious religious worship. He quickly stepped forward, grasped Yue's arm, and, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, pulled her upright. All right, Anin, what are you doing? Is there money on the ground for you to pick up? Once lifted, Yue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, yet she maintained her composure. Her gaze fiercely fixed on Luoli, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor and a surge of battle spirit. Sister, I just want you to know that everything about Anin is completely transparent to you and your husband. There is absolutely no concealment. Qin Lang retorted, transparent my foot. You might as well make your clothes transparent while you're at it. It seemed Luoli's system had finally completed its reboot. She blinked, her gaze sharpening back on Yue's flushed face. And then, in her signature emotionless tone, she spoke. Data has been recorded. She paused as if creating a new entry in her database. Miss Yue, your physiological cycle has been logged into my schedule. From the 8th to the 15th of each month, I will automatically prioritize your husband's nighttime companionship to the highest level. And Yi gasped, "Ah?" Qin Lang could hardly contain himself, almost bursting into laughter. Goodness, this is truly something. One comes in announcing her cooldown, and the other swiftly marks the cooldown period as her own opportunity. These two were indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect pair of hidden talents. And Yi, clearly unprepared for Luoli's reaction, stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. The scenario she had envisioned involved either disdain, persuasion, or caution from Luoli, but she never expected her response to be handled like a mere scheduling task. This deflated all her carefully rehearsed displays of loyalty, vulnerability, and dominance, leaving her with nothing but a muffled impact. Observing his little concubine's bewildered expression, as if questioning her identity and purpose, Qin Lang stifled his laughter and patted her shoulder. "All right, stop lingering at the door. Let us go inside." He stepped aside to clear the passage, changed his shoes upon entering, and nonchalantly sank into the living room sofa, ready to enjoy this grand spectacle. As if awakening from a dream, Yi swiftly adopted the demeanor of a hostess, enthusiastically retrieving a pair of brand-new pink plush slippers from the shoe cabinet, cradling them in her hands and presenting them to Luoli. "Sister, please change your shoes. These are newly bought and have yet to be worn." Luoli hesitated for a moment, glancing at Qin Lang, who was seated comfortably on the sofa. Qin Lang nodded with a gentle smile, gesturing for Luoli to come in. As Luoli slipped on the slippers and entered the room, and then finally let out a sigh of relief, her small fists clenched, feeling as though she had regained a small victory. She bit her lower lip, determined not to be outdone, and hurriedly followed, stepping forward to pat the sofa cushion, making a gesture of invitation before Luoli could take her seat. "Sister, please sit." At last, the three settled on the sofa. Qin Lang occupied the single armchair, while Luoli and Yi sat on the three-seater sofa. Separated by a decorative pillow, the distinction between them stark. The atmosphere once again descended into an eerie silence. And Yi cast a pitiful glance at Qin Lang, her eyes flitting anxiously between him and Luoli, as if she were on the verge of shattering. Qin Lang exhaled softly and beckoned Yi with a finger. Her eyes lit up, and she eagerly approached. Qin Lang pulled her into his embrace and leaned in to whisper about his relationship with Luoli. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, and Yi's eyes grew dreamy, her thighs instinctively tensing, while she cast a sympathetic glance toward Luoli. After about 3 minutes, Qin Lang had recounted the situation in a somewhat comprehensive manner. He lifted the teacup before him and took a sip. "So, that is how it is. I have decided to take Luoli as my secondary wife." At his words, the light in Yi's eyes dimmed noticeably. Yet, this shadow lasted less than a second before she recalibrated her emotions, her face blossoming into a warm, nearly perfect smile. "Rest assured, my husband, I will cooperate with Sister Luoli and serve you well." Qin Lang gently flicked her smooth forehead with his finger. He could easily discern the hint of concealed disappointment in her tone. "Don't overthink it," he softened his voice. "Look at Luoli. She resembles a robot far more than a normal person. What I mean is, I want you to teach her how to experience love." Upon hearing this, Luoli immediately nodded, her clear eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge, sincerely looking at Yi. "Missen, I beg of you." And Yi seemed ignited by her words, her face lighting up with a smile as she stepped forward and affectionately linked her arm with Luoli's. "Sister, what are you saying? Wait a moment, I'll show you how it's done." Before she finished speaking, she dashed into the master bedroom like a cheerful fawn. Moments later, she emerged, clutching a stack of documents. Meanwhile, Luoli ceremoniously retrieved a hefty notebook adorned with the title Interaction Manual with Mr. Qin Lang, 20th edition. Looking at Yi with eager anticipation, Yi paused, taken aback by the thickness of the manual, but quickly regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she executed an action that surprised both Qin Lang and Luoli. She walked in front of Qin Lang and knelt on one knee. Her movements were fluid and dignified, as if she were partaking in a sacred ritual. She raised the document in her hand high, gazing up at Qin Lang with clear and resolute eyes. "My lord, please forgive me for never formally pursuing you. This is the voluntary transfer contract for this residence. It now wholly belongs to you. My lord, may I inquire if you would allow me to be your concubine?" Luoli's eyes sparkled as she fervently inscribed her thoughts. Qin Lang paused, disregarding the document in Yi's hands, and first assisted her to her feet. "Anin, I understand your intentions, and of course, I am willing." Anin joyfully embraced Qin Lang, exclaiming, "Wonderful, my lord. From this day forth, I am yours. Qin Lang playfully pinched in Yue's delicate nose. No, it actually began yesterday. Therefore, in appreciation of your sincerity, and to celebrate Luo Li's addition, how about a visit to the amusement park? Qin Lang had devised a plan. He wished to teach Luo Li about love, starting with the right atmosphere. Moreover, Anin was so obedient that she deserved a little sweetness. Just then, and Yue's expression grew serious, her gaze piercing as she fixated on Qin Lang. Curiously, he asked, "What is the matter, Anin? Is it inconvenient?" And Yue shook her head, her demeanor heavy with emotion as she clung tightly to Qin Lang. "My lord, you have been exceedingly kind to me. From now on, please do not regard me as a mere human. Mother, I am truly sorry. From this day forth, I can no longer be your daughter. I must become someone else's devoted admirer, and I want everyone to know that being my lord's loyal follower is nothing to be ashamed of. Woof woof." Qin Lang. Chapter 39. Brother Lang, what does pushing the butt mean? This girl is so abstract. Meanwhile, Luo Li was engrossed in her thirst for knowledge. Oblivious to the exchange between the two. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, jolting in Yue's body, her face momentarily flashing with unmistakable panic. Who could it be? Qin Lang casually inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. It might just be the water delivery." And Yue's eyes darted, as she broke free from Qin Lang's embrace, rushing towards the door in an attempt to intercept. However, it was too late. A robust voice boomed from outside. "Hello? Xing Sudai, urgent delivery within the city. Your package ending in 8888 has arrived. It must be delivered within the hour." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, turning to Yue. "What did you order that requires such urgency?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a few items for girls." And Yue was on the verge of tears, desperately signaling to the delivery person at the door. Yet, the delivery person, evidently a straightforward and dedicated professional, assumed he had made a mistake upon seeing someone else open the door. Thus, he raised his voice, confirming loudly to the room. "Is this package for Miss Yue? It contains a set of books titled 100 Ways to Push the Butt. Please sign for it." His voice was loud and resonant, filling the entire living room with an abrupt, heavy silence. The smile on Qin Lang's face froze. He gradually turned his head, inch by inch, to gaze at Yue, who looked as if she wished to burrow into the ground. Beside him, Luo Li tilted her head, her clear eyes brimming with a pure thirst for knowledge. She looked at Qin Lang and, in an exceptionally earnest tone of academic inquiry, softly asked, "Brother Lang, is pushing the buttocks a novel interactive method that enhances male pleasure?" Boom. If the delivery person's voice was a bomb, then Luo Li's question was the nuclear explosion that detonated the entire room. Qin Lang almost gasped for breath. He abruptly turned to Luo Li, only to find her eagerly awaiting his answer, her thick interactive manual opened to a blank page, the pen poised to capture new insights. Uffed. Qin Lang could no longer contain himself, his shoulders beginning to shake violently. No, he mustn't laugh. If he did, Anin would truly shatter. He forcibly suppressed the upturning corners of his mouth, inhaling deeply, and with an extraordinary composure, walked to the door. The delivery girl at the entrance wore an expression of understanding, winking at Yue as she handed over the package, lowering her voice as she said, "Sister, this set of books is our store's treasure. They say that once learned, men will forget their own surnames out of joy." And Yue signed with a blank expression, accepting the heavy package. "Thank you, you've worked hard." "Not at all. It's my pleasure to serve the people." The delivery girl saluted, humming a little tune as she left with a spring in her step. Bang! The door closed, severing the external gaze and elevating the awkwardness within the room to its zenith. "My husband." And Yue's voice was tinged with a sob, reminiscent of a kitten whose tail had been stepped on, tears welling in her eyes as she swayed precariously. She darted forward, attempting to snatch the incriminating evidence from Qin Lang's hands. "That was not my mistake. Yes, I originally intended to purchase 100 relaxation techniques for massage. The platform sent me the wrong item." Even she found this excuse painfully weak. However, Qin Lang simply sidestepped her leap with ease. He leisurely tore open the package, revealing a beautifully wrapped series titled 100 Techniques for Buttock Pushing, complete 9 volumes, its cover exuding an air of academic elegance. Meanwhile, Luo Li had already leaned in, her eyes sparkling with the glimmer of wisdom. Judging by the title, this was a series of books. 9 volumes indicated a vast and systematic body of knowledge. The term techniques suggested a discipline focused on practice and skill. She looked at the tearful Yue, her gaze tinged with a hint of admiration. Miss Yue, have you already embarked on such an advanced topic of research? I greatly admire your scholarly spirit. And Yue, huh? She was utterly bewildered. What is this unfolding? The script seems amiss. Shouldn't she be portrayed as a shamelessly wicked woman, scorned by her husband and looked down upon by her sister? How is it that she is being praised instead? Qin Lang observed the expression of his little concubine, which resembled a CPU overload, and could no longer suppress his laughter. He approached her, devoid of any mockery, and gently ruffled in Yue's hair, his gesture imbued with tenderness. Enough of the tears. Your face has crinkled into a bun. His voice was soothing, imbued with a comforting power. Anan has worked so diligently in her studies, all for the purpose of better serving me, her husband. This is commendable and deserving of praise. And Yue abruptly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Qin Lang, brimming with disbelief. Her husband was not angry? He even praised her? Qin Lang placed the set of books on the coffee table, his movements as casual as if he were setting down a volume of a brief history of the world. He turned to Luo Li, solemnly explaining, Ali, your sister Anan is correct. This is indeed a profound field of study. However, it belongs to the realm of graduate-level courses, which is somewhat beyond your current capabilities. Luo Li nodded in sudden enlightenment and quickly scribbled in her handbook. Project title, 100 Ways to Apply Force in Butt Pushing, Course Level, Graduate, Advanced. Prerequisites, Unknown, Status, Locked, upon finishing. She closed her handbook and bowed slightly to Qin Lang and Yue. I understand. I will begin with the foundational courses. Observing Luo Li's eager thirst for knowledge and Yue's expression of someone who had survived calamity, filled with gratitude, Qin Lang felt a sense of clarity in his heart. This household was becoming increasingly fascinating. He clapped his hands to draw their attention. All right. As a reward for Anan's diligence and to initiate Ali into her first lesson, we shall visit the amusement park tomorrow. This will serve as your foundational practical course in romance. And Yue's eyes sparkled instantly, all her grievances and awkwardness dissipating, replaced by boundless joy and anticipation. Really? My husband? Luo Li nodded along, seriously inscribing a new title on the front page of her handbook. Foundational Practical Course in Romance Topic 1. Amusement Park. Qin Lang observed this scene, unable to contain the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He casually picked up the first volume of 100 Ways to Apply Force in Butt Pushing, pretending to flip through it. Richly illustrated and clearly explained. It is indeed a fine book. And Yue's face flushed crimson once more. Chapter 40. Textbook-level romantic practice. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Qin Lang was roused from his slumber early in the morning by Yue. Though it was termed as being dragged, it felt more like being awakened by a warm, fragrant embrace. Husband, it's time to rise. The sun is already shining on our backs. And Yuani's voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, brimming with boundless anticipation for their excursion to the amusement park. As Qin Lang opened his eyes, he was greeted by an enlarged, delicately made-up visage, her large eyes blinking at him. He stifled a yawn and sat up. I know, I'm getting up now. Last night, after finalizing their itinerary for today, and Yuani had insisted vehemently that Luo Li should neither return to school nor to the hotel. In her words, sister has just arrived. How could I allow her to stay outside? Wouldn't it imply that I, as a younger sister, am inconsiderate? Thus, Qin Lang reluctantly indulged in a moment of being sandwiched between them. After completing his morning routine, Qin Lang emerged from the bathroom, momentarily taken aback by the sight in the living room. And Yuani had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance today. She wore a charming, powder-pink puff-sleeve blouse that accentuated her slender waist, paired with a high-waisted pleated skirt. Her long legs, enveloped in white stockings, were straight and elegant, radiating youthful vitality and pure allure. She flitted about the living room like a delicate butterfly, busily preparing snacks and water for their outing. On the other side, Luo Li had also changed into her outfit. However, her ensemble caused Qin Lang's eyes to twitch involuntarily. She wore an elegantly tailored moon-white gown that exuded an ethereal grace, which was perfectly acceptable. The issue lay in the pair of fluffy, gently quivering pink cat ears perched atop her head, along with enormous black sunglasses that obscured nearly half her face. This ensemble resembled that of a mysterious starlet returning from the Oscars, who had made a detour to a comic convention on her way home, a bizarre harmony that defied logical explanation. Ali, what is this? Qin Lang gestured toward her head. Luo Li adjusted her sunglasses and earnestly explained, Based on my analysis of Miss and Yuani's attire data from yesterday, combined with extensive reports on enhancing male partners' enjoyment during dates, I have arrived at a conclusion. The conclusion is, appropriately incorporating feline elements and an aura of mystery can effectively stimulate a man's protective and exploratory instincts. Qin Lang and Yuani snickers, and Yuani stifled a laugh, her hands fluttering as she rushed over to grasp Luo Li's hand. "Oh, Ali, you are simply adorable." She giggled while deftly removing the cat ears and sunglasses from Luo Li. "For the amusement park, it's better to dress in something comfortable and cute." Without further ado, and Yuani pulled Luo Li into the bedroom, evidently intending to personally optimize her outfit. Qin Lang shook his head helplessly, yet his heart warmed. It seemed that the harmonious coexistence guidelines of this harem had already begun to be spontaneously drafted and practiced by some. He took out his phone. Having already placed an order with Shinjo Car Rental yesterday, using the pocket money and Yuani had given him, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz G-Class. There is no denying that while the electric scooter is environmentally friendly, transporting two stunning beauties during the evening rush hour seems rather wasteful and undeniably perilous. Shortly thereafter, the two ladies emerged from the bedroom. Luo Li had donned a delicate blue dress selected by an Yue, its hem swaying gracefully and paired with her ethereal demeanor. She resembled a princess stepped straight out of a fairy tale. "Husband, do I look beautiful?" And Yue asked with a hopeful gaze for praise. "You look exquisite." Qin Lang replied sincerely. One radiated warmth like the sun, while the other exuded a serene chill reminiscent of the moon. With these two by his side, the rate of head-turning would surely soar to unprecedented heights. Indeed, it was as such. When the black Mercedes G-Class halted in the parking lot of Disney Resort in the magical city, Qin Lang merely opened the door, and an uncountable number of female gazes converged upon him like searchlights. "Wow, that man is so handsome, and those two beside him are incredibly beautiful. Are they his wives? My goodness, he must be so fortunate." A pang of envy stirred within, pondering the stark contrasts of this world. Beneath the shower of envious and jealous glances, the trio ventured into the enchanting castle. The first attraction on their agenda, the roller coaster, and Yue eagerly dragged the two toward the exhilarating Tron Lightcycle Power Run. Throughout the ride, her high-pitched screams expressed a blend of excitement and fear, clinging to Qin Lang like an octopus. Meanwhile, Luo Li maintained a stoic demeanor, unwavering in her expression. Once the roller coaster came to a halt, and Yue appeared pale, her legs trembling. Luo Li, however, calmly unfastened her safety belt, retrieved her notebook, and began to document her observations. Observation: high-speed motion and the sensation of weightlessness can lead to a dramatic surge in adrenaline, with heart rates peaking at 185 beats per minute. Ms. Yue exhibits a mix of fear and excitement, accompanied by pronounced physical dependence behaviors. She turned to Qin Lang and inquired, "Lang Go, is this a normal physiological response in love?" Qin Lang stifled a laugh, nodding seriously, "Absolutely normal, full marks." Their next destination was the Pirates of the Caribbean. In the dimly lit environment, realistic skeletons and sudden water creatures startled in Yue, who burrowed into Qin Lang's embrace. Wishing to shrink away entirely, Luo Li remained composed. At 3 o'clock ahead, there is an underwater track. A mechanical octopus tentacle is expected to rise in 3 seconds. The red glow in the eye sockets of the skeleton model is produced by LED beads, controlled by a simple delay circuit to manage the flashing frequency. The splashes on the right side of our vessel are effects generated by preset, high-pressure jet nozzles. She dissected the terrifying atmosphere with the precision of a seasoned tour guide, leaving the nearby female tourists, who were screaming in fright, to regard her as if she were a peculiar creature. By the end of the ride, and Yue felt as though she had traversed through a haunted house adventure, as Qin Lang felt as though he had attended a vivid public lecture on the principles and practices of amusement park attractions, and Yue implored, "Sister, I beg you, refrain from analysis next time. Leave me some room for imagination." With tears welling in her eyes, she expressed her frustration. Luo Li tilted her head in confusion. Isn't stripping away appearances to strike at the essence the most efficient way to gain understanding? Qin Lang chuckled, gently tousling her hair. Yet sometimes, love requires those less efficient facades, wrapped in fantasy and emotion. Luo Li nodded, partially comprehending, and jotted down a note in her notebook. As night descended and the city lit up with a dazzling array of lights, enchanting fireworks erupted above the castle. Qin Lang led the two of them aboard the enormous Ferris wheel, which gradually ascended into the night sky. When their cabin reached its zenith, the resplendent nightscape of Disney unfolded before their eyes. And Yue clasped her hands together, eyes closed, earnestly making a wish beneath the shower of fireworks. Qin Lang turned to glance at Luo Li, who was not gazing at the fireworks outside nor the scenery below. Instead, she was entranced, observing Qin Lang's profile illuminated by the vibrant glow from outside. For the first time, the ethereal depths of her eyes reflected a brilliant galaxy. She softly murmured to herself, "My youth finally has a visage." Chapter 41. The ultimate move of the dynamic superhero. As the Ferris wheel descended slowly and the night deepened, Qin Lang gazed at the two exquisite companions beside him, his heart ablaze with warmth. The sensation of being flanked by them was indeed intoxicating. "Darling, did you enjoy today?" And Yue's arm was tightly entwined with Qin Lang's, her face radiating a happiness that seemed on the verge of overflowing. "Of course. How could I not be happy with both of you by my side?" Qin Lang replied with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Luo Li walked silently beside them, her small notebook filled with notes from today's lessons on love. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Qin Lang, her clear eyes shimmering with an indescribable, unique brilliance. "I'm feeling hungry. Shall we find something to eat?" And Yue suggested. The trio settled into a restaurant, wherein Yue expertly ordered an array of dishes, intentionally placing the menu in front of Luo Li while attentively inquiring about her culinary preferences. "Sister, what do you enjoy eating? You seem quite slender. Do you not pay much attention to your diet?" Luo Li paused, taken aback by Yue's unexpected concern for her eating habits. "I don't have any particular preferences. Just a balanced diet suffices." And Yue pouted in dissatisfaction. "Oh, that simply won't do. Dining should be about flavor and enjoyment. Here, let me order a few of my favorite dishes for you. I assure you will love them." Qin Lang watched as Yue enthusiastically selected dishes for Luo Li, a warm feeling blossoming in his heart. This young lady, though at times adorably naive, possesses an unexpectedly kind heart. Despite the evident competitive tension, she treats Luo Li with genuine sincerity. Soon, the dishes arrive, and a rich aroma wafts through the air. And Yue delicately picks up a glistening piece of sweet and sour ribs and carefully places it in Luo Li's bowl. "Sister, do try this. Their sweet and sour ribs are truly exceptional." Luo Li gazes at the steaming rib in her bowl, hesitating for a moment before lifting her chopsticks and taking a small bite. "How is it? Is it delicious?" And Yue asks, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Luo Li's eyes widen slightly as she earnestly nods. The flavor is distinct, with a precise balance of sweet and sour, and the meat is tender and succulent. "Isn't it just delightful? I told you you'd love it." And Yue claps her hands joyfully, resembling a child who has just received a candy. As Qin Lang observes this scene, a thought surfaces in his mind. Is this what they call a harmonious harem? Just as the three are enjoying their meal, a clear and familiar voice unexpectedly calls out from behind them. "Lang Ge, is that really you?" Qin Lang turns to see Su Xingtong standing nearby, her face alight with surprise. "Xingtong, what brings you here?" He replies, somewhat taken aback. "I came with a few friends, and we just finished eating and we're about to leave." As Su Xingtong speaks, her gaze naturally sweeps across the dining table, and upon seeing Yue and Luo Li, a flicker of clear confusion crosses her eyes. Who are these two? Just as Qin Lang is about to introduce them, Yue gracefully stands up and interjects, "Hello. I am Yue, Qin Lang's concubine." She extends her hand, her smile impeccably sweet. Su Xingtong's expression momentarily stiffens, but she quickly regains her composure and shakes Yue's hand. "Hello, I am Su Xingtong, Lang Ji's girlfriend." At this moment, Luo Li also stands, offering a slight bow to Su Xingtong and calmly introducing herself. Luo Li, Qin Lang's primary wife. The atmosphere around them seems to thicken instantly. "Lang Ge, am I interrupting?" Qin Lang wraps his arms around Luo Li and Yue at his side and extends his other hand towards Su Xingtong. "No, your arrival is perfectly timed." Su Xingtong's face flushes a bright crimson, her eyes sparkling with eagerness, yet her steps hesitate. "Lang Ge, is it truly all right for me to join?" Qin Lang nods affirmatively. In the next moment, Su Xingtong shyly leans into Qin Lang's warm and broad embrace. Qin Lang lets out a sigh of relief, fortunately, with his enhanced physique. Standing at 187 meters with a sufficient wingspan, the situation does not become awkward. Su Xingtong buries her face in his chest, discreetly stifling her sniffles. The seemingly poignant sobs were, in fact, a top-tier experience of emotional catharsis. Within the restaurant, the sound of teeth grinding echoed, as jealousy rendered one utterly envious. How infuriating it was that such an exceptional and magnanimous young man could not have more than one girlfriend. Dear customer, please refrain from tearing the napkin, as any damage will incur a charge. The young lady, indifferent, slammed 500 yuan in cash onto the table. One is not enough for me. Bring me a stack. One for each of us. A subtle smile graced Qin Lang's lips. Although he had muted the system notifications, he could easily surmise that his emotional value was undoubtedly soaring. Qin Lang patted the three women nestled in his embrace. All right, let us eat quickly, if you don't let go soon. I fear the onlookers might rush over and devour you three. And Yue pouted and murmured softly, not likely. Even if they do eat, they will consume their husband first. Smack. How dare you tease your husband, Anan? Prepare to face my household laws tonight. At the mention of such laws, Yue instinctively bit her lip, her eyes growing even more dreamy. After dining, the group parted ways at the restaurant entrance. Qin Lang intended to invite Luo Li to stay with Yue, but she insisted on returning to revise the interaction protocol with Mr. Qin Lang. Although Su Xingtong longed to join, her current status as merely a girlfriend rendered her unqualified to spend the night with Qin Lang, leaving her to drive Luo Li back to school in a sullen mood. Before departing, she made arrangements to deliver military training attire to him the following day. Subsequently, Qin Lang returned home with Yue. As soon as they entered, he enveloped her tightly in his embrace. Yue quickly responded, Husband, I have yet to bathe. Please wait a moment while I freshen up to serve you. As she spoke, she winked at Qin Lang, her intentions unmistakable. Qin Lang assured her of his patience. After all, haste makes waste. Time flew by, and soon 15 minutes had elapsed. With the sound of soft footsteps approaching, Qin Lang turned his gaze toward the door. There stood Yue, clad in a delicate silk nightgown, her cheeks adorned with a subtle blush from the steam. The silk gown slipped away quietly, and Yue unleashed her ultimate move, reminiscent of a cartoon character, as the night was dark and fraught with peril. At that moment, Qin Lang could only think, being a man is truly difficult. The myriad flavors of life, sweet, sour, bitter, salty, fragrant, and savory, were known only to him. Chapter 42. Is this really military training attire? The morning sun streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Qin Lang had just completed his morning routine when the doorbell rang. Husband, I'll go answer the door. Yue exclaimed, bouncing toward the entrance in her pink bear pajamas. Upon opening the door, Su Xingtong stood outside, vibrant and lively, dragging a large black suitcase behind her. Tong Tong. So early? Qin Lang approached, his gaze brightening at Su Xingtong's appearance. Today, she wore a white short-sleeved t-shirt paired with light blue denim shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs. A tuft of hair on her head bobbed adorably, adding to her charm. Langgu, I brought you your military training uniform, Su Xingtong declared, straining to pull the enormous suitcase inside. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow at the oversized suitcase, puzzled. Does a military training uniform really require such a large container? Tong Tong, please sit down and take a rest. Have some water, and Yue kindly offered, pouring a cup of warm water for Su Xingtong. She accepted the cup, her cheeks flushed, clearly exhausted from the heavy luggage. Thank you, Ananjia. No need to mention it. We are all family. And Yue responded with a warm smile. Qin Lang knelt before the suitcase, preparing to unzip it. The moment the zipper was pulled down, he was taken aback. Is this truly a military training uniform? Inside, an array of tactical gear was meticulously arranged. Black combat uniforms, camouflage tactical vests, and a professional tactical helmet were all present. Additionally, there were tactical gloves, knee pads, combat boots, and even a tactical belt. Most shockingly, at the very bottom of the suitcase lay a bulletproof vest. Qin Lang's mouth twitched in disbelief. In his previous life, he was an avid military enthusiast, well acquainted with such equipment. These items were either genuine or of the highest quality replicas. Particularly, the bulletproof vest was clearly not civilian grade based on its material and craftsmanship. Tong Tong. Qin Lang slowly rose, turning to Su Xingtong. Are you certain this is the military training uniform provided by the school? Su Xingtong's tuft of hair quivered as her gaze drifted. What's wrong? She feigned nonchalance, but her guilty expression was unmistakable. Qin Lang gently tapped her forehead with a finger. Su Xingtong yelped, clutching her forehead. However, to Qin Lang's astonishment, Not only did she not confess, but a glimmer of excitement also sparkled in her eyes. She even playfully stuck out her bottom, looking at Qin Lang with eager anticipation. See, there's nothing wrong. If you don't believe me, go ahead and hit me a few times to see if I'll protest. Qin Lang was left in a quandary. To strike her or not. Hitting her would only serve as a reward for her mischief. What a peculiar situation. For the first time, he profoundly sensed that in this world, men truly constitute a disadvantaged group. Faced with this reality, he found himself overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Tong Tong, be honest. Where did you acquire these items? Qin Lang inquired, pointing at the gear in the box with a serious tone. Su Xingtong, noticing Qin Lang's inaction, appeared somewhat disheartened. Pouting, she murmured softly, I took them from my mother's private collection. Your mother's collection? Qin Lang squinted, realizing that for someone to possess such tactical gear, Su Xingtong's mother must hold a significant status. Indeed, my father enjoys collecting these kinds of things, Su Xingtong replied innocently. I thought you would look particularly dashing in them. So you just pilfered them? That's not pilfering. Su Xingtong retorted defiantly. This is called making reasonable use of resources. And Yue, observing from the side, was thoroughly entertained, occasionally nodding as if to commend Su Xingtong's cleverness. Qin Lang gazed at the scattered tactical gear, then at Su Xingtong's self-righteous demeanor, completely at a loss for words. With this equipment, if he were to wield an M4, given his current physical condition, he would dare to venture into third-world countries. Are you certain this is for military training and not for orchestrating a terrorist attack? Tong Tong, military training is merely standard physical conditioning. Such specialized gear is unnecessary. Qin Lang patiently explained. But, Brother Lang, you would look so impressive in these. Su Xingtong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. And what if there are bad people? With this gear, you'd be safe. Seeing her earnest expression warmed Qin Lang's heart. Though her approach was somewhat absurd, the girl's genuine concern for him was undeniable. All right, you must return these items quickly. What will you do if your father discovers them? He 1T. My mother is on a business trip and 1T returned for a month. Qin Lang rubbed his temples, realizing how fearlessly naive she was. At least select a few reasonable pieces for me. I can't possibly wear a bulletproof vest for military training. Okay. Brother Lang, tell me which piece is normal, and I'll get it for you. Su Xingtong promptly nodded obediently. Qin Lang rummaged through the box and ultimately chose a camouflage combat uniform and a pair of tactical boots. At least these two items could be deemed appropriate for military training. Just these, take the rest back. Got it. Su Xingtong cheerfully packed away the remaining gear, humming a little tune, and Yue leaned closer to Qin Lang and whispered, Husband, Tong Tong truly cares for you. Qin Lang nodded, feeling his fondness for Su Xingtong deepen. Although the girl was somewhat adorably naive, her sincerity was beyond question. By the way, Brother Lang, may I come to watch you during military training tomorrow? Su Xingtong tidied up her gear, brimming with anticipation as she inquired. Of course, Qin Lang replied with a smile. But you must promise not to bring any of those peculiar items again. Rest assured, next time I shall bring something more ordinary. Su Xingtong vowed, her hair standing on end in excitement. Observing her fervent assurance, Qin Lang couldn't shake off a foreboding feeling. The normal she referred to seemed to diverge from the common understanding of the term. Chapter 43, The Law of Conservation of Energy. Qin Lang shook his head, deciding to let things unfold as they would. The pressing matter at hand was to eat. He was utterly famished. Tong Tong, have you eaten yet? He gently asked. Su Xingtong nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Qin Lang smiled warmly. Shall we have a bite together then? Yes. That sounds wonderful. Su Xingtong exclaimed, nearly leaping into the air with excitement. Lang Ge, you are the best. Truly the finest man in the world. Qin Lang turned to the two strikingly beautiful women, each with her own distinct charm. What would you like to eat? No sooner had the words left his lips than Yue and Su Xingtong echoed in unison, resolute. We shall listen to our husband, Lang Ge. Such a delightful, intoxicating privilege. After a moment of contemplation, an image of a steaming bowl of delicate, flavorful wontons surfaced in Qin Lang's mind. He recalled how his somewhat overly meticulous roommate, Xiao Xian, had often raved about an old shop near the school gate that had been serving exquisite wontons for decades. Perfectly. A meal there would allow them to return to the dormitory afterward. Let us go for wontons, then. Afterward, we can head back to school, Qin Lang proposed. At the mention of returning to school, Su Xingtong's eyes sparkled like twin suns, her excitement palpable. Meanwhile, and Yue's expression dimmed noticeably, a hint of unmasked reluctance gracing her features. She understood well that her husband could not belong to her alone forever. With military training commencing the following day, staying here was indeed impractical. Returning to school was the most logical choice. Yet, the thought left her heart feeling desolate, and Yue mustered a smile, albeit somewhat strained. Husband, after we eat, may I accompany you to purchase some sunscreen? A young man's skin is so delicate, a sunburn would be unfortunate. All right, Qin Lang agreed with a nod. In the bustling old wonton shop, the air was thick with the enticing aromas of lard, bone broth, and scallions. As the three settled down, Qin Lang's extraordinary countenance instantly drew the attention of the entire establishment. Countless gazes fell upon him, some fervent, others greedy or envious, making the atmosphere around them feel almost palpable. And Yue and Su Xingtong stood, one on each side, like two most loyal guardians, shielding all malevolent gazes from intruding. And Yue delicately savored her wontons while gazing dreamily at Qin Lang's profile, as if this visage were the most delectable dish in the world. At that moment, a faint yet jarring click of a shutter pierced the air, a sound that resonated painfully in Yue's ears. In this world, to safeguard men's privacy and image rights, legislation had been enacted to ensure that no device capable of taking photographs could operate silently. And Yue's expression shifted abruptly. The sweet smile that once graced her face vanished, replaced by a shadow of coldness in her eyes. Qin Lang immediately sensed the change in her demeanor and inquired with concern, "What's wrong? And darling?" And Yue's voice trembled with restrained fury. "Someone is secretly taking pictures of you." With a clatter, Su Xingtong's spoon fell into her bowl, splattering soup everywhere. "What the heck?" Su Xingtong erupted, her beautiful eyes igniting with fierce rage. "I haven't even taken many handsome photos of Lang Ge myself. How dare some blind fool attempt to take candid shots?" Her gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, swiftly scanning the room until it landed on a suspicious woman in the corner, with a shifty demeanor and beady eyes, dressed in a faded, cheap tracksuit. Her greasy hair and evasive gaze revealed her frantic attempt to shove her phone into her bag. Upon meeting Su Xingtong's piercing stare, the woman grabbed her bag and attempted to flee. "Stop right there," Su Xingtong bellowed, quick as lightning, seizing the vinegar bottle from the table and hurling it in the woman's direction. With a crash, the bottle shattered at the woman's feet, releasing a sharp tang of vinegar into the air. Startled, the woman trembled but feigned bravado. "What are you doing? I didn't take any photos. Don't make baseless accusations, or I'll sue you for defamation." Su Xingtong, seething with rage, resembled an enraged leopard, and charged toward the woman, grasping her collar. "What do you think you're doing? I didn't take any photos. Don't make baseless accusations, or I'll sue you for defamation." The woman, taken aback by Su Xingtong's fierce glare, stammered, yet refused to back down, attempting to intimidate her instead. "What right do you have to check my phone? You're not even an officer. Let me go. I need to return home to cook for my husband." "Huh?" Su Xingtong let out a chilling laugh, her eyes filled with disdain. "With someone like you, you still have a husband? Spare me your delusions." Seeing that the woman was impervious to reason, Su Xingtong raised her voice, calling out to everyone in the establishment. "Come quickly. Everyone, come and see. This deranged woman has been secretly filming my boyfriend and refuses to admit it." Her shout was like a splash of cold water into boiling oil, igniting the atmosphere of the wonton shop. "What a shameless person. Sit down. It is women like her that tarnish our dignity. Sisters, do not let her escape. Let us take her down." In an instant, the crowd was incensed. The woman who had been filming, realizing she had become the target of collective ire and with no escape route, felt a surge of rage. With a piercing scream, she lunged at Su Xingtong, her claws aimed at the delicate features of her face. Her long, dark nails were even caked with visible dirt. If she managed to claw at her, Su Xingtong's face would surely be marred. At that critical moment, a shadow darted forward. The onlookers barely registered the blur, as Qin Lang had already acted. Without any extraneous motion, he delivered a swift and decisive flying kick, striking the woman squarely in the chest. Thud! The sound echoed as the astonished crowd watched in disbelief. The woman, weighing around 140 pounds, flew backward like a ragged sack, soaring over 5 meters before crashing into the wall and sliding to the ground with a pained groan. The entire shop was plunged into a profound silence. A second later, "Wow, how impressive. That flying kick. Was that an Ultraman kick? Goodness." Is it possible for a man to strike with such elegance? I'm utterly captivated. Sir, might you be in need of a concubine? One who cooks and warms the bed. The praises surged like a tidal wave, nearly lifting the roof off the establishment. Before long, amidst the blaring sirens, several uniformed officers burst in, led by Sun Jiechi. Upon spotting Qin Lang, her gaze softened momentarily, but upon learning the details of the incident and glancing at the woman still groaning on the floor, her expression turned icy. Seeing her chance of escape was gone. The woman resorted to a desperate display, rolling and writhing on the ground, indiscriminately hurling insults at everyone. Sun Jiechi's countenance darkened further. Without uttering a word, she gestured to her subordinates. Remove her. Two tall female officers stepped forward, dragging the woman away like a lifeless dog. Qin Lang stroked his chin, watching the police car drive away, lost in thought. He mused that the Public Security Bureau might experience power outages in certain areas tonight due to maintenance. However, according to the law of conservation of energy, energy cannot simply appear or vanish without cause. It merely transfers from one object to another, transforming from one form to another. Thus, a question arises: into what will electrical energy be converted? It is quite a puzzle. Qin Lang speculated that ultimately it would metamorphose into some form of heart-wrenching biological energy. Chapter 44, Emptying the Showcase. My roommate's marital crisis? Sun Jiechi approached Qin Lang, and on her usually taut, charming face, a subtle softness emerged. She first cast a glance at the woman being escorted out by two subordinates, still cursing vehemently, her eyes flashing with utter disdain. Then, her gaze returned to Qin Lang, her tone serious yet laced with concern. Are you all right? Were you frightened? This inquiry nearly caused the surrounding diners, who had been eavesdropping, to bite their tongues in disbelief. Sister, did you not see? The one who was truly frightened was that woman who flew 5 meters away. Qin Lang is the one who kicked her. Qin Lang shook his head and replied calmly. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Captain Shun. That's good to hear. Sun Jiechi sighed in relief, then straightened her face, speaking with righteous authority. However, Mr. Qin Lang, although you acted in self-defense, please try not to take matters into your own hands next time. A young man's body is precious. Should you sustain any injuries, we, as peacekeepers, would feel deeply pained. Her words were delivered with great sense of justice and integrity, eliciting nods of agreement from the surrounding female diners. Exactly. A young man's hands are meant for holding, and his legs for embracing. How could they be used to strike such a vile person? Captain Shun was indeed right. Such rough and laborious tasks should be left to us women. Qin Lang comprehended thoroughly. In this world, a man striking a woman would not only escape censure, but would also be pitted. Such a principle was utterly askew. Nevertheless, he found it agreeable. After Sun Jiechi led her team away, the atmosphere in the wonton shop grew even more vibrant. Countless gazes converged on Qin Lang, their fervor and admiration almost igniting the air around him. Hey handsome, shall we connect on WeChat? I'll send you a red envelope. Which school do you attend? I'll bring you water tomorrow. Qin Lang was already immune to such advances. He merely felt he could no longer stomach another bowl of wontons. Su Xingtong clenched her small fist, still brimming with indignation as she continued to mutter angrily. How infuriating. I should have gone up and given her a couple of slaps. Meanwhile, Yue gazed at Qin Lang with deep concern, extending her soft hand to gently cover his. My dear husband, that kick you delivered must have taken considerable strength, right? Does your leg hurt? Would you like me to massage it for you? Qin Lang gazed at the two girls before him, each possessing a distinct style, yet equally concerned for his well-being, and felt a warmth in his heart. He clasped Yue's hand and gently ruffled Su Xingtong's hair. Come on, it's nothing to fret over. It has all passed. Let's go. Didn't you say you were going to buy sunscreen for me? The moment the prospect of purchasing something for Qin Lang was mentioned, the attention of the two girls shifted instantaneously, particularly Yue, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes. Shopping. My dear husband, let us visit the Goddess of Light. It is the most upscale men's skincare counter in the Magic City. All right, as you wish. At the universal port of the Magic City, the Goddess of Light counter bore a name steeped in irony, for everything here was tailored for men. The decor of the counter featured a black and gold palette, exuding understated luxury, with an air infused with a rich, woody fragrance. As Qin Lang approached, a tall, elegantly made-up manager greeted him personally, her face adorned with a professional yet flattering smile. Welcome to the Goddess of Light, sir. How may I assist you? However, her demeanor shifted to one of greater respect upon noticing an Yue and Su Xingtong beside him, particularly in Yue, who was a top VIP client. Manager Li, my husband has military training tomorrow. Please bring out your finest, most refreshing, and highest SPF sunscreen products. And Yue's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Of course. Missin, please hold on for a moment. Manager Li, not daring to show any negligence, immediately instructed 2 sales assistants to present the counter's prized offerings. Qin Lang observed the array of exquisitely packaged bottles and jars lined up before him, choosing not to glance at the prices. He intended to suggest they simply select one at random. Yet Yue picked up a bottle and scrutinized the ingredient list, her brow slightly furrowing. This one has a sufficient SPF, but it lacks a refreshing feel. She then lifted another bottle. This one is refreshing, but its longevity is inadequate. With the military training and all the sweating, it would need reapplication every 2 hours, which would be too bothersome for you, my dear husband. Su Xingtong, standing nearby, nodded vigorously, acting as a supportive counterpart. Yes, Anin is absolutely right. We cannot allow Lang Gu to suffer even the slightest inconvenience. Ultimately, Yue directly addressed the manager. How about this? 1 set of the refreshing type, 1 of the long-lasting type, and another for post-sun recovery. Oh, and please prepare a few sets as gifts, nicely packaged. Qin Lang was taken aback. Gifts? And Yue gently explained, yes, my husband. It's quite important for boys in the dormitory to maintain good relationships with their roommates. Bringing gifts for them will foster goodwill. Qin Lang felt a stir within. He had not considered that aspect. And Yue's thoughtfulness was indeed commendable. Upon hearing this, Su Xingtong immediately pulled out her black card. Charge it to mine. For Lang Ji's roommates, it must be the finest. Manager Li, please pack 3 sets of every product suitable for young men here. Manager Li glanced at Su Xingtong and then at Yue, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Yue shot Su Xingtong a disapproving look, as if regarding a spendthrift little sister. Xingtong, skincare products should be chosen based on skin type. What if they don't suit you? She turned to Qin Lang and softly said, my dear husband, I have already selected the best options for you and your roommates, ensuring they will be suitable. Su Xingtong immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, but quickly found another opportunity to assert herself. Then I shall pay. No one is allowed to snatch it from me. Ultimately, with the enthusiastic sponsorship of both girls, Qin Lang acquired enough premium skincare products to stock a small boutique without spending a dime. Bidding a reluctant farewell to Yue and Su Xingtong, Qin Lang rode his electric scooter, laden with 2 large bags of luxury goods, back to the university. This scene was imbued with a profound sense of disconnection. At the boys' dormitory of Magic City University, Qin Lang hummed a tune as he approached his dormitory door, carrying his burdens. He took a deep breath to muster his emotions before forcefully kicking the door open. Brothers, Hu Huan-san has returned. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed. Qin Lang's bold declaration hung in the air, stifled. Within the dormitory, he found his 2 distinctly styled roommates seated across from one another. Xiao Xiannan, as delicate as a porcelain doll, sat upright with his hands resting on his knees, his handsome face tense with anxiety and confusion. Opposite him lounged a man clad in a floral shirt, casually crossing his legs, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. It was Lu Ruyan. Qin Lang was puzzled. Were these 2 not at odds with each other? When had their relationship become so amicable? Had something transpired in his absence, leading to an unexpected bond? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Upon seeing Qin Lang, Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened, as if he had spotted a savior. Ah, Qin Ge, you're finally back. Come quick, your friend here is on the verge of tears. Qin Lang's expression shifted dramatically. Wait, keep your distance and just speak from there. Lu Ruyan shot him an exasperated look, one filled with a charm that could haunt Qin Lang's nightmares even at 80. Hearing this, Xiao Xiannan's face flushed crimson as he stammered. I didn't. What is going on? Qin Lang set down his belongings and approached. Lu Ruyan clicked his tongue, adopting a tone of worldly wisdom. What else could it be? There's a fire in the backyard. He gestured toward Xiao Xiannan. This young master here, his childhood sweetheart, is moving to Magic City for work next month. Upon hearing the term childhood sweetheart, Xiao Xiannan's shoulders slumped even further, as if all vitality had been drained from him, radiating an aura of despair. She's coming? What am I to do? The voice of Xiao Xiannan was tinged with an unmistakable sob, his eyes instantly reddening. Qin Lang, intrigued, questioned the source of his dread. What is there to fear? Just come if you will. Lu Ruyin, perched nearby, delicately fanned herself with an elegant flourish, her tone dripping with schadenfreude. What could possibly be so daunting? The only fear is that of being ground down like an iron pestle into a needle. Iron pestle into a needle? Qin Lang was momentarily bewildered. Xiao Xiannan's handsome face flushed crimson, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his voice barely a whisper. Yao Yao. She treats me well, yet she perpetually wishes for me to make her pregnant. Qin Lang was taken aback. Make her pregnant? Oh, make her pregnant. He stifled an eruption of laughter, adopting a solemn facade. Then simply do it. It's not a monumental issue. This remark struck Xiao Xiannan like a thunderbolt, causing him to leap from his chair, his delicate features etched with terror and profound grievance, his body writhing slightly. His tone shifted to a sharp, plaintive pitch. But giving birth is painful. Qin Lang and Lu Ruyin exchanged glances, both of them exasperatedly rubbing their foreheads. There is no hope for him. This poor child has been utterly ruined by this twisted world. Deciding to abandon this conversation that could induce cognitive dissonance, Qin Lang kicked the enormous luxury shopping bags at his feet. All right, enough of the tears. I brought you some gifts. He stepped forward, dramatically emptying the contents of the bags onto the table. With a clatter, an array of black and gold bottles sprawled across the surface, the exquisite and unique woody fragrance swiftly enveloping the entire dormitory. Wow! Lu Ruyin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He lunged forward like a famished tiger, trembling hands grasping a bottle of essence. Upon noticing the logo, his voice quivered. The Goddess of Light. The complete set. Brother Lang, did you rob a bank or raid some wealthy lady's estate? Xiao Xiannan, momentarily forgetting his sorrow, stared in awe at the bountiful display, stammering, "Be Brother Lang. How much did all this cost? This is far too extravagant." In this world, it was commonplace for men to exchange gifts. However, presenting such a luxurious skincare set was akin to gifting a top-of-the-line Ferrari in a past life. Yet Qin Lang merely waved his hand dismissively, reclining with an air of nonchalance. We're all brothers. Such formalities are unnecessary. He gestured toward the items on the table. Choose for yourselves, 3 sets each. If it's not enough, I'll have them send more. Lu Ruyin and Xiao Xiannan locked eyes, their expressions brimming with overwhelming astonishment and gratitude. With a dramatic flourish, Lu Ruyin feigned kneeling before Qin Lang, tears and emotion flooding his voice. Brother Lang, you are my half-brother. Qin Lang, swift and decisive, kicked back the knee that was about to kneel. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on your body, I, Lu Ruyin, shall be the first to fight to the death. Xiao Xiannan's eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded emphatically. Brother Lang, thank you. Enough of that melodrama. Qin Lang waved his hand impatiently and reclined on the sofa. Are we playing games or not? Yes, we must. The two, who were just moments ago enveloped in despair, instantly sprang back to life, positioning themselves on either side of Qin Lang and pulling out their phones. The 3 settled into the sofa, diving into the game King's Glory. Before long, Qin Lang realized that the gaming landscape in this world was even more absurd than in his previous life. There were players stealing jungle resources, cutting in on lanes, and feeding the enemy, all in abundance. Choosing a jungler, Qin Lang found himself 3 minutes into the match when the mid-lane mage typed on the public screen. "Oh, Dodgy, is our jungler lost in the jungle? If you can't find your way home, go back and look for your mother. Don't embarrass yourself out here." Qin Lang glanced at his score of 1301 in the upper right corner. Is it possible to be criticized over this? A wave of uncontainable anger surged within him. The spirit of the keyboard warrior from his previous life ignited fiercely at that moment. With a simple yet cutting retort, he relished the moment. His lips parted, and words flowed like a melodious stream. A single gesture, and the rap began. Qin Lang activated his voice chat. Our side, Han Xian, Qin Lang hey. Can you even speak? Instantly, the entire canyon fell silent. Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin halted their actions, staring at Qin Lang in disbelief. Lu Ruyin timidly interjected. Lang, Brother Lang, why do you have to insult her mother? Is this a new way to compliment someone? 2 seconds later, the previously scathing Dodgy not only refrained from being angry, but issued an even more explosive statement. All Dodgy, hello there, handsome. I'm sorry. I was wrong. If there is something to be done, come at me directly. My mother doesn't deserve such treatment. I can do anything. Immediately following, Our support, Yao. Chimed in. Our side, Yao. Handsome, do you want a contract beast? It can shield itself, call out 666, and even help you insult others. Qin Lang's expression shifted to that of an elderly person bewildered by a smartphone. The gaming environment here was even worse than in his past life. Why did it feel as though the screen of his phone had become dirty? Just then, his phone buzzed violently, the caller ID displaying only the single word Yao. His face turned as pale as paper, and he appeared frozen in place, as if struck by a spell, embodying the essence of impending doom. Under the gaze of Qin Lang and Lu Ruyan, he trembled as he pressed the answer key. Hello, Yao Yao? Yes? Huh. Now, after a few brief responses, Xiao Xian Nan let his hands drop weakly, the phone clattering onto the sofa. He felt as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing listlessly into the cushions. Lu Ruyan, intrigued, leaned closer. What is the matter? What did your wife say? A single, crystalline tear, betraying his composure, slid down Xiao Xian Nan's handsome cheek. In a voice heavy with despair, as if he were on the verge of facing execution, he murmured, My wife, she has already arrived downstairs. She said she wants to tidy up and treat my roommates to dinner. As the words left his lips, Xiao Xian Nan suddenly grasped Qin Lang's arm, summoning every ounce of strength to emit a heart-wrenching wail. Lang Gu, help me. I beg you. You must come with me. Chapter 46. Let me bring a female companion. My first choice is naturally Ren Jili. Qin Lang, witnessing Xiao Xian Nan on the brink of tears, waved his hand dismissively. Come on, brother. What is the big deal? Just let me change into my leaf outfit, and I'll go with you. Lu Ruyan chimed in from beside him. Exactly. What is there to fear? Xiao, I'll accompany you as well. Just as they were about to turn back to their respective rooms, a flustered Xiao Xian Nan called out to them. His voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with evident embarrassment. Lang Gu Ruyan. Xiao Xian Nan stuttered, his delicate face flushing crimson, his gaze darting nervously to the ground. Yao Yao mentioned she would bring a female friend along. He paused, seemingly gathering courage. Although I trust Yao Yao completely, she has always been so good to me. Still, to avoid any unnecessary trouble, could you possibly bring a female companion as well? His voice dwindled to almost inaudibility. After all, the safety of boys is paramount. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly. Akin to a wolf spotting its prey, his face breaking into a grin that threatened to overflow. Xiao, my good brother, just tell me the truth. Does your wife's friend have money? He leaned closer to Xiao Xian Nan, lowering his voice conspiratorially. If she is wealthy, I'll heroically sacrifice myself to rescue you from this predicament. Xiao Xian Nan was taken aback by his demeanor, reflecting carefully before hesitantly nodding. She seems to be quite affluent. Great. Lu Ruyan's spirit soared, his excitement palpable as he released Xiao Xian Nan and dashed toward the bathroom, humming an unknown tune, ready to embark on his lengthy and elaborate grooming ritual. He stroked his chin, mentally reviewing the women he knew. And Yui? No. She was exhausted after last night's escapades. It's best she rests. Su Xingtong. It is utterly unwise. She is a veritable arsenal on foot. If I were to take her to a dinner gathering with Xiao Xian's wife and her friends, it could ignite a spark at any moment, ultimately necessitating Shinjiechi to intervene. Shinjiechi? The very idea of inviting her to play the role of a companion feels rather peculiar, given she is, in essence, a law enforcer. After much contemplation, a suitable candidate emerged in my mind. Qin Lang retrieved his phone, located the number saved under the name Robot Girl, and dialed. The phone rang just once before being answered. Hello, Ali. Lang Gu is here. Please feel free to issue your commands. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth twitched. This girl has undergone yet another self-update? Her intelligence has surpassed that of numerous iterations of Siri. After a brief silence, Luo Li, on the other end of the line, detected Qin Lang's lack of response, her tone betraying a hint of anxiety as she cautiously inquired, Lang Gu, do you dislike this tone? I have also learned various modes such as the mature voice, the lowly voice, and the queen voice. The database has been updated and can switch at any time. Qin Lang hastily interjected, No, this one is perfect. Please maintain it. Understood, Lang Gu. Luo Li's cool voice resumed. What do you need, Lang Gu? Clearing his throat, Qin Lang succinctly relayed his roommate Xiao Xian's chastity crisis and the dinner invitation. After a moment of silence from Luo Li, Qin Lang hesitantly asked, Ali, is there something inconvenient for you at the moment? If so, it's perfectly fine. Not at all. Luo Li promptly replied, her pace quickening slightly. I simply cannot comprehend why Lang Ge chose me. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly. Oh, it's simply because my roommate's wife is coming, and I naturally wish to bring my own. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's breath caught abruptly, a mist glistening in her eyes. Qin Lang could almost feel the tremor in the air on her side of the call. Seconds later, a word filled with both tremor and unwavering resolve emerged from her. 5 minutes. Before Qin Lang could respond, the call was decisively terminated. Holding his phone, he paused momentarily, pondering if he had merely imagined it. But it seemed that the girl had indeed exhibited a hint of excitement. Regardless, a slight emotional fluctuation is far preferable to a purely robotic interaction. He tucked his phone away into his pocket and leisurely made his way to the bathroom, preparing to shower before heading out. As for Xiao Xian's wife, who was already downstairs, my friend, let us be clear. In this world, who truly embodies version T0? It is not a given for girls to wait for boys, is it? When a boy ventures out, he must certainly present himself with a touch of refinement. Meanwhile, outside the prestigious Magic City University, within an opulent studio located on the top floor of a lavish apartment, Luo Li set down her phone and sat dazed before the easel. Tears began to gather in her eyes, and on her eternally unchanged doll-like visage, the corners of her mouth slowly curled upward, almost involuntarily. Ping wife. Lang Ge referred to her as his Ping wife. Her gaze gradually descended to a thick, binder-style manual beside the easel, printed in code format. The cover bore the title Interactive Agreement with Mr. Qin Lang V30. A tempest surged within Luo Li's heart. In this world, to be called a Ping wife signified what? It indicated that she and her Mr. Qin possessed the legal and emotional qualifications to accompany each other for a lifetime. Suddenly, Luo Li sprang to her feet and briskly walked toward the wardrobe. Her movements were precise and methodical, as if executing an exceedingly important program. Black dress, white jacket, flats, makeup. Each step adhered to the flawless companion protocol deep within her being. Yet this time, her hands trembled slightly, not from anxiety, but from an emotion she had never encountered before. If one were to name this feeling, it might be called ecstatic delight. For minutes and 30 seconds later, a black Maybach came to a halt beneath the male dormitory of Magic City University. Luo Li opened the car door and strode gracefully toward the dormitory. Her presence immediately captured the attention of everyone around. Wow, which noble lady is this? Such poise, such beauty, absolutely stunning. If I can't find a man in this lifetime, marrying a goddess like her would suffice. Hey ladies, let us be real. If even this goddess can't find a man, then all women in the world must be unappealing. Luo Li paid no heed to the murmurs around her. Her eyes were fixed solely on one destination, the 6th floor Mr. Qin's dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Qin Lang had just finished changing when he heard a commotion from below. He approached the window and looked down, instantly taken aback. There stood Luo Li, gazing up at his window. Even from such a distance, Qin Lang could feel the pure and fervent focus in her eyes. This girl is remarkably efficient, he mused, shaking his head. He then called out to Lu Ruyan, who was still singing in the bathroom. Ruyan, hurry up. My companion has arrived. What? So soon? Lu Ruyan's voice echoed from the bathroom, clearly astonished. Lang Ge, your efficiency is terrifying. I thought your little concubine wouldn't arrive for a while yet. Xiao Xian timidly inquired from the side. Lang Ge, is your companion reliable? Qin Lang reflected on Luo Li's exquisitely doll-like face and her standardized manner of speaking. Rest assured, absolutely reliable, he added after a brief pause. Chapter 47. The 8-cubit lady and her little darling. As the arrival of the enigmatic Jin Li drew near, Qin Lang found himself increasingly restless. With memories from his past life weighing upon him, he could not bring himself to adopt the nonchalant demeanor displayed by Xiao Xian and Lu Ruyan, who seemed at ease making the ladies wait. Hey, you two. Qin Lang urged them forward. If you don't hurry, I'll have to drag you out myself. At last, after his gentle coaxing, the two reluctantly emerged from their rooms. Xiao Xian maintained his usual charming, youthful appearance, radiating an endearing innocence. In stark contrast, Lu Ruyan exuded a bold, nightclub model vibe. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquiring, why are you wearing Pin Ru's outfit? Seriously, my friends, who in their right mind would don cropped suit pants, a semi-transparent fishnet shirt, and accessorize with a neck chain? This audacity was further accentuated by the fact that he had even applied pasties to avoid any wardrobe malfunctions. Both Xiao Xiannan and Qin Lang sighed in unison, realizing once again that Lu Ruyin was indeed a case unto himself. His professionalism was undeniable. In fact, even in his previous life, such an ensemble would have secured him a place in the soft rice circle, for the flower language of a steel wool ball signifies both wealth and restraint. Daring to wear such an audacious outfit spoke volumes of his restraint. Lu Ruyin, oblivious to the astonishment he evoked, curiously asked, "What's up, Lang Ge Xiao Xiao? Doesn't my outfit scream sex?" He swayed his hips playfully. "I have even more seductive attire. Should I change again?" Qin Lang had neither the time nor the patience to entertain his theatrics, hastily ushering the two down the stairs. Upon exiting the dormitory, he unceremoniously abandoned them, ignoring their reproachful glances as he strode directly towards Luo Li. With a warm smile gracing his face, he took her slightly cold hand, which had grown chilly from nervousness. "Are you anxious?" A rare blush flickered across Luo Li's cheeks as she quickly shook her head. Qin Lang affectionately ruffled her hair, prompting her to squint her eyes in pleasure, evidently relishing this intimate gesture. Amused, Qin Lang felt a sense of triumph, having discovered another switch to activate Luo Li's charm. "Come, Ali, allow me to introduce you to my roommate and his partner." With that, he took her hand and turned to seek out Xiao Xiannan and his companion. However, as he pivoted, Qin Lang's smile abruptly froze on his face, his gaze fixed upon the voluptuous beauty standing beside Xiao Xiannan. "Wait, is this what you referred to as Yao Yao?" The striking woman towered at least 2 meters tall, surpassing Qin Lang by a head. Xiao Xiannan, at a height of 1.75 meters, appeared diminutive by comparison. Qin Lang silently mused, what a delightful contrast in height. If they were to share a kiss, wouldn't they have to disconnect? As he continued to observe, Qin Lang found himself gasping in astonishment. The scene unfolded akin to a grand character from a video game, exuding an air of magnificence. How to articulate this sentiment? Let me put it this way. Even the most suffocating of circumstances could be deemed a bittersweet farewell. By the way, what was the name of Xiao Xian's fiancée? Oh, Yao Yao was it? Qin Lang felt a shiver run down his spine. If she resembled the Princess Yao Yao from the popular game, Xiao Xian would surely find himself in a predicament. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Qin Lang took Luo Li's hand and approached Xiao Xian. He began the introduction. "Xiao Xiao, allow me to present my partner, Luo Li. Luo Li, this is my roommate, Xiao Xian, along with Lu Ruyin." Xiao Xian, with a bashful demeanor, introduced his partner, Mu Yao, to Luo Li. Lu Ruyin glanced between Luo Li and Mu Yao, his mouth nearly contorted into a thin line of disbelief. "Come on, guys, you didn't even think to mention how well you two are doing?" Alas, only Lu Ruyin was left feeling wounded by this revelation. Mu Yao looked down at Xiao Xian and gently remarked, "Xiao Xiao, is this your roommate?" They seemed quite impressive. Her gaze then shifted to Qin Lang, a glimmer of admiration flickering in her eyes. Especially for this one, there was a certain feminine charm. Xiao Xian's face flushed instantly as he murmured, "Yao Yao, shall we go for a meal?" Mu Yao smiled alluringly, catching the attention of several passing female students. All right, whatever my Xiao Xian says goes." She embraced him tightly, resembling a protective mother leopard. Xiao Xian was completely enveloped in Mu Yao's embrace, with only his fluffy head peeking out. Qin Lang felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. The sight was rather overwhelming. Meanwhile, Luo Li observed the scene quietly, a hint of perplexity passing through her eyes before she quickly regained her composure. She gently tugged at Qin Lang's sleeve. "Lang Ge, let us take our leave." Her voice was cool, yet carried an imperceptible hint of possessiveness. It was only then that Mu Yao noticed Luo Li, scanning her up and down before nodding in acknowledgement. "This young lady is quite beautiful, with a commendable aura." Turning to Qin Lang, her eyes sparkled with appreciation. "Sister has good taste. Such young men are rare to find." Luo Li remained unfazed by the compliment, yet her grip on Qin Lang's hand tightened slightly. Qin Lang felt the warmth of her subtle gesture, his heart swelling with affection. Though Luo Li managed her expressions flawlessly, her body was undeniably honest. "By the way, where's my friend?" Mu Yao surveyed the surroundings. "She should be arriving soon." As soon as she spoke, a woman in a professional suit approached briskly. Standing around 1.8 meters tall, she possessed an impressive appearance and exuded a commanding presence. Yet, in comparison to Mu Yao, she appeared rather petite. Yao Yao, I apologize for my tardiness. There was an impromptu meeting at the office. The newcomer was none other than Mu Yao's close friend, Lin Siyu, an executive at an investment company. Mu Yao introduced, Siyu, this is Xiao Xiao, whom I mentioned to you, along with his roommates. Lin Siyu's gaze swiftly fixated on Lu Ruyan. Upon observing his nightclub-inspired attire, a glimmer of interest flickered in her eyes. This dashing young man possesses quite the personality. Lu Ruyan, upon receiving the compliment, perked up immediately. He swayed his hips as he approached, his voice sweet and melodic. Sister, you have discerning taste. I am Lu Ruyan, 20 years old. With a passion for fitness and cooking. I stand at 178 centimeters tall, weigh 128 pounds, have no vices. And I enjoy eating from a spherical cup without utensils. His candor was strikingly direct. Even Qin Lang was taken aback. Lu Ruyan truly exhibits professionalism. Such dedication is remarkable. Lin Siyu chuckled at his words, appraising Lu Ruyan from head to toe. You are quite amusing, young man. If I find the time, I shall treat you to dinner. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled instantly as he eagerly pulled out his phone. Sister, may I add you on WeChat? I am at your service. Lin Siyu accepted without hesitation, scanning Lu Ruyan's QR code. Observing their interaction, Xiao Xiannan felt a pang of envy, his eyes reddening. Why was he not endowed with Lu Ruyan's charm? Mu Yao, noticing Xiao Xiannan's expression, felt a surge of sympathy. Our Xiao Xiao is the best, far superior to anyone else. She gently caressed Xiao Xiannan's hair, her tone tender. Xiao Xiannan basked in Mu Yao's affection, fully relaxing. Qin Lang watched this scene unfold, reflecting on the inversion of gender dynamics in the world. Yet, truth be told, he found himself somewhat envious of Xiao Xiannan's pampered demeanor. Luo Li, sensing Qin Lang's emotional shift, softly inquired, Brother Lang, where shall we dine? Mu Yao interjected. I have already made a reservation at Junyu Xian, a restaurant nearby the school, known for its dishes that cater to the tastes of young men. The group set off towards the restaurant in high spirits. Along the way, Lu Ruyan and Lin Siyu engaged in animated conversation. Xiao Xiannan nestled comfortably in Mu Yao's embrace, exuding a delicate charm. Qin Lang held Luo Li's hand, contemplating the possible scenarios that might unfold during dinner. With Mu Yao, the formidable matron, present, tonight was bound to be anything but tranquil. Meanwhile, it seemed Lu Ruyan was poised to ensnare a benefactor. As for Xiao Xiannan's precarious situation, Qin Lang cast a sidelong glance at the tightly embraced Xiao Xiannan, silently mourning for 3 seconds. Brother, take care. Chapter 48, Junyu Xian's Storm. Xiao Xiannan's distress signal. Junyu Xian, a renowned upscale restaurant in the city, boasts classical and elegant decor, meticulously designed to embrace the ideology of male supremacy in this world. Upon entering, a female server in a qipao greeted them with utmost respect. Welcome to Junyu Xian. How many guests will be dining? Mu Yao waved her hand grandly. 6 people. We require the finest private room. Certainly, this way, please. The waiter guided the group to a luxuriously decorated private room. The ambience exuded an ancient charm, with famous calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls, and the furniture crafted from exquisite mahogany. The centerpiece was a grand round table, ample enough to accommodate a dozen diners. The environment was indeed delightful. Qin Lang surveyed the surroundings, nodding approvingly. Mu Yao naturally designated Xiao Xiannan to the prominent seat beside her. Xiao Xiao, you shall sit here. Today you are the star. Xiao Xiannan's cheeks flushed as he softly replied, Yao Yao, I am hardly a star. In my heart, you will always be the leading role. Mu Yao's words were heartfelt. Lin Siyu, not to be outdone, promptly pulled Lu Ruyan to sit beside her. Little handsome, let your sister take good care of you today. Lu Ruyan beamed. Then I must trouble you, Sister Siyu. Qin Lang and Luo Li naturally settled together. Throughout the gathering, Luo Li maintained a perfect ladylike posture, her back straight and hands resting gracefully on her lap. Even in such a relaxed dining environment, she resembled a finely crafted doll. Waiter, please bring the menu, Mu Yao called to the server. Upon receiving the menu, she waved her hand dismissively. Bring forth all your signature dishes and 2 bottles of fine wine. Oh, and ensure the portions for the gentlemen are refined. The ladies will suffice with the regular portions. The waiter promptly noted the order. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. Once the waiter departed, the atmosphere in the private room shifted subtly. Mu Yao began to exhibit her nurturing qualities, incessantly serving Xiao Xiannan. Xiao Xiao, This fish is exceptionally tender. Do have a taste. This soup is beneficial for the skin. Drink more of it. This vegetable is rich in vitamins. Balanced nutrition is crucial. Xiao Xiannan found himself pampered to the point of near indulgence. Yet Qin Lang discerned the flicker of apprehension that occasionally danced in his eyes. Clearly, he was somewhat intimidated by Mu Yao's fervent attentions. Meanwhile, Lin Siyu and Lu Ruyan were engaged in lively conversation. Little handsome, what hobbies do you usually indulge in? Lu Ruyan inquired, batting her eyelashes. I enjoy fitness, cooking, massage, and singing, he replied. Wow, so multifaceted. Lin Siyu exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration. How about you cook for me one day? Absolutely. Lu Ruyan readily agreed, assuring her of a delightful culinary experience. Qin Lang observed the two pairs with a quiet amusement, finding the dynamic rather entertaining. One was willing to engage while the other was eager to oblige. Throughout the meal, Luo Li silently consumed her food, occasionally offering Qin Lang a bite. Her movements were gentle, as if she were performing a choreographed routine. Ali, you need not always tend to me. Do partake in your meal as well, Qin Lang gently suggested. Luo Li nodded, yet her actions did not waver. She continued to serve him, as if fulfilling her very purpose. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly vibrant. Mu Yao's words began to flow more freely as she shared sweet memories of her and Xiao Xiannan. You cannot imagine how adorable Xiao Xiao was as a child, she said, her eyes brimming with affection. Back then, he was merely 7 or 8 years old, and our families had already arranged a betrothal. The first time I saw him, he shyly hid behind his mother, revealing only half of his little face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiannan's face turned as red as an apple. Yao Yao, please stop, he pleaded. Why shouldn't I speak? Mu Yao laughed heartily. These are all wonderful memories. She continued, from that moment, I resolved to protect our dear Xiannan, ensuring he would never suffer or be unhappy. As she spoke, she lovingly served him another helping of food. Overwhelmed by her affection, Xiao Xiannan cast a desperate glance at Qin Lang for help. Understanding the unspoken plea, Qin Lang deftly changed the subject. Sister Mu Yao, what do you and Sister Siyu do for a living? Mu Yao set down her chopsticks and straightened her posture. I work as a project manager at a construction company under the matriarchal consortium, primarily overseeing several large projects in the magical city. Siyu works at an investment firm, specializing in funding promising male entrepreneurs. Lin Siyu chimed in. Indeed, it is not easy for young men to start businesses nowadays. They need our support. She turned her gaze to Lu Ruyan, her eyes sparkling with a certain light. Have you ever considered starting your own business, handsome? I could invest in you. Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened instantly. Isn't that what they call an angel investor? Sister Siyu, I do have an idea, he said. Please share. Lu Ruyan cleared his throat, adopting a presentation mode. I want to establish a tutoring agency that offers training for qualifications as a concubine and a primary wife. My target clientele would be university students who are about to graduate but struggle to obtain even a concubine qualification. After all, explaining things from a male perspective is far more effective than rote learning. Lin Siyu nodded frequently. This idea is quite promising. There is significant market demand. How much startup capital do you need? Around 500,000, Lu Ruyan tentatively replied. No problem, Lin Siyu responded cheerfully. Let us discuss the business plan in detail tomorrow. Lu Ruyan was so elated he nearly jumped out of his seat. 500,000. This was a figure he had never dared to dream of. Watching Lu Ruyan's triumphant demeanor, Xiao Xiannan felt a pang of envy. Why could everyone else effortlessly win over women while he was so fearful? Just then, Mu Yao suddenly stood up. Excuse me, everyone, I need to use the restroom. After she left the private room, Xiao Xiannan immediately exhaled in relief. Langgu, I need your help, he whispered urgently. Yao Yao is definitely going to stay over tonight. What should I do? Qin Lang gazed at the almost tearful visage of Xiao Xiannan, feeling utterly speechless. This fellow has truly been spoiled. Xiao Xiao, why not just yield to her? After all, you two are destined to marry eventually. Xiao Xiannan vigorously shook his head. No way, no way. I'm not prepared yet. Moreover, Yao Yao is so strong. I'm afraid I might be done for. Lu Ruyan, standing nearby, reveled in his plight. Ah, Xiao Xiao, the worth of a man lies in such moments. You must embrace it boldly. Get lost. Xiao Xiannan shot him a glare and turned back to Qin Lang for assistance. Brother Lang, you must help me. Just as Qin Lang was about to respond, the door to the private room was unexpectedly pushed open. Mu Yao re-entered, wearing a smile that hinted at profound significance. Xian Nan, I just received a call. Let's South stay at my place tonight. It's a perfect opportunity for you to see my new home. Xiao Xian Nan's complexion instantly drained of color. This is it. It's over. Chapter 49. Brother Lang, I regard you as a true brother, yet you wish to make me a pawn. Qin Lang observed the pallor of Xiao Xian Nan's face, which was whiter than rice paper, and cast a glance at Mu Yao. There she stood, the towering lady, with a smile that suggested determination, excitedly licking her lips, her eyes ablaze with fervor that seemed capable of igniting the entire room. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat. No way, my friend. In the state your partner is in, it seems the floodgates have burst, and she is merely seeking an outlet. If I forcibly rescue you today, she might just drag me into her plans tomorrow. I have no desire to be that mythical turtle mending the heavens. The chastity of a brother is indeed significant. Yet one's own life is paramount. With a determined resolve, Qin Lang made a decision that defied ancestral wisdom. He stealthily retrieved a pill, the size of a pigeon egg, sealed tightly with white wax from his pocket. Seizing a moment when Mu Yao was distracted, he swiftly placed the pill into Xiao Xian Nan's hand. He then raised an eyebrow at Xiao Xian Nan, conveying a silent message that this was all he could do for him. Xiao Xian Nan felt a heavy weight in his palm as he registered the pill's smooth warmth, leaving him utterly bewildered. His complexion swiftly transformed from ashen to a grim shade of dark blue, then to a purplish hue, ultimately resembling that of a liver, his features contorting as if he had been constipated for weeks. Shock. Incredulity. Brother Lang, I considered you as my blood brother, yet you treat me like a mere tool? Are you afraid there is still stock left in my reserves? Is this your way of squeezing me dry? Ding. Received negative emotional value from Xiao Xian Nan. 10,086. Ding. Received negative emotional value from Xiao Xian Nan. 10,086. Ding. The system notification echoed incessantly in Qin Lang's mind. At this moment, Qin Lang dared not meet the gaze of Xiao Xian Nan, which was filled with betrayal and despair. Nonchalantly, he turned his head, grasped the delicate hand of Luo Li beside him, and pretended to examine it with great seriousness. Ali, how did you come by such lovely hands? They are so soft, so beautiful. The gentle sensation radiating from his palm stirred something within Qin Lang's heart. A faint blush crept onto Luo Li's eternally doll-like face, and her fair earlobes transformed into a translucent pink. She did not withdraw her hand, allowing Qin Lang to toy with it. Mu Yao, astute as ever, noticed Qin Lang's subtle actions and instantly grasped his good intentions. She cast him a grateful glance, a secret smile playing upon her lips. This little brother is quite the charmer. He truly steps up when needed. Ding. Received positive emotional value from Mu Yao. 5,200. With this exchange, Qin Lang found himself reaping emotional rewards. Meanwhile, in Xiao Xian Nan's world, despair loomed. He felt akin to a lamb being led to slaughter, with the only hope, a shepherd named Qin Lang, not only failing to rescue him, but also handing the butcher an even sharper knife. It was over. The atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly peculiar. Qin Lang could no longer endure the lethal, resentful gaze of Xiao Xian Nan, so he exaggeratedly stifled a large yawn. Ali, I'm a bit tired. Are you feeling sleepy? Lu Ruyen, happily pouring wine for Lin Siyu, was taken aback by this statement and glanced at his phone in shock. Lang Guo, it's all you, he silently exclaimed. The skill of speaking nonsense with a straight face was truly remarkable. It was only 7 in the evening, prime time, and he was already tired? However, upon glancing at Lin Siyu, who was observing him with keen interest, and recalling the substantial angel investment of 500,000, Lu Ruyen quickly made a decision. Xiao, my apologies. For the sake of my brother's future endeavors, I must temporarily inconvenience you. Lu Ruyen immediately chimed in. Oh dear, Lin Jie. Now that Langa mentioned it, I feel a bit tired too. What do you think? Lin Siyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. This younger brother is quite perceptive. Although his looks don't quite measure up to Qin Lang and Xiao Xian Nan, he compensates with his boldness and initiative. Once the lights are out, it makes no difference. He is 100 times better than my new energy boyfriend at home. Lin Siyu quickly followed Lu Ruyen's lead, saying, Oh dear, Ruyen. That's not right. Boys are so fragile. If they're tired, they should rest promptly, or else they'll end up with dark circles, and I would feel heartbroken. As she spoke, she playfully pinched Lu Ruyen's cheek. Just then, she suggested, Our new mattress at home is large and soft. Why not give it a try? Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened like 2,000-watt light bulbs, eagerly nodding in agreement. Sure, that sounds great. I have a profound fondness for large, soft beds. He adeptly picked up his small backpack and, with an effortless grace, draped his arm around Lin Siyu, leaning in closely. Siyu, let us be off. The two strolled along, oblivious to their surroundings, entwined in their own world. Luo Li observed this scene from the sidelines, her eyes glimmering with intrigue, as certain specialized knowledge she had encountered stirred within her. Noticing that Qin Lang also intended to rise, she immediately mimicked him, addressing him earnestly, Brother Lang. My cat can perform a backflip. Would you like to see? Qin Lang nearly choked, a gasp escaping his lips as he felt he had made a minuscule contribution to global warming. Oh, you little trickster, he exclaimed. How long has it been since you've learned to play these games? Although her demeanor remained cold and devoid of emotion, the blush creeping up her ears betrayed her true feelings. A smile crept onto Qin Lang's face as he took her slightly chilly hand in his. Well, I do enjoy backflips, so let us go see. Just as Qin Lang pulled Luo Li to her feet, prepared to make a swift exit, a cold hand firmly grasped his arm. Startled, Qin Lang turned to find Xiao Xiannan's eyes ablaze with vengeful fire. In that moment, Xiao Xiannan shed his usual soft demeanor, his entire presence transformed. Ignoring Qin Lang's bewilderment, he abruptly stood, his gaze sharp as a blade, glaring fiercely at Mu Yao. Yao Yao, he bellowed. Mu Yao, witnessing this unexpected assertiveness from Xiao Xiannan, was not angered. Rather, she crossed her arms with a curious interest. What does our Xiao wish to express? Xiao Xiannan took a deep breath, seemingly summoning every ounce of strength within him. His hand gripping the pill, trembling with intensity. He enunciated each word with a heart-wrenching fervor. Today, I will sleep in the new house with you. But you must agree to one condition. Mu Yao's intrigue deepened. Oh, pray tell me. Xiao Xiannan's chest heaved, his eyes shimmering with a resolute determination. He summoned all his courage, issuing a proclamation from the depths of his soul. Today, I shall be the rider. Chapter 50. Brother, remember the phone number. Qin Lang was completely taken aback. He stared blankly at Xiao Xiannan, the icy grip on his arm sending shivers down his spine. Even feeling the tremor of the other's fingertips. A rider? Goodness, are you serious? With that slight frame of yours, you aspire to be a rider? You're attempting to enter a bumper car, only to find yourself on an F1 racetrack. Clearly, Mu Yao had not anticipated her delicate husband would suddenly unleash such astonishing declarations. She momentarily paused, but soon her fiery eyes ignited with an even deeper intrigue. With palpable curiosity, she scrutinized Xiao Xiannan from head to toe, her gaze reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world, brimming with a desire for exploration and conquest. Oh, Mu Yao elongated the syllable, her smile radiating a sense of determination. Our Xiao has grown up, hasn't she? Now she can set conditions. Xiao Xiannan felt a shiver run down his spine under her scrutinizing gaze, the courage he had just mustered seemingly retreating in an instant. Yet, upon turning his head, he was met with Qin Lang's expression, which clearly conveyed an incredulous, "Are you joking?" He recalled the pill that had been thrust into his hand moments earlier. A surge of betrayal from both his friend and the world flooding his heart anew. No retreat. If he backed down today, he would never rise again. Yes. Xiao Xiannan straightened his frail chest, his neck rigid, as if he were a revolutionary about to face the guillotine. Today, I must be the knight. Otherwise, I simply want to go. As he uttered the last words, his voice quivered with emotion, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. The air in the entire private room became palpable with tension. Lu Ruyan and Lin Siyu, having reached the doorway, turned back in unison upon hearing this earth-shattering declaration, their faces mirroring a shared astonishment. What a grand spectacle this was. Little Red Riding Hood defying the big bad wolf? Mu Yao's smile deepened. Rather than anger, she found Xiao Xiannan irresistibly endearing. He resembled a frightened kitten, all ruffled fur, desperately attempting to intimidate his adversary despite his palpable fear. All right then. In a surprising show of decisiveness, Mu Yao nodded and, with her long strides, approached Xiao Xiannan in just 2 steps. Her towering height cast an imposing shadow over him, enveloping him entirely. She reached out a finger, gently lifting his chin to force him to meet her gaze. My little knight, her voice was magnetic, laced with a husky allure. Today, you shall play the role of the master. Yet, with a sudden shift, her expression turned perilous. But if you fail to perform well, Tomorrow, it will be my turn to take the reins. Xiao Xiannan's body trembled violently. He felt as if he were not conversing with a peer, but rather striking a deal with the devil. The words had escaped his lips. There was no turning back now. He could only grimly nod, the gesture tragically reminiscent of signing away his freedom. Mu Yao smiled with satisfaction, releasing his chin before effortlessly scooping him up, as if he were a mere kitten. "Come along, my little treasure," she declared, striding towards the exit with an air of nonchalance. As they passed by Qin Lang, she cast him an approving glance, clearly conveying, "Well done, little brother. I shall remember you." Qin Lang could only respond with an awkward yet courteous smile. Xiao Xiannan struggled desperately in Mu Yao's embrace, but to her, his feeble attempts were akin to mere tickling. He gazed at Qin Lang in despair, tears cascading down like pearls from a broken string. "Lang Gu," his voice trembled, laden with the sorrow of one bound for the execution ground. "Lang Gu, remember, the emergency contact for the Husbands Association is 12,338. If I do not return to the dormitory on time tomorrow, you must help me report to the association. Tell them, I have shed blood for my brothers. I have stood guard for the collective." Qin Lang felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. "Buddy, you're heading to a bridal chamber, not a battlefield. And it seems the burden on your shoulders is not a gun, my friend." Nevertheless, he solemnly nodded, placed a reassuring hand on Xiao Xiannan's shoulder, and spoke with a weighty tone. "Rest assured, brother, I have noted down your last wishes. Safe travels." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiannan cried even harder. It was over. He had even uttered farewell words. Mu Yao, cradling the sobbing Xiao Xiannan, greeted Lin Siyu and Lu Ruyen by the door and hurriedly departed. Lu Ruyen watched their retreating figures, exclaiming in astonishment, "Xiao Xiao, this guy is quite something, showing such courage at a critical moment." Lin Siyu playfully pinched his cheek, her laughter vibrant and lively. "What is this? Does my little brother want to learn from him and become a writer?" Lu Ruyen immediately donned a flattering grin, leaning closer. "How could that be, Sister Siyu? In this lifetime, I only wish to be your exclusive steed. Come on, sister, our bed is big and soft." The two then proceeded to leave in a flirtatious manner. In the spacious private room, only Qin Lang and Luo Li remained, the atmosphere suddenly turning quiet. Qin Lang glanced down at the delicate little hand still grasped in his, cool to the touch, the sensation exquisite beyond belief. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. "Shall we take our leave as well?" Luo Li softly responded. Throughout the entire encounter, she had remained a quiet observer, absorbing everything that transpired with a face devoid of any superfluous expression. Hand in hand, Qin Lang led Luo Li out of Junyuexian. The night in the bustling metropolis was just beginning to glow with lights. A gentle evening breeze caressed their faces, bringing a sense of comfort. They walked side by side along the sidewalk, neither uttering a word. Luo Li's long hair danced in the wind. A few strands playfully brushed against Qin Lang's cheek, carrying a faint fragrance of shampoo. A tingling sensation stirred within Qin Lang's heart. He turned his head, gazing at Luo Li's profile, perfect as a doll, illuminated by the neon lights that seemed to envelop her in a soft halo. She was truly enchanting. A mischievous smile crept onto Qin Lang's lips. He leaned closer to Luo Li's ear, lowering his voice, the warmth of his breath grazing her sensitive earlobe. "Hey, Ali." Luo Li's body momentarily stiffened, almost imperceptibly. "Did you not say you would take me to your home to see the cat perform backflips?" Qin Lang continued to tease her, questioning why she had suddenly fallen silent upon stepping outside. "Where is your cat? Have you hidden it away?" Luo Li halted her steps and turned around. Her eternally impassive face betrayed no emotions, yet Qin Lang distinctly observed that her fair, translucent earlobe had turned a deep crimson, as if it might bleed. She did not respond immediately, instead lifting her gaze to meet Qin Lang's with her eyes, clear and untainted by any impurities, gazing at him quietly. The glow of the street lamp danced within her eyes, resembling two shattered diamonds. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, Qin Lang was about to say something to lighten the mood when Luo Li unexpectedly extended her other hand, delicately tucking a stray lock of hair, tousled by the wind, behind her ear. An exceedingly simple, yet infinitely graceful gesture. Her gaze was intense, as if it contained a force that had been building for a long time. After a brief pause, her crimson lips parted, uttering a single word. The sound was soft yet remarkably resolute. "Go." Chapter 51. "Auntie, I am not being practical at all." The single word resonated with authority. Qin Lang found himself momentarily stunned. He had merely intended to jest with this intriguing AI girl. Curious about her reaction, whether she would freeze like a malfunctioning program or flee in shyness. He envisioned countless possibilities, yet never anticipated her response would be so unequivocal, so unhesitating. Gazing into Luo Li's clear, unwavering eyes, filled with determination and seriousness, Qin Lang felt for the first time that he might have overstepped. This girl did not appear to be joking. Clearing his throat, he attempted to regain the upper hand, asking, "Are you certain? We haven't even registered yet." He intentionally adopted a confrontational tone, hoping to see if he could intimidate her. However, Luo Li merely tilted her head, her exquisite face revealing a hint of confusion, as if grappling with a logically incomprehensible command. According to Article 37 of the Summer Kingdom Husband's Rights Protection Law, engaging in relations without the male's consent constitutes a serious crime. She analyzed earnestly, "Moreover, my combat skill rating is A, and my physical data surpasses yours. From a purely physical standpoint, you cannot pose a threat to me. Qin Lang, I sincerely thank you. Not only are you educating me on the law, but you are also analyzing my combat capabilities, rendering me utterly worthless. Is there even a point in continuing this conversation?" Furthermore, Luo Li continued her systematic analysis. "You are Qin Lang." She spoke those 4 words lightly, yet they struck Qin Lang like a stone, sending ripples through the lake of his heart. "You are Qin Lang. Therefore, I am not afraid. Therefore, I am willing." Qin Lang looked at her and suddenly found himself unable to smile. He felt akin to a naive elementary school child, employing clumsy pranks to probe the depths of a sincere soul. He extended his hand and gently tousled Luo Li's hair, his touch more tender than ever before. "Let us go? Lead the way." In an instant, Luo Li's eyes sparkled. Though the moment was fleeting, it did not escape Qin Lang's notice. Silently, she turned and continued to lead ahead. Yet her grip on Qin Lang's hand unconsciously tightened a fraction. They hailed a taxi by the roadside. The driver was a woman in her 40s, with a booming voice and a seemingly jovial personality. She glanced at Qin Lang and Luo Li through the rearview mirror, a motherly smile spreading across her face. "Oh, you two just finished your date, did you? You truly make a lovely pair." Qin Lang chuckled softly, but remained silent. Luo Li, on the other hand, maintained her quiet demeanor, gazing silently out at the nightscape. The driver, evidently a chatterbox, could carry a conversation all on her own. "Young man, you are indeed fortunate. Your girlfriend resembles a fairy and possesses such grace." She then turned her attention to Luo Li, offering heartfelt advice. "My dear, you have excellent taste. In this day and age, a boyfriend as handsome as yours, who is willing to humbly share a taxi ride with you, is quite rare. I tell you, my nephew, though of average looks, constantly pesters his wife for a sports car. If she doesn't oblige, he throws a tantrum, claiming he loses face in front of his friends. Today's boys are quite spoiled." While driving, the woman shook her head, lamenting the state of young men. "Your boyfriend is clearly a practical and good-natured lad, handsome yet modest. He knows how to care for others. You must cherish him dearly and hold on tight. Do not let those flashy temptresses steal him away." Qin Lang nearly burst into laughter at her words. "Practical? Ma'am, you seem to have a misapprehension regarding that term. The practical young man you speak of had just emerged from a lavish dinner, where the average expenditure per person was several thousand, and had even forsaken a friend, all for the sake of witnessing a splendid performance. As for taking a taxi, it was purely because his own Maybach had been driven here by Luo Li. Surely, he could not allow his partner to play the role of chauffeur while he lounged in the back seat. That would be utterly absurd." He stole a glance at Luo Li, observing her attentively tilting her head, engrossed in listening to the driver, resembling a diligent student in class. He even noticed her fingers gently tapping on her thigh, as if jotting down notes. A shiver ran down Qin Lang's spine. "No way, Luo Li. You wouldn't be taking this as a learning point to add to your interaction protocol, would you? Target character trait analysis, practicality, behavioral guideline optimization, for future travel. Prioritize public transportation to enhance partner satisfaction." At this thought, Qin Lang's face turned pale. No, this misunderstanding must be clarified. He certainly does not wish to venture out in the future, squished amongst throngs in the subway. "Auntie." Qin Lang cleared his throat and spoke. "You have misunderstood. I am not at all pragmatic." The driver lady was taken aback. "Huh?" Qin Lang replied earnestly. "I am rather extravagant with my finances. I enjoy delegating tasks to others. And I possess a rather irritable temper. I am not considerate in the slightest." She is with me purely for my handsome appearance. The driver lady and Luo Li fell silent, the atmosphere inside the vehicle suddenly heavy with stillness. Through the rearview mirror, the driver regarded Qin Lang with a look of incredulity. This young man, looking quite presentable, seems to have some peculiar notions. Is it common to speak of oneself in such a manner? Luo Li turned her head as well, her beautiful eyes filled with large question marks. Observing her bewildered expression, Qin Lang felt a surge of delight. Let her analyze and construct databases daily. It appears she is momentarily overwhelmed. His intention was to dismantle her rigid programming and make her understand that human interactions cannot be quantified by data and logic. Before long, the vehicle arrived at their destination, a luxurious apartment building adjacent to Magic City University. Qin Lang paid the fare and, still in a daze, led Luo Li out of the car. The driver watched the pair enter the brightly lit, highly secured luxury apartment, her mouth agape in astonishment. I am the jester. And I am indeed the fool, she murmured. This is no pragmatism. This is top-tier Versailles. Following Luo Li into the elevator, they ascended to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a tranquil corridor, carpeted with thick, sound-absorbing material. Luo Li approached a door and entered her fingerprint. With a beep, the door swung open. Welcome home, a cold electronic voice intoned. Qin Lang stepped inside as the entrance lights illuminated automatically. He surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Your home is quite tidy, Qin Lang remarked after a moment of contemplation, managing to conjure such a description. It was indeed immaculate, perhaps excessively so. The apartment was expansive, easily exceeding 300 square meters. Yet, the furnishings were stark in their simplicity. Towering floor-to-ceiling windows, a light gray fabric sofa, a black slate coffee table, and a sleek, ultra-thin television adorned the walls. Beyond that, there was nothing else. The living room was so spacious one could play badminton within it. The decor followed the contemporary minimalist trend, or perhaps one might call it a stark poverty aesthetic. Were it not for the knowledge that this was a luxurious flat in a prime district of Magic City, Qin Lang might have thought he had wandered into a newly delivered, unfurnished model unit. This was a far cry from his expectations of a genius painter-s or an artistic young lady-s abode. There were no cozy rugs, no charming knickknacks, not even a single potted plant. The entire space exudes a certain frigid, mechanical aura, reminiscent of Luo Li herself. Please, have a seat. Luo Li retrieved a pair of pristine men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at Qin Lang's feet before turning to head towards the kitchen. Would you like something to drink? We have purified water, as well as boiled purified water. Qin Lang's lips twitched slightly. Goodness. What's the difference between this choice and deciding whether to have rice or steamed rice for lunch today? Boiled water, please. Thank you. He slipped into the slippers and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. From this vantage point, he could gaze upon a vast expanse of the nightscape of the bustling metropolis. Below him flowed a ceaseless river of vehicles, while in the distance, towering buildings stood in orderly rows, their neon lights flickering to create a dazzling sea of stars. In this location, with such a view, one would need a fortune in the 8-digit range to secure it. Luo Li approached with a glass of water, offering it to Qin Lang. He accepted the cup, finding its temperature just right, not too hot, nor too cold. It seems this mechanical lady is quite attentive to the details. Do you live here alone? Qin Lang took a sip of water and casually inquired. Yes, Luo Li nodded. It's close to school, which is convenient. What about your parents? They have their own residence, came her succinct reply, devoid of any emotional undertones. Qin Lang sensed her reluctance to discuss her family and tactfully refrained from pressing further. The two stood silently by the window, quietly observing the night scene outside. The atmosphere felt somewhat delicate. Qin Lang pondered. It couldn't be that she brought him here merely to admire the view, could it? What about her cat that only performs backflips? If it doesn't make an appearance soon, the conversation might wither away. Just as he was preparing to speak up, Luo Li broke the silence. Follow me. She turned and walked down a corridor leading to the side of the living room, and Qin Lang followed suit. The corridor featured 3 identical white doors. Luo Li opened the first door. Qin Lang peered inside to find it crammed with various art supplies, rolls of canvas, frames of all sizes, paints, brushes, and an array of unidentifiable tools, nearly filling the entire room. This is the storage room, Luo Li briefly explained before closing the door. Next, she opened the second door. Qin Lang's breath caught in his throat as he beheld the interior. This was an art studio. In the center of the room stood a massive easel. But what truly captivated Qin Lang's attention were the walls surrounding him. The four walls were adorned with numerous paintings, large and small, dozens upon hundreds. Each piece depicted the same individual, a boy, ranging from a 7- or 8-year-old child to a teenager. He runs beneath the sun, strolls in the rain, quietly peruses books in the library, and sweats it out on the basketball court. Each scene depicted in the paintings is distinct, and the boy's posture varies. Yet, all the artworks share a singular characteristic. The boy portrayed lacks a face. Or rather, his features are obscured, enveloped in a gentle halo of light, rendering them indistinct. Despite the haziness of his appearance, Qin Lang's heart was suddenly tugged upon seeing these paintings, an inexplicable familiarity overwhelming him like a tidal wave. He was certain he had never encountered these artworks before. However, the faceless boy's silhouette resonated deeply within him. These paintings depicted none other than himself. Qin Lang swallowed hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. He turned to his side to look at Luo Li, who neither gazed at the paintings nor at him. Instead, she stared down at her toes, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, resembling a prisoner awaiting judgment. "Did you create all of these?" Qin Lang's voice came out hoarse. Hum. Luo Li managed to emit a faint sound from her throat. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lang forced himself to regain composure. He understood that these paintings were the secrets buried deep within Luo Li's heart, the series titled The Redemption of Youth, which catapulted her to fame, yet remained an enigma to all. Now, the answer to that riddle lay before him. "Why are there no faces?" Qin Lang asked, struggling with the question. Luo Li remained silent for a long time, long enough for him to think she would not respond. Eventually, she spoke, her voice as soft as a breeze. "I don't know what he looks like as an adult. I only remember his back." Qin Lang's heart felt as though it had been struck heavily by something. He gazed at the wall adorned with faceless portraits and then at the girl beside him, who encased herself in a tough exterior while harboring immense fragility within. A surge of indescribable emotions swelled in his chest, pain, guilt, and a stirring sensation he could not quite articulate. He finally comprehended why Luo Li was so obedient to him, why she regarded him as her sole belief, the foundational code of her world. For in her darkest and most helpless moments, he had been the one to provide her with a glimmer of light. Chapter 53. Cats can do backflips. Humans can remember. The tide of memory gradually receded. Qin Lang stood before the easel, motionless for an extended period. A warm smile unconsciously graced his lips. Just then, a melodious chime, tinged with exotic charm, rang out from the direction of the door. The sound seemed to possess a magical quality, drawing Qin Lang back from his reverie. He turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. In the next instant, his pupils abruptly constricted. An uncontrollable surge of warmth rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Qin Lang instinctively raised his hand to touch his nose. Fortunately, there was no trace of blood. After confirming that he had not lost his composure before the girl he cherished, he let out a sigh of relief. However, his gaze was magnetically drawn to the figure standing in the doorway, unable to tear itself away. There stood Luo Li, yet she seemed transformed, as if she were an unfamiliar version of the girl he knew. Clad in her moonlit white dress, her visage remained coldly exquisite, devoid of any emotion. Yet, atop her lustrous black hair, there adorned a pair of fluffy, pale pink cat ear accessories. They were crafted with astonishing realism, quivering slightly with her every movement. As he glanced down her elegant, swan-like neck, a black choker, embellished with a golden bell, rested quietly around her slender neck. The bell was petite and delicate, reminiscent of the one worn by Doraemon. With each step she took, the bell emitted a crisp chime. The sound, though subtle, struck Qin Lang's heart with the precision of a tiny hammer, resonating with a blend of purity and allure, abstinence and abandon. In that moment, these two opposing qualities coalesced perfectly within her, creating an irresistible charm capable of driving any man to madness. Qin Lang felt his breath grow shallow. He swore that this was undoubtedly the pinnacle of pure desire he had encountered in his entire existence. What social media influencer or celebrity could even compare to her? Luo Li appeared somewhat unaccustomed to her own attire, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her gaze evasive, avoiding contact with Qin Lang's eyes. She approached him, halting just before him, head bowed, her hands nervously twisting together, an image reminiscent of a remorseful kitten awaiting punishment from its master. He could even discern her long lashes trembling uncontrollably. "Lang Gu." She finally summoned the courage to speak. Her voice was soft, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, a stark contrast to her usual mechanical tone. Would you like to come to the bedroom with me? She paused, seemingly gathering her resolve. Would you like to see a cat that can do backflips? Upon uttering this, it seemed she expended every ounce of strength. Her entire face flushed a deep crimson, along with her neck and collarbone, now adorned with an enticing hue. Qin Lang felt as though his mind had been detonated by a nuclear bomb, blank, with only that trembling invitation echoing endlessly in his thoughts. A cat that can do backflips. My goodness, is this truly the complete form of the cat that performs backflips after meetings? Oh, you remarkable creature. The pace of iteration is astonishing. Just a moment ago, it was a cold, unfeeling AI, and now it has metamorphosed into a seductive enchantress? Who can withstand such a transformation? Qin Lang swallowed hard, his throat parched as if aflame. He gazed at the girl before him, her head bowed, her body trembling with anxiety. He understood the immense courage it took for her to adopt this appearance and utter these words. For a girl who struggled with emotional expression, accustomed to thinking through logic and programming, this endeavor was akin to tackling a formidable global challenge. She was earnestly striving to connect with him in her clumsy yet sincere manner, learning how to love someone. Qin Lang's heart softened in an instant. The fervor ignited by desire was gradually replaced by a profound sense of compassion. He extended his hand and gently enveloped the girl who stirred his heart in his embrace. Luo Li's body was rigid. The moment Qin Lang held her, she tensed up like a bowstring drawn taut. Do not fear, he murmured, resting his chin atop her head, savoring the softness of her furry cat ears, his voice imbued with unprecedented tenderness. I know you are trying very hard. You need not torment yourself like this. Just be yourself. The girl in his arms remained silent for an extended period, long enough for Qin Lang to believe she had once again frozen. Then, he felt a warm, damp sensation on his shirt. Looking down, he saw Luo Li had buried her face deep in his embrace, her shoulders heaving silently as she wept. Tears soaked his t-shirt. This was the first time Qin Lang witnessed her cry. There was no sound, no accusations, merely a restrained, quiet weeping, like a wounded creature retreating to lick its wounds. Qin Lang's heart felt as though it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, sour, swollen, and aching. He tightened his embrace, holding her closer, gently patting her back in a rhythmic motion. All right, no more tears. Be good. From now on, I am here for you. Time slipped away, and eventually, Luo Li's sobs began to subside. She lifted her head from Qin Lang's embrace, her beautiful eyes reddened, streaked with tears, appearing vulnerable and pitiable, evoking a desire to present the entire world to her. She looked at Qin Lang, her gaze filled with confusion and reliance. Lang Gu, she asked softly, her voice thick with emotion, have I done something wrong again? My database indicates that in such situations, a male partner should display excitement and joy, not compassion. Have I disappointed you? Qin Lang listened to her words, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Even at this moment, she was still analyzing the database. He extended his finger and playfully tapped her nose, speaking with mock irritation. You are not wrong. You have performed admirably. I am pleased and excited. However, he paused. Cradling her face and compelling her to meet his gaze, he earnestly declared, more than excitement, I feel a profound ache for you. Ali, remember, you are neither my program nor my pet. You are my beloved partner, the one with whom I, Qin Lang, wish to share my life. Therefore, in my presence, there is no need for pretense or flattery. You need only to be your true self. Do you understand? Luo Li stared at him, her tear-streaked eyes as clear as a spring. She seemed to be grappling with Qin Lang's words. After a long moment, she nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. Then, she rose onto her toes. In the midst of Qin Lang's astonishment, she gently pressed her cool, soft lips against his. It was an innocent kiss, tinged with the saltiness of tears. Chapter 54. To refuse again would be somewhat impolite. The kiss was light and fleeting, yet it struck Qin Lang like a jolt of electricity. He stood frozen, his mind momentarily paralyzed. The initiator of this audacious act, after completing her bold maneuver, instinctively retreated like a startled fawn, lowering her head once more. Her face, which had just regained a hint of color, flushed a vivid crimson once again. Her adorable cat ears seemingly adorned with a rosy glow. The atmosphere in the studio felt as if it had become heated. Qin Lang could distinctly hear the rapid thumping of his own heart. He gazed at the girl before him, so shy she seemed ready to vanish into the ground, and felt a switch within him irrevocably flipped. To hell with tenderness. To hell with compassion. I am a normal man. In the face of such a scene, if one could remain composed, they would either be a saint or have some physiological issue. Qin Lang was certain he was neither a saint nor in any way deficient in health. Given the circumstances, if he were to refuse any further, would that not be exceedingly rude? This fortune had presented itself so directly. To let it pass would invite divine retribution. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lang's gaze transformed, brimming with an assertive intensity. He stepped forward and seized Luo Li's delicate wrist. Startled by his sudden action, she looked up in alarm. Lang, she managed to utter. But her words were swiftly silenced by Qin Lang's lips. This time, it was no mere brush. It was a kiss laden with desire, both domineering and profound. Luo Li's eyes widened in shock, her mind rendered blank. She felt like a fragile boat adrift amidst a tempest, ever on the brink of being engulfed by monstrous waves. Her body instinctively yearned to struggle, yet Qin Lang's arms encircled her with the strength of iron, rendering her immobile. She could only endure this unfamiliar yet thrilling fervor that sent shivers through her. Gradually, her rigid form began to soften. Her hands, unsure of their placement, instinctively clutched the fabric of Qin Lang's shirt at his chest. She closed her eyes, awkwardly and clumsily responding to the kiss that made her heart race and her entire being flush with warmth. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It was only when Luo Li felt on the verge of asphyxiation from lack of oxygen that Qin Lang reluctantly released her, still yearning for more. Both of them were slightly breathless. Leaning against Qin Lang's embrace, Luo Li inhaled deeply, her delicate face flushed beyond reason, her eyes glistening with a layer of moisture. Appearing irresistibly enchanting, the small bell adorning her chest chimed melodiously with her rapid breaths. Qin Lang gazed down at the almost melted kitten in his arms, his heart swelling with a sense of fulfillment and dominance. He reached out, gently pinching her heated cheek. "Are you still interested in the cat?" he murmured, his voice low and laced with a husky amusement. Luo Li trembled at his words. She lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with emotion. Her lips slightly parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Her demeanor, so inviting and tantalizing, tested Qin Lang's self-control. His Adam's apple bobbed significantly. He felt he could wait no longer. The longer he hesitated, the more he feared he might succumb to base instincts. With a swift motion, and amidst Luo Li's startled gasp, he scooped her up in a princess carry. "Come, my little kitten, lead me to your bedroom, and let me see what sort of cat performs backflips." Luo Li buried her face in Qin Lang's chest, too shy to meet his gaze. She simply wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, whispering a soft affirmation. Qin Lang, cradling her, strode out of the art studio. The door remained ajar, and on the easel, the painting of the faceless boy and weeping girl stood silently. Moonlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window, illuminating the boy's blank visage. As if foreshadowing that from this night onward, the long-awaited youth would finally possess a distinct countenance. Qin Lang carried Luo Li into the bedroom, a space that had never been trodden upon before. Like the living room, the bedroom was starkly simple, furnished only with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, nothing more. The entire room exuded an air of coolness. Qin Lang gently laid Luo Li upon the seemingly soft bed, adorned with pristine white sheets, immaculate and untouched. As she reclined, she resembled a vibrant rose blooming amidst a blanket of snow. Qin Lang stood at the edge of the bed, gazing down at her. Luo Li returned his gaze, her eyes reflecting a mix of anxiety, shyness, and fear, yet predominantly an unwavering trust and surrender. She neither flinched nor resisted. She simply lay there in tranquil anticipation, awaiting her youth, her divinity, to unveil a brand new chapter in her life. Qin Lang's heart was momentarily scorched by the sheer trust emanating from her eyes. He leaned down, propping himself on either side of her body, their gazes locking. "Ali," he said earnestly, "if you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them." Luo Li shook her head. She extended her hand, gently caressing Qin Lang's cheek. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it resonated with unwavering conviction. "Regret is not a command in my interactive protocol. From the moment I decided to bring you home, all my functions have been dedicated solely to you." Qin Lang, she looked into his eyes, articulating each word with clarity. "Please, feel free to command Ali." In that instant, the last vestige of rationality within Qin Lang shattered completely. He let out a low growl, leaning down to pour all his passion into the girl beneath him, whom he vowed to protect for a lifetime. The moonlight quietly retreated behind the clouds, and the bedroom lights, unbeknownst to him, had extinguished. Only the soft chime of bells echoed in the stillness of the night, composing a melodious and enchanting symphony. Dingling, dingling. A night of sleeplessness ensued. Chapter 55. The upgrade of the android Lee. The next morning, as dawn's light barely broke, Qin Lang opened his eyes. His biological clock was as punctual as a Swiss watch. He stirred slightly, feeling as though he were ensnared by an octopus. Glancing down, he found Luo Li clinging to him like a koala, her limbs entwined around him as she slept soundly. Her usually aloof and indifferent visage bore a hint of rosy satisfaction, her long lashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light. The small bell around her neck had somehow been askew, resting quietly to the side. Qin Lang gazed at her unguarded sleeping face, his heart melting into a puddle. Who could have imagined that this girl, who appeared to be an unattainable flower in the eyes of others, could be so clingy and private? He cautiously attempted to shift her arms and legs away from him. However, as soon as he moved, she emitted a soft, discontented whimper and tightened her grip even further. "Don't go," she murmured in her sleep, eyes still closed. Qin Lang halted his movements. He looked at the little sprite with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. It was truly overwhelming. If it weren't for military training scheduled for today, he would have gladly stayed by her side until the end of time. But alas, military training took precedence. More importantly, his training uniform lay forlornly in the wardrobe of his dormitory. If he didn't return to change soon, he would risk being late for assembly, which would be quite the embarrassment. Lowering his head, he gently kissed the smooth forehead of Luo Li. Then, leaning closer to her ear, he whispered softly, "Dear, I must get up. I have military training." Luo Li's eyelashes fluttered, as if she were engaged in a fierce battle with the realm of sleep. After several moments, she sleepily opened her eyes just a crack. The enchanting mistiness still lingered in her beautiful gaze, making her appear exceptionally endearing. "Military training," she murmured, seemingly trying to comprehend the meaning of the term. "Yes, military training." Qin Lang patiently reassured her. "Once it's over, I'll come back to see you tonight, all right?" Luo Li seemed to grasp his words. She looked at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. Yet, she obediently released her grip on him. However, her small hand still clutched tightly to his finger, unwilling to let go. Qin Lang's heart was once again touched by this small gesture. He reciprocated by holding her hand, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. "I promise I'll return as soon as it's over." Only then did Luo Li reluctantly release her hold. Qin Lang felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, and he swiftly rose from the bed. He dared not linger in the bedroom, fearing he might succumb to the temptation of pulling this clingy little kitten back onto the bed. He hurriedly dressed, neglecting even to wash up, and resolved to deal with that later in the dormitory. As he reached the door, he glanced back uneasily. He saw Luo Li propped up on her arms, her silk nightgown slipping down halfway, revealing her delicate shoulders and exquisite collarbone. She sat there, looking at him with the wide-eyed anticipation of a puppy waiting for its owner to return home. Qin Lang's heart felt as though it had been gently scratched by a kitten's paw, both ticklish and electrifying. He quickly returned to her side, bending down to plant a firm kiss on her cheek. "Wait for me." With that, he could no longer bring himself to look back and dashed out of the room like a fugitive. At 5:30 in the tranquil morning at Magic City University, Qin Lang rode his little electric scooter through the deserted campus with exhilarating speed. The morning breeze caressed his face, carrying a hint of coolness. Yet it could not extinguish the fervor in his heart. The memories of the previous night made him want to shout to the heavens in joy. What a delight! What an absolute thrill! It turned out that upgrading a charming, robotic girl was such a gratifying endeavor. He now feels an overwhelming surge of vitality coursing through him. Not only could he easily manage military training, but he would also be unfazed by a grueling 50-kilometer trek. Soon, the boys' dormitory loomed into view. However, Qin Lang's smile abruptly froze on his face. Below the dormitory, a dense throng of people gathered, easily numbering in the hundreds. Furthermore, without exception, they were all women. Some held meticulously packaged thermos lunchboxes, others carried expensive coffee and pastries, and some had even unfurled banners that read, "Wang Baobao, Mommy loves you. Good luck with military training. And Li Shuai, you are the best. Your sister brought you breakfast." Qin Lang thought to himself, what in the world is this, a cult gathering? It suddenly dawned on him that today marked the first day of military training for the university's freshmen, for the young women of this world. It was nothing short of a grand festival, a prime opportunity to observe, interact with, and perhaps even capture high-quality male specimens. As he felt himself about to plunge into this encircled realm of women, a chill ran down his spine. He certainly did not wish to be besieged by these ravenous she-wolves. At this rate, not only would he struggle to return to his dorm, but he might well find his clothes stripped from him. In a moment of desperation, Qin Lang's mind raced. He abruptly twisted the throttle of his electric scooter, which let out a roar as he veered away from the main entrance and sped towards a small garden beside the dormitory. There, a row of low shrubs stood, behind which lay the dormitory wall. He recalled that several windows on the first floor were often left open to allow for a cool breeze. Concealing his scooter behind the bushes, Qin Lang took a running leap and gracefully vaulted over a waist-high fence. He landed soundlessly, akin to a nimble leopard, and swiftly made his way along the wall's edge. It wasn't long before he spotted an open window in one of the dorm rooms. Peering inside, he found it shrouded in darkness, with several boys blissfully asleep, their snores echoing in unison. With a grin, Qin Lang thought, "Brothers, may I pass through?" Utilizing both hands and feet, he effortlessly climbed through the window. Then, he stealthily navigated the dormitory, opened the door, and slipped into the corridor. The entire maneuver was executed seamlessly, akin to a flowing river. Success! Qin Lang dusted off his hands, his heart brimming with relief at having narrowly escaped. He hummed a cheerful tune, striding to the elevator that would take him directly to his dorm. Taking a deep breath to compose his emotions, he suddenly kicked the door open with a flourish. "Brothers, your king has returned." Inside, two figures, busy applying makeup in front of a mirror, jumped in fright at his boisterous exclamation. They turned in unison, regarding him with expressions of astonishment. "Brother Lang? You didn't come back last night?" Xiao Xiannan was delicately wielding an eyebrow pencil, meticulously enhancing his brows, when he caught sight of Qin Lang, his exquisitely crafted visage brimming with astonishment. Lu Ruyin was even more forthright. He set aside his hair gel and scrutinized Qin Lang from head to toe, then revealed a grin that any man would recognize as lewdly mischievous. "Ah, Brother Lang, impressive," he teased, winking at Qin Lang. "Last night's escapade was quite intense, wasn't it? Did you forget to return home?" Qin Lang, exuding pride, tossed his head back and flung his backpack onto his chair, striding confidently between the two and draping an arm over each of their shoulders. "Indeed," he proclaimed with a beaming expression, "when have I ever disappointed the ladies?" The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin exchanged a glance, their expressions a complex tapestry of sympathy, regret, and a hint of bemusement, as though they were observing someone emerging from the ICU, a terminal patient. Something felt amiss. This ambience was decidedly peculiar. According to the usual script, these two should be mockingly berating him for his debauchery while simultaneously inquiring enviously about the details. Why did they look like this? As if they were witnessing a tragic event unfold. "Hey, what s with those expressions?" He released them, crossed his arms, and scrutinized them with suspicion. "Are you envious? Jealous? Or do you resent your own inadequacies?" Lu Ruyin clicked his tongue and shook his head. He then firmly patted Qin Lang's shoulder, his tone heavy as if presiding over a memorial service. "Brother Lang, it's not that I wish to admonish you," he said earnestly, "as men. It's understandable to indulge occasionally, but one must not become overly captivated by such pursuits." Indeed, Xiao Xiannan chimed in, setting down his eyebrow pencil, his expression serious as he regarded Qin Lang. "Brother Lang, a young man's body is precious. You must learn to cherish yourself. Such escapades can be quite depleting." Qin Lang. A barrage of question marks seemed to materialize above his head, multiplying until they threatened to pierce through his skull. He was utterly bewildered by these two. What was happening? Why were they acting like old matrons, launching into a lecture on morality? Shouldn't it be the other way around, with women advising men to exercise restraint? How had the roles reversed in his case? Wait. Qin Lang pointed at Xiao Xiannan and then at Lu Ruyin. "Didn't you two spend the night outside?" He recalled vividly that one had been whisked away by an 8-foot-tall woman, while the other had followed a wealthy lady to sample a bed that was both soft and expansive. They hardly looked like they could easily extricate themselves from such situations. At Qin Lang's inquiry, the two exchanged exasperated glances and rolled their eyes in unison. Lu Ruyin was the first to speak, his tone laced with a mix of boastfulness and disdain. "Sleep outside? What a ridiculous notion." He grasped the hairspray and unleashed a vigorous spray upon his hair, exclaiming, "Lang Ge, do you think everyone is as inexperienced as you?" Indeed, echoed Xiao Xiannan, who was nearby, vigorously patting his face with a bottle of toner. It only takes 3 to 5 minutes. Sleeping out here is such a waste of time and disrupts my morning skincare routine. Qin Lang's expression froze. 3 to 5 minutes? Surely he must have misheard. He abruptly grasped Lu Ruyan's hand, still busy with the hairspray, and incredulously inquired, "What did you just say? 3 to 5 minutes?" "Yes." Lu Ruyan replied nonchalantly. "What's the matter? I even granted an extra 2 minutes out of consideration for Sister Cuy's first time. Under normal circumstances, 3 minutes is the absolute maximum." Boom. Qin Lang felt as if his worldview had been shattered. He stiffly turned to Xiao Xiannan. "And you? Is it also 3 to 5 minutes with your Yao Yao?" Upon hearing the name Yao Yao, Xiao Xiannan involuntarily shivered, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face. He cast a mournful glance at Qin Lang and muttered, "I could have managed it just fine, had it not been for that wretched pill you gave me, Lang Ge. Its effects were too potent and wasted my precious time. I could have returned even earlier. I nearly had no time to apply my face mask this morning." Qin Lang felt utterly foolish, completely and irredeemably, the quintessential fool. The pill he had provided Xiao Xiannan was a system-crafted elixir designed to rejuvenate a man's vigor, capable of facilitating 7 encounters in a single night. Yet somehow, it had become the source of his time mismanagement. Where could he possibly seek justice for this? No, my friend. Qin Lang felt his mental faculties fraying, struggling to articulate his thoughts as he endeavored to comprehend the logic of these two extraterrestrial beings. What jest is this? 3 to 5 minutes? Have you finished undressing? This question pierced through the air like a needle, striking at the very hearts of the two men. Lu Ruyan and Xiao Xiannan exchanged glances, simultaneously emitting a long, sorrowful sigh. "Oh, don't even mention it," Lu Ruyan replied. Weariness etched on his face as if he were decrying some grievous injustice. Women are truly a hassle. They insist on all sorts of elaborate foreplay. And undressing takes an eternity. It's exasperating. Xiao Xiannan empathized, lamenting, "Yao Yao insists on me helping her undress. When I offered to do it myself, she refused. Honestly, she shows no understanding of the young man's plight." Listening to their exchange, Qin Lang opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He felt as though he existed in an entirely different dimension from them. Droughts devastate the parched, and floods drown the inundated. Today, he had gained a profound understanding of this adage. He, Qin Lang, having lived 2 lives, prided himself on his theoretical knowledge, while his practical experience was still in the process of flourishing. He had always believed that men, in matters such as these, pursued higher, faster, stronger goals. The longer the time, the greater the capability. Yet, upon arriving in this world, he found the situation entirely reversed. Was it true that shorter durations signified greater prowess? What kind of absurdity was this? He needed time to digest this astonishing revelation that had upended his worldview. Just as he was grappling with the meaning of life, Lu Ruyan suddenly approached, mysteriously extracting a delicate white jade vial from her makeup bag and unceremoniously thrusting it into Qin Lang's hand. The vial felt warm to the touch, exuding a faint medicinal aroma. "Brother Lang, don't force yourself," Lu Ruyan said, her expression unusually grave as she gazed at him with the intensity reserved for revolutionary martyrs, solemnly patting his shoulder. "This is a special rejuvenation pill from the Alliance, capable of restoring vitality. 1 pill and you'll feel its effects. Now, be honest with me. How long did you exert yourself last night?" He paused, lowering his voice to add in a whisper, "If it exceeds half an hour, we must report it to the Alliance. It will be documented." Chapter 57. Can I apply for a Guinness record? Leaning against the wardrobe, Qin Lang's mind raced. He endeavored to sift through fragmented memories, seeking greater insights into the dynamics of gender relations in this world. Soon, some vague details that he had previously overlooked began to resurface. It appeared to be true. In this world, due to the scarcity of males, their esteemed status led to an ingrained belief from a young age that their bodies were precious and should not be frivolously expended. For the vast majority of men here, intimate interactions were not a source of pleasure, but rather an obligation to be fulfilled, a sacrifice made for the continuation of the race. Consequently, they generally exhibited reluctance towards such matters, and some even displayed resistance. Take Xiao Xiannan, for instance. The mere suggestion of spending the night with Mu Yao made him as terrified as if facing execution. Conversely, women broadly perceived that allowing men to invest excessive time and energy in such affairs was inconsiderate, even bordering on abuse. A hallmark of a good woman was her understanding of swift resolutions, never entangling her man, enabling him to rest as quickly as possible. As for those who catered to affluent women, like Lu Ruyin, although their profession demanded they please women, their core values remained anchored in efficiency, accomplishing the most in the least amount of time to maximize profit. To them, time equated to money. A minute wasted on a woman was a minute lost in earnings. Thus, Lu Ruyin took immense pride in his brief encounters, as they signified his strong capabilities and high efficiency. Having comprehended all this, Qin Lang felt utterly bewildered. He gazed at the two individuals before him, one meticulously shaping his eyebrows, the other perfecting his hairstyle, all the while wearing an expression of relief from having navigated yet another day the previous evening. Reflecting on himself, he recalled the hours spent in silence with Luo Li and Qin Lang from the moment he entered until dawn. He mused that if he were to divulge his true achievements, these two might very well faint on the spot. No, they would not faint. Instead, they would regard him with eyes full of disbelief, urging him, in earnest tones, to seek a consultation at the nearest mental health facility. A profound sense of superiority surged within Qin Lang, an unprecedented feeling. He looked upon Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin with eyes filled with pity. Poor mortals. They have no comprehension of what true joy entails. They have missed the most exquisite vistas of life. Qin Lang cleared his throat and straightened his posture. At that moment, he felt akin to a sovereign standing atop the summit of Mount Everest, surveying the ants below who were complacently reveling in their small triumphs of climbing a mere hillock. An impulsive desire ignited within him, a longing to apply for a Guinness World Record. The world's most enduring man, Qin Lang. Such a title sounded undeniably formidable. Ahem. Qin Lang coughed deliberately twice, successfully capturing the attention of his two roommates. With hands clasped behind his back, he paced the dormitory with an air of authority befitting a leader on an inspection tour. Xiao, he said as he approached Xiao Xiannan, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. You truly labored last night. Xiao Xiannan, taken aback by this sudden gesture, stammered, It was no trouble. Qin Lang shook his head, donning an expression of heartfelt sorrow. Look at you, so young, and yet you have made such tremendous sacrifices for the family's lineage. This selflessness is truly commendable. Xiao Xiannan's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lang Gu, please don't say that. It's what I ought to do. Qin Lang then turned to Lu Ruyin, admiring his hair, which was styled to a firmness rivaling that of a helmet. Xiao Lu, you too are commendable. For the sake of your career and that significant angel investment, you have endured humiliation and compromised your dignity. Your willingness to sacrifice for your dreams. Your readiness to dedicate yourself is equally praiseworthy. Lu Ruyin beamed, mistakenly believing Qin Lang was offering him genuine praise. Hee. Lang Gu, you flatter me, he said, tossing his immovable bangs. It's all for the sake of living. Qin Lang observed the two befuddled individuals before him, nearly bursting into laughter. With hands behind his back, he turned, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling from a 45-degree angle, and let out a profound sigh. Alas, I, Qin Lang, possess a plethora of talents, yet find myself devoid of a platform to showcase them. Unlike you all, who can contribute meaningfully to society, I am filled with a sense of shame. Upon finishing his lament, he pretended to wipe away non-existent tears with the back of his hand. Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin were utterly captivated by his performance. They exchanged glances and, in each other's eyes, discerned a flicker of admiration. Brother Lang, truly deserving of his title. His intellectual realm is undeniably elevated. Just observe his enlightenment. And now, reflect upon ourselves, one who only seeks to evade, and another fixated solely on amassing wealth. How profoundly superficial we are. Xiao Xiannan was the first to step forward, gazing at Qin Lang with heartfelt emotion. Brother Lang, do not speak in such a manner. We are eternally grateful for your kindness. Indeed, Lu Ruyin chimed in, stepping closer with fervent conviction. Brother Lang, should anyone dare to claim you lack contribution, I shall be the first to confront them. From now on, you shall be the spiritual leader of our dormitory. Qin Lang suppressed a smile, turning to them with an expression of teachable innocence, and patted their shoulders once again. Good brothers, our shared experiences are not in vain. Are they, living under the same roof? Just then, a sharp assembly whistle echoed from below the dormitory. The three exchanged alarmed expressions. Damn, we must assemble, Lu Ruyin exclaimed, seizing his small backpack from the table and rushing out. Xiao Xiannan, too flustered to apply any finishing touches to his makeup, hurriedly gathered his belongings. Only Qin Lang remained unhurried, approaching his wardrobe to retrieve the military training outfit gifted by Su Xingtong, akin to Special Forces gear, and began to change with deliberate ease. Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin were near frantic at the door. "Brother Lang, hurry up, we'll be late." Qin Lang, while tying the laces of his tactical boots, replied without lifting his gaze, "What's the rush? If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to bear it. Moreover, do you truly believe the instructor would dare to penalize me?" As he spoke, he stood tall and adjusted his tactical vest. In that moment, his entire demeanor transformed. If previously Qin Lang was merely a handsome university student, now, clad in this attire, he resembled a stoic and formidable warrior, poised to march into battle. The fierce aura emanating from him caused Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin to gulp involuntarily. "Brother Lang, it seems you have become even more handsome." Chapter 58. The spiritual leader's sunscreen. Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin fidgeted at the door like ants on a hot pan, nearly performing a spontaneous 360-degree spin in their impatience. "Brother Lang, my dear brother, please hurry. If we don't leave soon, we'll truly face consequences." Xiao Xiannan's voice quivered with distress. Qin Lang, unfazed, secured the last shoelace, stood, and stretched his limbs. In that fleeting moment, the tactical vest clung tightly to his well-defined muscles, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin instinctively recoiled a step, swallowing hard in unison. "Goodness, Brother Lang's presence is utterly fearsome." Qin Lang observed their astonishment with satisfaction before leisurely speaking. "What's the rush? So what if I'm late? It's hardly a calamity." He approached Xiao Xiannan, pinching the delicate features of his face, remarking, "Look at you. Your anxiousness is causing your makeup to falter. Better touch it up." Xiao Xiannan instinctively covered his face, panic-stricken. "Is it true? Where's my setting spray?" Qin Lang then turned to Lu Ruyin, eyeing his immovable hairstyle with disdain. "And you? Is your hair meant to be a family heirloom? Not a single strand is allowed to budge." "Hee, Brother Lang. This is called style. You wouldn't understand," Lu Ruyin retorted, tossing his head, only for his hair to remain resolutely in place. Qin Lang, disinterested in engaging with these two characters, turned to leave. At that moment, Xiao Xiannan suddenly let out a strange cry, darting forward to tightly clutch Qin Lang's arm. "Brother Lang, no, you cannot just go out like this." Qin Lang, bewildered, asked, "What's the matter?" "Sunscreen." Xiao Xianman's expression was as serious as if delivering a final testament. "The sun during military training is merciless. What if your face gets sunburned? That is our most cherished asset as young men." Lu Ruyin also grasped the situation, rushing to block the doorway with a look of anguish. "Yes, Brother Lang. Our skin is a gift from our parents. We must not damage it. That is the essence of filial piety. If you go out like this, how can you face your parents who raised you? How can you face us, your brothers who regard you as family?" Qin Lang exclaimed, "What the hell? It's just sunscreen. How did it become a matter of filial duty?" He regarded his two roommates, who wore expressions as if he were betraying his country by not applying sunscreen, and felt a throbbing headache. "I want to apply it. I'm a grown man. What need have I for sunscreen? It's so effeminate." Qin Lang attempted to break free from Xiao Xianman's grip. However, Xiao Xianman, for reasons unknown, possessed an extraordinary strength today. "No, you must apply it today." He retrieved a beautifully packaged bottle of sunscreen from his makeup bag and, without hesitation, sprayed it onto Qin Lang's face. "Brother Lang, listen to me," Xiao Xianman urged, spraying while earnestly persuading. "You know how precious our skin is. UV rays are the foremost culprit of skin aging. Once fine lines and spots appear, the damage is irreversible." Lu Ruyin chimed in. "Indeed, Brother Lang, you are the spiritual leader of our dormitory. Your face is our dormitory's facade. If the facade is ruined, how will we navigate our lives in school?" The chilling mist sprayed onto Qin Lang's face, causing him to retreat in surprise. All right, I'll apply it. Is that sufficient?" He realized that if he did not acquiesce, he would never escape through that door today. Upon hearing Qin Lang's concession, Xiao Xiannan and Lu Ruyin finally breathed a sigh of relief, their faces adorned with expressions of contentment. Xiao Xiannan delicately assisted Qin Lang in evenly applying sunscreen, his movements as gentle as one would treat a rare treasure. "This is more like it," he mused, admiring his handiwork. Rest assured, Brother Lang, this bottle provides the highest level of protection, ensuring your skin remains supple and radiant throughout the day. Qin Lang, feeling utterly disinterested, allowed them to fuss over him, having mentally scolded the two of them 1,000 times over. After several minutes of preparation, the trio was finally ready to venture out. Just as Qin Lang opened the door, Lu Ruyin suddenly leaned in with an air of mystery, lowering his voice to say, "Oh, by the way, Brother Lang, there's something you should be reminded of." Irritated, Qin Lang inquired, "What now?" "Our military training for boys is quite different from that for girls." Lu Ruyan's expression shifted to one of peculiar seriousness. "In the morning, everyone trains together in formation, just going through the motions. But in the afternoon, all the boys will be gathered for a specialized training session." "Specialized training?" Qin Lang paused, perplexed. "What sort of training?" Lu Ruyan chuckled mischievously. "Keeping him in suspense. You'll find out then. But I must warn you, be sure to apply for a support teammate. Otherwise, you'll have a tough time in the afternoon." "Support teammate?" Qin Lang was even more bewildered. Is military training in need of assistance? Is this some kind of game? Lu Ruyin merely patted his shoulder with an enigmatic smile, remaining silent. Qin Lang shook his head, dismissing these nonsensical thoughts. Where there's a will, there's a way. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. He dismissed the notion of any special training being more intense than his own from the previous night. "Let us go. If we dawdle, it will be dark before we know it." Feeling too apathetic to engage further with his companions, he extended his arms, lifting both of them as if they were small chicks, and carried them out of the dormitory. "Brother Lang, my hairstyle is ruined. Brother Lang, my eyebrows. I just did them." Qin Lang paid them no heed, striding purposefully downstairs. As the dormitory door swung open, blinding sunlight and the cacophony of voices instantly enveloped the three. Chapter 59. Are you feeling overconfident? No sooner had they stepped out of the dormitory than Qin Lang felt as though he had unwittingly stumbled into the lair of a spider demon. A dense crowd surrounded the entrance, impeding any passage, and upon surveying the scene, he realized it was entirely composed of women. A melange of various perfumes wafted through the air, forming an overwhelming scent that was almost suffocating. The moment Qin Lang and his companions emerged, the previously raucous crowd fell silent for a brief second. This silence was swiftly followed by an eruption of ear-splitting screams. "Ah, look, it's Lu Ruyin, the freshman. He looks so handsome today. Is that Xiao Xian next to him? My goodness, his skin is flawless. It's even fairer than mine." As their gazes finally settled upon Qin Lang, who strode confidently in the center clad in tactical gear, the atmosphere of the event soared to its apex. "Goodness, who is that man? Is he a freshman? He is simply too handsome. That physique, that charisma. He is nothing short of a walking embodiment of hormones. Mother, I am truly unfilial." The chorus of infatuated exclamations erupted, an array of fervent, unabashed stares converging upon Qin Lang like searchlights. Ding. Received 250 positive emotion points from Li Cuihua. Ding. Received 388 positive emotion points from Wang Meili. Ding. Received 520 positive emotion points from Zhao Tiniu. A flurry of system notifications echoed in Qin Lang's mind like popping beans. He paused for a moment, realizing that he hadn't heard this delightful sound in days. Ever since his relationship with Luo Li had progressed significantly, his thoughts had been consumed with the intricacies of the human-machine girl cultivation plan, nearly forgetting about the system altogether. "System, is that you?" Qin Lang inquired curiously in his mind, wondering why it had been so silent for the past few days. "I thought you had disconnected." As soon as he finished speaking, a sultry and slightly resentful voice, reminiscent of a mature woman, resonated in his mind. "Host, how dare you ask? For the past few days, you have been either courting someone or preparing to do so, entirely consumed by your pursuits. If I hadn't taken the initiative to go incognito, wouldn't that have seemed rather impolite?" A chuckle escaped Qin Lang despite his thick skin. The system's blunt yet lively remarks flushed his cheeks with embarrassment. The term courting was used with such exquisite precision. He cleared his throat awkwardly and silently gave the system a thumbs up. "Well done, system. If you could take form, I might just consider making you my equal partner." "Humph." The system huffed, seeming unimpressed by his promise of partnership. Qin Lang chuckled, unbothered by the response. "By the way, let me check how many emotion points I have accumulated." He opened the system panel and gazed at the lengthy string of numbers, nodding in satisfaction. Quite a substantial sum indeed. "Let us maintain my current appearance for now. There's no need for alterations. As for the rest, evenly distribute points to physique, strength, and spirit. He had come to understand that in this world, while appearance was indeed a valuable currency, possessing a robust body was the true path to supremacy. Otherwise, no matter how many beauties might throw themselves at you, one could only lament, I am incapable of fulfilling such desires. Understood. Executing immediately. This time, the system's reply was exceptionally crisp and efficient, imbued with an inexplicable fervor. Qin Lang could almost envision a sophisticated woman in an office ensemble, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, seated before a control panel, energetically pushing a lever. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the system might truly take form someday? It remains uncertain whether one will be able to customize their appearance. Should personal tailoring be an option, it would indeed be delightful. Sensing the unhealthy musings within Qin Lang's mind, the system once again haughtily huffed before plunging into complete silence. Ceasing to engage with him, Qin Lang curled his lips, redirecting his attention back to reality. At that moment, Xiao Xian and Lu Rian were surrounded by enthusiastic senior students. Xian, this is a heartfelt sandwich I made for you. Do try it. Rian, I have freshly ground Blue Mountain coffee here to invigorate you. Though both graciously declined with polite expressions of "Oh, no thank you, Senior," their faces betrayed a palpable enjoyment. Only Qin Lang, with his striking attire and formidable presence, deterred the girls, who dared only to observe from a distance, leaving him in a rare state of tranquility. His gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, soon landing upon a familiar and heart-wrenching figure in the corner. At the periphery of the throng stood a frail girl, straining on her toes to peer inside. Clad in ill-fitting military training camouflage, she appeared distinctly out of place compared to the fashionably adorned girls around her. In her hands, she tightly clutched a steaming meat bun encased in a plastic bag and a cup of soy milk. Her clear eyes reflected anxiety and a trace of barely perceptible insecurity. It was Xin Yue. The moment Qin Lang laid eyes on her, it felt as though something had gently nudged his heart. A warm surge arose from the depths of his being. He wove through the crowd, making his way directly to that corner. As the surrounding girls noticed his approach, they instinctively parted, their expressions turning eager, believing this striking newcomer intended to converse with them. However, Qin Lang, with unwavering focus, traversed the throng and ultimately halted before Xin Yue. Caught off guard by his sudden appearance, Xin Yue stood frozen, staring blankly at Qin Lang, her mind a whirlwind. Nearly dropping the bun she held. What are you daydreaming about? Qin Lang chuckled at her dazed demeanor, naturally reaching out to take the breakfast from her grasp. Brother Lang. Xin Yue finally regained her composure, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, and nervously stammered, I was worried you hadn't had breakfast. I know. Qin Lang replied gently, opening the plastic bag and taking a generous bite of the still warm meat bun without any hesitation. The familiar flavor enveloped his palate. Delicious, he mumbled. And then, amidst the astonished gazes of Xin Yue and those around them, he took her slightly cool hand in his. Let us go. We'll be late if we linger. Having spoken, he grasped the still bewildered Xin Yue's hand and swiftly darted towards the direction of the playground. Boom. The entire dormitory building erupted with astonishment. Goodness, what did I just witness? That handsome young man is actually holding that girl's hand. Who is she? Dressed so poorly. How could she possibly capture the attention of the heartthrob? I recognize her. Her name seems to be Xin Yue, hailing from an orphanage, destitute to the core. No way. A woman with such circumstances dares to aspire for a man of such caliber? Does she even deserve him? Jealousy, resentment, and disdain surged forth like a tidal wave, directed at Xin Yue's retreating figure. Pulled along by Qin Lang, Xin Yue inevitably caught wind of those piercing remarks. Her body stiffened slightly, instinctively yearning to withdraw her hand. However, Qin Lang seemed to sense her hesitation and tightened his grip instead. His hand was broad and warm, exuding a reassuring strength. Xin Yue lifted her gaze to behold Qin Lang's expansive silhouette, and her eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears. Lowering her head, she allowed him to lead her through a myriad of scrutinizing gazes, racing towards the assembly point. That flashy little electric scooter was destined to be neglected today. Chapter 60. The feelings of a woman. The playground of Magic City University was vast beyond measure, divided into several sections. With Xin Yue in tow, Qin Lang quickly located the assembly point for the School of Mechanical Engineering, guided by the signage. Yet, he was utterly taken aback. Before him stood a dense gathering of individuals, an estimated 300, clad uniformly in camouflage attire, all females. Tall and striking, they exuded an aura that could rival that of a national men's football team. Qin Lang rubbed his eyes, convinced he had stumbled into the wrong place. He stopped a passing senior sister, uncertainly inquiring, "Excuse me, is this the assembly point for the new students of the mechanical engineering department?" Initially met with a look of annoyance, the senior sister's demeanor did a complete 180 upon catching sight of Qin Lang's face. "Yes, indeed." Her tone shifted to one of eager curiosity. "Young man, are you also a new student in the mechanical engineering department? What is your name?" Receiving a positive affirmation, Qin Lang felt his worldview shift once more. He had always thought it peculiar to be the sole male among 60 classmates. Yet here, amidst over 300 in the entire department, he was the only male. This was no mechanical engineering department. It felt more akin to a women's prison in the Magic City. The sharp sound of the assembly whistle pierced the air, marking the official commencement of military training. A tall, tanned female instructor with striking features strode confidently to the forefront of the line. Her gaze was as sharp as lightning, sweeping over the chattering group of freshmen before her, and with a powerful voice, she commanded, "Attention! Stand straight. At ease." The resonance of her voice, imbued with the indomitable spirit characteristic of a soldier, instantly quelled the cacophony that enveloped the scene. The girls promptly stowed away their playful expressions, standing tall and resolute. The female instructor nodded with satisfaction and began her speech. "My name is Zhou Haiyan, and I will be your chief military instructor for the next half-month. In my ranks, there are no young ladies, only soldiers. Do you understand?" "Understood." Over 300 girls responded in unison, their voices echoing through the air. "Excellent." Zhou Haiyan continued to scan the formation, and when her gaze landed on Qin Lang, a distinct crack appeared in her stern demeanor. Her eyes lingered on him for a full 5 seconds, reflecting surprise, admiration, and perhaps even a hint of imperceptible affection. Qin Lang felt utterly uncomfortable under her scrutiny. "Sister, your gaze is rather inappropriate." "Ahem." Zhou Haiyan seemed to realize her slight lapse in decorum, clearing her throat and re-establishing her stern expression. The only male student stepped forward. Qin Lang, with no other choice, braced himself and stepped out from the ranks. The moment he emerged, he became the center of attention. Over 300 pairs of eyes focused squarely on him, a sensation more daunting than being in front of 100 cameras. Zhou Haiyan approached him, inspecting him from head to toe. Standing at 185 meters, clad in a well-fitted tactical camouflage uniform, his stature was striking, and his exceptional demeanor made him stand out like a crane among chickens in a sea of girls. "What is your name?" Zhou Haiyan inquired, her voice unconsciously softening. "Report." "Instructor, my name is Qin Lang," he replied loudly. "Qin Lang?" Zhou Haiyan nodded, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing her features. "Very good. Impressive height and physique. You are a fine specimen." Turning to address the entire group, she proclaimed, "From this day forth, Qin Lang shall be the squad leader of your company. He is also the hope for our entire unit." "Qin Lang? What is this? Hope? How did I become the hope of the entire company? I wish it would rain right now, so we could all disband and go home to sleep." However, before he could voice his protest, the surrounding female classmates erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. "Wow, Qin Lang is so handsome. Having him as our squad leader is a blessing. Absolutely. We'll have motivation for training now." Thus, amidst a cacophony of cheers, Qin Lang found himself unexpectedly thrust into the honorable yet arduous position of squad leader. The morning training consisted of simple tasks, standing at attention, practicing formation, and marching in step. These were activities he had long since grown weary of in his past life. Yet, the sensation of being a squad leader was an experience he had never encountered in either of his lives. The sensation was truly indescribable. "Attention, right face." At the command of the instructor, over 300 individuals behind Qin Lang simultaneously turned their heads in his direction. 300 pairs of eyes fixated upon him, some brimming with curiosity, others with admiration, and still others exuding a sense of aggression. Qin Lang felt akin to a panda on display at a zoo, every pore of his being scrutinized with clarity. Finally, the next command came. "Forward, look." Qin Lang let out a sigh of relief only to be met with, "Attention, left turn." The formation shifted direction. "Right face." And once again, 300 pairs of eyes were upon him. The entire morning unfolded in this bizarre atmosphere of collective attention. It felt less like military training and more akin to participating in a grand talent show. To make matters even more absurd, it was not just the students. Even instructor Zhou Haiyan periodically cast glances in his direction. On one occasion, after standing at attention for a while, Qin Lang shifted his neck slightly due to fatigue. Instantly, Zhou Haiyan blew her whistle. Attention, 10-minute break. She approached him, adopting an exceedingly concerned tone. Qin Lang, are you tired? Would you like to sit in the shade for a while? I have cold water there. Qin Lang was taken aback. Madam, we have only been standing for less than 20 minutes. You are granting a break to the entire unit? This is rather biased. The surrounding female classmates, far from expressing any grievances, looked at Qin Lang with gratitude. Qin Lang is truly our lucky star. Thanks to him, we can rest. Indeed, boys must be cherished. We cannot let them tire themselves. Qin Lang profoundly experienced what it meant to be the center of attention, and the feeling was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 61. Would you like to be my assistant? At last, the morning training concluded, and upon the sound of the dismissal whistle, Qin Lang felt as if he had been liberated. He rubbed his face, which had grown somewhat stiff from smiling, and prepared to find Shen Yue to have lunch together. Qin Lang, please wait a moment. Instructor Zhou Haiyan called out to him just then. Reluctantly, he halted and watched as she approached. At this moment, the stern demeanor she had maintained during training had vanished, replaced by an almost maternal warmth. She stood before Qin Lang, her gaze filled with reluctance. Qin Lang, you performed exceptionally well this morning. Truly, you are the hope of our squad. Qin Lang humbly smiled. You flatter me, instructor. Oh, do not be so modest. Zhou Haiyan waved her hand, her tone becoming even more amiable. This afternoon's military training will not include you boys. Oh, Qin Lang recalled Lu Ruyan's reminder from the morning. Was it time to participate in that special training? Indeed. Zhou Haiyan nodded, explaining that it was a specialized training program tailored specifically for our precious boys, primarily aimed at enhancing their self-protection awareness and emergency response capabilities. The training would not be overly strenuous. It would be quite relaxed. After a brief pause, she added, according to regulations, male students participating in the special training could select a temporary assistant who would accompany them throughout the afternoon session and attend to their daily needs. As Zhou Haiyan spoke, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. So, Qin Lang, have you decided on someone? Her unspoken words were almost written on her face. Choose me. Choose me. Hurry up and choose me. Qin Lang glanced at the commanding officer, who stood at least 1.80 meters tall, with arms thicker than his own thighs, and couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You as my assistant? I fear I wouldn't be heading to training this afternoon, but rather being carried off to your home. Pretending not to understand Zhou Haiyan's implication, he turned away, scanning the crowd. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure. Shen Yue stood under the shade of a tree not far away, fanning herself with a small hand fan, eagerly gazing in his direction. A warmth spread through Qin Lang's heart as he waved at her. Shen Yue, noticing his gesture, paused for a moment before her face broke into a delighted expression, and she hurriedly trotted over. Breathless from her haste, her fair cheeks were flushed with a healthy glow, and a few damp strands of hair playfully clung to her smooth forehead. Langge, did you call me? She panted, standing before him, her upturned face reflecting her excitement in her bright, sparkling eyes. Seeing her in such a state stirred something within Qin Lang. He raised his hand and, amidst the collective gasps of the surrounding girls, gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with his sleeve. His touch was tender and laced with affection. Shen Yue instantly froze, a wave of warmth rushing from her feet to the crown of her head, her entire face turning crimson as if it might bleed. She could distinctly smell the refreshing scent of sunshine emanating from Qin Lang. I'm participating in special military training this afternoon, Qin Lang stated, his smile deepening at her bashful demeanor. The instructor said I could bring an assistant. Would you like to join me? Shen Yue's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart racing like ripples spreading across a small lake after a stone is thrown in. See, can I really? Her voice trembled slightly, filled with uncertainty. She was merely a poor girl who had come from an orphanage, while Qin Lang shone so brilliantly, like the sun in the sky. Did she truly deserve to stand by his side? Of course, Qin Lang assured her, lightly tapping her forehead with his finger. This small, affectionate gesture struck Shen Yue like a bolt of electricity, instantly dispelling all her insecurities and uncertainties. I am willing. She nodded earnestly, her voice, though soft, resonating with conviction. Standing nearby, Instructor Zhou Haiyan felt her heart shatter at the romantic scene unfolding before her. The opportunity had slipped away. Yet, as an instructor, she could not display her disappointment too overtly. She forced a smile and said, "Very well, since the selection has been made, Shen Yue, you will be responsible for taking care of Qin Lang this afternoon. This is our squad's most important task, understood?" "Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished," Shen Yue replied, chest held high, her voice vibrant. She then hesitated, feeling a bit shy, and turned to Qin Lang, saying, "Brother Lang, may I go to the cafeteria to fetch your meal first, and then wait for you at the training ground?" "Go ahead." Qin Lang replied with a smile and a nod. With his permission, Shen Yue darted off towards the cafeteria like a joyful little bird. Observing her cheerful figure, the surrounding female classmates felt their eyes welling with tears of envy. Why must Shen Yue be the one to seize such fortune? Qin Lang, sensing the piercing glares of jealousy directed at him, was filled with a sense of satisfaction. He began to anticipate what the so-called special training would entail later that afternoon. Chapter 62. Is this even military training? After lunch and a brief rest, Qin Lang followed the instructions provided by Zhou Haiyan and headed alone towards the so-called boys-exclusive area. Field number 1. Shen Yue had already arrived ahead of him, bringing snacks and refreshments to combat the heat. Along the way, Qin Lang pondered to himself. Special training. Aiding teammates, what were they truly up to? Were they concerned that these precious boys might lack stamina, necessitating some form of targeted physical recovery training? Perhaps massage therapy? As Qin Lang's mind wandered, he turned a corner and was left utterly stunned, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. The scene before him made him seriously question whether he had stumbled into the wrong location. Was this truly a training ground? Before him lay an expansive area entirely covered by a massive white sunshade. The glaring sunlight was kept at bay, and the illumination beneath was soft and pleasant. The ground was not made of rough plastic track, but rather a luxurious artificial lawn that looked invitingly soft and undoubtedly comfortable to walk upon. In the center of the lawn, a number of opulent beach loungers, clearly expensive, were arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner. Beside each lounger was a small round table adorned with exquisite fruit platters and beverages. Not far away, several large mobile air conditioning units were whirring, blowing cool air into the space. On a long table nearby, an array of snacks, beverages, and ice cream was piled high, resembling a miniature supermarket. At that moment, 7 or 8 boys clad in camouflage lay languidly on beach loungers, their complexions pale and expressions listless, appearing frail as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. Surrounding them were a dozen charming senior girls, dressed in light and elegant attire. These seniors served as their supportive companions, offering an exquisite level of care. One sweet-faced senior gingerly held a plate of chilled watermelon slices, delicately offering a piece on a toothpick to one boy, urging, "Darling, open wide." The boy lazily complied, taking the watermelon with a hint of impatience etched on his face. In another corner, a voluptuous senior wielded an electric massage gun, gently kneading a boy's leg. "Is this pressure all right, Junior? Should I apply a bit more force?" It's fine," he replied nonchalantly, eyes closed. Another senior, even more extravagant, wielded a portable fan, directing a gust of air at a boy's face while exclaiming, "Are you hot? My dear, please don't faint from the heat. Should I increase the speed?" Qin Lang stood in place, utterly astonished by this scene, reminiscent of a lavish royal court selecting a consort. What on earth? This is not military training. It's clearly a vacation for the aristocracy. Who conceived this novel form of training? It's as if corruption were boldly inscribed on their faces. Just as Qin Lang's worldview shattered before him, a tall figure approached. It was Zhao Ying, the head of the afternoon's special training. She had evidently noticed Qin Lang long ago, and as she approached, her face beamed with enthusiasm, even saluting him with a precise military gesture. "Hello, Qin Lang. I am Zhao Ying, the head of the male freshman's military training. Welcome." Her voice resonated, her eyes sparkling with excitement, reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new continent. "Hello, Instructor Zhao," Qin Lang responded, regaining his composure, albeit somewhat stiffly. His gaze involuntarily drifted back to the boys indulging in royal treatment, his mind swirling with questions. "Instructor Zhao?" He finally inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What exactly is our training this afternoon?" A mysterious smile graced Zhao Ying's lips. "Your physical data has already been transmitted from our university's health center," she said, her gaze filled with unabashed admiration. "It is nothing short of perfect." The finest data I have encountered in my decade of experience. Qinlang. Sister, could we first address my question? Zhao Ying, seemingly perceiving Qinlang's bewilderment, replied with a smile. Considering your exceptional physical condition, we have tailored today's training subjects specifically for you. She gestured toward a colossal display board not far away. Her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she continued. Today's training is quite straightforward. It primarily focuses on learning how to effectively protect oneself in various emergency situations and how to call for help promptly. Following her Zhang, Qinlang turned his gaze toward the display board. Upon discerning the content, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 63. Mastering the Art of Calling for Help. The immense, white display board bore bold black letters proclaiming, Special Training Subject for Male Freshmen. Instruction on Standardized Emergency Help Poses. Beneath the title were several large, colorful illustrations vividly depicting a series of absurd standardized help poses. The first illustration portrayed a handsome young man, clutching his head with both hands, curled up in a ball, squatting on the ground. Exaggerated tears streamed down his face, and his mouth formed an O. The accompanying text read, Basic Defensive Pose. Head clutching squatting defense. Key action, quickly squat down to lower your center of gravity. Cross your hands behind your head to protect vital areas. This pose effectively defends against minor physical attacks while conveying a clear message to the outside world. I am vulnerable. Please do not harm me. Qinlang thought to himself. Isn't this merely a tactic employed by elementary school students when they find themselves at a disadvantage in a fight? He stifled his urge to scoff and continued to examine the next illustration. The second illustration took a turn for the ludicrous. It depicted a young man lying flat on the ground, limbs splayed out in a star shape. His eyes were tightly shut, and his mouth was turned down in a despondent expression. The text explained, Advanced Lying Flat Pose, rolling on the ground while crying. Key action, when faced with an insurmountable danger, one should immediately abandon resistance and lie down. By rolling back and forth on the ground while crying loudly, one can elicit sympathy and maximize the delay while awaiting rescue. Note, the higher the volume of the cries, the more effective the outcome. Qinlang's lips began to twitch. Is this not a professional tutorial on feigning injury? Taking a deep breath, he shifted his gaze to the final illustration. At that moment, he surrendered any semblance of rational thought. The last illustration was a sublime artistic expression, a pinnacle of behavior. The young man was once again depicted lying on the ground, but his posture transcended the simplicity of the previous star shape. His body contorted into a strikingly beautiful formation, resembling a gigantic SOS. His gaze was hollow, and his expression one of despair, as if he were protesting the injustices of the world. This is undeniably a piece of performance art steeped in postmodernism. The accompanying text resonates with an epic tone, ultimate art of earthly distress. Key action, this represents the pinnacle of distress signals. It requires the user, under extreme peril, to lie on the ground and form a large character with their body. This act not only conveys a plea for help most effectively, but also showcases the fragile, yet poignant aesthetic of masculinity in dire straits, a perfect amalgamation of strength and beauty. Qinlang felt as though his worldview was being relentlessly ground into the earth by this absurd reality, again and again. He harbored grave doubts about whether the creator of this distress pose was perhaps an artist who had escaped from a mental institution. How do you find it? Zhao Ying observed Qinlang's stupefied expression, mistakenly believing he was awestruck by the profundity of the pose, a proud smile gracing her face. This is the most scientifically sound and effective distress signal developed by our association's experts, derived from thousands of cases of male victimization. Simple to learn, with remarkable results. Qinlang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He painstakingly turned his head to regard the serious Zhao Ying and managed to utter a few words through clenched teeth. Instructor Zhao, may I inquire if there will be an assessment at the end of our military training? Absolutely, Zhao Ying replied promptly, nodding with a seriousness that resembled the announcement of a national-level mission. Our final assessment will consist of a highly realistic simulated scenario test. She cleared her throat and elaborated. We will simulate dangerous situations a man might encounter, such as being besieged by fervent female admirers or harassed by predatory wealthy women. Your task is to skillfully and standardly exhibit more than 3 distress poses within a 30-second window, and your cries for help must exceed 80 decibels. Qinlang felt as though his CPU had completely fried. He wished to do nothing but find a place to lie down and assume a standard large character pose, waiting for someone to rescue him from this ludicrous world. Just then, a gentle voice floated from behind him. Lang Gu, I have everything prepared. Would you like to drink some water first? Turning around, he saw Xin Yue had set up a clean towel beside an empty beach chair and had thoughtfully prepared a glass of iced lemonade for him. Gazing into the girl's eyes, filled with concern and reliance, Qin Lang's heart, previously struck by lightning, found a semblance of solace. Never mind. Since I'm here, I might as well experience life. Chapter 64. Could we have more assistance? Qin Lang relinquished his resistance and lay down despondently on the beach chair that Xin Yue had prepared for him. The soft lounge chair conformed perfectly to his body, while the cool breeze from the air conditioner brought a touch of exquisite comfort. Upon seeing him reclined, Xin Yue promptly trotted over, presenting a glass of chilled lemonade. Thoughtfully inserting a straw. Lang Gu, have some water to quench your thirst. Qin Lang took a sip through the straw, the tangy sweetness of the icy liquid sliding down his throat, soothing his restless heart considerably. Thank you, he murmured softly. Upon hearing his gratitude, Xin Yue immediately displayed a bashful yet contented smile, waving her hand dismissively. No need to thank me, Lang Gu, it is my duty. With that, she busied herself like a diligent little bee, arranging the snacks Qin Lang had brought and gently fanning him with a small hand fan, anxious to ensure he felt no hint of warmth. Meanwhile, Chief Instructor Zhao Ying, after briefly introducing the training subjects, announced the commencement of the session. This so-called training entailed allowing this precious group of young men to recline on chairs, resting while watching instructional videos. A massive electronic screen was wheeled in, beginning to loop a series of instructional clips featuring top male models invited by the association, demonstrating several standard distress signals. The male models on screen were strikingly handsome and delicately built, exuding an air of sickly beauty in every gesture. They would occasionally curl into a protective squat, their gazes pitiful. At times, they would roll on the ground, their cries evoking deep sorrow, and at other moments, they would strike a challenging SOS pose. Exuding elegance mingled with despair. Coupled with the mournful background music and the impassioned narration, the entire instructional video resembled a tragic art film. Having caught but a glimpse, Qin Lang felt his eyes subjected to severe mental pollution, hastily shutting them to preserve his peace. While he found solace in his own quietude, the atmosphere around several other male classmates was anything but tranquil. A furtive glance from the corner of his eye revealed a scene resembling a chaotic revelry. The closest boy, resembling a bean sprout, was encircled by two voluptuous senior sisters. One was feeding him grapes, meticulously peeling them and removing the seeds, while the other read aloud from a romance novel. The domineering female CEO has cornered him against the wall, lifting his chin with her finger, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Man, you have successfully captured my attention. Qin Lang shuddered at the cringeworthy spectacle. Turning his gaze elsewhere, he observed another boy, slightly more robust, with his legs resting on the shoulders of two senior sisters, receiving a professional leg massage. The boy was groaning in delight, directing them with a stream of commands. The one on the left, yes, you, apply a bit more pressure. Haven't you eaten? The one on the right, you're tickling me. Be gentler. Qin Lang was left utterly speechless. He discovered that each of the boys was accompanied by more than one assistant. Some had at least two, while others boasted 3 or 4, trailing behind them like ancient emperors on a royal procession. In stark contrast, his own side was represented by a solitary Xin Yue, which seemed rather meager by comparison. At that moment, the chief instructor, Zhao Ying, approached with a platter of freshly cut cantaloupe, her expression radiating warmth. Qin Lang, has the training been arduous? Come, indulge in some fruit to replenish your vitamins. She placed the fruit platter on the small tea table beside Qin Lang, her enthusiastic demeanor leaving him somewhat flustered. It's not too strenuous, thank you, Instructor Zhao, Qin Lang replied politely. As he gazed at Zhao Ying, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. He feigned casualness and inquired, Instructor Zhao, I noticed that other students seem to have multiple assistants. Is this permissible by the regulations? Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had initially assumed that Qin Lang was dissatisfied with having only one assistant. Of course, absolutely, she replied, nodding fervently, her face beaming with joy. Our association's regulations stipulate that each male student must have at least one assistant. As for the upper limit, the more, the better. Fearing that Qin Lang might misunderstand, she elaborated, Just think about it. The more assistants you have, the more popular and valued our classmates are. Moreover, it alleviates the burden on each assistant, enabling them to serve you better. Qin Lang, do you feel that one assistant is insufficient? Do you have suitable candidates in mind? Would you like me to help you select some of the most outstanding and considerate senior sisters? Her gaze was filled with enthusiasm, as if she were eager to assemble a support team at his slightest nod. At her words, Qin Lang's mind immediately conjured the image of another lively and cheerful figure, Su Xingtong, the wealthy young lady who had shown him immense enthusiasm and admiration since the very first day of school. It seemed rather unjust to experience such an amusing military training without inviting her along. Besides, her sunny disposition would surely brighten the afternoon training sessions, making them far less tedious. Most importantly, the thought of Su Xingtong's radiant smile being darkened by the sun made him feel a pang of concern. Yes, concern. It was certainly not for any other reason. With this resolution in mind, Qin Lang smiled gently at the expectant Zhao Ying. Thank you, instructor. I do indeed have a suitable candidate in mind. Chapter 65, Sharing Blessings. Inviting Su Xingtong, Qin Lang retrieved his phone and deftly navigated to the contact labeled number 1 lackey. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Lang Gu, you finally remembered me. I sent you over 800 messages, and you didn't respond. I thought you had been abducted by aliens for research. The signature, vibrant voice of Su Xingtong resonated through the receiver, akin to a machine gun firing relentlessly. Qin Lang instinctively distanced the phone from his ear, wary of the auditory assault. I am in training, so I have no time to check my phone. He cleared his throat and spoke. Training? Brother Lang, do not deceive me. I have already gathered the facts. The special training for you boys is nothing more than lounging around, enjoying air conditioning while watching movies, is it not? Can that truly be deemed training? Su Xingtong's tone was laced with disdain and envy. A wave of frustration washed over Qin Lang. What a clever girl, she seems well informed. He mused. Yet, to refer to it as watching movies was an embellishment. That was hardly cinematic, but rather a form of mental pollution. Cough, in any case. I have a task to assign to you. Qin Lang resolved to bypass further discussion on this matter and dove straight into the topic. A task? What sort of task? Just command me, Brother Lang. I, Su Xingtong, shall brave mountains and seas of fire, if I so much as furrow my brow. I'm no longer your most loyal follower. Her tone shifted to one of exuberance, reminiscent of a palace guard receiving a royal decree. It is not so grave. Qin Lang chuckled. Are you free at the moment? If so, come to the exclusive melee zone, Field 1. Absolutely free. I am so idle that I could grow fur. Su Xingtong responded eagerly. Brother Lang, wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. I will take my father's newly acquired hover car. I will be there within 5 minutes. No, within 3 minutes for sure. Without waiting for Qin Lang to respond, the call was abruptly terminated with a click. Listening to the busy signal emanating from the receiver, Qin Lang shook his head in resignation. This girl was perpetually in a whirlwind of activity. He put away his phone, preparing to inform Zhao Ying, when he sensed a sudden stir in the atmosphere of the training ground. The previously languorous male classmates, once sprawled on their chairs, had straightened their postures, each craning their necks toward the entrance of the field. Even the senior girls, previously occupied with their tasks, paused to exchange whispers and speculate. What is happening? Look over there. It seems the training has concluded? It should be. The morning's drill must be nearing its end. Finally over, we can catch our breath. Following their gazes, Qin Lang observed the throng of participants in the morning's drill dispersing from the large training field, girls clad in camouflage moving in clusters towards him. The training had indeed concluded. Rising from his reclined position, Qin Lang stretched, feeling as though his bones had nearly turned to mush after an afternoon of such indulgence. In fact, he believed that standing in formation alongside the 300 girls would have been far more gratifying. At least it would have provided some physical exertion. Brother Lang, have some water. Xin Yue promptly offered him a glass of lemon water, the cool droplets of condensation glistening on the surface. Thank you. Qin Lang took a hearty sip, the icy liquid providing him with considerable comfort. He rose to his feet, preparing to depart from this place that made him feel utterly uneasy. Qin Lang, are you leaving already? The chief instructor, Zhao Ying, had approached unannounced, a warm smile gracing her face. How did today's training feel? Are you managing to adapt? Quite well. Thank you for your concern, instructor. Qin Lang replied courteously, eager to make his exit. However, just as he was about to step away, A crisp and resounding voice, akin to a small cannonball, erupted from nearby. Lang Gu. Qin Lang halted, already knowing who had arrived without needing to turn around. A figure clad in vibrant red dashed toward him from the entrance of the training ground. It was Su Xingtong. Today, she donned a fiery red athletic ensemble that accentuated her long, slender legs, making her all the more eye-catching. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, bouncing energetically with each stride, exuding youthful vitality. Her presence instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. Wow, isn't that Su Xingtong? What brings her here? The belle of the finance department. She looks even more stunning in person than in photographs. Did she just call someone Lang Gu? Is she referring to Qin Lang? Amidst the astonished and puzzled gazes, Su Xingtong raced toward Qin Lang like a jubilant bird. Breathless from her haste, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, while her chest gently rose and fell. Lang Gu, I'm here, she exclaimed, tilting her radiant face upward. Her sparkling eyes fixed on Qin Lang, brimming with unabashed admiration and joy. She approached Qin Lang, instinctively glancing at the cup in his hand and noticing it was full, before her gaze shifted to the quietly standing Shen Yue nearby. Su Xingtong beamed at Shen Yue, greeting her cheerfully. Hi, little chef. You're here too. Startled by her unexpected enthusiasm, Shen Yue nervously shrank back slightly behind Qin Lang, responding with a soft Su Xingtong, undeterred, retrieved a bottle of what appeared to be an exquisite chilled beverage from her bag, twisting the cap off and presenting it to Qin Lang. Lang Gu, seeing you train so hard, you must be thirsty. Drink this. I specifically brought it for you to replenish your electrolytes. Qin Lang glanced at the drink in her hand and then at his own lemonade, momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Su Xingtong had already noticed the curious Zhao beside them. She confidently extended her hand. Hello, I am Su Xingtong from the finance department, Lang Ji's, #1 fan. Zhao Ying, taken aback by the fiery enthusiasm and privileged background of this young lady, quickly shook her hand. Hello, Su, I am Zhao Ying, the instructor for this military training. After shaking hands with Su Xingtong, she immediately turned back, her face alight with anticipation as she gazed at Qin Lang. Brother Lang, you called me here. What delightful surprise awaits me. Her large eyes sparkled like a child eagerly awaiting a confection. Observing her demeanor and glancing at the bashful Shen Yue nearby, Qin Lang found the scene rather amusing. Clearing his throat, he feigned suspense. The surprise is that you have always thought our military training is quite enjoyable, haven't you? Absolutely. Su Xingtong nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. Lying down while being attended to. It's simply a heavenly existence. Would you like to experience it yourself? Qin Lang inquired with a smile. Su Xingtong's eyes widened in astonishment. After several seconds of stunned silence, she tentatively pointed at herself. Me? Can I really join? Aren't only boys allowed in here? Others certainly cannot, Qin Lang replied, a deeper smile gracing his lips. But as my assistant, you are welcome. Assistant? Su Xingtong's mind momentarily faltered. Exactly. Qin Lang affirmed with a nod before turning to Zhao Ying beside him. Instructor Zhao, I just applied to add an assistant, and I wish for her to be the one. That should be fine, right? Zhao Ying's gaze flitted between Qin Lang and Su Xingtong, her smile radiating brighter than a blooming sunflower. Of course, it's absolutely no problem. Having such an outstanding student as Su Xingtong assist Qin Lang is an honor for our team. I will handle the paperwork immediately. Zhao Ying was elated, recognizing Qin Lang's uniqueness. While other boys typically recruited a few senior girls as assistants, he had summoned the belle of the finance department. This indicated his popularity. If word got out, the gem that was recruited by Moda University this year would undoubtedly evoke envy from numerous other institutions. With Zhao Ying's affirmative response, Su Xingtong finally emerged from her shock, a wave of indescribable joy engulfing her. Ah! She exclaimed with a sharp, excited shriek. Then, in a moment of exuberance, she lunged forward, tightly wrapping her arms around Qin Lang's. Brother Lang, you are too good to me. I adore you. The softness of her form collided with him, bringing a delightful fragrance. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected gesture, feeling the surprising elasticity of her embrace, and for a moment, he forgot to push her away. Meanwhile, Shen Yue, observing this intimate scene, felt the flicker of joy sparked by Qin Lang's earlier concern vanish without a trace. Her gaze dimmed as she silently lowered her head, gripping the hem of her shirt tightly. Chapter 66. This is what we call a personal chef ahem. Let us be mindful of our surroundings. Qin Lang cleared his throat twice, gently pulling Su Xingtong a bit further away from him. In a public setting, such displays of affection were rather inappropriate. More importantly, he sensed the gazes of the surrounding girls had shifted from envy to an almost murderous intent towards Su Xingtong. Even the senior sisters who had been giving massages paused their work, casting complex looks in this direction. Oh, my apologies, I got a bit too excited. Su Xingtong realized her own lack of decorum and quickly released her grip. Yet, the excitement radiating from her flushed face could not conceal her inner joy. She bounced around Qin Lang like a puppy that had just received its cherished toy, repeatedly exclaiming, "This is amazing, truly amazing. Tomorrow, I can train with you, Langu." She emphasized the word train, playfully winking at Qin Lang, clearly conveying her understanding of the challenges he faced. Qin Lang found her antics amusing. "All right, don't celebrate too soon," he said, reaching out to ruffle her high ponytail. "Being my assistant is no simple task. What is there to fear about hard work?" Su Xingtong straightened her little chest, confidently assuring him, "Langu, rest assured, I promise to take excellent care of you. I can serve tea, fetch water, and give massages. I'm capable of it all." As she spoke, she raised her tiny fists, pretending to offer him a back rub. Qin Lang quickly stopped her. "With your petite frame, you think you can give massages? Just don't tire yourself out." All right, I believe in your abilities," Qin Lang said dismissively. Glancing at the sky, it was getting late. "You all should head home. I need to go back." "Wait, Langu." Upon hearing his intention to leave, Su Xingtong immediately grasped his arm. "You've trained all afternoon. You must be hungry. Let me treat you to dinner. I know a newly opened restaurant with incredible food." "Dinner?" Before Qin Lang could respond, Xin Yue, who had been quietly standing nearby, suddenly gathered her courage and softly spoke up. Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with shyness. "Langu, I brought a lunchbox. Would you like some?" As she spoke, she proudly lifted a thermal lunchbox she had been holding. Only then did Su Xingtong notice what Xin Yue had in her hands. Curiously, she leaned in to sniff. "Wow, that smells delicious. Little chef, what delightful dish did you prepare?" Xin Yue felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze, her cheeks flushing as she quietly replied, "Just some home-cooked dishes, braised pork ribs, and, the cola chicken wings you like." "Impressive." Su Xingtong gave Xin Yue a thumbs up, then turned to Qin Lang with a triumphant expression, as if claiming credit for the meal. "What do you think, Langu? Isn't this little private chef reliable?" She patted Xin Yue on the shoulder, her face brimming with anticipation for praise. Qin Lang gazed at the two girls before him, each possessing a starkly contrasting personality, yet both equally concerned for his well-being. And an inexplicable warmth enveloped his heart. One was a vibrant spirit, akin to a perpetual little sun, radiating enthusiasm. The other, gentle and serene, quietly ensured that everything was in order for him. Life, it seemed, was indeed rather indulgent. If his past companions were to discover this, they would likely turn into envious lemons, perishing in the restroom from jealousy. He reveled in such thoughts, yet verbally declined Su Xingtong's proposal. "Not today. I have some matters to attend to this evening." "Matters?" Su Xingtong paused, then, as if struck by a thought, a teasing smile graced her face. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice and whispered in Qin Lang's ear, "Brother Lang, you're not going on a date, are you?" Her breath was warm, carrying a hint of delicate fragrance, tickling Qin Lang's ear. He instinctively turned his head away and shot her a glare. "Mind your own business. This is adult matters." "Humph. I'm not a child." Su Xingtong pouted in discontent, but refrained from probing further. With a glint in her eye, she conjured another idea. "If you don't want to eat out, we can always return to the dormitory. It's the perfect opportunity to sample our little chef's culinary skills." With that, she reached for the thermos in Xin Yue's hands. "I've already said, I have matters to attend to this evening," Qin Lang reiterated firmly. He had made a promise to Luo Li to visit her. A man without his word cannot stand firm. Qin Lang prided himself on being a man of his word. How could he forsake his woman for a mere meal? Really not going? Su Xingtong looked at Qin Lang's resolute expression, disappointment etched across her face. Beside her, Xin Yue silently lowered her gaze, her grip on the thermos tightening slightly. Observing their forlorn expressions tugged at Qin Lang's conscience. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? Tomorrow, I'll treat you both for lunch. You can choose whatever you desire." "Really?" Su Xingtong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You said it. No takebacks. A gentleman's word is his bond," he replied, and she promptly chimed in, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, I'll have the most expensive dish. I'll make you poor. As long as you can eat it, Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly. This trivial expense was nothing to him at present. With Su Xingtong pacified, Qin Lang felt as though he had accomplished a formidable task. He glanced at Shen Yue. Though she remained silent, her earlier despondency had noticeably dissipated. All right, I really must be going now, Qin Lang declared, preparing to slip away. I'll see you off. Su Xingtong immediately volunteered. No need. I can manage. Qin Lang intended to say that he had his little electric scooter, but the words faltered on his lips. He had arrived this morning alongside Shen Yue, and that flashy little scooter was still sitting lonely beneath the dormitory. What do you have? Su Xingtong asked. Her brow furrowed in confusion. I have nothing, he replied. Qin Lang decisively changed his mind. Then you shall take me. With a complimentary driver at his disposal, he thought it would be foolish not to accept. All right. Su Xingtong immediately responded with enthusiasm, then turned to Shen Yue and said, Little chef, why don't you join us in the car? I'll drop you off at your dormitory first. Shen Yue hesitated for a moment, quickly waving her hand. No, it's all right. I can walk back by myself. It's not far. She still felt somewhat unaccustomed to being in the company of such a warm and radiant heiress as Su Xingtong. Oh, why be so polite? Let us go? Let us go? Su Xingtong insisted, taking Qin Lang by one hand and Shen Yue by the other, leading them towards the parking lot. Lang Ji's assistant is my sister. From now on, we are family. Upon hearing the words family, Shen Yue stiffened slightly, glancing up to catch a glimpse of Qin Lang's profile. Under the sunlight, his features were sharply defined, exuding a sense of reassurance. For some inexplicable reason, Shen Yue's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 67. The new military training uniform prepared for Su Xingtong's new ride was a brand new, fiery red sports car. Its stunning design and smooth lines making it stand out like a crane among chickens in the parking lot. What do you think, Langu? Is my car acceptable? Su Xingtong asked proudly as she pressed a button on the key fob, causing the car doors to open upward like wings. Acceptable, Qin Lang replied succinctly. He was not particularly knowledgeable about cars. As long as it had 4 wheels and a steering wheel, and it could run, that was sufficient for him. Su Xingtong clearly found this assessment unsatisfactory, pouting, What do you mean by acceptable? This is a limited edition. There are hardly any in the entire city. Understood, understood. Your car is the best. Is that satisfactory? Qin Lang, uninterested in further banter, promptly settled into the passenger seat. Shen Yue awkwardly took a seat in the back. The interior of the car was spacious, adorned in a distinctly feminine style, filled with fluffy accessories and plush toys. And the air was imbued with a sweet fragrance of perfume. Buckle up, we're ready for takeoff. Su Xingtong pressed the accelerator, or rather, nudged the energy lever. And the fiery red sports car effortlessly lifted off the ground, gliding silently onto the aerial roadway. The scenery outside rushed by, creating a peculiar sensation of weightlessness. Little chef, which dormitory building do you reside in? Su Xingtong skillfully maneuvered the flying car while asking through the rearview mirror. I live in Building 12 of Area C. Shen Yue replied softly. Got it. Su Xingtong set the destination on the navigation system, and the car automatically adjusted its direction. The cabin fell into a momentary silence. Qin Lang leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest. Although his body was not fatigued from the day's public attention and special training, he felt mentally drained. Especially considering the in-depth conversation he would have with Luo Li that evening, he realized he needed to gather his strength quickly. Through the rearview mirror, Su Xingtong secretly observed Qin Lang. Today, he was dressed in camouflage attire, appearing quite different from his usual self. The air was infused with an effortless charm, enhanced by an air of gallantry. Particularly striking was his upright posture and sharply defined profile, a visage so handsome it rendered one weak at the knees. Su Xingtong felt her heart racing anew. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to divert her gaze from Qin Lang and sought to introduce a topic to shatter the awkward silence. What mysterious affairs do you have this evening, Langu? She inquired. Qin Lang did not bother to lift his eyelids, replying nonchalantly, If I told you, a child like you would only ask more questions. I am not a child. Su Xingtong protested immediately. I'm 19, legally an adult. Oh, then when you cease to call me Langu and refer to me as Qin Lang instead, I shall no longer view you as a child, he retorted casually. That's out of the question. Su Xingtong rebutted without a moment's hesitation. Calling you Langu is so endearing. It signifies our close relationship. Qin Lang chose not to engage further. Observing his silence, Su Xingtong's eyes darted, and she shifted the conversation to another subject. Lang Gu, do I know your date? She asked, feigning casualness. Finally, Qin Lang opened his eyes, casting a glance her way. Why are you inquiring about that? Conducting a census? I'm merely curious. Su Xingtong stuck out her tongue. Anyone who catches the eye of our Lang Gu must be extraordinary, right? Is she as beautiful as a fairy? In Qin Lang's mind, the image of Luo Li's impossibly perfect face surfaced. Fairy? That description seemed rather fitting. He refrained from answering Su Xingtong's question, only allowing a slight smile to curve his lips. Upon witnessing his expression, Su Xingtong felt a clarity wash over her. This was it. Seeing Lang Gu so smitten, it was clear he had fallen. A wave of inexplicable jealousy surged from within her. Although she had long resigned herself to the prospect of being a secondary companion to Qin Lang, the thought of another woman receiving all of his affection stirred a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, Su Xingtong was inherently resilient. Such fleeting emotions were soon cast aside. After all, there was plenty of time ahead. With her personal charm and financial prowess, surely she could carve out a place in Lang Ji's heart. With this thought, her spirits lifted once more. The vehicle swiftly arrived at Shen Yue's dormitory. Little chef, we have arrived. Ah, thank you. Shen Yue unbuckled her seatbelt, feeling a tad shy as she prepared to exit. Lang Gu, I shall head back now, she said softly, glancing back at Qin Lang. Go on. You've worked hard today, Qin Lang nodded. Receiving his concern, a satisfied smile blossomed on Shen Yue's face as she clutched the still-warm meal box, bouncing into the dormitory like a joyful little rabbit. Watching her retreating figure, Su Xingtong couldn't help but exclaim, our little chef is truly adorably innocent. Only now do you realize? Qin Lang shot her a glance of disbelief. Hee hee. Su Xingtong let out a silly laugh before restarting the hovercar. Lang Gu, where shall we head next? Please guide me. Qin Lang provided the address of the Luo family. When Su Xingtong entered the location into the navigation system, her expression turned peculiar. Yending Tiangong. Lang Gu, is your date residing here? Is there a problem? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. No problem. Su Xingtong shook her head. Yet her heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. Yending Tiangong. That was one of the most exclusive, affluent districts in the Magic City. The residents there were either extraordinarily wealthy or of noble lineage, each possessing considerable fortune. She had initially thought that someone worthy of Qin Lang would merely be a beautiful girl from a decent family. However, it now appeared that the other party's background might be far grander than she had anticipated. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of urgency surged within Su Xingtong. No, she had to take action. With this thought in mind, she abruptly slammed on the brakes, or rather, pulled the energy lever to halt the hovercar at a temporary parking spot by the roadside. What's the matter? Qin Lang was taken aback by the sudden stop. Su Xingtong did not respond. Instead, she turned around and retrieved a large paper bag from the back seat, thrusting it into Qin Lang's arms. Lang Gu, this is for you. What is this? Qin Lang glanced down at the bag, which bore a logo of a brand he had never seen before, exuding an air of sophistication. Military training attire. Su Xingtong said matter-of-factly, you're still wearing the same outfit from this morning, aren't you? You've sweat in it. It must be uncomfortable. I've prepared a clean set for you to change into tonight. Qin Lang opened the bag to find a pristine camouflage uniform, identical to the one he was currently wearing, both styled in a special forces fashion. Even undergarments and socks were thoughtfully included. As he gazed at the bag in his hands, Qin Lang felt a tangle of emotions. This girl was exceedingly considerate, wasn't she? All right, hurry along. Don't keep them waiting, Su Xingtong urged, her expression tinged with a feigned magnanimity that belied her true feelings. Qin Lang looked at her deeply, said nothing further, and simply nodded. I'm off then, take care on the way. He opened the car door, clutching the bag, and stepped through the imposing entrance of Yending Tiangong. Watching his upright silhouette vanish from view, Su Xingtong finally withdrew her gaze, leaning on the steering wheel with a long, melancholic sigh. Alas, the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Chapter 68. Luo Li's subtle thoughts. Yending Tiangong indeed lived up to its reputation as the pinnacle of affluent districts in the Magic City, boasting exceptionally stringent security measures. As soon as Qin Lang entered, he was confronted by two tall female security guards clad in black uniforms. Sir, please present your visitor code. One of the guards stated expressionlessly, her sharp gaze scrutinizing Qin Lang from head to toe. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback. Visitor code? What is that? He merely came to seek his beloved, yet the situation felt as though he were attempting to infiltrate a clandestine department. I am here to find someone, Luali, who resides here, Qin Lang declared, stating her name directly. The two female security guards exchanged glances, and one of them produced a walkie-talkie, whispering a few words. Soon after, a confirming voice echoed from the device. Only then did the guard retract the walkie-talkie and offer Qin Lang a formal salute. Apologies, Mr. Qin, for the disturbance. Miss Luo has instructed us that you may enter directly. Would you require our assistance in guiding you? Her demeanor had instantly transformed into one of respect. No need. I am familiar with the way, Qin Lang replied, waving his hand dismissively. Having visited once before, the path was etched in his memory. Navigating through a garden meticulously pruned to resemble a work of art, Qin Lang swiftly located the building where Luali resided. He took the private elevator, ascending to the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, he found himself at the entrance of Luali's home. Standing at the threshold, he raised his hand, poised to knock. Suddenly, with a click, the door swung open from within. Luali's breathtakingly beautiful face appeared beyond the threshold. Today, she wore a white home dress. Her long hair cascading over her shoulders, devoid of makeup, her natural beauty radiating an innocent charm. Upon seeing Qin Lang, her obsidian-like eyes sparkled with delight. You're back, she uttered softly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible joy. Qin Lang gazed at her, offering a gentle smile. Have you been waiting long? At his words, Luali stiffened slightly, akin to a cat startled by a sudden touch, her gaze momentarily evasive. After a brief hesitation, she quickly shook her head, murmuring, No. I just heard the elevator and came over. Observing her adorably contradictory demeanor, Qin Lang felt his heart soften like wax. This girl had even learned to tell little fibs. The elevator was silent. She could hardly have heard anything. Surely, she had been waiting by the door, counting the minutes. He reached out, playfully tapping her smooth forehead with his finger. Little liar. The affectionate gesture caused Luali to tense instantly. A rush of warmth ascending from her feet to the crown of her head, her entire face turning crimson. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Qin Lang's eyes, nervously clutching the hem of her dress. I didn't she stammered in a faint voice, lacking conviction. Qin Lang chose not to expose her, merely shaking his head with a smile, then extending a large paper bag towards her. What is this? Luali asked curiously, accepting it. Fresh clothes, Qin Lang replied. Strolling into the living room, he removed his heavy tactical boots, slipping into slippers, and then sank into the plush sofa, exhaling a contented sigh. At last. I feel alive again. Luali clutched a paper bag, trailing behind him, her gaze fixed on his languid demeanor, her lips involuntarily curving into a subtle smile. She approached the sofa, crouched down, and tilted her small face upward to look at Qin Lang. Are you hungry? I've prepared some food. Oh. Qin Lang opened one eye, intrigued. What delectable dish awaits? The sweet and sour pork you mentioned liking last time, and Westlake beef soup. In Luali's eyes sparkled an eager glimmer, reminiscent of a small creature awaiting praise from its master. Hearing the names of those dishes warmed Qin Lang's heart. He had merely mentioned them in passing, never expecting her to remember. Our Luali is becoming increasingly virtuous, Qin Lang remarked as he reached out to pinch her tender cheek. Luali's face flushed deeper, and she shyly lowered her head, murmuring, I'll go heat up the dishes. Do so, he replied. Watching Luali flit towards the kitchen like a joyful butterfly, his heart swelling with contentment. With a partner like her, what more could one desire? Though, strictly speaking, she was not yet his wife, that status was soon to change. Leaning back on the sofa, Qin Lang casually surveyed the living room, only to notice something amiss. In the corner stood several large, packed suitcases, alongside some art boards and easels, all meticulously covered with dust cloths. Were they preparing to leave? A sudden jolt of anxiety gripped Qin Lang, and he straightened his posture. Just then, Luali emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of beef soup. First, have some soup to warm your stomach. She placed the bowl on the coffee table, thoughtfully setting a spoon beside it. Yet, Qin Lang's gaze remained fixed on the suitcases in the corner. Luali, he spoke, his tone heavy. What is the meaning of those items? Following his gaze, Luali wore an expression of nonchalance. Oh, I'm just packing. Packing. Qin Lang's brow furrowed. Where are you going? A troubling thought crossed his mind. Was her family taking her away? The mere possibility stirred a wave of irritation within him. He had only just managed to win this precious gem over and had yet to bask in the warmth of her presence. She could not simply vanish. Noticing his serious demeanor, Luoli seemed to misunderstand the situation. She hurriedly approached him, crouching down, her tone anxious as she explained, "I'm not leaving." "Then what are you doing?" Qin Lang pressed further. Luoli lifted her head, her clear eyes gazing earnestly into his, and spoke deliberately, "I want to move in with you." In that moment, Qin Lang's mind went blank. He felt as if his very CPU had overheated, sizzling with disbelief. What had he just heard? Move in with him? Has he lost his mind? He stared blankly at Luoli for a long moment before finally regaining his voice. "What did you say? Please repeat that." Luoli tilted her head in confusion, wondering if she had misspoken. After a moment's contemplation, she reiterated with a firmer tone, "I said, I want to move into your dormitory and live with you." Boom. Qin Lang felt as though his worldview had been ruthlessly shattered once again by this unreasonable reality. Chapter 69. The Temptation of the Mechanical Girl Cohabitation? In a university dormitory, no less? What kind of absurdity is this? He had never even dared to dream of such a thing in his past life. Qin Lang's mind raced, a myriad of thoughts flashing before him like a kaleidoscope. First and foremost, a university dormitory is a communal space. Would the school even permit this? No. In this world, it seems they genuinely could. To protect their precious male students, absurd regulations could be conjured. It wouldn't be surprising if the principal personally handed him the keys to transform the entire dormitory into his harem. Secondly, what about the living conditions? Who is Luoli? The owner of a luxurious penthouse. She resides in a spacious apartment spanning hundreds of square meters. To ask her to leave such an abode for his cramped little dormitory? The disparity is simply too vast. Just imagining that scene made Qin Lang feel utterly uncomfortable. He gazed into Luoli's pure eyes and noticed the neatly packed large suitcases in the corner of the living room, his heart a tumult of emotions. There was no doubt he felt touched. This girl was willing to forsake her opulent lifestyle just to be with him, ready to squeeze into that tiny dorm. Such devotion would move any man to tears. Yet, the reality of the situation was utterly absurd. Qin Lang, after all, was a man of stature. How could he allow his woman to endure such indignity? No way, absolutely not. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He understood that reasoning with someone like Luoli, a mechanical girl, required unconventional thinking. Her mind operated like a supercomputer. One must provide her with clear, logical commands for her to comprehend and act upon them. A direct refusal would be futile. She would inevitably ask why, leading to a never-ending loop. He needed to present her with a more appealing, irrefutable alternative. Qin Lang's gaze swept around the room, eventually landing on the paper bag that Luoli was clutching. It contained the change of clothes that Su Xingtong had prepared for him. In an instant, a thought struck him. And Yue? Yes, how could I have forgotten about it? And Yue has indeed gifted herself that magnificent house, hasn't she? She possesses the property deed. That residence, situated in a prime location, boasts ample space and luxurious decor. Most significantly, it is her abode. She stands as the rightful owner of the house. It is only fitting and justifiable for her to invite Luoli to move in. Furthermore, that little nurse, and Yue, is utterly devoted to her. She would certainly raise no objections to living with Luoli, and may even be delighted by the prospect. A naturally naive yet slightly mischievous nurse, alongside a girl as pure as freshly fallen snow. Just the thought of these two together sends Qin Lang's blood racing uncontrollably. This notion took root in his mind and burgeoned uncontrollably. It shall be done. Resolute, he donned a gentle smile once more. He beckoned to Luoli, his voice imbued with warmth. "Ali, come here." Obediently, Luoli approached, taking petite steps until she stood before him, settling onto the sofa beside him. Her large eyes filled with curiosity, awaiting his next words. Qin Lang extended his hand, naturally grasping her cool little hand, tenderly toying with it in his palm. The girl's fingers were slender and delicate, her skin smooth as the finest silk, such a delightful sensation to hold. Clearing his throat, he began to articulate his thoughts. "Ali," he said earnestly, gazing into her eyes, "I know you wish to live with me, and I wish the same. I dream of it." This was no mere flattery. Upon hearing his words, Luoli's eyes sparkled instantly, her lips curling into a captivating smile. Yet, Qin Lang continued, "However, my dormitory is truly unfit for such arrangements." The smile on Luoli's face faltered, and the light in her eyes dimmed slightly as she softly inquired, Why not? Consider this. Qin Lang began his persuasion. First, the dormitory is too small. With all your belongings, including those painting boards and easels, there simply isn't room. Would you have your precious items piled in the hallway? Luo Li pondered this, recognizing the validity of his point. She indeed had a considerable amount of belongings. Moreover, Qin Lang continued, the dormitory is a male residence. Although I am the only male currently, the surrounding residents are all females. It would be quite inconvenient for you as a girl to move in. You would have to traverse to the common areas for the restroom or a shower. What if someone were to see you? Although in this world, girls may not be overly concerned about such matters, he felt compelled to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Luo Li's cheeks flushed slightly. While she was somewhat naive about many things, she understood the basic concept of gender differences. The thought of sharing a bathroom and restroom with a host of unfamiliar girls made her feel profoundly uneasy. Then what should we do? She asked. In Luo's tone, there lingered a hint of grievance and helplessness. After mustering her courage to make this decision, she found herself confronted with numerous practical difficulties. As Qin Lang observed her pitiful demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The fish had taken the bait. He feigned contemplation for a few seconds. Then, as if struck by a sudden revelation, he slapped his thigh with vigor. Eureka! His face radiated excitement as he turned to Li and declared, I've conceived a splendid solution that benefits us both. Chapter 70. Indeed. It is my Pizu that is the most. Ai was momentarily taken aback by Cheng's sudden outburst, her large, expressive eyes brimming with curiosity. What solution? She inquired softly. Observing her innocent expression, Qin Lang's fleeting pang of guilt evaporated instantly. I am not deceiving her. I am merely engaging in prudent planning for our future happiness. Yes, that is precisely it. He cleared his throat and began to unveil his meticulously crafted proposal. Ali, do you remember me? The one who accompanied you in learning about romance? Qin Lang gently prompted. In Oi's mind, a rapid search for relevant information commenced. Ban Yi, after a few moments. She nodded. I remember. She is yours. Coughing slightly, even Qin Lang, with his thick skin, found himself momentarily choked by Oi's excessively candid reply. How could such a phrase, though factual, sound so incongruous when uttered from her pure lips? Indeed, she is my concubine. He offered a more euphemistic expression, adding, moreover, she previously gifted me a house as a token of gratitude. A house, Luo Li echoed, though her expression remained unperturbed. To her, Qin Lang was the finest person in the world. It was only natural that others would offer him gifts. She felt it was entirely reasonable for him to receive not just a house, but even the entirety of Wudu. Recognizing her reaction, Qin Lang knew he had played his cards right. Precisely, he nodded, a subtle note of pride in his voice. So An's house is now mine. It is spacious, with several rooms, beautifully decorated, and most importantly, it is tranquil and offers exceptional privacy. No one will disturb us. As he spoke, he took Li's hand and placed it against his heart, his gaze transforming into one of profound affection. Ali, listen to me. We will no longer stay in the dormitory. We shall move into my house, shall we? Your house? Luo Li murmured, the words slowly illuminating her eyes. This proposal indeed sounded infinitely preferable to remaining in the dormitory. She would have her own room to accommodate all her painting supplies, a personal space free from interruptions. Above all, it was Qin Lang's house. Living there felt as though she truly had a home. Her heart fluttered. However, a question lingered in her mind. What about in UAE? Did she reside there as well? Luo Li lifted her gaze and inquired of Qin Lang. This was the very question he had been anticipating. A faint smile graced his lips as he began to unveil the most pivotal and essential aspect of his entire plan. Of course, he replied. That is her home. And she certainly resides there too. Qin Lang paused, keenly observing Luo Li's reaction. She slightly furrowed her brows, an imperceptible sign of discomfort. Although she held absolute obedience to Qin Lang, the thought of sharing him with another woman stirred an inexplicable unease within her, a natural instinct inherent to her humanity. Qin Lang quickly recognized this subtle shift in her emotions. He understood that the crucial moment had arrived. Grasping Luo Li's hand firmly, he spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. Ali, I know what you're thinking. Allow me to explain. In my heart, you are unique, an irreplaceable presence. You are my primary wife. Primary wife? The unfamiliar term momentarily bewildered Luo Li. Observing her perplexed expression, Qin Lang continued to elaborate. As for Nun, she is lovely, kind, and treats me well. However, She is not like you. She is my concubine. The terms primary wife and concubine, imbued with ancient Eastern connotations, carried an undeniable authority when spoken by Qin Lang. He was employing the rules of his past life to define the relationship among the three of them. The primary wife stands as my equal partner, while the concubine exists to serve us, enhancing our lives with joy. Qin Lang began to elucidate the meanings of these two roles in detail. Thus, we shall all reside together. You need not worry about anything. In fact, you will remain one of the mistresses of this household. Luo Li's mind raced to process this information. Primary wife, mistress, concubine, service. It seemed she was beginning to comprehend. Qin Lang's implication was that her status would be equal to his, while in Yue's would be subordinate. As Qin Lang sensed the opportune moment, he unveiled his final compelling argument. Ali, Haven you often felt unsure about how to interact with others or express your feelings. Luo Li instinctively nodded. This was her greatest struggle. Anin is different, Qin Lang continued, a knowing smile playing on his lips. She is exceptionally nurturing and understands the nuances of romance. Living with her will provide you the opportunity to learn, to become a competent wife who brings me joy. What do you think of this idea? Learning how to navigate love? Learning how to bring happiness to Languo? The words struck Luo Li like a bolt of lightning, illuminating her thoughts in an instant. Indeed, her paramount aspiration was to bring joy to Qin Lang. Yet, she found herself utterly perplexed, merely executing Qin Lang's commands like an emotionless automaton. What if someone could teach her how to love like a genuine woman? Would she not then excel in her mission, ensuring that Qin Lang could never part from her? This notion held an irresistible allure for Luo Li. The flicker of discomfort and resistance within her dissipated in that moment. Replaced by an unprecedented sense of anticipation and yearning, she lifted her gaze to Qin Lang, and the previously bewildered depths of her eyes reignited with a resolute light, one that radiated unwavering determination. Observing the transformation in her gaze, Qin Lang recognized his success. A sigh of relief escaped him. The plan had been executed flawlessly. Now, he simply needed to bide his time, awaiting the answer he longed for from Luo Li. Chapter 71, Husband? I rather fancy that title. Time seemed to suspend in that moment. Qin Lang gazed serenely at Luo Li, a gentle smile gracing his lips while his mind began to strategize the next steps. He understood that Luo Li's processors were whirring at high speed, dissecting every detail of the exquisite proposal he had just presented. Terms such as primary wife, concubine, and learning to court might sound absurd to an ordinary girl. However, for Luo Li, the girl machine who regarded Qin Lang as her foundational code, these concepts formed a logically coherent, goal-oriented, and enticing action plan. Qin Lang could almost envision the logical chain in her mind. Objective, to make Qin Lang happy. Current state, a deficiency in emotional expression, hindering goal fulfillment. Proposal, to cohabitate with the concubine and Yue and master the art of romance. Evaluation, the plan is feasible and significantly enhances the efficiency of achieving the objective. Conclusion, execute the plan. Indeed, after approximately half a minute, Luo Li's eyes, now sparkling with vitality, fixed intently upon Qin Lang's face. Her expression bore an unprecedented gravity, as if she were announcing a momentous decision of global significance. She nodded softly, yet with utmost seriousness. I shall heed my husband's wishes. Boom. When the term husband delicately escaped Luo Li's beautiful lips, Qin Lang felt as though his heart had been struck by a sweet bombshell. An indescribable surge of ecstasy and fulfillment coursed through him, ascending from his very core to the crown of his head. Husband. She called me husband. By heavens. The title is rather exhilarating. I assenti it. It certainly carries more weight than Lang Ge. Qin Lang struggled to suppress the impulse to lift Luo Li and spin her around right then and there, striving to maintain an air of composure on his face. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though a considerable burden had at last been lifted from his heart. It's official. From this day forward, he, Qin Lang, shall embark upon a life of blissful abundance. He extended his hand, gently pinching the smooth and delicate curve of Luo Li's cheek, the sensation delightful enough to render him somewhat reluctant to let go. Such a good girl, he complimented with a smile, rather than shying away from his touch. Luo Li tilted her head slightly upward, seemingly relishing this intimate contact. A faint blush graced her cheeks, lending a touch of warmth to her previously cool demeanor, making her all the more enchanting. Seeing her so obedient stirred a fiery excitement within Qin Lang, compelling him to hasten their plans. You should quickly change your clothes. We must depart at once. He felt an urgent need to act without delay, apprehensive that Luo Li's nature might surprise him at any moment. Who could predict when her system might reset, rendering their earlier decisions null and void? Time waits for no one. It was imperative to seize the moment, to first escort her to an UA's residence and establish a concrete reality. Now, we're leaving now? Luo Li questioned, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Yes, right now? Qin Lang responded, his tone brooking no dissent. The longer they delayed, the more unpredictable the situation could become. Although he was confident that Luo Li would not retract her agreement, it was prudent to secure their arrangement. Furthermore, the peculiarities of this world made him feel rather uneasy. In this realm, where the ratio of women to men was decidedly skewed, it had become commonplace for girls to be assertive, even aggressive. Take, for instance, the basketball court beneath their dormitory. Every afternoon, a group of tall, athletic girls would gather to play, creating a spectacle more fervent than the NBA itself. Physical confrontations and playful banter were the norms. The most outrageous moments occurred when these girls, caught up in the excitement, would shed their tops, continuing their game unabashedly bare-skinned. A sight that could leave one dizzy. When Qin Lang first witnessed such a scene, he was utterly flabbergasted, unsure whether to watch the game or the players. In such an environment, he feared for Luo Li's safety. He worried that one day she might attract the attention of an unruly girl. Thus, it was best to swiftly secure her in the sanctuary of his abode. Observing Qin Lang's eagerness, Luo Li, though a bit perplexed by his urgency, nodded obediently. All right, I'll go change. Rising from her seat, she turned and walked toward her bedroom. Qin Lang gazed at her graceful silhouette, his heart brimming with delight. He leaned back on the sofa, picked up the cup of warm water that Lori had prepared on the coffee table, took a sip, and felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. He began to envision a splendid future. During the day, he would bask in the attention of over 300 female classmates at school, while playfully teasing the two little girls, Su Xingtong and Shen Yue. In the evening, he would return to his spacious abode, accompanied by the theoretical master in Yue and the practical novice Lori. Such a life was worth more than that of an emperor. In the midst of his daydreaming, a thought suddenly struck him. Ah, Lori, he shouted towards the bedroom, be sure to pack the food you've prepared. We shall dine at our new home tonight. We cannot waste a morsel of Lori's heartfelt efforts. Understood, came Lori's muffled reply from the bedroom. Qin Lang chuckled to himself, feeling as if he had already reached the pinnacle of his life. He took out his phone, intending to send in Yue a message as a preliminary notice. However, after a moment's reflection, he set it down. No, he mused. It would not do to mention it in advance. If he did, the surprise would be lost. He wanted to witness the adorable, bewildered expression on the little nurse in Yue's face when she saw him and Lori, laden with bags and bundles, appearing at her doorstep. The scene would undoubtedly be amusing. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, the corners of his mouth stretching almost to his ears. He could hardly contain his eagerness to set off. Chapter 72. Why doesn't an eyelid keep twitching? Lori moved swiftly. Within 10 minutes, she emerged from the bedroom, having changed out of her white home dress into a convenient light blue sports outfit. Her long hair was tied into a refreshing ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and graceful neck. She exuded a youthful vibrancy, contrasting with her usual ethereal demeanor. Qin Lang's eyes brightened. It is often said that a person is adorned by their attire, and indeed, Lori looks stunning in anything she wears. Husband, I'm ready. Lori approached Qin Lang and whispered. Very well, Qin Lang replied, standing up and instinctively brushing a stray lock of hair from her forehead. Shall we go? Lori nodded and then turned back to the kitchen, carefully packing the sweet and sour pork and Westlake beef soup, along with rice, into an exquisite multi-layered thermos. Meanwhile, Qin Lang took it upon himself to carry the heavy luggage, heading to the corner of the living room to lift several large suitcases. Goodness, they were quite heavy. It seemed this girl truly intended to move her entire home. Once they were ready, they made their way to the door. Qin Lang had initially thought he would need to summon a taxi or perhaps take the subway. After all, places like Yunding Tiangong had strict security, and it was unlikely that taxis would be allowed inside. Unexpectedly, Luo Li merely took out her mobile phone and lightly tapped a few times on the screen. Subsequently, she grasped Qin Lang's hand and led him into the exclusive elevator. The elevator descended uninterrupted, bypassing all floors, and directly reached the underground garage. With a soft chime, the elevator doors opened. The sight that greeted Qin Lang caused him to raise an eyebrow. Before him lay an expansive, almost cavernous private garage, within which stood a solitary vehicle. It was a sleek, silvery hover sports car, radiating an aura of futuristic technology. Its smooth contours and aggressive design unmistakably signified its opulent status. Although Qin Lang had little knowledge of automobiles, he could discern that this marvel was undoubtedly several tiers superior to Su Xingtong's fiery red sports car. "Is this your car?" Qin Lang inquired, a touch of astonishment in his voice. "Yes," Luo Li replied with a calm nod, as if this were merely an ordinary matter. "It was a gift from my mother for my 18th birthday." Qin Lang remarked, "What a remarkable mother you have." He had come to realize that affluent individuals in this world had a penchant for gifting cars. Su Xingtong's father had given her one, and now Luo Li's mother had done the same. Perhaps it was time for him to consider obtaining a driver's license himself. As he pondered these thoughts, the silvery sports car suddenly illuminated with a gentle glow, and its doors opened gracefully, resembling the wings of a seagull. A middle-aged female driver, appropriately attired and donning white gloves, emerged from the driver's seat and respectfully bowed to Luo Li. "Miss," she addressed her. "Wang Yi," Luo Li acknowledged with a nod. "Please stow our belongings and take us to Tianhua Huafu." "Certainly, Mississippi." Without further inquiry, the driver, referred to as Wang Yi, approached and effortlessly lifted the heavy suitcases from Qin Lang's hands, placing them into the vehicle's spacious trunk. She then opened the doors for both Qin Lang and Luo Li. Once seated, they found the interior of the car to be even more spacious than anticipated. The upholstery was crafted from a unique material that Qin Lang could not quite identify, offering a perfect blend of softness and support, making it so comfortable that it invited slumber. The car glided into motion, devoid of any noise or vibration, silently exiting the underground garage and merging into the city's aerial traffic lanes. Meanwhile, at Tianhua Huafu, situated several kilometers from the Yunding Tiangong, and Yue sat cross-legged on her plush sofa, adorned with gold-rimmed blue light-blocking glasses, fully engrossed in the virtual screen before her. Displayed on the screen was the page of an electronic book titled, intriguingly, 100 Techniques and Angle Selections for Engaging the Gluteal Muscles. This book had cost her a substantial sum, procured from the confidential archives of the Marriage Association. It is said that a group of esteemed male health experts and scholars of interpersonal relationships dedicated a decade of their lives, meticulously analyzing thousands of clinical cases to produce this magnum opus. And Yue has been engrossed in her studies for several days now. She has discovered that the knowledge contained herein is profoundly intricate. Concepts such as spiral force application, pendulum leverage, and butterfly stroke-like coordination of the hips and waist are bewildering yet resonate with remarkable logic, leaving her both dazzled and in awe. Alas, the pursuit of knowledge is indeed boundless. As she gazed at the intricate muscular anatomy diagrams and mechanical analysis models displayed on the screen, she couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. With a decisive click, she turned off the screen and rubbed the corners of her eyes, which had begun to feel sore. Chinese culture is vast and profound. Indeed, one learns as long as one lives. She has acquired a wealth of knowledge. Yet she is uncertain when she might have the opportunity to put it into practice. The mere thought of Qin Lang filled in Yue's heart with sweetness akin to honey. It had been several days since she last saw him. She understood that he had started school and was busy with military training, so she had been considerate enough not to disturb him. Nevertheless, each night, she found herself indulging in daydreams about how wonderful it would be if her husband could suddenly appear before her. As she pondered this, she rose to pour herself a glass of water. Just then, her left eyelid began to twitch uncontrollably without warning. One twitch, two twitches, three. It was rapid and relentless, showing no signs of abating. And Yue curiously pressed her hand against her eyelid. What could be the matter? The left eye twitches fortune, the right eye calamity. With such vigorous twitching of my left eyelid, could it signify impending wealth? But I am not in need of money. Suddenly, a bold thought sprang to her mind. Could it be that her husband was coming to see her? The moment this notion took root, her heart skipped a beat. She quickly shook her head, dismissing this unrealistic idea. Impossible. Her husband had just begun his studies and was occupied with military training. How could he possibly find time to visit her? Surely, she had been missing him too much lately, leading to these fanciful illusions. With a self-deprecating smile, she turned and headed into the kitchen. However, Just as she picked up her water cup, the doorbell chimed unexpectedly. Immediately thereafter, the door lock emitted a soft click as it was unlocked from the outside using a fingerprint. Chapter 73. Husband, you have finally come to see me. The door is open? And Yue paused momentarily, holding her water cup, and curiously peered from the kitchen. The door lock had only been programmed to recognize 3 fingerprints. Her own, that of her domineering CEO mother, who was often away and returned only a few times a year. Moreover, just a few days prior, she had insisted that Qin Lang record a message. Her mother was currently overseas negotiating business and was unlikely to return. A possibility that made her heart race suddenly surfaced in her mind. Could it truly be her husband? And Yue felt her heart leap into her throat. She was so overwhelmed with excitement that she scarcely had time to sip her water. She set down her cup and was about to dash toward the door. Yet, a twinge of hesitation gripped her. What if it was merely her imagination? And it turned out to be a staff member from the property management or community. How embarrassing it would be to rush out so eagerly. In the midst of her indecision, a voice she had long yearned for, even appearing countless times in her dreams, resonated from the direction of the entryway. Anan, are you home? Boom. The sound struck her mind like a thunderclap, reverberating with intensity. Yes, it was this voice. It was her husband's voice. He had truly come. In that instant, and Yue felt her brain short-circuit. An overwhelming, indescribable joy engulfed her rationality. She even forgot that she was barefoot, neglecting to put on her shoes, and bolted from the kitchen like a startled cat. Husband. She dashed to the entryway. Upon seeing the tall figure standing at the door, holding a paper bag and smiling warmly at her, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. It was truly him. He had really come to see her. Husband. How did you manage to come here? And Yue's voice trembled with emotion and a hint of grievance. The longing she had felt over the past few days erupted like a flood the moment she saw Qin Lang. She lunged forward to give him a big hug. But halfway there, she abruptly halted, looking down at her bare, delicate little feet, and then at the clean shoes on Qin Lang's feet. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Oh dear. Please wait, and then we'll fetch you some slippers, she exclaimed, turning swiftly to rummage through the shoe cabinet in a flurry. Soon, she produced a brand new pair of cotton slippers, clearly designed for men, from the back of the cabinet. She had gone to the mall specifically to select them after she last saw Qin Lang, hoping that one day he would return to wear them. Little did she expect that day to arrive so swiftly. Crouching down like a dutiful wife, she carefully placed the slippers at Qin Lang's feet. Tilting her tear-streaked yet joy-filled face upwards, she said, Husband, please change your shoes. The floor is cold. Observing her adorable expression, a mix of laughter and tears, Qin Lang felt a warmth spread through his heart. This little girl truly had a way of endearing herself to him. He chuckled as he changed into slippers, extending his hand to gently tousle her silky long hair. Come on, you're grown up now, still crying. At that moment, and Yue noticed that there was someone standing behind Qin Lang. She took a deep breath, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears, and, feeling flustered, said to Luo Li, I am so sorry, Sister Luo Li, I didn't notice you just now. As she spoke, she hurriedly retrieved a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them at Luo Li's feet. Sister, these are your slippers. Her voice trembled slightly. Luo Li glanced at her and then at Qin Lang, remaining silent as she quietly slipped into the slippers. Just then, Aunt Wang, the driver who had brought them over, had already moved all the large suitcases inside, neatly placing them in the corner of the entrance. Mr. Qin, everything is brought in. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave, Aunt Wang said respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Wang. Qin Lang nodded at her. Aunt Wang bowed and turned to leave. With a click, the door closed, leaving only the 3 of them in the house. The atmosphere became subtly tense, and Yue stared at the large suitcases, her ominous premonition growing stronger. What is going on? Are they planning to stay here long-term? Qin Lang found amusement in Yue's anxious and apprehensive expression. He knew it was time to reveal the truth. He stepped forward, taking Yue's hand in one and Luo Li's in the other, leading both girls to the sofa in the living room, where he sat between them. To his left was the adorably naive little nurse, and to his right was the poised and ethereal beauty. As Qin Lang savored the distinctly soft sensations from both sides, he felt a profound sense of comfort. Clearing his throat, he looked into Yue's large eyes filled with questions and unease and spoke gently. Chapter 74. From now on, the 3 of us will live together. And then, don't be nervous. His voice was soothing, infused with an assuring strength. He could feel Yue's hand quivering in his grasp, damp with sweat. Clearly, this little nurse was quite startled by the situation. Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, Yue took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. Yet, her gaze couldn't help but dart towards the quietly seated Luo Li beside her. The aura of the main consort was overwhelmingly strong. Although she said nothing, Yue felt diminutive in her presence. "Husband, did you come today for something?" Yue mustered her courage and asked cautiously, already bracing herself for the worst. "Does my husband believe that I, as his little concubine, am too restless, hence bringing the primary wife to admonish me? Or are they merely passing by, casually storing their luggage here?" As Qin Lang observed her lost in her musings, he felt it was time to stop teasing her. He resolved to be direct. "Anin, I have come today to discuss a matter with you." "Discuss?" Yue paused, quickly replying, "Husband, if you have something to say, just instruct me directly. There is no need for discussion." In her heart, Qin Lang was akin to the heavens, and his words were akin to decrees. "No, this matter must receive your consent." Qin Lang's expression turned serious. The more earnest he appeared, the more anxious Yue became. What could it be that warranted such gravity? Qin Lang paused and then articulated each word deliberately. "I intend to move in here with Luo Li starting today." Wait. This seemed not a misfortune, but rather a tremendous stroke of luck. Initially troubled by their separation, her husband at school and she at the hospital, rarely seeing one another, she had lamented the lack of opportunity to apply her hard-earned professional skills. Yet now, if both Luo Li and Qin Lang were to come live with her, would that not mean she could see her husband daily? She could practice her academic achievements with him at any moment. Moreover, the addition of Luo Li would mean an extra sister. In this world, it was perfectly normal for women to band together in service of an exceptional man. The more sisters there were, the stronger their alliance, and the more frequent their encounters with their husband would become. Having grasped this insight, the slight displeasure in Yue's heart dissipated instantly. She regarded Qin Lang with eyes brimming with admiration. Her husband was truly brilliant. To conceive such a perfect solution was nothing short of genius. This was not merely a win-win. It was a triumphant trifecta. Any trace of jealousy within her was swiftly overwhelmed by immense joy and boundless anticipation for the future. She hardly had time to ponder the nature of Qin Lang's relationship with Luo Li. It was inconsequential. As long as she could see her husband every day, nothing else mattered. Of course, absolutely no problem. Yue exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, nodding fervently as if fearing Qin Lang might change his mind. "Husband, this is your house. You can invite whomever you desire. I have no objections whatsoever." She paused, turning to Luo Li, and offered a heartfelt and exuberant smile. "Sister Luo Li, welcome. From now on, we are family. If you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know." She had already mentally designated Luo Li as her most important ally and companion in her future royal harem life. Qin Lang gazed at Yue, whose attitude had undergone a complete transformation, and internally commended his own cleverness. Success. A harmonious household is indeed the way to go. Satisfied, he nodded, but then, as if recalling something, he turned to Yue and inquired with genuine concern, "By the way, Anun, have you had dinner yet?" At the mere mention of food, Yue immediately perked up. This was a splendid opportunity for her to showcase her domestic prowess. She hastily rose from the sofa and, while heading towards the kitchen, eagerly exclaimed, "Not yet. Surely, you and Sister Luo Li must be hungry too? Just wait, I'll prepare dinner right away. I've recently learned several new dishes that I guarantee you will enjoy." She was eager to demonstrate her culinary skills, hoping to impress her husband with her exceptional talent. However, after taking just a couple of steps, her arm was gently grasped by Qin Lang. "No need to fuss," he chuckled, shaking his head. He then pointed to the several thermal containers placed on the coffee table by Luo Li. "We brought food with us, lovingly prepared by Ali. Just heat it up, and we can enjoy it together." As he spoke, he looked at the sweet nurse, who blushed at his affectionate gesture, and then at the stunningly serene girl beside her. Feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction swell within him. Releasing Yue's arm, he spoke slowly, with a tone imbued with both nostalgia and sincerity, "Anon, there's no need for such formality from now on. With me, there are no strict rules. We are family now. It's far more important to cherish our little home and the life we share together than anything else." Hearing Qin Lang's words, Yue felt her eyes welling up with tears. A warm current surged from her heart, swiftly spreading throughout her entire being. Though her family was affluent, her parents had always demanded excellence from her, urging her to bring honor to the family and seek the most powerful man. Never had anyone, like Qin Lang, told her that being a family and living well mattered more than anything else. In that moment, she felt that all her efforts, sacrifices, and grievances were worthwhile. Tears glistened in her eyes, cascading down her beautiful cheeks uncontrollably. "Husband," she choked out, her voice quivering, "you are too kind to me." Indeed, she had not misjudged him. The man she encountered on her first day in the pediatric healthcare department was her destined fortune. Chapter 75. This is the feeling of home. Dinner? And Yue was jolted into awareness by Qin Lang's question and realized that her stomach indeed felt a bit hungry. She had been so engrossed in studying the book on buttock muscle engagement techniques since the afternoon that she had completely lost track of time. Moments ago, the sudden arrival of Qin Lang had sent her emotions soaring and plummeting like a roller coaster, leaving her no inclination to dine. She hastily shook her head, exclaiming that she had yet to eat. Suddenly recalling her responsibilities, she sprang from the sofa, her expression one of urgency as she inquired, "My lord, and dear sister Luoli, are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal at once. What would you like? My refrigerator is stocked with everything." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to dash into the kitchen, embodying the spirit of a warrior preparing for battle. Qin Lang, bemused by her fervor, quickly reached out and pulled her back. Hold on, no need to rush." He gestured towards the entrance, where the multi-layered thermal lunchbox that Luo Li had brought in sat. "You needn't cook. We have brought food." "Really?" And Yue followed his Zhishang, finally noticing the exquisite lunchbox. Inside were the dishes lovingly prepared by Ali, still warm. Qin Lang spoke with pride, his expression akin to that of a chef claiming credit for the meal. "Just take it to the kitchen and warm it in the microwave, and we shall feast." Luo Li made this, and Yue's eyes sparkled with excitement. She gazed at Luo Li with admiration, her look reminiscent of one beholding a culinary deity. To her, any woman capable of preparing a meal for her husband commanded respect. All right, I shall attend to it immediately," and Yue exclaimed, practically racing over, carefully lifting the thermal lunchbox before darting into the kitchen. Before long, the sounds of the microwave humming and Yue bustling about filled the air, leaving only Qin Lang and Luo Li in the living room. Luo Li had remained quietly seated, resembling a beautiful porcelain doll. She appeared to be acclimatizing to this new environment and the overly enthusiastic new family member. Observing her slight discomfort, Qin Lang reached out and drew her into his embrace. "What troubles you? Are you unaccustomed to this?" he asked softly. Leaning against his chest, she inhaled the familiar and reassuring scent, gradually relaxing. She shook her head, whispering, "No?" Then she added, "She is very lively." Qin Lang nearly chuckled at that. Very lively, indeed, a rather astute observation. And Yue, the petite nurse, was indeed like a little sparrow, chirping incessantly, contrasting sharply with Luo Li's tranquil demeanor. "That's just her nature. She has a good heart," Qin Lang explained with a smile. "You'll grow accustomed to each other with time." Luo Li merely hummed in acknowledgement, falling silent again as she nestled deeper into Qin Lang's embrace. As he held her, his heart swelled with warmth. He understood that although Luo Li appeared emotionally unresponsive on the surface, her heart was, in truth, more sensitive than anyone else's. Accepting an entirely new environment and two unfamiliar family members posed a significant challenge for her. Nevertheless, Qin Lang was confident. With him as her steadfast support, nothing would be insurmountable. Soon, and Yue emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming array of dishes. She meticulously arranged sweet and sour pork, Westlake beef soup, and rice on the dining table, ensuring that bowls and chopsticks were ready for each person. "Husband, Sister Luo Li, it's time to eat," she cheerfully called out. Qin Lang took Luo Li's hand and led her to the table. As they gazed at the two enticing dishes before them, Qin Lang could not help but feel his appetite stirring. "Come, let us sit." The three of them gathered around the modest dining table. Qin Lang occupied the seat of honor, with Luo Li and Yue flanking him on either side. The scene evoked a genuine sense of familial warmth. "Wow, Sister Luo Li, this sweet and sour pork looks absolutely stunning," and Yue exclaimed, marveling at the vibrant, glistening dish that emanated a delightful sweet and sour aroma. Though she could cook herself, her own dishes paled in comparison to the one before her, which she felt could only be described as culinary darkness. She picked up a piece and placed it in her mouth. The crispy exterior yielded to tender meat within, the perfectly balanced sauce enveloping every morsel, resulting in an exquisite flavor. Delicious, truly divine. And Yue's eyes sparkled with happiness. She took another sip of the Westlake beef soup. The broth was smooth, the beef tender, melting in her mouth with a subtle fragrance. Oh my goodness, Sister Luo Li, you are simply incredible. And Yue felt as if she might be moved to tears by the deliciousness. Turning to Luo Li, she gazed at her with admiration. How do you create such delectable dishes? Is there a secret? Luo Li found herself somewhat taken aback by Yue's exaggerated reaction. She had merely followed the recipe step by step. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, meticulously controlling the oil temperature, accurately measuring the seasoning proportions, and putting in heartfelt effort. Heartfelt effort? And Yue paused, pondering. Luo Li nodded and stole a glance at Qin Lang, who was savoring the meal, thinking that the food he prepared would indeed be delightful. Upon hearing this, and Yue's body tensed slightly. She looked at Luo Li's earnest face, then at Qin Lang, and felt as if something had gently nudged her heart. Was it truly this simple? Suddenly, she realized that she had been misplacing her focus all along. She had always believed that mastering various techniques would earn her husband's affection, neglecting the fact that the most crucial and simplest aspect was, in fact, that heartfelt intention. And Yue's eyes inexplicably glistened with unshed tears. She felt as though she had learned something far more significant tonight than what was contained within the pages of Techniques of Power. Qin Lang, however, remained oblivious to the subtle academic exchange simmering between the two girls, as he was preoccupied with his meal. Luo Li's culinary skills were indeed unparalleled. The two dishes were perfectly tailored to his palate. He devoured 3 large bowls of rice in one go, setting down his chopsticks only when he felt satisfied. With a contented burp, he leaned back in his chair, gently caressing his round belly. How delightful! Observing the empty plates on the table and Qin Lang's look of complete satisfaction, both Luo Li and Yue shared a genuine smile, radiating happiness. At that moment, Yue suddenly realized that having food to eat, sisters by her side, and a husband nearby was the true essence of home. Chapter 76. The good sisters competing to wash dishes. The atmosphere at the dining table was nothing short of perfect. Qin Lang reclined in his chair, contentedly patting his round belly and letting out a satisfied burp, glancing at the cleared plates, and then at the stunning beauties on either side of him. Both gazing at him with admiration and joy, he felt that at this moment, his life had reached its pinnacle. How wonderful! This was what living was meant to be. He recalled his past life, where, after a grueling day, he could only order takeout and smile foolishly at the digital image of his virtual wife on a computer screen. And now, on his left sat a sweet nurse, her theoretical knowledge so profound she could author a treatise, while on his right was a stunning genius, pure as freshly fallen snow. Moreover, both regarded him as their world. This sensation was utterly exhilarating. My husband, have you enjoyed your meal? And Yue, seeing Qin Lang's satisfied expression, felt a sweetness in her heart akin to tasting honey, and quickly stood up. Yes, I have eaten well. Luo Li's skills are exceptional. Qin Lang generously praised. Upon hearing her name mentioned, a subtle blush crept onto Luo Li's otherwise composed face, and her eyes sparkled a little brighter. Gaining her husband's approval was a task more significant than any other to her. And Yue, noticing this, immediately displayed her professionalism as a concubine, deftly beginning to clear the table. My husband, you and Sister Luo Li should relax on the sofa and watch some television. I'll handle the rest, she declared, expertly stacking the plates with swift and precise movements. To her, this was a splendid opportunity to showcase her domesticity and solidify her standing within the household. With Luo Li responsible for cooking, it was her duty as the younger sister to wash the dishes. A clear division of labor and harmonious cooperation were essential to ensuring her husband's comfort. However, just as she was about to carry the dishes to the kitchen, a delicate, fair hand reached out and gently pressed against her. And Yuani was momentarily taken aback and turned to see Luo Li also rising, her clear, bottomless eyes quietly gazing at her. Leave it to me. Luo Li's tone was unadorned, as if stating a mere fact. And Yuani was bewildered. What? Sister Luo Li, you've already cooked. How can you wash the dishes too? That is not proper. You must rest. I can handle these menial tasks. And Yuani hurriedly exclaimed. In her eyes, Luo Li was the primary wife, holding a status superior to her own. It was simply unreasonable for the main consort to engage in such labor. She, as the secondary, must possess the discernment to understand her place. Yet, Luo Li shook her head, her expression earnest. The Interaction Manual with Mr. Qin, version 20. Appendix Article 3. Providing a comfortable home environment for one's husband is one of the core duties of a partner. As she spoke, she retrieved a thick notebook, resembling a dictionary, from her pocket, flipping to a certain page and pointing it out to Yuani. Cooking falls under the dietary module, while washing dishes pertains to the household module. Both modules hold equal importance and are categorized as core responsibilities. As the primary wife, I am obligated to fulfill these duties. Luo Li's explanation was imbued with rigorous logic, leaving Yuani momentarily speechless. Qin Lang, seated on the sofa, observed the unfolding scene, nearly bursting into laughter. Well, these two are something else. One approaches her role with the mindset of ancient palace intrigue, while the other executes tasks with a programmer's logic. In a bid to wash a dish, one invokes rules, and the other references a manual. This novel form of palace intrigue is truly eye-opening. No, sister. One cannot speak of it in such a manner, and Yuani felt her mind faltering. You are the wife, and I am the concubine. There are distinctions in rank. According to the definition of husband, the primary wife stands alongside him, while the concubine exists to serve and enhance our lives. Luo Li interrupted her, continuing her emotionless analysis. Your core duty is to provide enjoyment, whereas mine is foundational support. Washing dishes falls within the realm of basic support. The logic is sound, there is no issue. And Yuani retorted, what the hell is this logic? She felt her previously cherished theoretical knowledge crumble before the might of Luo Li's supercomputer-like reasoning. Desperate, she cast a pitiful glance at Qin Lang, as if pleading, husband, please intervene with your unreasonable robot wife. Qin Lang stifled his laughter, cleared his throat, and finally spoke. All right. How can such a trivial matter spark a dispute? He rose and approached the two, guiding them back to their seats at the dining table. Today marks our first day in the new home. It is a joyous occasion. Let us not mar the harmony over such minor issues. Observing the eager gazes of both girls, his heart swelled with contentment. Here's the deal, he declared with a grand gesture. The dishes can wait. Let them be. Tomorrow, I shall procure a dishwasher. Technology indeed transforms our lives. Instead of squabbling over trifles, it is far more prudent to devote time to oneself. However, this notion was met with a resounding denial from the two young ladies. Qin Lang was momentarily taken aback, and Yuani spoke first, her expression imbued with urgency. Husband, how could one rely on a dishwasher? It cannot clean as thoroughly as a hand wash. Moreover, washing dishes for you personally conveys a heartfelt sentiment. Luo Li nodded in agreement, her demeanor serious as she added, data analysis indicates that engaging in household chores together enhances the intimacy among family members. The use of fully automated devices undermines this connection, and thus, I do not recommend it. Qin Lang sighed, realizing that even his desire for a bit of leisure had been thwarted. Observing the resolute expressions on the faces of the two girls left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. What do you propose we do then? I shall wash. And Yuani promptly declared. I will do it, Luo Li insisted, refusing to yield. As the two girls appeared poised to embark on yet another round of logical debate and rulemaking, an idea struck Qin Lang. Eureka! He exclaimed, clapping his hands. Since you both wish to wash, why not do it together? One rinses, and the other scrubs, collaborating to complete the task. This will surely enhance the intimacy among family members. The suggestion left both girls momentarily speechless. Together? And Yuani pondered, considering it might indeed be a viable option. Washing together would allow her to bond with sister Luo Li, while also gleaning culinary insights, an appealing prospect. Luo Li lowered her head, rapidly calculating in her mind. I have no objections, she nodded. Then I too have no objections, and Yuani quietly concurred. And thus, an agreement was reached. Qin Lang smiled with satisfaction, feeling like a veritable genius in resolving familial disputes. Consequently, a remarkably harmonious scene unfolded in the living room. Qin Lang reclined on the sofa like a lord, comfortably engrossed in the television, while in the kitchen, the two stunning beauties stood side by side, clad in aprons, one rinsing dishes under the faucet, the other meticulously scrubbing with a sponge. Sister Luo Li, how do you prepare the sauce for the sweet and sour pork? Its hue is so vibrant. The ratio of ketchup to white vinegar is 3:2, and one should use rock sugar, sautéing it in oil before adding it to the pot for a perfect caramelization. Wow, such intricacies. I've learned something new. Indeed, you might give it a try next time. My husband enjoys a sweet and sour flavor. Certainly. Listening to the harmonious exchange emanating from the kitchen, the smile on Qin Lang's face became increasingly difficult to conceal. This, indeed, was the essence of home. Before long, the dishes were washed, and Yue then skillfully brewed a pot of exquisite Longjing tea, presenting it to Qin Lang. Her deft tea-making skills revealed a practiced hand. Meanwhile, Luo Li retrieved an apple from the fruit platter, wielding a small, delicate knife, and settled beside Qin Lang. She remained silent. Her head bowed as she meticulously began to peel the apple. Her movements were slow yet remarkably steady. The blade glided through the skin, producing a gentle rustling sound. With each circle, a complete, delicate peel, as thin as a cicada's wing, was skillfully removed, uninterrupted from start to finish. Qin Lang watched in astonishment. Such knife skills were surely wasted if not put to use in a kitchen. After peeling, Luo Li deftly sliced the apple into uniformly sized pieces, discarding the core, and then pierced a piece with a toothpick, offering it to Qin Lang's lips. "Husband, eat." Qin Lang opened his mouth and savored the crisp, sweet apple, feeling an immense pleasure within. One brewing tea, one peeling an apple. What a luxurious enjoyment, akin to that of an emperor. And Yue observed the scene, filled with admiration. She realized that although Sister Luo Li appeared cold, her attentiveness to others was exquisitely detailed. It seemed there was much for her to learn. She silently resolved to enroll in an advanced tea art class and a fruit platter course the very next day. At that moment, after sipping his tea to clear his throat, Qin Lang decided to share his heroic exploits from the day. "By the way, let me tell you about my experiences at school today." Chapter 77. Husband, can I go too? Upon hearing that there were already 2 volunteers, Luo Li's eyes brightened. Qin Lang noticed the eagerness reflected in her gaze, which seemed to scream, "I want to go." His heart surged with excitement. "No way. Is this real? The humanoid girl has developed a competitive module? This is more thrilling than Columbus discovering the New World." He forcibly suppressed his elation, adopting a troubled expression. "Ollie, this might be rather difficult," he said, feigning concern. The volunteers were pre-arranged by the school. They are all student council officers or seniors in their 3rd or 4th year. You are merely a sophomore and just transferred here. I fear you do not meet the requirements. He intended to raise the bar so that when Luo Li overcame this obstacle, her sense of accomplishment would be even greater. Simultaneously, it would elevate his own value as her husband. This was all basic PUA strategy, something he had learned extensively from those relationship articles in his past life. As expected, upon hearing his words, Luo Li's brows slightly furrowed. "Requirements?" she murmured, repeating the word, and then, right before Qin Lang, she took out her phone. Her fingers danced across the virtual interface with such speed that they seemed to leave afterimages. Qin Lang watched as a flurry of incomprehensible codes and screens flashed rapidly across the display. Infiltration? The word surfaced in his mind. Goodness! Could she be hacking into the school's administrative system? And Yue was equally mesmerized. Though she could not comprehend the intricacies of Luo Li's actions, she sensed an enigmatic aura emanating from her. Who exactly was Sister Luo Li? In less than 30 seconds, Luo Li ceased her movements. She lifted her gaze to Qin Lang, and on her cool, serene face, a faint smile emerged, one that Qin Lang had never witnessed before, imbued with a hint of pride. That smile resembled the delicate beauty of snow melting at dawn, ephemeral yet breathtakingly captivating. "Darling," she said, turning her phone screen toward Qin Lang. The display revealed an electronic version of the volunteer list for military training of freshmen at Magic City University, class of 20XX. At the end of the extensive list, a fresh name was highlighted in red. Name: Luo Li, Department, College of Arts. Position: Special Service Volunteer, Level 1. Service Object: Qin Lang. The corners of Qin Lang's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Special Service Volunteer, Level 1. What on earth was that? Did the school's system even contain such a designation? She must have just added it herself. Undoubtedly. "Done," Luo Li said, retrieving her phone, her tone as calm as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Then, she added a sentence that sent Qin Lang's vanity soaring. "Starting tomorrow, I will be your exclusive volunteer." Boom. Qin Lang felt as if a magnificent firework had exploded in his mind. Exclusive volunteer. That phrase was utterly devastating. He gazed at Luo Li's face, illuminated by her achievement, and could no longer contain himself. He pulled her into his embrace and planted a firm kiss on her smooth forehead. "Our Ali is truly remarkable." Luo Li froze momentarily from his sudden display of intimacy, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. However, she did not shy away. Instead, she leaned into Qin Lang's embrace, a gentle smile resurfacing at the corners of her lips. Husband's emotional value has increased by 120 points. Conclusion: this proactive behavior received positive feedback. This behavioral pattern may be recorded in the core logic database of the Interaction Manual version 30. Her mind coldly cataloged the data. Meanwhile, Yue, who witnessed the entire exchange, was utterly dumbfounded. She gaped, alternating her gaze between Qin Lang and Luo Li, who nestled in his arms like a docile kitten, feeling as though her worldview had been irrevocably altered once more. Was it really that simple? Just a few exchanges? Sister Luo Li, are you a hacker or a celestial being? Overwhelmed by a wave of profound sadness, Yue could no longer contain herself. She covered her face and erupted into sorrowful tears. Both Qin Lang and Luo Li were momentarily taken aback by her sudden outburst. "Anan, what troubles you now?" Qin Lang inquired, a mix of amusement and bewilderment in his tone. I am filled with resentment." And Yue raised her tear-streaked face and lamented. "Why did I have to graduate so early? If I had delayed my graduation by a few years, I could be volunteering alongside Sister Luo Li, just like her." Sob. "I have missed out. I have missed the opportunity to be by my husband's side every day. I feel so useless." Her tears flowed profusely, as if what she had lost was not merely a volunteer position, but a billion-dollar lottery ticket. Qin Lang observed her comical demeanor and could not help but chuckle. He released Luo Li and approached Yue, gently pulling her into an embrace, soothingly patting her back. There, it's just a volunteer position. What's the big deal?" "What do you mean, what's the big deal?" And Yue lifted her tear-stained face from his chest, her sobs muffled. "It was a legitimate opportunity to serve my husband openly. And now, it's gone." "Who says it's gone?" Qin Lang playfully pinched her little nose, which was red from crying, and grinned. "You may not be able to be a volunteer at school, but you can be my exclusive little nurse at home. Isn't that far better? Really?" And Yue's weeping abruptly ceased, her tear-filled eyes gazing at him in disbelief. "Of course it's true," Qin Lang replied, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. "Besides, while I may not see you in a volunteer uniform, I can certainly admire your photographs." "Photographs?" And Yue queried, slightly puzzled. "For instance," Qin Lang elongated his tone, leaning closer to her ear and whispering in a conspiratorial tone, "Your graduation photo." "Husband." And Yue's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she might ignite from embarrassment. She buried her face in Qin Lang's chest, playfully pounding his chest in a mix of shyness and delight. "You are too mischievous." Qin Lang erupted into laughter. He gazed at the little nurse, who had completely lost herself in her fantasies, and felt a wave of clarity wash over him. It seemed that tonight's educational activities could benefit from some new attire. After comforting Yue, he turned to Luo Li, who was observing Yue with an academic curiosity, and clapped his hands. "All right, it's getting late. I need to rise early for military training tomorrow. We should retire for the night." He emphasized the word retire. Upon hearing this, Yue trembled, abruptly lifting her head from his chest, her large, watery eyes igniting with fierce determination. It was as if Qin Lang's words had ignited a fire within her, and she nodded vigorously, her face aglow with a mix of tenderness and resolve. "Rest assured, husband, Anan will repay you tonight." With that, her cheeks flushed, she darted into the master bedroom like a startled fawn. Moments later, she re-emerged, cradling an exquisitely packaged hardcover book, its cover brimming with an air of scholarly sophistication. It is indeed the very book, 100 Ways to Apply Force to the Buttocks, that she purchased at great expense. Tonight, this remarkable tome is finally poised for its inaugural clinical application. Chapter 78. For my husband, I shall pursue graduate studies at the break of dawn. As Qin Lang's biological clock summoned him from slumber, the sky outside was just beginning to awaken with the soft light of morning. He opened his eyes, feeling as though he had experienced the most restorative sleep in history, his body brimming with boundless energy. The academic exchange from the previous night had proven exceptionally fruitful. As he gently stirred, he immediately sensed the warm and soft touches emanating from either side. On his left, Yue clung to him like an octopus, her limbs wrapped around him as she slept soundly, a trace of satisfaction glistening at the corner of her mouth, lost in a delightful dream. To his right, Luo Li lay in a perfectly composed manner, her head resting lightly on his arm, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the morning light. Gazing at the two contrasting yet equally breathtaking sleeping faces, a profound sense of satisfaction and possessiveness surged within Qin Lang. They are all mine. He carefully extricated his arm from beneath Luo Li's neck and gently pried Yue's limbs away from his body. Throughout this process, he slowed his breathing, fearful of rousing these two enchanting beings. Especially in Yue, who had played a pivotal role the night before, both as a teacher and a practitioner, and was undoubtedly exhausted, deserving of a little more rest. With utmost care, Qin Lang donned his clothes and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. However, upon his return, he found Yue already awake. She was rubbing the sleep from her eyes, seated on the bed, her silk nightgown having slipped halfway down due to her sleeping position, revealing her smooth, fair shoulders. "Good morning, my husband," she greeted, her voice still laced with the huskiness and languor of sleep, melting one's heart. "Yes, I'm awake. Why not sleep a little longer?" Qin Lang approached her, extending his hand to pull her slipping nightgown back up. "No, I want to get up and prepare breakfast for you," and Yue replied, lifting the covers to get out of bed. Yet, the moment she moved, she let out a small yelp and plopped back down, her lovely face contorting into a frown. "What's wrong?" Qin Lang inquired with concern. Nothing. And Yue's cheeks flushed a bright red as she stuttered, "It's just that my waist feels a bit sore." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang could not help but understand the cause. After all, her vigorous efforts the previous night were bound to leave her sore. Amused yet sympathetic, he moved closer, sitting at the edge of the bed and gently supporting her waist, applying just the right amount of pressure to massage her. "I told you not to overexert yourself," he chided gently, his tone laced with reproach, yet underlined with affection. "I do not wish for you, my husband, to be uncomfortable." And Yue let out soft sounds, akin to a contented kitten being gently stroked, her voice delicate enough to evoke imagery of water. "Moreover, I must set a good example for Sister Luoli." Qin Lang, taken aback by her audacious response, found himself at a loss for words. The reasoning of this young lady is indeed peculiar. At that moment, Luoli, from the other side of the bed, slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and gazed at Qin Lang, who was massaging Yue, her clear eyes sparkling with intrigue. After a while, having noticed Yue's complexion improving, Qin Lang ceased his ministrations. "That will suffice. There is no need for breakfast today. I shall eat something light outside. You and Ali should rest well at home." "How can that be?" And Yue immediately countered. "My husband, you are to undergo military training, which is arduous. How could you skip breakfast? Wait here, I shall prepare it at once." With determination, she gritted her teeth, supported her sore waist, and limped towards the kitchen. Observing her resolute figure, Qin Lang felt a warmth in his heart. With such a wife, what more could one desire? Though one is a wife, and the other a concubine. Qin Lang changed into the clean Special Forces camouflage uniform prepared by Su Xingtong, appearing gallant and imposing. By the time he was ready, Yue had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, millet porridge, fried eggs, and several exquisite Cantonese dim sum delicacies. "Hurry and eat, my husband, or it will grow cold." Qin Lang sat at the dining table, relishing his meal heartily. Luoli had also finished her morning routine, dressed in a comfortable long skirt, quietly sitting beside Qin Lang and sipping her porridge in small sips. And Yue, however, did not eat. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing contentedly at Qin Lang as he savored his food. "By the way," Qin Lang inquired between bites, "what are your plans for today? Are you still going to that nursing job?" He recalled Yue mentioning that her job was arranged by her family, and it did not matter whether she attended or not. Upon mentioning this, Yue's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. She straightened her posture, looked at Qin Lang, and spoke each word with conviction. "My husband, I have made a decision." "What decision?" Qin Lang and Luoli both looked at her with curiosity, and Yue took a deep breath, as though announcing a pivotal moment in her life. "I have decided, starting today, to resign from my job and focus on studying at home to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination." Qin Lang nearly choked on his porridge. "Postgraduate examination? What are you talking about?" He stared at Yue in disbelief. "For you, my husband." And Yue's tone was filled with a sense of inevitability. She glanced at Luoli, who quietly sipped her porridge, radiating an aura of academic brilliance, her eyes filled with determination. "Sister Luoli is so accomplished, a genius painter from the University of Magic City. Intelligent and knowledgeable. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by her. I feel that at this moment, I am somewhat unworthy of you, my husband. I am merely a humble nurse with a diploma from a junior college, lacking in knowledge and perspective. Therefore, I have resolved to pursue postgraduate studies. I aspire to attend the medical university in our enchanting city, Shanghai. I wish to elevate myself, to cultivate a deeper essence. Only then can I better serve you, my husband, and keep pace with you and Sister Luoli, so that I will not be left behind. Her words were fervent and resounded with conviction, as if she were preparing to embark on a grand revolution to liberate all of humanity, rather than merely preparing for an examination. Qin Lang listened in astonishment. What is this? Is she really getting serious about studying? Just because he had taken in Luoli, it seemed to have spurred Yi into a fervent pursuit of further education. What on earth is this? A palace intrigue of competition? He gazed at Yi's spirited face, feeling both touched and amused. It was heartwarming that this young lady possessed such determination for his sake. Yet, her reasoning was rather unconventional. To better serve him, she sought to enhance her own knowledge? Such logic was truly remarkable. He set down his utensils, rose to his feet, and approached Yi, enveloping this nurse, who had succumbed to a state of self-motivation. In a warm embrace. His voice was unprecedentedly gentle. Your intentions alone bring me immense joy. Truly, he had not anticipated that his mere existence could serve as a catalyst for someone else's ambition. This feeling was extraordinary, instilling within him a profound sense of responsibility. In his embrace, Yi felt the warmth of his chest and the strength of his heartbeat, and her eyes grew misty, tears of gratitude streaming down her cheeks. As long as you do not think I am being fanciful, fool, Qin Lang said, wiping the tears from her face. Leaning down to place a tender kiss on her forehead, how could I? Whatever you wish to pursue, do so without hesitation. I support you. As for the rest, do not overthink it. He released Yi, observing her flushed face, brimming with excitement and happiness, and added, keep striving. If you succeed, I shall reward you. With that, he turned, gathered his belongings, and headed towards the door. I'm off to school. Farewell, my husband. Yi remained rooted in place, vigorously waving at his retreating figure, her face radiant with an unprecedented smile. She maintained that pose until the door closed behind him. Beside her, Luoli witnessed the entire exchange. Approaching Yi, she offered her a tissue. He is truly happy, Luoli remarked. Indeed. Yi nodded emphatically. I shall strive as well, Luoli said, gazing towards the door, her clear eyes shimmering with an unknown light. As Qin Lang stepped outside, inhaling the crisp morning air, he felt invigorated and filled with determination. Harmony reigned in the palace, and a spirit of competition blossomed spontaneously. Life has become increasingly hopeful. He hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to school. Chapter 79. Trouble brews. The morning training remained as monotonous as ever, yet today bore a distinct difference. The instructor, recognizing Qin Lang's diligent efforts, granted him the special privilege of serving as a temporary observer. His primary responsibility was to supervise and correct the movements of his classmates who faltered in their execution, exempting him from participating in the training. However, this morning proved to be quite a trial for Qin Lang, more exhausting than military training itself. The instructor, while overseeing the girls, was relentless, reprimanding when necessary and imposing penalties without hesitation. The girls were utterly subdued, too intimidated to err. In contrast, the moment Qin Lang arrived, their gazes turned venomous, as if they wished to devour him whole. Some even intentionally faltered, refusing to amend their mistakes, eagerly anticipating Qin Lang's disciplinary actions. A few, with blooming cheeks and sparkling eyes, bit their lips and arched their backs, waiting for him to intervene. Such behavior was not an exception, but rather a common occurrence. This left Qin Lang feeling as though he were confronting something unsavory. He was at a loss about how to respond. To either reprimand or refrain felt equally troubling, as he worried that any punishment might lead to further misguided rewards. Only Xin Yue, the young girl, adhered strictly to his directives, providing him with a measure of relief. Finally, noon arrived, and Qin Lang, accompanied by Xin Yue, sauntered to the cafeteria. As they entered, Luo Li and Su Xingtong approached simultaneously. Upon seeing Luo Li, Xin Yue trembled slightly, casting an inquiring glance at Su Xingtong. With a gentle smile, Su Xingtong embraced Xin Yue's arm. Yue, allow me to introduce you. This is Sister Luo Li, Qin Lang's Ping Qi concubine, a sophomore volunteer who will be accompanying us during military training this afternoon. Xin Yue quickly bowed. Hello, Sister Luo Li. I am Xin Yue, Qinlang's girlfriend. Luo Li nodded in acknowledgement, gazing at Shen Yue with an expression of contemplation, her head tilted as if pondering what to inscribe. The atmosphere grew tense. Qinlang rubbed his forehead, aware that Luo Li's facial recognition system was likely capturing Shen Yue's information. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Luo Li's eyes as she retrieved 2 crystal bracelets from her bag, one for Su Xingtong and the other for Shen Yue. Shen Yue exclaimed, "Eh?" Su Xingtong gasped. Qinlang thought, "Goodness, the speed of Luo Li's evolution is astonishing. She has even learned to win hearts." Hastily, he interjected, "They are gifts from Ao Li, so you should graciously accept them." The 2 girls, filled with excitement, accepted Luo Li's offerings, signifying the acknowledgement of their standing by the concubine. Thus, lunch concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. The afternoon break swiftly passed, and military training was set to commence once more. Qinlang stretched lazily and rose from the sofa. "Let us head to the training ground." "Yes, Qinlang." Su Xingtong and Shen Yue immediately sprang up like obedient little followers. Luo Li gently closed her notebook and stood up, effortlessly adjusting the slightly wrinkled collar of Qinlang's shirt. Thus, the 4 of them, in a grand procession, made their way to the specially designated military training ground for males. This so-called special training area was merely a small section adjacent to the playground, cordoned off with barriers. Though not expansive, it boasted comprehensive facilities. Sunshades, lounge chairs, refrigerators, and massage chairs were all present. Rather than a training ground, it resembled an open-air VIP lounge. As Qinlang arrived with 3 stunningly diverse beauties, he instantly attracted considerable attention. In this space, aside from Qinlang, there were another 7 or 8 male freshmen. Each of them possessed delicate features, fair skin, and slender physiques, adorned in extravagant custom camouflage outfits, resembling characters that had stepped out of an idol drama. Surrounding them were 2 or 3 charming senior female volunteers, serving tea and providing massages, basking in their bliss. However, upon noticing Qinlang, the pride and enjoyment that had adorned their faces vanished in an instant. In its place emerged a complex blend of jealousy, envy, and a hint of fear. It was undeniable. Comparison was a cruel game. Despite being rare specimens themselves, they appeared as inconspicuous as weeds beside Qinlang. In terms of looks, physique, and the innate masculinity that radiated from him, Qinlang dominated them effortlessly. Not to mention, he was accompanied by 3 top-tier beauties. One was the fiery heiress, Su Xingtong. Another was the fresh-faced, innocent neighbor girl, Shen Yue. And the last was the ethereal goddess of the art academy, Luo Li, whose beauty seemed untouched by the mundane world. Each of these ladies could evoke feelings of inadequacy in all the other girls on campus. Yet now, they flitted around Qinlang like devoted handmaidens. Where was the justice in that? The boys felt as if they had consumed 10 pounds of lemons. A sourness gnawed at their insides. The senior volunteers beside them, upon seeing Qinlang, were equally entranced. They couldn't help but compare him to the charming young man they were attending to. The disparity became even more apparent. While their companion was indeed handsome, he somehow lacked that certain masculine allure that Qinlang exuded. Unfazed by the complex gazes surrounding him, Qinlang swaggered to the center of the area and reclined on the most comfortable lounge chair. "What are we practicing this afternoon?" he asked lazily. "Report, Brother Lang." "This afternoon's activity is free time," Su Xingtong promptly replied. "Free time?" Qinlang raised an eyebrow. "Indeed," Su Xingtong exclaimed with a flattering smile. This was specially approved by the instructor. The instructor remarked that the boys are treasures of our school and should not be overworked. Therefore, this afternoon, you should rest well and do as you please. Qinlang couldn't help but smile at this. Goodness, this instructor is quite perceptive. Very well. Qinlang closed his eyes, preparing for a short nap. Seeing this, Su Xingtong quickly retrieved a chilled towel from the nearby refrigerator and gently placed it on Qinlang's forehead. Shen Yue then brought over a small stool, sat beside him, and began to fan him with a delicate rhythm, creating a gentle breeze. Meanwhile, Luo Li took a pair of headphones from her bag and placed them over Qinlang's ears. The sound of a melodious and soothing piano piece filled his ears. It was her own performance. Qinlang felt completely indulged by these 3 little fairies. Life had become decadently delightful. He simply closed his eyes, relishing this meticulous service, feeling so comfortable that he was nearly drifting off to sleep. The boys around him watched the scene enviously, their eyes practically burning with jealousy. Damn, how could there be such a disparity among men? Over here, We merely sip water and nibble on fruit, while he is treated to a full spa experience. Is there no justice in the world? Just as Qin Lang was about to succumb to slumber, believing the afternoon would pass in such a mundane manner, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced through the tranquility. "Hey, buddy." Qin Lang furrowed his brows slightly. He did not open his eyes or respond, thinking it was just someone lacking awareness trying to get too familiar. However, the voice persisted, drawing closer. "Hey, buddy, I want to discuss something with you." This time, the voice was even nearer. Qin Lang could sense someone standing beside his recliner. He felt somewhat irritated. Couldn't they see he was trying to sleep? Lacking any awareness at all. Slowly, he opened his eyes and removed the headphones. Before him stood a rather effeminate-looking young man, wearing a familiar smile. This young man was not unattractive. His features were quite delicate, and his skin was fairer than that of most girls. Yet, there was something about his demeanor that made Qin Lang uncomfortable. With his soft voice and timid posture, he resembled an underdeveloped eunuch. Chapter 80. Why do foolish individuals always seek attention? Qin Lang surveyed him with a critical eye, mentally assigning him a score of 60, not a point more. He granted him some pity, considering he was also a rare male. "Is there something you need?" Qin Lang's tone was somewhat frosty. The delicate young man seemed oblivious to the impatience in Qin Lang's voice. His gaze transcended Qin Lang, fixating intently on the quietly standing Luo Li behind him. A glimmer of astonishment and avarice flickered in his eyes. Subsequently, he rubbed his hands together and flashed what he believed to be a charming smile at Qin Lang. "My friend, might we exchange volunteers?" He nonchalantly pointed at Luo Li and declared, "I have taken a liking to her." At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Xin Yue, who had been fanning Qin Lang, halted her movements. Su Xingtong, poised to offer Qin Lang a fresh towel, stood frozen in place. Even Luo Li, typically unperturbed, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of perplexity in her clear eyes. She appeared to be grappling with the meaning behind the words of this unfamiliar man. Exchange volunteers? Replace herself? Qin Lang, reclining in his chair, gradually straightened up. He regarded the seemingly sincere young man, who appeared to be discussing something utterly mundane, and suddenly burst into laughter, not out of amusement, but out of indignation. Good grief. Fools truly abound in this world. Here I am, relishing an imperial treatment surrounded by three beauties, and you, an effeminate interloper from who knows where, dare to approach me and suggest a swap? Have you hit your head? Or did a donkey kick you on your way out? Why must there always be imbeciles seeking attention? What did you say? Qin Lang's tone remained calm, devoid of discernible anger. Yet, those familiar with him recognized this as a precursor to his fury. The young man, clearly unfamiliar with Qin Lang, mistook his posture for an opportunity and brightened his smile further. "I said, my friend, how about you let me have your volunteer?" He pointed at Luo Li, his eyes sparkling. "I am quite fond of her type. Cool and graceful. My two volunteers are too cloying, incessantly chattering, utterly annoying." He gestured towards the two girls in his resting area, who were watching in bewilderment. Although the two girls were reasonably attractive, scoring at least an 80, their faces now bore expressions of hurt and indignation upon hearing their master's assessment. Yet, the young man remained oblivious to their feelings, his focus solely on Luo Li. "Fear not, my friend, I shall ensure you do not suffer a loss," he proclaimed, patting his chest with a grand demeanor. "I will trade you my two for yours. 2 for 1, a splendid deal. What do you say? Generous, isn't it?" He wore an expression of selflessness, eagerly awaiting Qin Lang's response, convinced that his proposal was irresistibly enticing. 2 for 1. Moreover, his two volunteers were not lacking in charm. The one named Qin Lang, though appearing slightly more capable than himself, was still a man, and who would ever complain about having more women by their side? In this transaction, he believed he would incur no loss. However, what he received instead was not Qin Lang's grateful consent, but a chilling silence that sent shivers down his spine. Qin Lang merely gazed at him, the smile on his face having vanished without a trace, replaced by an icy indifference that seemed to view him as nothing more than a corpse. The young man felt a creeping unease under that scrutinizing stare. "What was the matter? My friend, are you dissatisfied?" he asked, somewhat perplexed. "Should I offer more? I could ask my mother to send you the latest model sports car. What do you think? It's a limited edition." He had invested heavily in winning over Luo Li. In his view, there was nothing that money and benefits could not resolve. If there were, it would simply be a matter of increasing the price. Su Xingtong, standing nearby, was on the verge of exploding with anger. What a scoundrel! How could he treat women as mere commodities to be exchanged? And a 2-for-1 deal at that? Swap your mother. She was about to unleash a torrent of insults when Qin Lang's gaze silenced her. Slowly, Qin Lang rose from the lounge chair. Towering over the young man by nearly a head, he cast a formidable presence that enveloped the space with an overwhelming sense of authority. The young man instinctively took a half-step back, realizing that this man was from an entirely different realm. The intensity of his gaze and aura was utterly intimidating. I shall say this to you once more, Qin Lang's voice devoid of any emotion. She is not a mere volunteer. He extended his hand, drawing Luo Li close to him, firmly embracing her shoulders. Then, locking eyes with the young man, he enunciated each word with crystal clarity. She is my equal wife. The young man was momentarily taken aback. Equal wife? He certainly understood the term's implications, yet he dismissed them entirely. What of an equal wife? In this world, for the sake of profit, even a legitimate wife could be shared if the price was right. Just as he was about to articulate his own theories on value, Qin Lang's next statement struck him like a thunderclap. It was brief, merely 6 words, but each one landed heavily in his ears. Then, you may leave. Chapter 81. Go tell my palm to leave. Leave? The young man's smile froze completely. He has lived a life where no one has ever dared to utter that word to him. From childhood to adulthood, he has been a rare treasure cradled in the palms of his family, the absolute focal point pursued fervently by all the women in school. Even the heirs of powerful conglomerates would show him courtesy in the presence of his striking visage. Yet today, this unknown wild man has audaciously told him to leave? A surge of indescribable humiliation transformed into a fiery rage that surged to the crown of his head. What did you just say? His voice instantly sharpened. Akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. You dare tell me to leave? Do you even know who I am? My father is the director of the Urban Construction Bureau. My mother is the chairwoman of Tianhua Group. He bellowed his lineage indiscriminately, believing it to be his invincible weapon. However, Qin Lang's expression remained utterly unchanged. The Urban Construction Bureau? Tianhua Group. He couldn't even be bothered to contemplate what those names represented. In his eyes, this flailing effeminate fool had already encroached upon an untouchable domain, the women who coveted him. This was the dragon's reverse scale. To touch, it was to court death. I care not who you are. Qin Lang's voice was devoid of warmth. I told you to leave. Do you not understand human language? You. The young man trembled with rage, his fair face contorted in fury. All right. Just wait. A foreign bastard dares to act arrogantly in the territory of Magic City. You must be tired of living. He pointed a finger directly at Qin Lang's nose, spewing threats with wild abandon. You want to play the role of a concubine? Today, I've set my sights on you as my concubine. I tell you, now, bring her to me obediently, and we can negotiate. If you dare utter a single refusal, I guarantee you will not walk out of this school gate. He had lost his mind. His grotesquely pampered pride could not tolerate any form of defiance. Today he must make this blind fool pay a bloody price. He was determined to possess the woman named Luo Li, not for any other reason, but to reclaim his dignity. He wanted everyone here to witness that what he desired was never beyond his reach. The air around them was taut, almost combustible. The other boys had long retreated to the corners, terrified of being swept into the storm. Su Xingtong and Xin Yue were pale with fear, unable to fathom how the situation had deteriorated to such an extent. Xin Yue's beautiful eyes were filled with entreaty as she shook her head repeatedly at Qin Lang. She did not wish for Qin Lang to attract such a colossal disaster on their behalf. Yet, Qin Lang remained oblivious to it all. He gazed at the still raving clown, the last vestige of human emotion in his eyes having vanished. Are you done speaking? He suddenly inquired. The young man was momentarily stunned by this seemingly nonsensical question. What if I am done? Having spoken, Qin Lang's lips curled into an exceptionally cruel arc. It is now my turn. In that instant, he moved. A fleeting shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, tore through the air. Bang! A dull and explosive roar resonated, akin to thunder striking from a clear sky, echoing above the training ground. The sound caused every heart to momentarily halt. Time seemed to be forcibly extracted at that moment. All present were rendered mindless, staring vacantly at the unfolding scene. The once invincible young celestial man was struck as if by an invisible hammer. His body lifted off the ground and hurled sideways. He spun in the air, crashing heavily onto the grass 5 meters away. With a splutter, blood mixed with fragments of teeth erupted from his mouth. Lying on the ground, half of his face swelled at an astonishing rate. A deep crimson and purple handprint imprinted upon it, a sight both shocking and grotesque. His eyes widened in terror, pure and incomprehensible. He could not fathom what had just transpired. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. All gazes converged upon the man who slowly withdrew his hand. Qin Lang stood still, gently shaking his slightly numbed palm, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, everyone sensed from him a seething rage capable of altering the very fabric of the heavens. He regarded the dazed young celestial man on the ground with a cold gaze, as if appraising a heap of inanimate refuse. Then, he took a step forward, one by one, toward that pile of debris. His strides were not hurried. Yet each step resonated like a hammer, striking heavily upon the hearts of all present. Thud, thud, thud. Su Xingtong and Xin Yue were utterly petrified. They could scarcely believe that Qin Lang would truly take action, and upon doing so, his brutality was unparalleled. Luo Li stood rooted, watching Qin Lang approach his prey, her clear eyes reflecting the image of the little boy who had once saved her from peril. Qin Lang arrived before the young celestial man. He paused, leaning down to gaze upon the terrified wretch before him. "I believe I heard you mention your interest in my concubine." His voice was soft and gentle, akin to a lover's whisper. Yet, to the young celestial man's ears, it was more terrifying than the shrieks of hell's demons. "And no, I didn't tea." The young celestial man finally regained his wits, scrambling backward, a dark stain rapidly spreading from his groin, an acrid odor permeating the air. He had, in fact, soiled himself. "Is that so?" A hint of confusion crossed Qin Lang's face. "But I clearly heard it. Did you not say you would ensure I could not leave this school?" "Not at all. I was merely jesting, dear ancestor. I truly apologize. I was genuinely mistaken." The young man began to fervently bow and plead for mercy, his face smeared with tears and snot. At this moment, he finally comprehended the nature of the being he had provoked. This was no ordinary person. This was a devil clad in human skin. "Joking, you say?" Qin Lang chuckled softly. "I, too, relish a good jest." With that, he lifted his foot. Under the horrified gazes of all present, he brought it down with force. Crack! The sound was a jarring, bone-chilling snap that reverberated throughout the venue. "Ah!" A shriek, so piercing it seemed inhuman, abruptly shattered the tranquility of the playground. The young man clutched his leg, grotesquely contorted at an unnatural angle, writhing and screaming upon the ground like a worm. Qin Lang appeared unfazed. He crouched down and seized the young man's hair, lifting his tear-streaked face from the ground to bring it close to his own. Gazing upon the visage distorted by excruciating pain and terror, he inquired, with an unsettling blend of tenderness and cruelty, "Now, tell me once more, who is it that you desire?" Chapter 82. The reverse scale of Li was wrong. "I truly apologize, dear ancestor. I shall never dare again." The young man was utterly broken. The agonizing pain of shattered bones and an unspeakable dread obliterated all the self-esteem he had built over the years, reducing it to the most abject dust. All he wished for now was to survive. He gazed into Qin Lang's face, which, though undeniably handsome, appeared to him as the most terrifying demon in existence. He cried out in anguish, incoherent and distraught. "I desire nothing. I am blind to others. I am worthless, a failure. Please, I beg you, spare me." Qin Lang regarded the pitiful sight of the young man, his face smeared with mucus and tears, and his disdain deepened further. With such cowardice, he dared to vie for a woman's affection? Truly, he was ignorant of the meaning of danger. Qin Lang released his grip. The young man's head fell back to the ground like a broken sack, landing heavily on the grass. Then, Qin Lang stood up and retrieved a wet tissue from his pocket, meticulously cleaning his fingers, which had just grasped the young man's hair. This action was rife with unabashed disgust, as if he had just touched the most repugnant filth in the world. Once finished, he tossed the damp tissue onto the young man's face. "Remember what you have said today." Qin Lang's voice was soft yet laced with an inescapable aura of bloodshed. "Should there be a next time, it will not be your leg that I break." With that, he refrained from casting another glance at the pitiful figure on the ground and turned, striding back to his lounge chair. From the commencement of the altercation to its conclusion, the entire episode transpired in less than a minute. Yet, within that fleeting moment, the impact on all present was revolutionary. The training ground was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone was ensnared by a spell, frozen in place, unable to move. Their minds replayed the devastating scene they had just witnessed. That almost transcendent slap, that decisive kick, the commanding interrogation, the chilling warning. It was magnificent, utterly magnificent. This is what it means to be a man. This is the rarity of true manhood in this world. It was unclear who first shattered the silence, gasping in astonishment. Instantly, the training ground erupted. Good heavens! Did you see that? It was almost impossible to comprehend. A single slap sent that individual flying, spinning twice in midair. What sheer power! And that kick that followed. With a crack, I felt the reverberation in my bones from this distance. A warrior deity. It was as if a god of war had descended upon us. The boys who had previously harbored envy towards Qin Lang now looked at him with eyes transformed, an amalgam of reverence, fear, and fervent adoration. They finally grasped that the chasm between themselves and Qin Lang was not merely one of appearance or lineage, but of an entirely different species. He was a lion surveying his domain, while they were but pampered Persian cats adorned with delicate makeup, utterly disparate in essence. The reactions of the volunteer sisters were even more exaggerated. They clutched their chests, their cheeks flushed with excitement, breaths quickening. In their eyes sparkled a primal, unabashed yearning, fixated on Qin Lang's silhouette as if they wished to consume him whole. I am going mad. I am dying. He is so handsome. That look in Qin Lang's eyes, cold and fierce, exudes pure masculinity. To defend his woman without uttering a word and springing into action. What divine boyfriend power is this? Oh, how I envy Luo Li. If only a man would stand up for me like that, I would bear him a child on the spot. What child? I would gladly become his concubine. No, I would even settle for being a maid, as long as I could see him every day. Stop dreaming. Did you not hear? He has a legitimate wife. You are not worthy of even carrying his shoes. I don't care. Tonight, I shall cover my bedside with posters of Qin Lang. The women's screams and discussions surged like waves. Their gazes towards Qin Lang were no longer mere admiration or infatuation, but a frenzied worship and submission to an absolute powerhouse. In this world, where femininity dominates and masculinity has grown weak, Qin Lang's wild and violent beauty struck them with a devastating impact. He proclaimed his strength and inviolability in the most brazen and direct manner possible. Su Xingtong and Shen Yue slowly emerged from their profound shock. Su Xingtong gazed at Qin Lang's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an array of emotions. Since childhood, she had been enamored with heroic films, fantasizing countless times that her boyfriend would be as formidable and handsome as the protagonists, capable of shielding her from the world. She believed such notions were mere fantasies. Yet today, she witnessed reality firsthand. Brother Lang was 1,000 times more striking than all the heroes in the movies combined. Her heart raced, almost bursting. She yearned to rush over, embrace him tightly, and express just how captivating he had been moments ago. In stark contrast, Shen Yue experienced an entirely different sentiment. Watching Qin Lang, the man who had unhesitatingly defended the dignity of his partner, an unprecedented sense of security surged within her. Growing up in an orphanage, she had endured relentless bullying, and never had anyone stood so steadfastly before her, shielding her from harm. Although Qin Lang was not protecting her today, she knew that had she been the one facing humiliation, he would undoubtedly act the same way. After all, he had assured her, "You are mine." A warm current flowed gently from her heart, enveloping her entire being. Her gaze toward Qin Lang brimmed with admiration and reliance. This man was the sole light in her life, her only salvation. She would willingly sacrifice everything for him. Luo Li stood still, observing as Qin Lang returned to the lounge chair, closing his eyes once more as if nothing had transpired. Her expression remained inscrutable. However, had anyone been privy to the latest content of her interactive manual, version 30, they would have discovered an additional line beneath the chapter titled The Dragon's Reverse Scale. Marked in bold red font, Li's reverse scale, Qin Lang. Unbeknownst to Qin Lang, his actions had stirred tumultuous waves in the hearts of the three young women. At that moment, he merely felt a sense of annoyance. He had swatted away a buzzing fly, ruining his mood for a nap. Lying on the chair, he furrowed his brow, still feeling the lingering disgust from touching something filthy. Had he known, he would have preferred to kick it away instead. Chapter 83. It's over. The wives have started to plot assassination. The surroundings were unnervingly quiet. The previous chatter had vanished, leaving only suppressed breaths and the distant shouts of training from the playground. He sensed countless gazes intensely focused on him, some filled with fear, others with reverence, but most imbued with a nearly fanatical admiration and possessiveness, unlike anything he had experienced in his previous life. The women's stares felt as if they would consume him whole. Damn, Women in this world were incredibly direct, just as he lamented this in his mind. A fragrant breeze approached, and a warm, soft body pressed against his arm. Lang Ji's voice, belonging to Su Xingtong, resonated with a low timbre, tinged with an unmistakable excitement and ferocity. That boy is a nuisance waiting to happen. Should I inform my mother and have him dealt with? As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand and made a swift cutting motion across her throat. Her bright, sparkling eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity that starkly contrasted her sweet appearance. Glaring menacingly at Zhou Yang, who was still groaning on the ground, Qin Lang jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. What the hell? He struggled to turn his head, looking at the wealthy young lady beside him, who wore an expression that suggested she was ready to help him resolve his troubles. A chill ran down his spine. He had thought that breaking the boy's leg was already quite excessive and manly. He never anticipated that there was someone more formidable. This girl, appearing harmless, spoke with a tone that implied a desire for bloodshed. Whose daughter is she, to possess such ferocity? Qin Lang swallowed hard, feeling as if his worldview had been turned on its head once again. Tentatively, he asked in a gentle tone, So, Tong Tong, may I inquire about what your mother does? He had assumed that Su Xingtong's family was merely an ordinary listed company, wealthy and influential. Yet her words hinted at something far beyond ordinary business dealings. Upon hearing Qin Lang inquire about her mother, the fierce demeanor evaporated, and she transformed back into an affectionate, somewhat infatuated girl. After pondering for a moment, she replied uncertainly, Mom never really specified, but I think she runs a security company. A security company? Qin Lang sighed in relief, thinking it merely involved hiring a few female bodyguards to deal with the boy. Yes, Su Xingtong nodded, casually adding, I believe they mainly operate in the Middle East and also sell some security equipment. Qin Lang's previously relaxed demeanor was abruptly replaced with alarm. His mind malfunctioned upon hearing Middle East and security equipment. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. The combination of Middle East, security company, and selling security equipment automatically translated in his mind to a much more alarming term, arms dealer. Good heavens. No wonder this girl spoke so nonchalantly about violence. It seems she comes from a lineage steeped in such affairs. Qin Lang felt as though his perception of the world had been relentlessly shattered that afternoon. Gazing at Su Xingtong's innocent face, which seemed to suggest that her family merely owned a convenience store, he was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. This was no mere rich girl. This was the daughter of a warlord. The true daughter of a warlord. Lang Go, are you all right? You're sweating. Su Xingtong observed the beads of cold sweat glistening on Qin Lang's forehead, mistakenly assuming he was overheated. Without hesitation, she seized a fan and began to fan him vigorously. It's nothing. Qin Lang managed to conjure a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful. Ah, Tong Tong, let us not trouble Auntie over such trivial matters. It's really not a big deal, I assure you. What a jest. To mobilize an entire armament group over such a feeble man? Qin Lang had no doubt that if Su Xingtong's mother were to learn of this, the next day's headlines might very well read, the son of a certain director struck by an unidentified projectile at school, leaving no remains. That would indeed be quite the spectacle. Oh, fine, Su Xingtong conceded, though a hint of reluctance lingered within her. She felt it was too lenient to let the man who dared to covet her beloved Lang go off so easily. Yet, since Lang Go had spoken, she would, of course, comply without hesitation. At that moment, her thoughts were far from dwelling on who Zhou Yang was. Her entire being was nearly draped over Qin Lang, reveling in the warmth of his hand resting on her head, blissfully swaying her adorable tuft of hair. As Qin Lang comforted this perilous little treasure, his peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Li, who had been standing silently since earlier. At that moment, she retrieved her phone and placed it against her ear, seemingly engaged in a conversation. Her voice was soft, and Qin Lang could not discern the specifics, only catching glimpses of her cool profile and the occasional movement of her lips. The entire exchange lasted no more than 30 seconds. Subsequently, Luo Li set her phone down and walked steadily back to Qin Lang's side. She regarded him with her emotionally neutral gaze, a flicker of processed data illuminating her eyes. And in her characteristic straightforward tone, she reported, Husband, it's taken care of. Qin Lang. A colossal question mark gradually emerged above his head. Another one? What do you mean it's taken care of? What have you resolved? He scrutinized the expressionless young woman before him, who seemed as if she had merely ordered takeout moments ago. A sense of foreboding surged within him once more. Goodness, what sort of family backgrounds do you all possess? Chapter 84. What does your family actually do? Qin Lang felt his mind was becoming overwhelmed. One had ties to Middle Eastern arms dealers, quick to resort to violence. Another, shrouded in mystery, simply made a phone call and declared matters resolved. What kind of divine realm had he stumbled into? He slowly turned to face Luo Li, whose exquisitely crafted features seemed almost unreal, his expression wavering as he half-jokingly, half-seriously inquired, Ali, you wouldn't happen to be a princess of some elite conglomerate, would you? One phone call, and suddenly it's winter for the Zhou family, right? In his previous life, he had read plenty of those cliched domineering CEO novels. Never did he expect that one day he would find himself cast as the protagonist in such a tale. Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, Luo Li genuinely pondered for a moment. Then, under the curious gaze of both Qin Lang and Su Xingtong, she first nodded and then shook her head. Qin Lang was utterly bewildered by her actions. What does this mean, dear friend? Are you agreeing or disagreeing? Su Xingtong, watching the bewildered expression on Qin Lang's face, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She felt it necessary to enlighten him about some common knowledge in their circle. Brother Lang, have you been reading too many novels like The Overbearing Female CEO Loves Me? Su Xingtong wrapped her arm around Qin Lang's and cheerfully explained. It is quite complex to bring down a well-established family business. It is certainly not as simple as depicted in novels. Even if bankruptcy proceedings were initiated, they could easily transfer their core assets in time, leaving no lasting damage. Truly effective strategies do not merely focus on finances. Qin Lang was momentarily stunned. Is that really the case? So the novels are all misleading. He felt he had acquired yet another piece of seemingly useless knowledge. However, Su Xingtong then shifted her gaze to Luo Li, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sister Luo Li is undoubtedly the daughter of a wealthy tycoon. She pointed to the seemingly simple, yet exquisitely detailed moon-white dress Luo Li wore. This is not a brand you can find in stores. It is a handcrafted custom piece from Yunnan Fong, the finest private haute couture workshop in Xia country. Just the appointment takes over a year to secure. My mother wants one, but cannot even get on the list. Following her gesture, Qin Lang scrutinized Luo Li closely. Previously, he had thought she looked beautiful in anything, like a celestial being, without paying attention to the brand. Now, upon hearing Su Xingtong's remarks, he realized that the fabric and tailoring of the dress were indeed of the highest quality, perfectly accentuating Luo Li's ethereal elegance. Qin Lang felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Goodness, what hidden elites surround me. One is the daughter of a warlord, and the other a princess of a financial empire. Here I am, a mere traveler with a system, feeling like a country bumpkin in their presence. Just as Qin Lang was lost in his thoughts, the previously silent Luo Li finally spoke. Her voice remained as cold and detached as ever, devoid of any emotional inflection, as though she were reciting a technical report rather than discussing a matter that could alter the fate of a family. Husband, I did not orchestrate his family's downfall. She first corrected Qin Lang's misunderstanding before explaining the content of her earlier phone call. I merely contacted my mother. First, I instructed her investment company to initiate a hostile takeover and commercial assault against the Tianhua Group, where Zhou Yang's father is employed. Secondly, I instructed our company's intelligence and legal departments to immediately commence the collection of all illicit activities associated with Zhou Yang's father, the director of the Urban Construction Bureau, and to meticulously organize this information into a coherent chain of evidence. Thirdly, all collected evidence should be submitted anonymously to the Discipline Inspection Committee. Luo Li spoke with a steady and deliberate cadence, her logic crystal clear, reminiscent of an AI executing a precise protocol. According to the laws of Xia country, while there exist protective regulations for male officials against corruption, the maximum penalty remains life imprisonment, as the death penalty is not applicable. However, his political career is effectively over. Data analysis suggests that a man who ascends to such a position places a far greater value on power than on life itself. After a brief pause, she concluded in her unflinching voice, I believe this outcome will render his later years a living hell. The entire lounge fell into an oppressive silence once more. Su Xingtong and Shen Yue stared at Luo Li, their mouths agape, utterly stunned. They could hardly fathom that this ethereal, seemingly otherworldly figure, capable of such serene grace, could execute such decisive, precise, and ruthless actions. She would neither deplete your wealth nor end your life. Instead, she would strike at the very heart of your ambitions. This method was leagues beyond Su Xingtong's crude and straightforward approach. Qin Lang felt his eyes twitch in disbelief. Well done, you personal AI. How could you deliver such cruel words with such a calm demeanor? He gazed at Luo Li's cool, satisfied face, having completed her mission, while a tempest surged within him. This is exhilarating. Previously, he had thought that Luo Li's machine-like demeanor, while charming, lacked something vital. Now he understood. This was no mere machine girl. She had evidently evolved into a vengeful goddess, a terminator of sorts. Calm, rational, efficient, and lethal. The stark contrast was utterly intoxicating. Qin Lang felt an unprecedented thrill coursing through him, his gaze towards Luo Li igniting with newfound fervor. But I like it. He sensed that his understanding of Luo Li had entered an entirely new dimension. This girl was like a treasure trove filled with countless hidden programs, with each interaction unveiling delightful surprises.